Tian slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion clouding his gaze. It appeared he was lying on a somewhat damp wooden bed. Just as he attempted to rise, a sharp pain coursed through his body. He took a deep breath, struggling to sit up and survey his surroundings. The dim, cramped room bore a stark yet oddly familiar simplicity. Could it be? A sudden shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively reached for the cracked screen of the phone at his bedside. Upon glancing at it, Tian's pupils dilated in shock, an expression of disbelief washing over his face. Had he returned? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Tian, are you dead? If not, open the door. You dare damage my brother's favorite figurine? Don't think you can feign death to escape this. An angry female voice pierced through the door. Tian's bewildered expression gradually cleared. To his astonishment, after so many years, he instantly recognized that voice. It was his biological elder sister, Su Yue. 5 centuries had passed, yet the memory lingered vividly. Who claimed that time could erase all? Tian, I warn you, if you don't open the door. The noise outside persisted, the tone growing more furious. Yet, Tian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Memories he thought he had buried surged back, vivid and piercing. The years of humiliation and torment. The repeatedly trampled heart. Each incident suddenly crystal clear. From a young age, he had believed himself to be an unwanted child, abandoned and alone. The headmistress of the orphanage had told him that she found him at the gates when he was not yet a year old. Growing up in the orphanage, he envied classmates who had parents and siblings, dreaming countless times of a happy life with family. However, the astute Tian had also heard of those who adopted children solely for the purpose of abuse and amusement, even coercing them into crime. Thus, he had been reluctant to go with many families that sought to adopt him. To be someone else's foster child was daunting. Who could tell what lay behind a seemingly kind fade? Until one fateful day, when he was 14, a robust man named Su Donghai arrived at the orphanage. Holding a paternity test that revealed Tian was a member of a Su family. Ecstasy surged through Tian. He had parents. He learned that he had been forcibly taken from Qin Rupiying by human traffickers. He was not abandoned. He was not unwanted. Finally, he discovered his true birthday. With an overwhelming yearning for familial affection, Tian followed Su Donghai away from the orphanage. Along the way, he learned he had 5 beautiful and capable sisters. In that moment, he felt as though he had been struck by an immense wave of happiness, envisioning a future filled with warmth and simplicity. He was blissfully lost in these thoughts. Upon disembarking, he beheld a magnificent villa, and as he stepped into the living room, he noticed a glamorous lady embracing a pale, delicate-looking young man on a lavish sofa. The opulent decor and their extravagant attire made him feel somewhat out of place, especially when the lady's brow slightly furrowed at the sight of him. However, it matters not. The bond of blood ties remains, and before long, he shall truly become a member of their family. Such were his careful musings, yet what awaited him was a relentless series of nightmares. It is often said that even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Tian never anticipated that the torment he had evaded for nearly a decade would be inflicted upon him by his own kin. Tian, our Su family is a prestigious lineage by the river. Now that you have returned, there is much for you to learn. Until you have shed those detrimental habits acquired outside, do not declare yourself as my son, Su Donghai, were the first words he heard upon entering the Su household. Uttered by his father. Focus on refining your habits through interaction with One. His mother, Qin Rupiying, added promptly. You are the same age, making it easier to connect. One has been nurtured under our guidance and excels in every aspect. You have 1 year to catch up with him. The one she referred to was the frail youth nestled in his embrace, Su Siwen, the adopted son of the Su family. When she spoke of her pride in her adopted son, Qin Rupiying cast a glance at Su Siwen, her face radiating satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned back, Su Siwen cast a sinister gaze toward Tian. Before encountering the Su family, Tian had been oblivious to the existence of such an extraordinary family, one that disregarded blood relations, placing greater value on an adopted son than on their biological offspring. Did it not render his rejections of the numerous families that sought to adopt him a mere farce? Perhaps it was this fixation, or perhaps an overwhelming yearning for familial affection, that compelled him to ingratiate himself with the Su family, striving tirelessly to prove his worth through various means. Yet, all he received in return were cold indifference and a barrage of scornful insults. As time progressed, the personal belongings of his sisters inexplicably appeared in his room. Su Siwen claimed that Tian had damaged Qin Rupiang's cherished pearl necklace, while he accused Tian of stealing his most expensive watch. Despite Tian's relentless attempts to defend himself, the disdain and insults escalated into physical punishment and brutal beatings. The situation reached a critical point when he was falsely accused of pushing Su Siwen down the stairs. On that occasion, he was punished to kneel at the entrance for an entire day and night. Had it not been for the old steward, who could no longer bear to watch and intervened on his behalf, he might have perished in the snow before the gates of the Qi family villa. Within less than a year, Tian had endured hospitalization 3 times under the torment of his so-called relatives. During this time, he even conducted a clandestine paternity test, filled with doubt. The results, however, plunged him deeper into self-doubt. He was indeed the biological son of Su Donghai and his wife. Perhaps, he thought, with the passage of time, they would come to recognize his worth. After all, they were his true parents and sisters. Such were his humble reflections. Yet alas, fate was unyielding. In the subsequent 3 years, he continued to endure the abuse and beatings from the Su family. Being slapped was a daily occurrence, and kneeling in apology was commonplace. To assist him in shedding the alleged vile habits he had acquired, his 5th sister, Su Yue, even procured a riding crop specifically for his punishment. Just when he sought to demonstrate his excellence by achieving the highest score in a mock college entrance examination, he was accused by Su Siwen of cheating, lashed by Su Donghai, and ordered by Qin Rupiang to be confined to his room. In a dim and confined chamber, Tian, enduring the agony of whip wounds and the pangs of hunger for 2 days, finally succumbed to exhaustion and quietly closed his eyes. The orphan Tian, who believed he had regained the long-lost affection of kin, ultimately perished due to the very familial bonds he yearned for, just as he reached the tender age of 18. Perhaps it was divine mercy that granted him another chance. His soul transcended into a realm of cultivation, inhabiting the body of a disciple within a sect. After 5 centuries of arduous practice and fierce battles, he ascended to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Yet, just as he was poised to confront the final heavenly tribulation, his soul faltered unexpectedly. In a desperate attempt to withstand the 8 bolts of celestial lightning, he met his demise beneath the 9th and most formidable bolt of divine thunder. To his astonishment, he found himself back in his original world at the very moment of his untimely death. A resounding crash echoed as the door was forcefully flung open, slamming against the wall. Tian, have you lost your mind for not opening the door after calling you for so long? A piercing voice filled with fury announced the entrance of a strikingly beautiful woman. However, the anger etched upon her face somewhat diminished her allure. Upon seeing Tian seated calmly on the bed, her ire intensified. "Are you deaf?" she bellowed, her voice rising an octave. Tian glanced at her, his expression devoid of emotion. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that, you wretch?" Su Yue, consumed by rage, took a few steps forward, raising her hand. She had dealt countless slaps to Tian before. The motion was as familiar to her as breathing. Tian's gaze sharpened, his eyes cold and indifferent. Chapter 2. A perfect side kick. Su Yue's hand froze in midair, her gaze fixated on Tian. Under his penetrating stare, she felt as though he were regarding a corpse. Or perhaps it seemed that if she dared to move again, she would imminently transform into one herself. It was his identity that astonished her the most. This was Tian, the same Tian who had meekly endured her beatings and scoldings? Or perhaps not entirely. Tian slowly rose to his feet, the remnants of whip scars and gnawing hunger causing a momentary dizziness. He needed to replenish his energy without delay. His physique was notably slender, yet he stood tall, towering over Su Yue by half a head. The vantage point from above rendered Su Yue even more flustered, prompting her to retreat a step. With an expression devoid of emotion, Tian circumnavigated Su Yue and exited the room. He resided in a storage room on the underground level. When he first arrived at the Su household, Su Donghai remarked that a sudden surge in wealth could lead to his indulgence, thus arranging for him to live in this modest space to temper his disposition. At that time, the eager Tian had accepted gladly, for it was a private room, far superior to the shared dormitory of an orphanage. In hindsight, it was indeed laughable. Hadn't he endured over a decade in the orphanage, honing his character sufficiently? Upon reaching the living room, he found it desolate. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, aside from the idle socialite Qin Rupiying and the unoccupied Su Yue. The other members of the Su family were likely preoccupied with their own affairs. Qin Rupiying was presumably out, perhaps visiting another lady for a beauty treatment. As for Su Yue, she had come to trouble him out of sheer boredom. Though he did not grasp the intricacies of reincarnation, Tian quickly steadied his mind. Having danced along the precipice of life and death for so long, he proceeded directly into the kitchen, searching for anything edible. After his failed tribulation and rebirth, he was left with neither magical powers, artifacts, nor divine consciousness. Everything had to be rebuilt from the ground up. The first priority was to restore his health. Fortunately, the memories of his cultivation remained intact, and his experience would allow him to sidestep many of the pitfalls he had previously encountered. That said, if he were able to comprehend the mysteries of time and space, he would not have faced failure in his tribulation. Tian, a prolonged scream of fury echoed from the living room into the kitchen. Having recovered from the shock of Tian's icy gaze, Su Yue could not accept being intimidated by him after so long of oppressing him. Bursting into the kitchen, she wielded a riding whip, specifically used to strike Tian. "How dare you eat? Mother has confined you to your room, and you audaciously venture into the kitchen to eat. Despicable dog, you're asking for a beating." As she yelled and brandished the whip, Su Yue raised it high. Bang! A flawless side kick from Tian struck Su Yue squarely on the forehead. Without even glancing back, he continued to stuff his mouth with a piece of braised beef. Having consumed some food, he had regained a modicum of strength. With centuries of combat experience guiding him, this side kick was executed with remarkable elegance. Su Yue's vision darkened as she flew backward over 2 meters, collapsing onto the ground. Motionless. One strike, and she was knocked out. Tian, expressionless, retracted his leg, continuing to eat without pausing. He once believed that blood ties were of utmost importance. But during his years in the realm of cultivation, he came to realize that sometimes the bond between master and disciple could prove to be more reliable and intimate. After foraging nearly all the readily consumable food, Tian finally emerged from the kitchen. Once he regained his senses, he instinctively sensed that this world still possessed a modicum of spiritual energy, albeit exceedingly faint, better than none at all, one might say. Fortunately, with his cultivation at the tribulation stage, he had access to a plethora of cultivation methods. One particular tome from the demon clan, known as the Vast Devouring Scripture, did not rely solely on spiritual energy. It could convert anything ingested, be it food, herbs, treasures, or even malevolent, and into true qi. The only drawback was that for human cultivators, the conversion rate was somewhat low. However, given his current predicament, it was the best choice available. Tian summoned a servant, instructing her to prepare more food, while he settled down cross-legged on the sofa to commence his cultivation. Ordinarily, given his status within the household, he could only command the old butler, but today, even Su Yue, who had been kicked by him, had yet to awaken, rendering the other servants hesitant to speak out. After all, he was the true master of the Su family. Should the Su family ever alter their stance, their positions would become precarious. The siblings could bicker, but others were expected to mind their own business. After all, they were merely wage earners. If Qin Rupiying were to express discontent, they could easily lay the blame on Tian. Thus, plates of exquisite delicacies were continuously brought to the coffee table. Tian practiced while he ate, and soon the empty plates began to pile up, requiring washing before reuse. The expressions of the 7 or 8 servants surrounding the kitchen fluctuated continuously. They had never witnessed such an insatiable appetite, and one could only wonder how long he had been starved. Meanwhile, Su Yue remained sprawled on the ground, oblivious to her surroundings. When Qin Rupiying gracefully entered the living room, the scene that greeted her was nothing short of bewildering. Tian sat cross-legged on the sofa with his eyes closed, the coffee table before him littered with remnants of food, while not far from the kitchen. Su Yue lay motionless on the floor. The bizarre tableau rendered Qin Rupiang momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and bellowed, Tian, who gave you the audacity to eat in the living room? Have you forgotten the order to confine yourself to your room? Tian opened his eyes, turning to gaze at Qin Rupiang with indifference. The subsequent words she intended to utter were abruptly stifled. His gaze sent a shiver down her spine. In her panic, she caught sight of Su Yue, and only then did she remember her daughter lay on the ground. She hurried forward, crouching to check on her. Calling Su Yue's name and shaking her gently, she received no response. Someone, where is everyone? Can anyone explain what is happening? Qin Rupiang, unable to maintain her composure as a refined lady, erupted in a hysterical scream. A few servants rushed out of the kitchen, whispering the events that had transpired that afternoon. What? Qin Rupiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This little wretch is causing a ruckus? Why didn't you call? We don't have the master and mistress's phone numbers, the servant replied timidly. Qin Rupiang faltered. In order to delineate social strata, only two individuals in the household possessed their contact information, the butler and the captain of the bodyguards. Butler Wei should currently be accompanying Su Donghai in handling company matters. The head of the bodyguards, Shun Tu, ought to be on his way to pick up Su Siwen from school. She turned and shot a venomous glare at Tian. It was all the fault of this wretched creature that she had lost her composure, tarnishing her dignified image. Qin Rupiang hastily pulled out her phone to call Su Donghai, simultaneously shouting, "Let the bodyguards outside come in and bind this wretched creature. With such a major incident at home, are they merely idle spectators?" At her furious bellow, four burly bodyguards rushed into the living room, their muscular frames imposing. However, one could not entirely blame the bodyguards, as they were usually prohibited from entering the villa uninvited. Meanwhile, the call connected. Qin Rupiang immediately shouted, "Donghai, hurry back. That wretched creature is about to go too far. He nearly killed Ru Wei, and he dares to lay hands on me. Call everyone back immediately." Which wretched creature? Su Donghai's voice held a hint of skepticism. Who else could it be but Tian? They should never have brought him back in the first place. That ungrateful son, how the bodyguards restrain him until I return. This time, I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Qin Rupiang resentfully hung up the phone. Noticing the four bodyguards standing frozen in place, she angrily shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly bind this wretched creature." Chapter 3. Do not blame me for being rude. The four bodyguards exchanged glances before slowly advancing. They were already aware of the commotion that had erupted in the villa that afternoon, yet they shared a common sentiment with the servants inside. After all, he was the biological son. Despite the daily beatings and scoldings, there remained a chance that, one day, genuine feelings might unexpectedly surface during a bout of violence, making it difficult for an outsider who had intervened to extricate themselves from the situation. However, with the lady of the house taking the initiative to speak, there was little they could do. Tian rose to his feet. After more than 3 hours of cultivation, he had nearly mended the injuries on his body and rectified the long-standing deficiencies of this physique. His weight had surged from 120 jin to 150 jin, and he had grown an additional 3 centimeters, reaching a height of 185 meters. The vast and profound Ting Tianjing had proven remarkably effective. Although he had yet to reach the first level of qi refinement, dealing with a few modern bodyguards was exceedingly simple. One bodyguard, discerning Tian's intentions, stepped forward and spoke, "Young master, it would be best if you do not resist. Do not make it difficult for us." Young master? What a presumptuous title. Pay him no heed. Should this little wretch dare to resist, strike him hard. Qin Rupiang shouted from behind. As the 4 bodyguards approached, they noticed Tian's lack of reaction and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was undoubtedly preferable to avoid harming the young master of the household. Yet at that moment, Tian calmly declared, "I shall only strike one. The rest may withdraw." What? The bodyguards were taken aback. Tian ceased speaking, taking a step forward and raising his hand to strike. The nearest bodyguard's expression shifted as he hurriedly raised his arm to block, but his speed was clearly insufficient. A swift chop effortlessly struck the bodyguard at the nape of his neck. The bodyguard, unable to retaliate, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed to the ground. "Remove him," Tian commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The remaining 3 bodyguards inhaled sharply, instinctively reaching for their own necks. To be rendered unconscious by a mere hand chop indicated an insurmountable gap between them and Tian. The 3 hurriedly lowered their heads, bending to lift their fallen comrade and hastily exiting the living room. Even more astonished was Qin Ruping. She pointed at Tian as though he were a monster, exclaiming, "You." Tian, however, remained unperturbed. He retreated to the sofa, sitting calmly as he awaited the unfolding events. The living room of the villa descended into an eerie silence. Qin Ruping sat beside Su Yue, occasionally shooting venomous glances at Tian. Yet today, Tian, who typically bowed his head in apology to her slaps, appeared rather uncanny, especially with his gaze directed at her, which lacked any semblance of human emotion. Before the arrival of others from the household, she dared not utter another word. Half an hour passed before hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Where's that ungrateful child?" The voice arrived before the figure. Moments later, Su Donghai strode into the living room, followed by the sound of high heels as the other 4 daughters of the Su family coldly trailed behind him. Bringing up the rear was Su Siwen, her complexion somewhat pale. The Su family had arrived punctually, coincidentally ready to settle matters. Tian lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the Su family members. Beyond the faces that had haunted his dreams, he noticed an extraordinarily beautiful woman he had never seen before. She must be the 4th sister, Su Feifei. At last, his gaze fell upon Su Siwen. Rarely did a surge of resentment arise within him, causing him to startle in surprise. After 5 centuries of arduous cultivation in the realm of immortals, the trials and dangers he had faced were beyond what ordinary people could fathom. He had thought that the experiences endured within the Su family were trivial, yet, deep within his heart, he still harbored such hatred. Could it be that hatred could persist for 10, 50, or even 500 years? Was this the reason for the instability of his soul during tribulation? He had previously believed it to be due to a discord between his soul and body. Tian's unwavering gaze sent chills down Su Siwen's spine. He shifted slightly, tugging at Su Feifei's garment, and weakly inquired, "What conflict has arisen between brother and sister Weiwei? Was it about that figurine?" "It was truly a misunderstanding. You mustn't blame brother." Su Feifei turned her head, casting a peculiar glance at Su Siwen. Tian, however, remained unfazed, though he inwardly scoffed. He had returned, truly returned, to a familiar scent and a well-known recipe. In truth, Tian had witnessed many such tactics during his upbringing in the orphanage, but he had always felt it unnecessary to employ such strategies with family. Yet, for those he favored, such base tactics proved quite effective. One, little brother. Su Feifei remained unresponsive, but Su Qingya, her elder sister, raised her brows in indignation, exclaiming, "Even at this moment, you still speak up for him? Such kindness will only lead to being bullied." "Unfilial son," Su Donghai bellowed, "kneel before me." Before Tian could move, Su Yue had already regained her composure. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, quickly leaping into Qin Ruping's embrace. "Wail him, Mom. Tian has gone mad. He wants to kill me. Woo-woo, you little beast." The arrival of the Su family emboldened Qin Ruping, who sternly declared, "How dare you lay a hand on your sister? Truly a beast lacking upbringing and decorum." Tian was instantly amused. "I recall we underwent a paternity test, did we not? If I am a beast, then the one who bore me cannot be human either. You. Look at Su Donghai. He is far more astute, repeating only unfilial son without grasping any incriminating words against him. Unfilial son." Su Donghai was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. "Enough." Tian stood tall. "Since everyone is present, listen carefully. From now on, my material treatment shall be equivalent to that of Su Siwen. As for whom you choose to favor emotionally, that is entirely your affair. It does not concern me. However, should you wish to treat me as before, do not blame me for being ungracious." "Tian, are you attempting rebellion?" The eldest sister, Su Riyun, barked sharply. Tian cast her a cold glance, choosing not to respond. Su Riyun, with her assertive nature, was now the executive president of the Su Corporation. having assumed the family's authority from Su Donghai over the past 2 years. It is worth mentioning that aside from the whip that led to his demise, most of the whip scars on his body were inflicted by Su Riyun's hand. Upon first encountering Su Riyun, her frosty, imperious demeanor had indeed left Tian in awe. The thought that such a paragon of beauty from Lijiang City was his own sister had thrilled him for quite some time. Alas, from the very beginning, Su Riyun regarded him with the same indifference as a stranger. As for his actions, they're far more excessive than those towards a stranger. What is that expression on your face? Su Riyun grimaced in disdain. Rainway, fetch the whip. Su Yue sprang up, hurriedly bringing the whip to Su Riyun while casting a venomous glare at Tian. Su Riyun grasped the whip, swung it fiercely in the air, and approached Tian. Do you still wish to strike me? Tian scoffed. Su Riyun halted before Tian, stating with a hint of frustration, it has been 4 years. Why can't you rectify the vile habits you acquired outside? What do you want me to change? Tian's smile widened. Manners, decorum, and then become just like you? Su Riyun sighed, attempting to impart wisdom. You have been gallivanting outside since childhood, steeped in bad habits. While I do not expect you to match one, at the very least, aspire to be kind. It is not a punishment from your elder sister. This is for your own good. After all, you are still the young master of the Su family. Gallivanting? That is called survival. Tian retorted coldly. Spare me. No matter my current state, I still consider myself a person. If I were to adopt the character of your family, even a dog would turn away in disdain. You. Su Riyun seethed with rage. Tian had never countered her so audaciously before. She commanded sternly, kneel. Tian looked at her with a smirk. I already mentioned, if you continue to treat me as you did before, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 4. Are there still police in this world? Su Riyun felt her authority being challenged, and the challenger was none other than Tian, the most inconspicuous presence in her household, whom she often scolded and punished at will. If she didn't want to kneel, he would make her kneel. She raised her whip and struck down fiercely towards Tian's chest, just as she always did. However, Tian was no longer the same as before. He stepped forward, seized her wrist, and landed a straight punch squarely on Su Riyun's face. Boom! Su Riyun felt the darkness engulf her vision, stars dancing before her eyes. Her nasal bone throbbed with excruciating pain, and warm streams flowed from her nostrils. Yet this was not the end. The punch delivered in front of the Su family brought Tian immense satisfaction. He had struck the icy CEO, Su Riyun, and he felt as if his very spirit was being elevated. Ha ha! Tian could not help but laugh heartily. So aloof, huh? Bang! So forceful, huh? Bang! The CEO, huh? Bang! So cultured, huh? So disciplined, huh? Kneel, huh? Such a nasty habit, huh? A flower on a high peak, huh? Is that so? With each punch, Tian posed a question. The sounds of impacts echoed continuously, harmonizing beautifully with the gasps and cries of the Su family. Su Riyun wished to evade, but one of her hands was firmly grasped by Tian, and there was no way she could dodge his fists, not even to block them with her hands. Su Riyun felt dizzy. Being unilaterally beaten in front of her younger siblings was utterly humiliating. Yet, Tian controlled his strength with exquisite precision, neither knocking her out nor failing to inflict substantial pain. After a dozen punches, Su Riyun was already sliding towards the ground. Tian showed no signs of relenting. He bent down, one hand gripping Su Riyun's wrist while the other relentlessly hammered various parts of her body. Help, help, help me! When his fists landed elsewhere on her body, Su Riyun finally found a moment to shout. The Su family, initially stunned, snapped back to reality and rushed towards them. Let go of my sister. You bastard, I will kill you. Tian, are you insane? Tian, you will meet a miserable end. You little beast. Unfilial son. Tian halted his assault and straightened up, casting a chilling smile at the Su family. Blood stained his face, rendering him indistinguishable from a thug. The advancing Su family came to an abrupt stop. Tian casually released Su Riyun and surveyed the Su family with a piercing gaze. I told you not to provoke me. Su Siwen, standing at the back, felt a surge of joy. He had finally driven Tian to madness. After striking the fifth sister and then the eldest sister, Tian could no longer remain in the Su household. Yet, he needed to stoke the flames further. With this thought, Su Siwen stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her four sisters, her eyes reddening with tears. "Brother, please don't be angry anymore. Don't hit my sister. I know I've taken your life away, but I just love Mom and Dad too much, love my sisters too much. I understand that you hate me. Direct all your anger towards me. Unleash your fury on me. Hit me if you wish. I won't hold it against you." Qin Ruping immediately cried out, tears brimming. "You little beast. Look, you don't even measure up to half of Wenwen. Do not speak recklessly, Wenwen. You're my only brother." Su Yue shouted even louder. "Oh." Tian fixed his gaze on Su Siwen, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Brother." Su Siwen instinctively sensed something amiss and was about to speak. However, he was no match for Tian's swiftness. In the span of a mere step, Tian closed the 3-meter gap between them, seizing Su Siwen by the hair and lifting him off the ground. The slightly more than 7-meter tall Su Siwen found himself eye to eye with Tian, his eyes widening in terror. The overwhelming fear eclipsed even the pain in his scalp. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal fist came crashing toward him. He reflexively shut his eyes, followed by a sharp pain piercing his nose. Then, the punches fell upon his head like a torrential downpour, accompanied by Tian's derision. "You claim to be a man, yet you act like a green tea BTCH. Day after day, feigning tears, illness, and weakness. What kind of plastic bag are you to hold so much? You think this is a women's novel playing palace intrigue? Open your eyes and see my fist. This is a man's world." Tian's assault was swift, his taunts unceasing, as he found satisfaction in striking while berating. Moments later, the Su family was left in shock, and Su Siwen's face had absorbed more than a dozen blows. Blood splattered, teeth flew. He longed to escape, but there was no way out. With his hair in a vice grip, he could only kick helplessly. Wenwen, a heart-wrenching cry that would bring tears to any listener. It was Qin Ruping, driven by a mother's love, who first reacted, rushing forward to protect him. Yet, Tian was not someone she could confront. With a swift turn and a couple of steps, he dragged Su Siwen into the center of the living room. "You beast! Let Wenwen go. If you wish to hit someone, hit me instead." Unable to keep pace with Tian, Qin Ruping cried out in despair. Tian's grip on his fist tightened further. He had thought that after centuries of suffering and ruthless battles, he had grown indifferent to everything concerning the Su family. It turned out that he had subconsciously, even deliberately, chosen to numb himself. Otherwise, he would not have felt an inexplicable pang of pain upon hearing Qin Ruping defend Su Siwen. It is often said that parents cannot bear to see their children suffer or be humiliated, wishing to take their place. He had witnessed parents in a hospital, holding their children while they cried during injections. Perhaps they truly cannot bear it, unless it is inflicted by the parents themselves. Tian loosened his grip, causing Su Siwen to collapse to the ground like a rag doll. Seeing this, Qin Ruping thought her words had taken effect and struggled to take a few steps toward Tian, only to stop in horror. Tian had raised his foot and stomped down hard on Su Siwen's left ankle. Crack! The crisp sound caused the Su family to collectively gasp in shock. That sound, surely, indicated a fracture, didn't it? Su Siwen, teetering between consciousness and unconsciousness, screamed in agony. Qin Ruping shrieked in despair. "You little beast! How dare you? Take another step forward, and I will kill him," Tian said coldly, turning his head. The Su family turned pale in fear. Observing Tian's frenzied demeanor today, with his indifferent gaze, he seems genuinely audacious. Tian coldly regarded the ashen-faced Su Donghai and the heartbroken Qin Ruping. After enduring 5 centuries of treachery and peril, he remains perplexed as to why, despite their efforts to reclaim him, they do not love him. And if they do not love him, why then do they seek him out? Su Qingya hastily stepped forward to grasp Qin Ruping's arm. With her sister fallen, it was now her turn to intervene. Steadying her resolve, she spoke with solemnity. "Tian, you must remain calm. Your current actions have already transgressed the law, and as you are now 18, murder carries the death penalty. You cannot escape this fate." Tian responded with a laugh. "Then let it all fall apart. I shall kill you all and offer my life in exchange. 8 for 1. Not a bad trade, is it?" "Tian," Su Qingya exclaimed urgently. There's no need for this. Present your conditions. As a distinguished lawyer from Linjiang City, she had witnessed the retaliatory ferocity of once docile individuals in cases, their destructive potential rivaling that of hardened criminals. Furthermore, considering Tian's earlier display of strength, his combat prowess was evidently extraordinary, far beyond what they, as mere women, could contend with. I have already articulated my conditions, Tian replied. No problem. I am willing to finance it myself. Just release 1-1. If this continues, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities. Huh? Tian chuckled. Are there still police in this world? Chapter 5. What can you do to me? The gaze of Su's family members towards Tian resembled that of one observing a fool. They had begun to ascertain that Tian had lost his sanity. Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Are you truly mad? How could there be no police? Tian fell silent. The clamor in the living room temporarily ceased, with only Su Siwen still curled up, mumbling to himself. After a brief pause, Tian lifted his head and said, I had no desire to engage in debate, but since we have returned to the beginning, I shall adopt a different mindset and clarify matters with you. Su Qingya, I recall asking you during the initial instances of my mistreatment whether this constituted abuse of a minor. Su Qingya appeared momentarily stunned, as if recalling the truth in his words. At that time, she had told him that they were family, that familial disputes were merely expressions of concern aimed at guiding him onto the right path, and that even if reported to the police or taken to court, such matters would yield little resolution. She had also cautioned him against airing family disputes publicly, as it would tarnish the Su family's reputation. I knew you were mistaken, Tian continued, yet I heeded your counsel, considering you still retained a semblance of rationality before your mental decline. And now you dare to suggest involving the police? Su Qingya opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words, for she had indeed made such statements and was now acting upon them. The sensitivity stemming from her profession as a lawyer momentarily clouded her judgment. Were they, in their treatment of Tian, perhaps being excessively harsh? Yet, the anguished cry of Su Siwen brought her back to reality, and her affection for her younger brother prevailed. She retrieved her phone and coldly declared, If you cease your actions now and kneel to apologize to your elder sister, fifth sister, and 1-1, I may choose to overlook this. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are incarcerated. Truly, a formidable lawyer. She spoke of imprisonment with such ease. But if I do not relent, what can you do to me? Tian retorted, lifting his foot. Accompanied by Su Siwen's earth-shattering wail, a sharp cracking sound echoed as Su Siwen's right ankle declared shattering. You, Su Qingya exclaimed in fury, you should prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. Indeed, second sister, let us imprison this wretched creature so he may never emerge again, cried the third daughter, Su Qingning. Better yet, he should be executed. Such a vicious individual should never have been brought back by our parents. Su Yue added vehemently. The remaining Su Fei, though silent, cast a look of disdain towards Tian. It was then that Qin Rupiying, upon hearing her daughter's intentions to send Tian to prison, even to execute him, found herself momentarily paralyzed. It seemed to dawn on her that Tian was a part of her, like a piece of her flesh. She hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts, yet upon glancing at the wailing Su Siwen, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma. In a daze, she softened and collapsed onto the floor. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she murmured, her eyes devoid of life. How could this happen? How did it come to this? Send me to prison? Tian grinned. Surely there must be a charge. Su Qingya glanced at Su Riyun and then at Su Siwen, sneering. Is this not sufficient? Not enough. What evidence do you possess to prove that I was the one who struck them? I'm a witness. Indeed, we are all witnesses. The other three daughters clamored in unison. As Tian surveyed the scene, his smile remained unwavering. It's surprising that you're a lawyer, yet seem oblivious to the system. You are all in cahoots, resorting to a cruel ploy to frame me. 2 fractured ankles. Now that's quite the sacrifice, Su Qingya thought to herself before adding. The household staff and bodyguards can serve as witnesses. Their relationship with the Su family is purely contractual, and it's entirely plausible they could be coerced into providing false testimony. There's surveillance in the living room. Su Qingya finally erupted in frustration. Oh, Tian nodded in realization. Their surveillance? It hasn't malfunctioned today? When I previously suggested reviewing the footage to prove my innocence, it was perpetually out of order. How curious. Su Qingyao was left utterly stunned. In the past, Tian had indeed expressed his desire to check the surveillance cameras to clear his name, and she had always dismissed his claims, believing he was merely taking advantage of the broken equipment. She had even considered the possibility that he had deliberately sabotaged the cameras. However, Tian's current skepticism about the malfunction was markedly different. Given his current state of agitation, he had no need to reference the previous surveillance issues. As a renowned lawyer, he possessed a degree of astuteness. Could it be that there were hidden truths behind the earlier incidents? Su Qingyao furrowed her brows, deep in thought, while Su Yue, unconcerned with these revelations, shouted, "Who doesn't know you? Every time you feign interest in checking the cameras, it's because you're aware they're broken, emboldening you to make such claims. Perhaps you even broke them yourself." Astute observation, Tian replied with a grin. Thus, how could today's surveillance possibly be functioning? With that, he delivered another kick. Su Siwen emitted a piercing scream as his left knee was crushed. Remarkably, he had yet to lose consciousness. His voice was merely hoarse from the agony, and the cold sweat from the excruciating pain was almost enough to dehydrate him. In early March, as the weather in Linjiang turned warm, the Su family felt an inexplicable chill wash over them as they listened to the anguished cries. Since the assault on Su Riyun began, Tian's blows had grown increasingly severe, and Su Siwen was now gravely injured. Yet, Tian's expression bore no sign of madness or the common rage associated with such situations. Instead, he maintained a faint smile. A chilling term surfaced in the minds of the Su family: a psychopathic murderer. Could it be that he had truly lost his sanity? Do you have any further arguments, Lawyer Su? Tian inquired, retracting his foot with a smile. Medical examinations can confirm injuries, and we can verify fingerprints and marks, supplemented by our testimonies. Su Qingyao retorted without hesitation. Indeed, but I bear wounds as well. I have been subjected to prolonged abuse and beatings. Today, faced with 8 of you and the impending threat, I finally rose in self-defense, incapacitating you without endangering your lives and deterring your criminal activities. Is that too much to ask? It seemed, as Tian had suggested, that such a defense might not be excessive. In fact, it even appeared somewhat reasonable. Su Qingyao gazed at Tian, aware that his legal arguments were not particularly robust. Yet, in the past, Tian had only been pale and helpless, claiming his innocence. Never had he articulated a defense so systematically. Had he been able to analyze and handle matters with composure in the past, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Frustration. Have the words escaped me once more? A smile graced Tian's lips as he slowly lifted his foot. No, let one go. Unfilial child. Tian beamed with a chilling smile and unhesitatingly brought his foot down. A sickening crack echoed through the air, and Su Siwen's right knee shattered. With 2 ankles and 2 knees compromised, even if these injuries could be healed, lingering repercussions were inevitable. Henceforth, Su Siwen would undoubtedly face difficulties in movement. What on earth do you want? Su Qingyao suddenly shrieked. The situation spiraled beyond her control, intensifying her anxiety, especially as the anguished cries of her beloved younger brother resonated louder and louder. You see, Tian remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. The court must establish facts and present evidence to render a verdict. How could you have convicted me based merely on a single statement in the past? Furthermore, esteemed lawyer Su, I have already articulated the conditions. Might your faculties be somewhat lacking? Enough. The head of the family, Su Donghai, finally shouted in anger. Beside him, Su Feifei, her face filled with terror, embraced Su Qingyao and kept murmuring words of comfort. Tian cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingyao, a cold smirk escaping his lips, and chose to remain silent. After centuries of cultivation, the laws of causality had become almost instinctive for him. The bond that had granted him life was the greatest connection with Su Donghai and his wife. In his past life, Tian had perished due to the combined efforts of Su Donghai's whip and Qin Rupiying's house arrest. With the debt of life settled, he was merely here to collect some interest today. However, Su Donghai clearly did not share this sentiment. When he looked at Tian, A sneer of disdain crossed his face. You act like a madman today, and your goal is merely for money? His expression suggested he believed he had discerned Tian's intentions. Indeed, the lowly wretch raised in a slum. I knew he came to our home for the Su family's wealth. Today, his true nature has finally revealed itself. How dare he demand the same treatment as Wenwen's brother? What right do you have? Who do you think you are to compare yourself with Wenwen's brother? Su Yue shouted with indignation. Tian winked at Su Yue and lifted his foot. Crack! Su Siwen's left wrist snapped in response. Tian, Su Yue felt as if she was on the verge of madness. Tian, unfazed, remarked, if you utter another word of nonsense, Su Siwen will lose another bone. Fortunately, the human body has over 200 bones. The larger ones can be broken multiple times, so you have plenty of opportunities to try. I just wonder if your Wenwen brother can endure it. You. Su Yue instinctively attempted to retort in anger. But upon seeing Tian lift his foot as if to stomp again, she hurriedly closed her mouth, her resentment towards him deepening. Tian nonchalantly lowered his foot. Among the 5 daughters of the Su family, Su Yue was 3 years older than Tian and Su Siwen. She had grown up alongside Su Siwen and supported him unconditionally, even when she knew he was framing Tian for his own misdeeds. For instance, the vase Tian had broken shortly after arriving at the Su family was actually shattered by Su Yue, who then helped Su Siwen point the finger at Tian. In a certain sense, she was indeed a doting sister, though the object of her affection was not Tian, and her methods and values were quite flawed. I promise you, Su Donghai gritted his teeth. From now on, whatever Wenwen has, you shall have as well. Is that satisfactory? Now let go of Wenwen. Tian smiled and extended his hand. Hand it over. What? Su Donghai was taken aback. What I received before coming to the Su family doesn't count. During my 4 years here, you provided me with 500 a month while giving Su Siwen 100,000. As for the temporary provisions you offered him, they just offset my 500, so I'm taking a loss. In total, that's 4,800,000 over 4 years. Let us round it up to 5 million. You ungrateful son. Su Donghai pointed at Tian for a long moment, ultimately sputtering out only ungrateful son. He was truly on the verge of losing his temper, unable to fight back or reason with him, and finding no effective means to counter him. He was even more incensed by the fact that calling the police was not a viable option for the Su family. If all these matters were to be exposed, the repercussions on the Su group and the family would be far greater than what they could afford, even if they had Tian executed. Su Feifei, however, was taken aback. That's impossible. You only received 500 a month for 4 years. Well, that's not entirely accurate, Tian replied with a smile. I merely stated. To be precise, it was only for a year. Later, Qin Rupiang mentioned she would teach me a lesson by suspending my living expenses for a month. Yet it seems she has forgotten that it has now been 3 years. Su Feifei's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly turned to face Qin Rupiang. She observed the other party's bewildered countenance and began to suspect that Tian's assertions might indeed hold some truth. If that were the case, Tian's 4 years in the Su household. As a celebrated star, she had spent these years immersed in acting, attending engagements, and participating in variety shows, leaving her with scant time at home and limited knowledge of familial matters. She frequently heard Su Yue speak of Tian's alleged moral decline. Little did she know that the treatment Tian received over the past 4 years was so markedly different from that of Su Siwen. Was this how the family treated their biological son differently while lavishing affection upon an adopted child? No wonder Tian had a breakdown today. If it were her, she might have lost her sanity long ago. Should outsiders learn of the specifics, the Su family would likely face widespread condemnation. Having navigated the intricacies of the entertainment industry for several years, Su Feifei, despite relying on the Su family's influence and her own commendable attributes to maintain her integrity, had witnessed enough to understand the potency of public opinion. In this day and age, the ramifications of public scrutiny are no longer confined to artists alone. Should the Su family find themselves under fire, they might face irreparable damage. Among the scripts she had participated in, there were tales of the return of a long-lost heiress, where the biological mother had passed away and the unscrupulous father brought his mistress and their illegitimate daughter into the fold, leading to a fierce rivalry between the two girls, with the illegitimate one resorting to various schemes against the true heiress, all of which had to be concealed from the public eye. Reflecting on these narratives, Su Feifei's mind began to wander. She recalled a particular script where the true heiress was swapped at birth, and upon learning of her true identity, the false heiress endeavored to harm her. To her astonishment, the false heiress turned out to be the illegitimate daughter of the family patriarch, a scheme devised by the patriarch's lover that resulted in the legitimate wife's raising of the mistress's daughter for over 20 years. At this realization, Su Feifei felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively scrutinized Su Donghai and Su Siwen. Accustomed to the melodrama of the entertainment industry and its narratives, she unconsciously began to speculate in a similarly sensational manner. However, it truly did not seem to fit. Su Siwen was only slightly over 1.7 meters tall, with a countenance that could at most be described as fair, whereas Su Donghai was tall and robust, and Qin Ruping was also tall and stunning. In comparison, Tian did indeed resemble a blend of Su Donghai and Qin Ruping, particularly with that cold demeanor reminiscent of Su Donghai's anger. As Su Feifei engaged in this mental whirlwind, Qin Ruping seemed to awaken from a dream, trembling as she rose. Little Tian, Qin Ruping almost blurted out the common name. I truly forgot about this matter, but why did you not bring it to my attention? So these past 3 years. Madam Qin, it seems your memory is quite fleeting. I did mention it, only to receive a punishment of 3 days without food in return. Qin Ruping was left speechless. She recalled that indeed, 3 years ago, Qi Tian had mentioned it, but she had assumed that the Su family would never neglect Qi Tian's needs, thinking Qi Tian was merely trying to play tricks on her. At this moment, Qin Ruping was uncertain of her own feelings. Enough with the idle chatter. Qi Tian furrowed his brow and hastily retrieved the money, as he had other matters to attend to. Su Donghai, observing Su Siwen writhing in agony at Qi Tian's feet, reluctantly initiated a transfer to Qi Tian. Should this situation persist, even if Qi Tian were to be incarcerated, Su Siwen would be condemned to a lifetime confined to a wheelchair. Qi Tian scrutinized the balance of his bank account. 5,003,127.56. This card had been procured when he turned 16, though he had yet to acquire online banking privileges. Now that he had reached the age of 18, it would merely require a visit to the bank to enable them. Casting a glance at Su Donghai, he turned towards the exit, commanding, "Send a car and assign a driver to accompany me. The room upstairs belonging to Su Siwen and all its contents are to remain undisturbed. I shall return to reside there. Furthermore, the surveillance system is intact. You may contact the authorities at any moment. However, the recordings of your previous assaults on me still exist. Feel free to act, provided you are prepared to bear the consequences. But you are occupying Wenwen's room. What will become of her? Suziwi imlot? I couldn't care less." Chapter 7. 5 million up front without a backward glance. Qi Tian strode out of the living room. However, he did not leave the Su residence. Instead, he made his way to the security monitoring room. By the time the Qi family summoned an ambulance, bustling to carry Su Ryun and Su Siwen away, Qi Tian had just finished copying the remaining surveillance footage. He tucked the USB drive, which he had requested from the security personnel, into his pocket and returned to the main building. Upon reaching the second-floor master bedroom, he found the door ajar, likely due to the Su family's hurried departure. This fortuitously spared him the effort of kicking the door down. He entered the room and selected 2 sets of casual attire from the wardrobe, one to wear and the other to keep. In the past, he had often been accused of pilfering from the Su family. Thus, he decided to take what he desired openly. He then ventured into Su Siwen's bedroom, marking his first visit to this space. As he surveyed the room, he rummaged through it. The life of a wealthy heir was indeed opulent, as he noted several luxury watches, each worth over $1 million, alongside an array of designer clothing and shoes. The adjacent room was brimming with an impressive collection of figurines. TSK. He casually picked up a $1 million sports watch and donned a pair of designer sunglasses. Descending the stairs and exiting the main building, he was greeted by a man in his 30s. "Young master, I am Zhang Taizhu, the driver assigned to you by the master." Take me to the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Linjiang. Tian responded with a detached nod. Of course. Zhang Taizhu led Tian to the garage, where they climbed into a Bentley worth over 3 million, a rather ordinary choice. Coincidentally, the sunglasses Tian had selected were also Bentley branded, a fortunate alignment. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted in front of a large pharmacy. Tian alighted and glanced up at the sign, Bei Feng Tang. The saying goes, a man is known by his attire, a horse by its saddle. Seeing Tian emerge from the luxury car, dressed impeccably, the sales associate at the entrance hastily approached. Are you here to purchase some medicinal herbs? Tian nodded, choosing not to respond, and entered the store directly. Our selection of medicinal herbs is comprehensive. May I inquire what you require? The sales associate accompanied him, smiling as she provided a brief introduction. Tian boldly settled onto a sofa. Bring forth your finest and most expensive herbs. Let's start with 5 million. Huh? Excuse me? The sales associate's expression faltered. Please wait a moment. I will fetch our manager, she said, swiftly departing. Dressed in Su Donghai's clothing and arriving in a luxury vehicle, Tian deliberately showcased his luxury watch, achieving the desired effect of bypassing many cumbersome formalities. As for the morality of utilizing the Su family's resources, it seemed trivial in comparison. In his early days in the cultivation world, he often fought for mere low-grade spirit stones, routinely stripping the dead of their garments and spatial rings. His primary goal now was to ascend in cultivation swiftly. With the Su family's resources at his disposal, why not take advantage? In truth, Su Donghai was not mistaken. Obtaining a sum of money from the Su family was the main objective of his direct confrontation today, with the secondary aim of collecting interest through physical means. Shortly thereafter, the sales associate returned with a middle-aged man. Manager Liu, this is the guest who wishes to purchase precious herbs, she introduced. The middle-aged man immediately recognized the considerable value of Tian's attire. The clothing was secondary. Even the watch was not worth mentioning, for even the sunglasses were priced at over 200,000. He promptly bowed slightly and inquired, May I ask how to address you, esteemed guest? Tian. Of the great sage Tian, came the reply. Manager Liu's lips twitched slightly, and he responded, Please, young Master Qi, let us step aside to converse. Tian rose, nodded, and said, Lead the way. Right this way, please. Following Manager Liu through the corridor, they arrived at a courtyard. Tian surveyed his surroundings with a sense of wonder. He had not anticipated such a spacious area behind Baofeng Hall, situated in the prime commercial district of Linjiang, where every inch was precious. Entering the main hall, after tea was brewed, Manager Liu sat beside him and inquired with a smile. What type of medicinal herbs does young Master Qi require? Tian took a delicate sip of tea and replied, Any type will do, such as ginseng or ganoderma. The older, the better. Manager Liu nodded with a smile. It was not uncommon to encounter affluent young gentlemen seeking high-quality aged herbs, typically as gifts for elderly family members. Items like calligraphy and antiques were hard to assess, while modern novelties were often unappealing to the elderly. Thus, purchasing herbs from a reputable establishment like theirs was considerably safer. He excused himself, asking Tian to wait a moment before stepping out. In a short while, Manager Liu returned with several young attendants carrying boxes. He instructed them to place the boxes on the table and stood beside it, opening the first box, saying, Please take a look, young Master Qi. This is a 40-year-old wild ginseng. Wild ginseng is becoming increasingly rare, especially the aged varieties, and this specimen comes with a quality assurance certificate from an expert. Tian approached the table and leaned down to inspect the contents. As you can see, Manager Liu continued, the root has over 30 nodules, and its irregular shape possesses remarkable vitality. The color and the distinct spiral form are indicators of a premium product. Tian nodded slightly. Although he did not fully grasp the details presented, he had his own methods of discernment. Upon the attendant's entrance with the boxes, he had sensed a subtle aura. This is a century-old Ganoderma, Manager Liu announced while opening the second box, followed by, This is a 50-year-old dragon bone herb. The third box was revealed, featuring a total of 5 boxes containing 5 types of medicinal herbs, each varying in value. A total of 5 million? Tian inquired. 5 million. Consider it a gesture of friendship, Manager Liu replied. Tian produced his bank card and placed it on the table. Let us proceed with the transaction. Given the size of the establishment, the prices of these herbs would not differ significantly from the market, and the quality was assured. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Linjiang, an atmosphere of despair enveloped the area outside the operating room. The Su family gathered in the corridor, some weeping, others praying, and many pacing back and forth. Even Su Rian was present, bandaged and seated in a wheelchair, waiting outside. She appeared to have sustained severe injuries, but upon examination at the hospital, it was revealed to be merely superficial wounds, though her body was swollen to an alarming extent. It seemed she would be unable to leave her home for 2 or 3 weeks. Enough with the tears, Su Donghai suddenly exclaimed, his voice cutting through the air. Today, as events had already caused him considerable distress, and the intermittent sounds of sobbing only heightened his agitation. Su Yue stifled her sobs, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Su Donghai. Father, are we truly going to let Tian go unpunished? Su Donghai remained silent, his expression dark and foreboding. The somber countenance betrayed his intense anger, while his silence indicated a lack of viable options. As the leader of a conglomerate, upon hearing Tian's words before departing, he immediately weighed the pros and cons. With the power of the Su Corporation, incarcerating Tian would be a trivial matter. However, Tian could easily unveil past surveillance. For the Jiangling area was not solely under the Su family's dominion, and rival companies would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to witness the Su family embroiled in scandal. In today's society, the proliferation of social media and marketing accounts allows even the most trivial matters to be sensationalized, let alone the intricate disputes of a wealthy family like the Zus. Moreover, his family boasted a prominent star in the limelight. Contemplating this, Su Donghai cast a disapproving glance at Su Feifei. As the saying goes, every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. Su Feifei's contributions to the Su family were evident. Yet precisely because they were so apparent, the Su family dared not err in their judgment. Chapter 8. Another 20 million. Su Donghai, feeling vexed, rubbed his temples. It is no wonder that esteemed families, with their centuries-long legacies, seldom allow their direct descendants to enter the entertainment industry. In this age of rapid information dissemination, excessive exposure is indeed a double-edged sword. Su Feifei, standing beside her elder sister against the wall, keenly detected Su Donghai's gaze. Connecting it with Su Yue's earlier question, she instantly grasped his implication. A cold sneer crept across her mind. The Su group, which began with medical devices, has gradually ventured into the hotel and real estate sectors, experiencing remarkable growth in recent years. Besides Su Donghai and Su Ruiyan's capabilities, Su Feifei believed she had contributed at least half to this success, guiding fans to support the Su group and introducing other celebrities to endorse Su properties. The intangible goodwill she fostered is immeasurable. A few years ago, when the hotel business was just starting, many fans chose to stay at Yunfei Hotel solely because of her status as a Su heiress. Initially, they resented her for becoming an artist, only to later praise her extravagantly once she reaped the benefits. Now, they lament the inconveniences brought by her celebrity status. Truly perplexing. Suddenly, the light above the operating room turned green. The Su family, startled, hurriedly gathered around. The operating room door swung open, revealing Su Qingning and an elderly doctor emerging. Qingning, how is Wenwen? Qin Ruping urgently grasped Su Qingning's arm and inquired. Su Qingning discreetly pulled her arm away and replied softly, the situation is not ideal. The ankles are relatively fine, but the knee has suffered severe fragmentation. Qin Ruping swayed slightly, and Su Qingya quickly steadied her. Modern surgery can only achieve this much. The elderly doctor interjected. There will be some inconvenience in the legs moving forward, but to my knowledge, Beifengtang possesses a 50-year-old dragon bone herb, which is remarkably effective for bone healing. Given the patient's young age, there's a good chance of recovery. Excellent, Qin Ruping exclaimed. I will have someone fetch it immediately, regardless of the cost. Yes, the sooner, the better. The elderly doctor nodded and returned to the operating room. Qin Ruping turned and commanded, Yue, hurry to Beifengtang. I'm on it. Just as Su Yue was about to turn, Su Donghai spoke up with a grim expression. Just now, Zhang Taiju messaged me that Tian is currently at Beifengtang. Dad, Su Yue's eyes widened. What are you thinking? Wenwen's injury was caused by that wretched person. You still want him to deliver medicine? Su Donghai, gazing into Su Yue's clear eyes, felt an intensifying headache. He sighed. I fear that if you encounter him, it may lead to further conflict, wasting precious time. What should we do then? We can't simply not go. She retorted. I promise to go solely for the medicine. As if I do not see him. Do not go. Have someone else do it. The rest of the Su family concurred. Among the 5 sisters, as long as Tian did not err, the others could usually manage to ignore him. Only Su Yue would inevitably chastise him upon sight. You shall go. Su Feifei volunteered, considering the doctor's words. The expenses will undoubtedly be significant, and I would not feel at ease sending someone else. Yes, yes. It's best for Feifei to go. Qin Rupiang agreed eagerly. Among those present, only Su Feifei and Tian had minimal entanglements. Moreover, should the expenditure on medication be excessively high, only Su Feifei's personal account possesses such a substantial sum, thus eliminating the need for tedious back-and-forth consultations. Eve Novet donned a mask, sunglasses, and a sun hat, and hastily departed. To avoid detection, she took the Su family vehicle to Beifengtang. Along the journey, she perused her chat history with Tian. Initially, their exchanges were reciprocal, but gradually, Tian would send several messages before she would respond with just one. Eventually, there were days when she refrained from replying to a single message from Tian. When did this shift occur? It seemed to coincide with Su Yue's incessant complaints about Tian's character and his numerous faults, often overheard during her return home when her mother lamented Tian's shortcomings. Yet, despite Tian's somewhat extreme actions today, she did not perceive him as a mere opportunist. She stowed her phone away, glanced at the driver, and abruptly inquired, How long have you been with the Su family? The 5 million acquired from Su Donghai lingered in Tian's account for less than an hour. The attendant was nearby packing, while Tian and manager Lu sipped tea. We will continue to rely on young Master Chi's generous assistance. Manager Lu remarked with a beaming smile. For the pharmacy, these precious medicinal herbs are, in fact, a double-edged sword. If the efficacy continues to diminish without finding buyers, it could result in losses. However, without a stock of high-quality, aged medicinal herbs, the esteemed heritage of a long-standing pharmacy would be diminished. I will need your assistance. Manager Lu, I require many herbs, Tian stated. Manager Lu paused, uncertain. May I inquire, young Master Qi? Before he could finish, the sales assistant ushered Su Feifei into the room. Upon seeing Tian, Su Feifei was taken aback. She had not seen him upon entering the pharmacy and assumed he had already departed. The sales assistant announced, Manager, this customer wishes to purchase 50-year-old dragon bone grass. Manager Lu rose apologetically. It is quite unfortunate. We possess only one specimen of 50-year-old dragon bone grass, and it has just been sold to this gentleman. Su Feifei nodded slightly, turning her gaze towards Tian. She wasted no time and directly asked, Are you willing to resell it? Having observed the dragon bone grass, Tian could surmise Su Feifei's intentions. He harbored no ill will towards his 4th sister, as he had never truly met her in person. Furthermore, initially, Su Feifei had treated him rather well. At the very least, they had exchanged WeChat contacts and engaged in conversation for a time. However, their communication had dwindled later on, though it appeared Su Feifei was not particularly warm towards other members of the Su family either. Yes, Tian replied with a smile. However, the price will certainly be higher. How much? 20 million. All right, Su Feifei agreed without hesitation, her sunglasses concealing her expression. Give me your account number. Tian tossed his bank card onto the table. Su Feifei picked up the card and silently initiated the transfer on her phone. 5 million per transaction, 4 times in total. Manager Lu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Within 2 minutes, they had resold it at a 20-fold markup. This was not an antique, after all. How could one find a bargain? Securing the dragon bone grass, Su Feifei did not linger and promptly turned to leave. With a cheerful demeanor, Tian casually waved his bank card and addressed Manager Lu, saying, Business has come again. Please gather some aged Chinese medicinal herbs for me. Once you have them, do let me know. Let's start with a limit of 20 million. Of course. I'll make it happen, Manager Liu replied eagerly. The ability to sell at a high price rests with the buyer, not with Manager Liu, and if anyone should feel a pang of concern, it would be the owner. Furthermore, inflating the prices of medicinal herbs is not necessarily advantageous for a pharmacy. As Tian stepped out of Beifengtang with the medicine box in hand, he felt a sense of relief. Money was flowing in just as his balance was depleted, which was simply delightful. Upon returning to the Su family's villa, he found only a few servants in the main building, surmising that the Su family was still at the hospital. This thought only elevated Tian's spirits further. He promptly instructed the servants to prepare dinner and uncork a fine bottle of wine to celebrate. Chapter 9. The Empress Banner has your place upon returning to the hospital. Su Feifei presented the dragon bone grass to the doctor. The Su family collectively exhaled in relief, glad that she had safely retrieved it. Did you encounter Tian? Su Donghai inquit Bui. To him, if they had met, there would have been some form of entanglement, and her return would not have been so swift. I did meet him. I purchased the dragon bone grass from him, Su Feifei replied. Su Donghai was taken aback. How could it be in his possession? When I arrived, he had just acquired several medicinal herbs, among which was the dragon bone grass. This is common knowledge. There was no need for me to conceal it. Su Donghai's perplexity deepened. That ungrateful wretch. What does he intend to do with medicinal herbs? How much did you pay? 20 million. What? How much? The Su family encircled Su Feifei in astonishment. 20 million for a single herb. Why doesn't he just resort to robbery? Su Qingya exclaimed in anger. This little scoundrel. Did you mention it was for Wenwen's leg? Qin, rupee seethed. Su Feifei rolled her eyes. Mom, would it have mattered to him? Whatever price he quoted, I simply paid. Any further discussion would likely have cost me even more than 20 million. You acted wisely, Su Donghai affirmed. Time waits for no one. Thankfully, it was you who went. Had it been someone else, we would have faced delays. Su Yue scoffed. That despicable wretch must have suspected fourth sister's intention to buy the dragon bone grass, which is why he demanded such an exorbitant price. He truly deserves a harsh fate. Dad, you should never have brought him back. Our family wouldn't be entangled in so many troubles. Sighing deeply, Su Donghai responded, alas. I understand now. Su Qingya suddenly exclaimed. What is it? The Su family gasped in surprise. That scoundrel Tian has orchestrated all of today's events for financial gain. He learned that Baofeng Hall had dragon bone grass. So he feigned madness to injure Wenwen's brother, seizing the opportunity to extort us for money. He then rushed to Baofeng Hall to purchase the dragon bone grass and subsequently resell it to us at a marked-up price. Upon hearing Su Qingya's analysis, the Su family members were enlightened. So that's the case. I wondered why he had gone to Baofeng Hall without reason. Indeed, and it was quite coincidental that he purchased the dragon bone grass. That little scoundrel is full of malice. How did I give birth to such a wretch? Outrage swept through the room. Moreover, Su Qingya continued, her eyes gleaming with insight. He underestimated our intelligence, believing we were concerned solely with money. Today, he resorted to monetary tactics, ultimately seeking to draw our attention. Precisely. After 4 years of ingratiation with no results, he has resorted to different means. This despicable wretch has schemed meticulously to enter our Su family's elite circle, Su Yue concurred. That little scoundrel is indeed cunning. I even felt somewhat guilty today regarding his living expenses, Qin rupeeing expressed bitterly. Oh, come now, Mom. Su Qingya Dhito Diets Mi Sin. Even without providing him living expenses, he still has food and shelter at home, and transportation for school. Is there any need for additional funds? Exactly. That despicable wretch is merely being dramatic. Ungrateful child. Seated in a wheelchair, Su Ryun yearned to join the fray against Tian. Yet the pain in her mouth rendered her speechless, leaving her to express her excitement through incoherent sounds. Gradually retreating to the periphery, Su Feifei gazed at the Su family with a sense of bewilderment. Were those nonsensical speculations and absurd conclusions truly uttered by the Su family? Today marked the most time Su Feifei had spent in the company of her relatives over the past few years. Previously, their interactions had been limited to shared meals before she would return to her own purchased residence. Not only for her comfort, but also to spare her family from the prying eyes of paparazzi. Yet, within just half a day of observations, she sensed the stifling atmosphere that Tian brought into the household. Su Feifei turned her gaze towards Su Qingya. It was said that the renowned lawyer Su, celebrated for her incisive approach, indeed lived up to that reputation. I've brought the medicine, Su Feifei began, but I have some urgent matters with my crew, so I must take my leave. Feifei, Qin Ruping protested. In light of such a significant family crisis, can't you take a few days off to accompany Wenwen? With so many people here, I'm not a doctor. I still have classes to attend, and Dad surely cannot skip work tomorrow, right? He must go. Su Donghai replied. Several meetings are scheduled for tomorrow. Exactly, Su Feifei affirmed. Well, I'm off. As she strode in her high heels toward the corridor, she abruptly halted. Oh, by the way, Dad, she turned back with a smile. Please remember to reimburse me for the medicine tomorrow. Earning money is not easy for me either. Meanwhile, Tian sat cross-legged on the large bed in Su Siwen's room. After consuming 4 medicinal herbs, he barely reached the first level of qi refinement. The conversion rate of the Kangmang swallowing heaven scripture was indeed dismal for the human race. However, he had regained a measure of cultivation. Tian contemplated the scant true energy within his Tian. The initial stages were always the most challenging, but with the true energy now at his disposal, things became significantly easier. Firstly, the rate of energy absorption and transformation was incomparable. Secondly, he could concoct simple elixirs for assistance. Lastly, by manipulating the flow of true energy within his body, he could reformulate the meridian pathways of the Kangmang, swallowing heaven's scripture to render it more suitable for human cultivation. Moreover, during the qi refinement phase, he could begin to wield some rudimentary spells, greatly enhancing his personal protection. Tian exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the family portrait displayed on the cabinet. Absent from the photograph was his own likeness. Each smiling face radiated happiness, with Su Siwen centrally positioned, beaming with extraordinary brightness. As he beheld this image, a smile unconsciously crept across Tian's face. You all better not disturb me. The realm of cultivation possesses myriad means to make one wish for death, yet find it unattainable. Furthermore, the human treasure, the human sovereign banner, shall have a place for you. Cackling laughter echoed ominously when Su Feifei ascended to the second floor of the villa in search of Tian. She fortuitously overheard the eerie laughter emanating from Su Siwen's room, which bore an unsettling, sinister quality. Bang, bang, bang. Su Feifei hastily knocked on the door with great force. Tian's behavior today was utterly deranged, and now hearing his villainous laughter, she wondered if he had succumbed to some malevolent influence. The laughter abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of the door creaking open. Upon encountering Su Feifei, Tian wore an expression of astonishment. Why are you here instead of accompanying your brother Wenwen at the hospital? He inquired. Do not disgust me. When have you ever heard me refer to him in such a manner? Su Feifei retorted with a dismissive pout, striding into the room without further ado. Tian gazed at her, perplexed yet unperturbed, for he was always clear about his grievances. As the other party had not wronged him in the past, he saw no reason to harbor animosity. Furthermore, a frosty relationship did not necessitate obligatory warmth. As Su Feifei walked, she surveyed the room, and suddenly she gasped softly. Hastening towards the table, her eyes fixated on the open drawer. With a composed demeanor, she retrieved a watch, inspecting it closely before sneering. Indeed, it is the one I chose. Tian glanced at the timepiece in her hand, a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5724. It was a gift Su Feifei had presented to Su Siwen on his birthday during Tian's second year at the Su residence. He recalled how Su Siwen had ostentatiously flaunted it before him on numerous occasions. Su Feifei turned, raising the watch and revealing its back to Tian. What does this mean? Tian asked, taken aback. Take a closer look. Chapter 10. My poor brother looking closely? Tian raised his gaze to the back of the dial. There was no need for excessive scrutiny. With his current cultivation level, he had ascended to a new realm of physical capability. A mere glance revealed the minuscule inscription Tian etched at the top. How peculiar. Tian blinked. What do you mean? Su Feifei set her hands down, offering a rueful smile. This was the birthday gift I selected for you in the second year after your arrival. A custom piece. Huh? Tian's expression mirrored that of an old man on the subway. It seemed that over the years, the tales he had gleaned from his mother in Yue regarding her had been largely erroneous. You didn't receive a single birthday gift, did you? Not at all. Tian shook his head. I receive gifts every year. What did you receive? The second gift was a lighter, as I heard from Yue that you smoke and drink. Naturally, I wanted to gift you something you would enjoy. Here it is. As she spoke, Su Feifei retrieved a platinum and diamond-encrusted lighter from the drawer. The third gift was a Bentley, chosen for your 18th birthday, accompanied by a pair of Bentley sunglasses. Yes, this is the one. Su Feifei picked up the sunglasses that Tian had carelessly tossed onto the table upon his return. What a coincidence. No, this was not mere chance. Su Feifei had spent the afternoon with her family. The car scent was not a coincidence, but a deliberate action by Su Donghai to prevent her from becoming suspicious. Su Feifei gazed at the silent Tian with pity. I thought such scenarios only occurred in melodramatic television shows, yet reality proves to be even more farcical. Is it true that you were unaware of all this before? I know nothing. Su Feifei rolled her eyes, her tone exasperated. The 4 years you spent at the Su family coincided with the most critical period of my career. I was utterly consumed by work. Moreover, my father advised me to return home as infrequently as possible, fearing that paparazzi might turn their attention towards you and disrupt your lives. Tian suddenly understood. No wonder he had never encountered Su Feifei during his 4 years at the Su household. It was likely that Su Donghai feared the paparazzi would exploit the family's favoritism towards the adopted son. So you are aware that such behavior is inappropriate? He had never asked the Su family to disregard Su Siwen after he was found, nor did he expect them to treat him with equal affection from the outset. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary to regard him as an adversary. Sighing, Su Feifei remarked, "My poor brother, had I known your life was thus, I would have brought you to live with me. You and T have been driven to madness." Who says I'm mad? Tian chuckled. Not mad? You even dare to strike your elder sister. You haven't seen how she hits me. She is far more ruthless. Today, I merely collected a bit of interest. Indeed, Su Feifei nodded, clearly understanding. However, after today's commotion, it seems your life at the Su family will be even more challenging. What do you say? Would you like to come live with me? No, they can do nothing to me now. The threat of an open assault may be easily evaded, yet the subtlety of a hidden attack is far more challenging to defend against. Until today, I remained oblivious to this truth. Witnessing it firsthand left me utterly astounded. Su Siwen's demeanor mirrors that of a scheming second female lead I once encountered in a television drama. After observing the room shared by the two of you, I surmised that he must have intercepted the birthday gift I intended for you. I suspect that the misdeeds Rain Wei once attributed to me might very well have been orchestrated by him as a means of framing me. How astonishing is that a member of the Su family possesses such cunning. Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Had Su Feifei realized this sooner, perhaps she could have extricated him from his torment. Yet that remains uncertain. In the past, I was blinded by naivety, and it's plausible I would not have followed Su Feifei, clinging instead to the hope of receiving my parents' affection. Tian picked up the DuPont lighter, casually spinning it in his hand, a wicked smile creeping across his face. I have come to a realization. His relentless efforts are merely aimed at driving me away. Yet I refuse to budge. Not only will I remain, but I shall also flaunt my presence before them daily, relishing in their discomfort. Su Feifei gazed at Tian, lost in thought. After a moment, she softly remarked, "It's fortunate you are a man." "What do you mean?" Tian responded, taken aback. "Nothing. You should rest. The crew has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Do remember to call if you need anything." Understood, fourth sister. Upon hearing the endearing title, Su Feifei's radiant smile illuminated her face. For a fleeting moment, her brilliance left Tian momentarily entranced. Truly, she is a celebrated star. Among the myriad of enchanting beings he has encountered in the realm of cultivation, Su Feifei's beauty undeniably ranks among the finest. Though her complexion and figure may not quite match those of the female cultivators refined by the essence of heaven and earth, he could always procure some beauty-enhancing elixirs for her when he begins refining pills. Tian approached the window, gazing thoughtfully outside. Before long, a crimson Ferrari glided to a halt before the villa's entrance. After a brief honk, the vehicle illuminated its headlights and vanished into the night. Tian watched the receding taillights until they completely faded from view, lingering by the window for an extended period. Fate is indeed a curious phenomenon. The familial affection and care he once longed for now seemed to arrive with such ease. Perhaps it has always been straightforward, simply due to Su Feifei being a normal person. After striving in the entertainment industry for 5 or 6 years, particularly as an acclaimed actress, she undoubtedly possesses the acumen to see through Su Siwen's duplicitous words. Moreover, it is said that her striking beauty attracted much attention from a young age, leading to frequent reprimand from Qin Ruping due to her average academic performance, resulting in her early withdrawal from school to pursue a career in showbiz. He turned on the television, immersing himself for half the night in the drama of true and false heirs. Suddenly, he grasped the meaning behind Su Feifei's earlier remark about his masculinity. Had he been a woman, he might have fallen victim to drugging or been subjected to violence by a group of ruffians. However, one must recognize that a man victimized by other men, subjected to violence, would also endure considerable psychological trauma and societal judgment. It seems Su Siwen had not anticipated this possibility. The entire night passed, and not a single member of the Su family returned. The following morning arrived. Tian donned an entirely new ensemble of clothing and shoes purchased by his servant, adorned himself with platinum Bentley sunglasses, and accessorized his left wrist with a Nautilus watch. In his right pocket, he tucked away a DuPont lighter and a pack of Dijon Geo cigarettes. Naturally, one must equip oneself with the gifts received on one's birthday. When he arrived at the entrance of the school and stepped out of the Bentley, he instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Linjiang Elite School stands as the premier private institution in Linjiang, comprising both a middle and a high school division. Attendance in high school is reserved for exceptional scholars or students from families of considerable means. Yet, the disparity among these affluent families is vast. While many within the school could afford a vehicle like Tian's, valued at over 3 million, it is seldom provided to students. Such cars are typically reserved for official duties or the heads of households. For a high school student to possess a vehicle of this caliber places them among the upper echelon in Linjiang. Moreover, Tian's attire and the watch adorning his wrist are equally luxurious. Goodness, I've never seen anyone like him before. From where has this magnate emerged? Remarked one observer. His aura leads me to suspect he hails from the bustling metropolis. Surely, one's perception is amiss? His stature and demeanor exude an air of nobility. How could he possibly be from there? I wager he is from the capital. Just days prior, I heard whispers of a prominent figure from Beijing visiting Linjiang. Could it be him? It seems likely. Just look at the commanding presence he possesses. Isn't that commanding presence merely a result of his height? Nonsense. Go play elsewhere. You clearly don't grasp the nuances. Chapter 11. How to prove you didn't cheat. Tian pushed his sunglasses up to his hairline, gazing at the school's sign. With one hand tucked into his pocket and the other gripping the strap of his shoulder bag, he strode confidently through the school gates. Could he really be bothered to attend school after mastering the art of cultivation? Absolutely. The allure lay not in the act of learning itself, but in the individuals one encounters along the way. Embracing a fresh perspective, Tian resolved to begin anew as an ordinary high school student. He regarded this as an opportunity for worldly experience, a chance to savor the myriad facets of human existence. As he entered Class 3 of the senior year, he was met with a multitude of astonished, envious, and infatuated gazes. The classroom, once bustling with noise, fell into a sudden hush. Dozens of curious eyes scrutinized Tian, who had previously been known for his plain attire and frail physique. Now, through his clothing, his robust form was unmistakable, coupled with his dramatically altered demeanor and hairstyle. None of his classmates recognized him as the former Tian. His gaze followed the familiar path to his old seat. Which class are you from? That seat is taken, inquired the class monitor, Zhang Jieqi, as she rose upon seeing him place his bag on the desk. Tian turned to her momentarily, responding, I am Tian. Zhang Jiechi was taken aback, squinting in disbelief before her eyes widened in astonishment. "You are Qi Tian?" "Indeed," Qi Tian replied, turning back to his seat and methodically placing his bag into the desk compartment. A wave of astonished whispers rippled through the classroom. He claimed to be Qi Tian? Surely not. The physique he now possessed was reminiscent of a fledgling chick. Had he undergone cosmetic surgery? 3 days apart could not yield such a transformation. Moreover, could surgery truly result in such a muscular physique? Many classmates doubted whether he had even awoken from his slumber. The classroom buzzed with hushed conversations. Yet Qi Tian remained unfazed, casually flipping through his mathematics book. His presence at this elite school was undoubtedly attributed to his outstanding academic performance. When the Su family reclaimed him, Su Donghai seemed somewhat remorseful for Qi Tian's 15 years of absence, as if he were bestowing a favor by facilitating the transfer of his academic status to the prestigious junior division of elite school. He also mentioned that if Qi Tian performed well, he could secure a place in the senior division. However, the words of the Su family bore little significance to Qi Tian, akin to mere empty chatter. By the time he entered high school, Su Donghai had long forgotten this promise. The procedures for enrollment and the submission of scores were matters Qi Tian undertook independently. It was only after 2 months of school that Su Suwen mentioned Qi Tian's violations of school rules and his frequent associations with unsavory individuals, prompting Su Donghai to discover that Qi Tian was indeed attending elite high school. Ironically, Su Donghai assumed that the quota had been arranged by his subordinates as per his earlier directives. He often boasted of Qi Tian's access to the Su family's resources to enhance his own reputation. Despite Qi Tian presenting his examination scores as evidence, Su Donghai remained skeptical. This skepticism caused Qi Tian considerable heartache for an extended period. To this day, he comprehends that belief is irrelevant. What truly matters is whether one is loved or not. Investigating whether anyone had facilitated his enrollment would be a simple endeavor. Although the subjects of high school have been a distant memory for centuries, the knowledge remained intact within his mind. After perusing the book a few times, the knowledge once acquired began to crystallize in clarity. A chime resonated, signaling the commencement of class. Although the students were rife with confusion, they had no choice but to turn and take their seats. The homeroom teacher, Li Sume, entered the classroom, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. Almost instinctively, she directed her gaze towards Qi Tian's seat upon entering. Upon seeing the occupant, Li Sume was momentarily taken aback and inquired with suspicion, "Is that student new to class 3? "Ms. Li, that's Qi Tian," a student from the front row whispered. "Qi Tian," Li Sume exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, Qi Tian lifted his head, and their eyes met. Indeed, it was Qi Tian. Li Sume scrutinized him with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. His complexion appeared healthier, his physique more robust, and his face somewhat fuller. Yet, in essence, his appearance had not changed much. When Qi Tian unabashedly held her gaze, Li Sume felt a surge of anger. With a furrowed brow, she commanded, "Qi Tian, stand up." Qi Tian slowly rose, his expression impassive as he replied, "What is it? What is it?" Li Sume's voice escalated again. "Cheating on the exam and skipping class for 3 days. What do you mean by what is it?" "I acknowledge skipping class for 3 days. I will have my parents explain it to the school later. As for cheating on the exam, what evidence do you have?" "Evidence? What more evidence do you need? Are you really capable of ranking first in the entire grade? Stop with the nonsense. There are cameras in the examination room. If you have evidence, present it. If you can unjustly accuse me without proof, then I could just as easily claim you are a murderer unworthy of being a high school teacher." You, how dare you?" Li Sume seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. "Whether it's the 5th or 6th time, it makes no difference. The same rule applies. Produce evidence if you have it. And if not, be silent. Considering your age, I won't pursue charges for slander." Gasping for breath, Li Sume glared at Qi Tian, while the other students sat in stunned silence. At Jingying High School, few dared to confront their teachers. Most of these educators hailed from prestigious institutions and possessed significant social connections. The students they had taught often rose to prominence, and, aside from the elite few, most were cautioned by their parents to avoid provoking teachers. If one were to breach school regulations and face expulsion, it would tarnish the family's reputation within their circle. What had they just witnessed? The once invisible Tian, who had endured bullying for 3 years, was now openly challenging the homeroom teacher. "You come with me to the discipline office," Li Sumei declared angrily, flinging the words over her shoulder as she exited the classroom. The rapid clicking of her heels echoed her current emotional turmoil. Tian tucked his book into his desk and casually followed her. Moments after he departed, the classroom erupted into chaos. Was Tian out of his mind? How had he dared to act in such a manner? He was surely facing expulsion. Let us remove the word surely. Cheating on exam, skipping school for 3 days, and defying a teacher-guaranteed expulsion. The cheating allegation might not hold, though. Had they forgotten he was admitted based on merit? Indeed, as long as the cheating accusation proved unfounded, the school would likely retain him, securing his place at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, with a chance at becoming the province's top scholar. Then the question arises, how can one prove it to be false? Would it not suffice to solve several sets of equally challenging questions in the presence of the school authorities? It seems quite straightforward. The classroom buzzed with fervent discussion. In the office of the Political Education Department, upon receiving Li Sumei's report, the school indeed presented 4 sets of examination papers for Tian to tackle. It appears that during Tian's 3 days of absence, they had already deliberated on how to compel him to provide proof. "However, I refuse," Tian stated flatly, with his hands tucked into his pockets and a stoic expression. "What does that mean?" The director of the Political Education Department frowned and inquired. "What else could it mean?" Li Sumei retorted sharply. He is afraid of being exposed and dares not proceed. Tian pulled out his phone from his pocket and brazenly initiated the screen recording. "You, turn off that video." Li Sumei shouta. The other school leaders present also wore expressions of displeasure. "What is there that cannot be shown?" Tian remained unfazed. "You, Teacher Li," the director of the Political Education Department admonished, "students have the right to express themselves, and there is nothing here that cannot be recorded." Tian, "If you have any demands, please articulate them." Upon finishing this statement, he discreetly signaled to a nearby teacher with a sidelong glance. Chapter 12. Magnifying the issue for all to witness upon receiving a subtle cue from the director of the Political and Educational Affairs Office. The teacher discreetly stepped aside to send a text message, displaying an impressive level of coordination. Tian, however, chose to feign ignorance. He raised his phone and declared, "Someone has accused me of cheating. Those who make such claims should provide evidence, correct? Why should I have to prove my innocence?" Tian, the director of the Political and Educational Affairs Office, responded with a smile. "This is a school, and there are numerous students and teachers here who are unaware of the truth and harbor significant doubts about you. Why not take the quickest route to clear your name?" While this reasoning appeared sound, it was fundamentally flawed. I maintain my stance. If there is evidence, present it. Otherwise, should I claim that Li Sumei has entered menopause early, must she publicly demonstrate her condition to prove otherwise? If I were to say that you, director, are impotent and a eunuch, would you then need to broadcast a live demonstration to verify your virility? Tian, Li Sumei screamed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The director's smile vanished, taken aback by the direct reprimand of a student in front of so many colleagues, a first in his years of managing student conduct. Moreover, Tian paid no heed to Li Sumei's outburst. "Who spread the rumor of my cheating? Was it you, Li Sumei? Given the discontent this has stirred among many students and teachers, I find it necessary to file a lawsuit against you." Li Sumei scoffed disdainfully. "You intend to sue me?" "Indeed. Your words and actions have significantly tarnished my reputation. You had better possess sufficient evidence of my alleged cheating, or you might find yourself facing legal consequences." Li Sumei paused, taken aback. Was he serious? Tian, the director interjected hastily. "There is no need for such impulsiveness. These matters can be resolved within the school. The current educational climate is exceedingly sensitive. A student suing a teacher would undoubtedly become a trending topic. Netizens often instinctively sympathize with the underdog. In the context of a school, the student is invariably viewed as the weaker party. Regardless of the circumstances or outcomes, once the incident unfolds, elite high school would be confronted with a wave of negative sentiment. Many online commentators disregard the nuances and complexities, passing judgment based solely on personal biases. Moreover, it seems that, in this case, elite high school does not hold the moral high ground. Yes, such matters can be settled internally. There is no need to escalate them externally. The surrounding teachers chimed in supportively. Oh, and how do you propose to resolve this? Tian replied with a bemused smile. By dispelling the rumors, the director asserted. In the absence of evidence, it is certainly inappropriate to claim that Tian cheated. I demand a public apology from the accuser. For instance, from teacher Li Sume. Li Sume's expression darkened significantly. Tian, that is impossible, unless you can prove you did not cheat. You think you can coerce me into proving my innocence with mere words? It's not that simple. Very well, considering your position as a teacher, I shall grant you an opportunity. Invite a leader from the Education Bureau and have the school administration present. I will take an exam in their presence for them to witness. Li Sume scrutinized Tian, seemingly attempting to discern whether his confidence was feigned or genuinely assured. After a moment, she coldly retorted, You are certain we will not seek out the authorities, aren't you? This is deliberate, isn't it? Regardless of your thoughts. A gathering in the grand auditorium must include the participation of the entire faculty and student body, with the examination and grading process broadcasted live. Who do you believe you are? Is it appropriate to create such a commotion for your own sake? The first and the third year at elite high school has found themselves embroiled in a cheating scandal, which undoubtedly impacts the institution significantly. You have three options. First, publicly apologize and acknowledge that you have slandered me. Second, I will take legal action against you for defamation and damage to my reputation. Third, you may prove your innocence as per my demands. The choice is yours. Li Sume's countenance gradually turned pale. She had not anticipated that Tian, who had been so compliant in class over the past 3 years, would prove to be such a formidable adversary. If the opponent lacked the capability to secure the top rank, clearly the third option would be the most favorable. However, even opting for the third choice would escalate the situation to a point where, in the eyes of the administration, she would be deemed an incompetent homeroom teacher. Even if Tian had indeed cheated, her standing would be compromised, and what if? At this juncture, it seemed that no matter how she decided, her career at elite high school was essentially at an end. Of course, Tian further insisted that if one were to prove their innocence, such a grand spectacle could not lack some form of reward. Thus, should the proof of innocence fail, I would withdraw from elite high school and pledge never to partake in the college entrance examination. Yet, should the proof succeed, not only must teacher Li Sume publicly apologize, but she would also have to resign in disgrace, while the school would bear the responsibility for not having promptly halted the rumors that tarnish my reputation. Do you dare? The teachers fell into a collective silence. The director of the political education department was nearly drenched in cold sweat. To escalate matters to the grand auditorium for proof, inviting both the administration and the entire faculty and student body, and broadcasting it live, regardless of the outcome, should this choice be made, his tenure as director would effectively conclude. A failure in proving innocence would mean that the top student at elite high school had indeed achieved their position through deceit, having gone undetected during the examination process. What credibility could be ascribed to the academic integrity of the institution? Conversely, a successful proof would imply that elite high school harbored suspicions of cheating against its top student and compelled them to prove their innocence. Where would the school's reputation and moral standing lie? They were being put to the test under extreme scrutiny. The director couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Li Sume. As a homeroom teacher, she could not even manage a single student. What is going on? Tian urged. The director quickly exchanged glances with several teachers from the political education department. Their eyes converged on Li Sume. Ahem. The director cleared his throat. Student Tian, how about this? You return to class for now, and we will deliberate on this matter in a meeting. We will provide you with a response by the latest before afternoon classes commence. What do you think? Very well. Tian replied with a smile. Thank you, director. Not at all. It is the school's duty to ensure every student of good character is supported. The director responded with a benevolent smile. Tian nodded slightly and turned towards the door. Upon opening it, he found 4 security guards stationed outside. What is this? He looked back at the director. Oh, this is my arrangement to prevent eavesdropping, considering the sensitive nature of the matter, the director said with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed. May I leave now? Of course, student Tian. Please return to class promptly. Do not delay your progress. Understood, director. After speaking, Tian flashed a smile at Li Sumei and turned to depart. The director's remarks were clearly aimed at casting Li Sumei as the scapegoat. Initially, there was potential for further engagement with the homeroom teacher, yet unexpectedly, she approached him with a penchant for cruelty upon their first encounter. When Tian returned to the classroom, the first lesson had already commenced for 10 minutes. Report, he called out from the doorway. Tian adhered firmly to his principles and boundaries, naturally upholding the tenets of politeness. The subject of the lesson was mathematics, a discipline in which Tian, despite having maintained control over his grades and other subjects for 3 years, had never managed to exert the same control. In every examination, be a minor quiz or a midterm or final, his mathematical scores consistently reached perfection. This served as irrefutable evidence of his academic prowess. The reason for the scrutiny over his grades stemmed from the Su family's disdain for his high scores. I recall his first examination upon arriving at the Su household. He eagerly presented his paper to his parents, only to be met with Qin Rupiang's vicious scolding and a slap from Su Donghai. Unbeknownst to him, by the time he had taken the bus and hurried home on foot, Su Siwen had already informed Su Donghai and his wife that Tian had cheated on the exam. Chapter 13. How dare you come to school? As Su Yue aptly remarked regarding cheating, it is quite incongruous for one who habitually steals to engage in such deceit. Tian had initially harbored hopes of achieving high scores in every exam, believing that this would substantiate his innocence. However, he soon found himself the target of bullying. After enduring beatings, his tormentors explicitly instructed him not to perform well in the next examination. In the presence of outsiders, he did not cower. He resisted. Yet his malnourished and frail physique rendered him powerless. When he confided in his parents, their response was to question why he was singled out, suggesting he should reflect on his own shortcomings. Consequently, when he presented his high school entrance examination results to Su Donghai, his father dismissed the notion that his son, whose grades had always been mediocre, could gain admission to an elite school through merit alone. Go on in. The mathematics teacher, a middle-aged man nearing 50 with a slightly portly figure, regarded Tian with a newfound respect, particularly given the latter's consistent excellence in mathematics. However, today, the teacher's curiosity was piqued by Tian's physique. Upon returning to his seat, Tian perused his textbooks. The reason he refrained from taking the assessment in the political education office was that he was, at present, incapable of achieving such lofty scores. Although memories of high school knowledge were resurfacing, the process was gradual, necessitating further time for adaptation. As the large lecture concluded, the bell for recess rang, prompting students to spill out of the classroom. Tian closed his physics book and stretched his shoulders. After a lengthy lesson, sifting through various subject textbooks had proven more exhausting than his training. He descended the stairs with the throng of students, positioning himself at the rear of Class 3's line. Gazing at the dense throng of youthful figures, he suddenly felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. It was as if he were trapped within the illusions wrought by his own demons. The 4 years from 14 to 18 were indeed the manifestation of his inner turmoil. Yet, through his cultivation experiences and soul awareness, he could ascertain that he had truly been reborn. Tian, a voice of astonishment pierced through the ambient noise. Turning his head, Tian beheld a towering figure. It was a robust young man, his identity flooding back to him. Luo Yingxiong. Though he appeared muscular, he was merely 18, a student from the neighboring Class 4. Throughout Tian's high school journey, Luo Yingxiong had epitomized the heroism his name suggested. Just a few days after arriving at the elite school, he had encountered a group of sycophants, previously instigated by Su Siwen, who cornered him in the restroom. Those manipulated by Su Siwen were merely second-generation offspring of local enterprises, who could easily pay to transition directly from middle school to high school. As Tian braced himself for an impending beating, Luo Yingxiong emerged like a true hero. With swift punches and kicks, he dispatched the 5 bullies to the ground in mere moments. A basketball prodigy, standing precisely 2 meters tall and proficient in combat sports. Luo Yingxiong found it a simple pleasure to deal with such petty thugs. Over the subsequent 3 years, thanks to Luo Yingxiong's steadfast protection, Tian was spared from relentless bullying at school. In return, he dedicated time to tutoring Luo Yingxiong in his studies. "It truly is you," exclaimed Luo Yingxiong, his eyes wide with surprise. "I almost didn't recognize you after just 3 days." Tian chuckled. "I must admit, I didn't recognize you at first either." Luo Yingxiong approached Tian with a broad grin, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, Tian appeared diminutive beside Luo Yingxiong. "Wow!" Luo Yingxiong exclaimed, playfully squeezing Tian's shoulder blades. "What happened to your physique? Just a few days ago, you looked like a skinny dog, and now you're so robust. You still fall short compared to me." "Let's not compare," Luo Yingxiong declared with a sense of pride, shaking his head. "How many men can rival me? But I must admit, your progress is astonishing. Almost as if you're cheating. I've discovered a secret technique." "Oh, do share it with me." Tian shot a disdainful glance at Luo Yingxiong. "Didn't you just claim that few men can match your prowess?" "Ah, a person of great ambition does not concern themselves with such trivialities. All that matters is growing stronger. I find it rather perplexing," Tian continued earnestly. "You incessantly shout about becoming stronger, but how strong can one truly become? Have you heard of professional fighters being fatally stabbed by street thugs? Facing someone with a knife is already challenging, let alone someone wielding a firearm." Luo Yingxiong patted Tian's shoulder and proudly lifted his chin. "I'm pursuing the limits of human potential, understand? I'm certainly better off than you, without me. How many beatings would you have endured over these 3 years? Have you finally come to appreciate the importance of training?" "Indeed," Tian replied gratefully. "I genuinely appreciate your support over these 3 years. Who are we kidding? My academic improvement is largely thanks to you. Otherwise, having athletic talent would mean nothing." A warm feeling surged within Tian. In truth, given Luo Yingxiong's background in basketball talent, he could easily pursue a career in sports without needing academic qualifications. He could simply find a way into the professional league without any issues. Yet, Luo Yingxiong's naivety was evident. He easily believed in the absurd notion of transforming from a skinny dog to a muscular man in just 3 days through some secret technique. "Tian, how dare you show your face at school?" Upon hearing the voice, Tian maintained his smile, yet his gaze turned icy. It was Lu Ruyan, the belle of Jingying High School and the intended bride in the union between their families. To be precise, it was a marriage arrangement between the Su family's scion and Lu Ruyan. The pact had been established by the patriarchs of the two families. Prior to Tian's return, Lu Ruyan was engaged to Su Siwen. However, despite the Su family's efforts to conceal the circumstances surrounding Tian's disappearance, the Lu family had uncovered the truth. Lu Laotai, the elder of the Lu family, had personally visited the late Su Laotai, demanding that the union with the Lu family be secured by none other than Su Donghai's biological son. This information had been relayed to Tian by Su Siwen, likely intended to inform him that the Su family's decision to reclaim him was simply a response to pressure from the Lu family, rather than a genuine desire to reinstate him as the Su family's heir. Yet upon hearing this, Tian felt a flicker of wicked delight. A thought crossed his mind. The adopted can never compare to the biological. When he laid eyes on the beautiful and charming Lu Ruyan, young Tian could not help but feel a youthful flutter in his heart, imagining that this girl would one day be his wife. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan was far from the innocent facade she projected. She first informed Tian that the marriage contract between their families bore no legal effect. However, since it reflected the wishes of both families, she was willing to give it a try, indicating that whether they would eventually marry would depend on Tian's performance. Thus, she deliberately toyed with him, treating him like a dog for 2 years. Eventually, she declared that if he confessed his feelings in front of the entire school, she would agree to the arrangement. When Tian finally mustered the courage to rush onto the stage during a break to declare his love for Lu Ruyan, he was met with her merciless ridicule and derision. In that moment, he realized that Lu Ruyan and Su Siwen had conspired to humiliate him. This incident rendered Tian the most shameless toad in elite high school. In retrospect, while 2 years of unrequited devotion might be seen as his own folly, there is no justification for the deliberate deception and humiliation he endured. Furthermore, the subsequent mockery from Su Siwen compounded his shame, leaving him unable to hold his head high among his peers. For a young man just beginning to experience the pangs of love, such wounds could be more painful than the lash of Su Donghai's whip. Memories flashed rapidly through his mind as Lu Ruyan stood before him, seething with anger. "You cheating dog! How dare you show your face at school? Get out of here!" Chapter 14. A captivating performance by the leading actress Lu Ruyan was oblivious to the transformation in Tian's demeanor and attire today. Her piercing voice drew the attention of surrounding students, who turned to witness the well-known pair from elite high school. The spark of gossip ignited in their eyes. 2 years ago, Tian's audacious act during recess remained a topic of amusement, and now, with a similar setting, it seemed inevitable that they were about to create another headline. Before Tian could utter a word, Luo Yingxiong furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Lu Ruoyan, if you're unwell, seek treatment. Did I say something incorrect?" In his desperation to overshadow Siwen, he was willing to resort to anything. "With Tian tutoring me, my grades as a physical education student are nearly catching up to yours. Does he really need to resort to cheating? You've been in high school for over 2 years. Have you no awareness of your own performance?" Luo Yingxiong scoffed, "Fool." Lu Ruoyan, Tian narrowed his eyes. "Is this school your family is? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" "Huh," Lu Ruoyan retorted, "Tian, you are utterly shameless. True to your origins from a disreputable place, brazenly coming to school after cheating on an exam." Tian replied coldly, "We live in a society governed by law. You are defaming me in front of so many people, tarnishing my reputation. Lu Ruoyan, I can sue you for slander." "Slander? Ha ha!" Lu Ruoyan covered her mouth, laughing. "You want to even admit to your own cheating, and yet." Just then, the school broadcast interrupted her. "Attention teachers and students. We are taking this time during recess to address the rumors circulating about Class 3 of senior year regarding cheating during the recent mock exam." Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted to one of schadenfreude as she looked disdainfully at Tian. "Let us see if you still have the face to." The broadcast continued. "Recently, it has been rumored that Tian from Class 3 of senior year cheated during the mock exam held 5 days ago. After verification by the school, this claim is indeed a rumor." The voice from the broadcast silenced Lu Ruoyan, her scorn transforming into shock. "Now, Class 3's homeroom teacher, Li Sumei, will publicly apologize regarding the cheating allegations against Tian." A hint of a smile appeared on Tian's face. As expected, the school had thrown Li Sumei under the bus. It was quite reasonable, and not exactly scapegoating. The school authorities surely did not know the students as well as the homeroom teacher. In such circumstances, the homeroom teacher would bear the brunt of the responsibility, especially after her impulsive accusations. Esteemed leaders, colleagues, and fellow students. Li Sumei's voice trembled slightly. In front of over 3,000 witnesses from both the junior and senior high divisions, she sincerely offered a public apology to Tian. She expressed regret for making judgments based on past performance and for defaming him without evidence, acknowledging the damage to his reputation. At least as a high school language teacher, her apology was articulated with a certain level of skill, attributing the error primarily to her own rashness. Lu Ruoyan's expression turned exceedingly grim. She clenched her molars tightly, and as the mocking glances from her classmates who had overheard their conversation intensified, Lu Ruoyan's gaze towards Tian gradually transformed into one of resentment. This was the first time Tian had witnessed such an expression on Lu Ruoyan's face, and he chuckled softly. "It's your turn now, apologize." "Apologize to me? Tian, what audacity you possess!" Lu Ruoyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Can you guess why Li Sumei publicly apologized? Why should I? If she refuses to apologize, I will sue her. I have recorded what you just said to me," Tian declared, brandishing his phone. Lu Ruoyan fell silent, her eyes fixed on Tian, her expression resembling that of someone encountering him for the first time. It dawned on her that today, Tian was indeed different from before. His attire was luxurious and stylish, his physique far more robust than in the past. Moreover, his demeanor exuded confidence, a stark contrast to his previous timid disposition, especially in her presence, where he would often blush uncontrollably. Now, he exuded a relaxed confidence that bore an implicit pressure. A sense of dread washed over Lu Ruyan. Could it be that the Su family had acknowledged Tian's status? But what about Siwen? Hadn't Siwen claimed just yesterday that she would handle Tian within 2 days? Was she now prepared to stubbornly resist? Fine, just wait for the court summons, Tian remarked nonchalantly. Lu Ruyan's complexion suddenly drained of color. Those 2 remarks she had made would not hold up in court, yet the embarrassment would be unbearable. How could the esteemed school belle of a prestigious institution face the world after being sued for defamation? Tian, how can you treat Ruyan this way? Do you have any idea how much she worries about you? Do you understand her frustration with you? A female student, who had been silently observing with her arms crossed, suddenly rushed over, linking her arm with Lu Ruyan's. Lu Ruyan turned to meet her gaze, her expression instantly shifting to one of impending tears. She gently shook her head at the girl, her eyes reddening as if she bore a tremendous grievance yet could not voice it, on the verge of tears. Marvelous, Tian silently praised. This display of suppressed emotions vividly conveyed her unwillingness, confusion, and desire to spare her friend from stepping in on her behalf. Even Su Feifei, if present, would surely give a thumbs up. Luo Yingxiong, too, cast a doubtful glance between Tian and Lu Ruyan. Wang Ziyue, Lu Ruyan's close friend, played a pivotal role in this intricate dance. One taking on the role of the villain, the other the hero, their synergy impeccable. Over the years, whenever Tian's attitude towards Lu Ruyan wavered, Wang Ziyue would leap to assure him that Lu Ruyan indeed loved him. Yet he needed to elevate himself to be worthy of a girl of her stature. When Lu Ruyan scolded and humiliated him, it was merely a means of urging him to become better, to prepare for their eventual reunion at the pinnacle of success. During those moments, Lu Ruyan would exhibit an expression of misunderstood frustration. In the days that followed, she would offer Tian glimpses of sweetness, sharing smiles and gentle words, even seemingly unintentionally brushing against his hand. Thus, the cycle continued. To speak candidly, had he not experienced a sudden enlightenment just before his demise, he would have remained utterly incapable of discerning truth from falsehood. The decision to exert his utmost effort in the mock examination stemmed largely from a desire to demonstrate his capabilities to Lu Ruyan, even amidst the treachery of the cultivation realm over the span of 5 centuries. Few could confound him as effectively as Lu Ruyan and Wang Ziyue had done for several years. Perhaps this is the allure of first love. Under the captivating performances of the two, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. In other words, when Lu, the school beauty, had just asked Tian to leave, it was actually to preserve his dignity, to spare him from the judgment of others? Surely not. The commotion hardly suggested a reverse sentiment. You see, when she took the initiative to confront, others felt reluctant to speak up. Are you implying that Lu, the school beauty, is willing to play the villain herself? Indeed. Yet, Tian seemed unappreciative of her intentions. Perhaps he felt embarrassed. Sigh. If I were to receive such heartfelt treatment from Lu, I would certainly be moved to tears. Chapter 15. Should we send him to a psychiatric hospital? Tian cast a sidelong glance at the toad. He could hardly blame his former self. After all, there were indeed individuals eager to play the role of sycophant. Did you hear that, Tian? Wang Ziyue's brows furrowed in anger, her expression a mix of fury and disbelief. Why could you not comprehend what others easily understood? It was truly a waste of Lu Ruyan's heartfelt efforts. Lu Ruyan stood by Wang Ziyue's side, looking somewhat aggrieved as she gently tugged at Wang Ziyue's clothing, her tone tinged with melancholy as she softly asked, Tian, why didn't you explain yourself properly just now? Luo Yingxiong turned his head to glance at Tian. If anyone were to physically assault or verbally insult Tian, he would undoubtedly intervene. However, the relationship between Lu Ruyan and Tian was rather complex, and given their current demeanor, it seemed inappropriate for him to interject. Yet Tian remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. Apologize or take it to court. The choice is yours. In the past, he may have been oblivious, but now he could clearly discern the simmering anger hidden within Lu Ruiyan's aggrieved gaze. Her theatrics were not merely to confuse Tian. They were also intended to uphold her image before their classmates. As the school's belle, she could not afford to tarnish her reputation without cause. Initially, she had simply been misinformed and was considering Tian's perspective. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Luo Yingxiong, was taken aback. Lu Ruiyan's eyes widened in shock. Previously, she and Wang Ziyue could easily manipulate Tian with just a small ruse. Today, with a sizable audience, her acting skills were on full display, nearly producing pearls of brilliance. Yet Tian remained unmoved. Tian, Wang Ziyue seemed consumed by rage as she shouted, "Are you ever going to stop? Why must Lu Ruiyan apologize for such a trivial matter, especially in front of so many people?" Tian remained silent, merely crossing his arms and observing quietly. This action, however, sent a shockwave through both Lu Ruiyan and Wang Ziyue. For reasons unknown, even under the glaring sun on the playground, with at least 100 onlookers, the moment Tian's gaze fell upon them, they felt an inexplicable chill. "I'm sorry." In a flurry, Lu Ruiyan abruptly paused, uttering a quick apology before covering her mouth and fleeing. "Hey, Ruiyan," Wang Ziyue called out, turning to glare at Tian, but hesitated, only managing a barely audible huff before swiftly turning away to chase after Lu Ruiyan. Luo Yingxiong remarked in astonishment, "You are truly different today. Did you manage to train your romantic inclinations alongside your muscles?" Tian chuckled. "Indeed, it is often said that those with brawn lack mental acuity. The more muscle one has, the less one can hold in their mind. I will strive to emulate you in this regard, seeking to push the limits of human capability." Luo Yingxiong slapped Tian's shoulder heartily. "That's the spirit. Women are merely obstacles on our path to greatness." Tian rolled his eyes. It was no trivial matter to have Lu Ruiyan apologize in front of their peers. However, China is a nation governed by law. Even a mere act of violence in public could lead to incarceration. His current strength was insufficient to challenge the law. Daring to act against the Su family signifies a confidence that the family will not report or make a fuss. However, the same cannot be said regarding Lu Ruiyan. In the premier VIP ward of Linjiang First Hospital, Su Siwen lay on the hospital bed, swathed like a mummy. Only his lifeless eyes, nostrils, and mouth were exposed, with his ears tightly wrapped, rendering sound somewhat muffled. Accompanying him were only Qin Rupiying and Su Yuwei. The other members of the Su family were absent. As Su Feifei had remarked, despite the circumstances, life must carry on. "Mom." Su Yuwei suddenly glanced at Su Siwen and called out softly. Qin Rupiying, who had barely slept through the night, appeared weary. Upon hearing Su Yuei's words, she mustered her spirits. "What is it?" "Yesterday, Tian was acting like a madman. Do you think he might truly be mentally unstable? Perhaps we should have third sister contact a psychiatric hospital to have Tian assessed. If he is indeed ill, he ought to receive proper treatment. Otherwise, keeping him at home is far too dangerous." Qin Rupiying hesitated, her expression somewhat lost in thought. It seemed that the idea of sending her own son to a mental institution felt inappropriate. "Oh, Mom." Su Yuwei, noticing her mother's hesitation, urged, "Why are you still hesitating? I know you have a soft heart. But when he was in a frenzy yesterday, he dared to strike Wenwen, me, and eldest sister. Tomorrow, he might not hesitate to strike you and Dad." "But Mom," Su Yuwei interjected swiftly, "that wretched person has committed such a grave mistake. And you still wish to shield him? Furthermore, sending him to a psychiatric hospital is not akin to sending him to prison. It would allow him to receive the necessary treatment and rectify his numerous faults." Upon hearing this, Qin Rupiying remained silent for a moment. A look of sorrow etched across her face. "Sigh, then so be it. It is indeed my fault for being overly indulgent. His bad habits have persisted because of my leniency. It is time to firmly instill some discipline in him." A flicker of joy surged within Su Yuwei, and she nodded vigorously. It was said that once admitted to a psychiatric hospital, even those without illness could be deemed unwell. At that point, She would no longer have to endure the sight of that detestable wretch. Yet, recalling the events of yesterday, she added, however, he is quite strong now. If he resists, Qin Ruping sat up. Yes, call Qingya and Qingning. One is a lawyer, the other a doctor. They can provide professional advice on how to facilitate his admission to a psychiatric facility. All right, Su Yue exclaimed with excitement. I'll make the call right now. Qin Ruping watched her daughter dash out of the ward, letting out a deep sigh, turning her gaze back to Su Siwen, who was staring blankly at the ceiling, her face filled with anguish. Tian's actions had truly crossed the line. While petty theft and cheating on exams could be overlooked, injuring Siwen to this extent was beyond comprehension. If he dared to harm Siwen in their presence, one could only imagine the extent of his cruelty when they were not around. Growing up in an orphanage had indeed fostered a heartless and uncultured individual. As Qin Ruping continued to reflect, a wave of resentment surged within her. She could hardly fathom the misfortune that had led her to bear such a wretched creature. Had she known, she would never have brought him back, disrupting the peace of a once harmonious family. Su Yue not only placed a call to her second and third sisters, but also reached out to Su Donghai. After all, Su Donghai was the head of the family, and the decision about whether to send Tian to a psychiatric hospital rested upon him. Before long, Su Qingning, who was working at the hospital, arrived on the scene. The three women engaged in a discussion outside the ward for a while, and soon after, Su Donghai and Su Qingya arrived in succession. Upon learning of Su Yue's proposal, Su Donghai hesitated for a moment and remarked, however, Yue's concerns are not without merit. This ungrateful child has become utterly deranged. Thus, I shall pay a visit to Lord Long and request his assistance. Su Qingya felt a tremor in her heart. Was it truly necessary to involve Lord Long in their family matters? Chapter 16. This is a notification, not a discussion. Su Qingya was certainly aware of Lord Long, a figure notorious for employing a cadre of ruthless individuals to engage in dubious activities on behalf of certain clients. Su Donghai shook his head and remarked, that ungrateful wretch possesses an extraordinary strength. As a lawyer, do you not recognize that a person's leg bones are not so easily broken? With merely our few bodyguards, should we fail to subdue him, it would merely provide a spectacle for the neighbors, resulting in a complete loss of face. A vivid image flashed through Su Qingya's mind of Tian effortlessly crushing Su Siwen's knee with a stomp. Indeed, it was not something an ordinary person could accomplish so easily. Moreover, Tian appeared to have exerted little effort. By the way, Qin Ruping suddenly interjected, before your return yesterday, I instructed the bodyguards to capture Tian, only for that little wretch to dismiss them with a single slap. Su Donghai's expression stiffened, and he spoke sternly, then it is settled. Upon our return, let us not provoke him, lest he becomes unmanageable again. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Ruping opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed instead. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she appeared on the verge of breaking. Anyone who witnessed her expression would surely feel a pang of sympathy. Beside her, Su Qingya gently took Qin Ruping's arm and spoke softly, Mother. We merely need to send Tian for treatment and instill some discipline. Once he has learned, he will naturally return. Qin Ruping nodded sorrowfully, her eyes brimming with an indelible sadness. Su Qingning stepped forward to offer quiet encouragement, while Su Yue rolled her eyes internally. As the second and third sisters were preoccupied with their work, spending little time at home, Su Yue was well acquainted with her mother's behavior. Typically, when Tian faced punishment, Qin Ruping would feign sorrow, yet she had never uttered a word in his defense. When the situation turned personal, her temperament became exceedingly volatile, and her harsh words were unrelenting. After administering discipline, she would then weep uncontrollably. Among the family, it was unclear whom she was performing for. At times, Su Yue genuinely questioned whether her mother was grappling with a form of split personality. With their plans solidified the Su family. After offering consolation to the dazed Su Siwen, who stared blankly at the ceiling, left Su Yue behind to tend to him in the hospital while the others returned to the Su residence. By 8 or 9 in the evening, upon entering the living room, the Su family was met with the sight of Tian, comfortably seated on the sofa, enjoying a meal. Their expressions darkened immediately. Yet, there was truly nothing they could do about him. Back already? Tian greeted cheerfully. Observing the increasingly sullen faces of the Su family, he savored his meal with delight. The sight of their discontent, coupled with their inability to eliminate him, was a source of great amusement, making the meal all the more enjoyable. After swallowing a mouthful of beef, he continued, I assumed you would be at the hospital for a few more days and did not instruct the kitchen to prepare your meals. Would you prefer to dine together? Or shall I have the kitchen whip up something for you? Dade. Su Donghai instinctively began to utter, but quickly stifled himself, glaring at Tian with a cold huff. No need. You may eat at your leisure. Tian remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. All right, I'm full as well. You may deliberate on how to deal with me at your leisure. I shall take my leave for now. With that, he set down his chopsticks, rose from his seat, casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, discarded it carelessly, and strode toward the staircase. The Su family members regarded him with cold indifference. At this moment, Tian's demeanor conveyed a complete disregard for their presence. Suddenly, Su Qingya, despite her usual lack of intellect, deemed Su Yue's suggestion to send Tian to a mental institution to be quite astute. Wait, what is that? Su Qingya et golim aboli. Following Tian's gaze to the foot of the staircase, she noticed several large bags positioned nearby. Tian halted, turned around, and pointed at the bags at his feet. These? Yes. What filthy items have you brought back home again? Su Qingya frowned, her face contorted with disdain. Indeed, they're filthy items, Tian chuckled. These were gathered from Su Siwen's old room. I initially intended to discard them, but considering they belonged to my brother, I thought it best to set them aside for his return. What? You? Qin Rupiying and Su Qingya gasped in shock, rushing towards Tian. They swiftly unzipped the bags, revealing an assortment of bedding, watches, accessories, and stationery. Indeed, all of Su Siwen's belongings. The meticulous Su Qingning refrained from rummaging through the bags but stood behind Qin Rupiying, watching intently. Qin Rupiying's hands trembled, especially upon seeing the various figurines that Su Siwen had cherished, carelessly piled in the two large bags. She was acutely aware of Su Siwen's fondness for these collectibles, having spent most of his leisure time in the figurine room, tidying up and admiring them. The thought of Su Siwen discovering his beloved possessions treated in such a manner would undoubtedly break his heart. You beast! Qin Rupiying looked up at Tian. Anguish etched across her face. How dare you? Tian met her gaze with indifference, towering over her. I informed you yesterday that I would be occupying Su Siwen's former room. I cannot possibly use his belongings, can I? Who agreed to your occupancy? Su Qingya retorted angrily. Tian laughed mockingly. What was that saying? Ah, yes, my dear, this is a notification, not a negotiation. This line left Su Qingya momentarily at a loss, struggling to keep pace with Tian's audacity. With tears streaming down her face, Qin Rupiying trembled as she spoke. Women cherish these figurines so dearly. If you discard them, how heartbroken will he be? Can't you simply behave like a decent person and coexist harmoniously with the family? Why must you persist in opposing one? A cold laughter echoed within Tian. In the past, he had failed to comprehend, but now he fully grasped the essence of Qin Rupiying, his biological mother. Should he adopt a submissive stance, she would wield her authority over him. If he displayed defiance, she would don a mask of sorrow. To an observer, it would seem as though she were unappreciated and left in utter disappointment. The young Tian had been thoroughly manipulated by this oscillating demeanor. Curiously, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Ruyan's tactics. It was not until he had struggled and persevered in the realm of cultivation for several years that he gradually discerned the essence of what he had once heard referred to as PUA. This phenomenon bore a certain resemblance to the techniques of mental manipulation prevalent in the world of cultivation, albeit the latter was far more domineering and nearly impossible to resist. In contrast, the methods employed by Qin Rupiying and Lu Ruyan depended on whether the target could achieve self-awareness. In the fleeting moment before his demise, Tian had already relinquished his illusions regarding these individuals. He silently vowed to dedicate the remainder of his life to living with remarkable vibrancy. However, He had not anticipated that his life would end so abruptly, nor could he have foreseen that he would traverse the world of cultivation and return. You must understand, there is little I can do, Tian remarked with a shrug, before turning and ascending the stairs. Chapter 17. Rebirth. With a system, Tian stared in astonishment at Tian's retreating figure. Typically, a hint of her sadness would send him into a flurry of concern. If yesterday he was irrational in his anger, today, despite the stabilization of his emotions, he remained cold towards her. Had Tian truly been so profoundly affected that his temperament had shifted? Tian strained to recall the events that had transpired. It seemed to stem from Tian's act of cheating during a mock exam, which led to his father punishing him severely, locking him in his room, and denying him food for reflection. Was this the root of his change? After all, it was Tian who had erred. Should he not face the consequences? Why could he not be as understanding and obedient as Wenwen? Sisters Su Qingya and Su Qingning harbored no such contemplations. Their gazes filled with indignation as they glared at Tian until his silhouette vanished from the second floor. Upon entering his room, Tian discovered that the furnishings had been entirely replaced. The room that once housed Su Siwen's figurines had been transformed into a training space. Though termed a training room, it was merely an empty chamber containing a bed and a meditation cushion. As a cultivator, one need not indulge in extravagance. Moreover, he planned to set up some spirit-gathering formations for experimentation in the future. A more spacious environment would serve him well. Shutting the door behind him, Tian sat upon the cushion. He recalled the demeanor of Su Donghai and the others when they had entered. Their reaction had been subdued, clearly a manifestation of restraint. In the past, they would have rushed to confront him. Perhaps the fright he instilled in the Su family yesterday had quelled their aggression. But Tian suspected that they had conspired to devise a plan against him, which had dissuaded them from engaging in conflict. Otherwise, they would likely have resorted to verbal assaults, a reflex ingrained in them over time. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. A confrontation between a biological son and an adopted son, should it escalate to the point of police involvement, would undoubtedly generate negative public sentiment. And with the evidence of Su family's maltreatment of their biological son in his possession, they would avoid that route. With Su Feifei, a top-tier celebrity, the direction of public opinion was something the Su family could not control. After careful consideration, it seemed there were two immediate courses of action. One was to find someone to beat him to the point of resembling Su Siwen's condition, thereby venting frustrations. The second was to devise a means of controlling him, with the most viable option being a mental institution, a strategy he had gleaned from the intricate tales of false heirs. The simplest solution, to coexist peacefully, was undoubtedly the least favored by the Su family. Had they been inclined towards harmony, his 4 years with them would not have been so heart-wrenching. A cold smile played upon Tian's lips. While he was incapable of contending with the national machinery, he could certainly manage this small faction. In a specialized care unit of Linjiang First Hospital, Su Siwen struggled to slightly turn his neck to glance at Su Yue beside him. His gaze, once hollow as he stared at the ceiling, now reflected an unexpected depth and indifference that belied his youth. As he listened to the Su family deliberating and heard the information Su Yue revealed while attempting to comfort him after their departure, he began to piece together the events of the past few days. Afterward, a deeper sense of confusion enveloped him. One certainty emerged. He had been reborn at the tender age of 18, a time he remembered distinctly, coinciding with the demise of Tian. Yet, according to the Su family, Tian not only survived but also grievously injured him. Could it be that his rebirth had instigated a butterfly effect? However, he had only just been reborn, and Tian's assault occurred before his resurrection. Logically, Tian should have been deceased at that juncture. The butterfly effect, in theory, should manifest as alterations in subsequent events and trajectories diverging from his memories, not influencing occurrences predating his rebirth. Su Siwen found himself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he soon succumbed to the elation of his newfound life. In his previous existence, he had painstakingly orchestrated Tian's demise at the hands of Su Donghai, envisioning a future where he alone would inherit the Su family legacy, finally achieving his long-cherished desires. Yet, the unfolding circumstances surpassed his wildest imagination. Who could have foreseen that this world was on the brink of a bizarre apocalypse? In the face of the strange rewards that awaited, societal wealth and power would prove somewhat useful, albeit not significantly so. Calculating the time, he estimated that a full-scale outbreak would occur in approximately 3 months. Su Siwen's gaze sharpened, revealing a barely contained anticipation. In his past life, he had floundered at the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, relying heavily on the care of his several elder sisters from the Su family. It was only through the acquisition of abilities via a system that he managed to stabilize his footing and gradually rise to prominence. This time, he possessed a distinct advantage. In the impending apocalypse, he would undoubtedly surge ahead of all others. By that time, not only would he wield unparalleled power, but the 5 stunning sisters of the Su family would also fall within his grasp. And then there was Qin Rupiing. She still exuded charm. Had it not been for the tightly wound bandages, he would have laughed aloud. System. Su Siwen silenti in don. Host. Upon hearing the familiar mechanical voice resonate in his mind, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The system had manifested unexpectedly when he was adopted by the Su family at the age of 5. Its purpose was to enable him to seize the abilities of others. Whether it was the arts, music, dance, or athletic prowess, anything related to capability could be appropriated. It sounded immensely powerful, yet the act of appropriation came with stipulations. He first had to cultivate a rapport, engendering affection from others. Only upon reaching a certain threshold could he initiate the appropriation. Furthermore, he could only seize half of another's ability, and the power he acquired would amount to merely a quarter of the original, as half was allocated to the system, and he could only appropriate again once the original owner had recovered. Nonetheless, despite these limitations, having the system was preferable to lacking it altogether. It provided insights into others' likes and dislikes, and could even discern some of their thoughts, allowing him to cater to their preferences. With the right approach, winning the affection of others proved manageable, particularly with his several adoptive sisters, who shone brilliantly in the bizarre apocalypse. Each had awakened extraordinary powers capable of resisting the lethal threats of the bizarre. By continuously appropriating the abilities of his 4 sisters, he became a formidable figure, endowed with multiple extraordinary powers. Alas, he had not yet had the opportunity to realize his ambitions before encountering a nearly insurmountable malevolent spirit, which ultimately claimed his life despite his valiant efforts. Recalling the formidable nature of that malevolent entity, he now felt a lingering trepidation. Su Siwen's gaze turned icy. Fortunately, he had been reborn. With 3 months remaining until the ominous outbreak, he possessed ample time to strategize and prepare, potentially acquiring renowned top-tier spiritual artifacts from his previous life, which might allow him to awaken his extraordinary abilities ahead of time. Even if Tian inexplicably remained alive, what of it? In his past life, he could not overcome his own self. Now, reborn with a system, how could he not trample Tian beneath his feet? Furthermore, there was Su Feifei, who had severed ties with the Su family entirely for Tian. In his previous life, he had been repeatedly schooled by her, but in this life, he would ensure she learned to fulfill her role as a woman appropriately. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open. The attending physician entered, accompanied by several doctors and nurses coming on duty for the night rounds. Su Yue promptly rose and inquired, "Doctor, will my brother recover by next week?" "Next week? What are you thinking?" The attending physician retorted, speechless. "It takes 100 days for bones and muscles to heal, and this patient has sustained multiple comminuted fractures, particularly around the knee. Were it not for the dragon bone grass, he would likely face a future confined to a wheelchair." "What? How many days?" Su Siwen's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils trembling. 100 days? 3 months. Chapter 18. Damn Tian. Tian, I want you to suffer more than death. Su Siwen roared within his heart, his hatred so intense it felt as though his teeth might shatter. Given the opportunity of rebirth, how could he possibly endure spending 3 months in a hospital ward? Perhaps after a month or 2 of recuperation, he might be able to sit in a wheelchair, basking in the sun while directing others to seek out those ethereal objects. Yet, entrusting such vital matters to another filled him with unease. Furthermore, some of those spiritual artifacts were not easily acquired. They could not simply be purchased. He had intended to seize them before the impending calamity struck, believing that even if it were traced back to him, the chaos of the apocalypse would render him immune to repercussions. But alas, how infuriating! That detestable Tian. In his previous life, Tian had never assaulted him. Why then, upon his rebirth, did such a calamity occur? Could it be? A sudden insight flashed through Su Siwen's mind. If such an absurdity as rebirth could occur to him, it was possible that Tian experienced the same fate. Perhaps Tian's transformation after his death led to his newfound audacity to oppose his family and even to strike Su Siwen and his elder sister. After the attending physician outlined certain precautions, he departed with the nursing staff. Su Yue returned to the bedside, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Su Siwen. By this time, he had regained his composure, closing his eyes to contemplate his tangled thoughts. The moment he was struck down by that formidable, malevolent spirit, he had been reborn in the present. If he had indeed been reborn at the moment of death, Tian must have experienced something similar. However, in his previous life, Tian had not been reborn. It was highly plausible that, for some unknown reason, after his death, both he and Tian were reborn into this current timeline. Due to the 5 additional years Su Siwen had lived, the temporal disparity of their rebirths meant that Tian had returned 2 days before him. Su Siwen opened his eyes, a fierce glint illuminating them. Although these were merely conjectures, upon careful consideration, the logic held firm, suggesting he was neither entirely correct nor far from the truth. Thus, this reincarnated Tian would be unaware of the impending bizarre apocalypse, effectively enduring a solitary rebirth. From his demeanor towards the Su family, it seemed he had merely cast aside his formerly subservient nature. In Su Siwen's eyes, he was of little consequence. A subconscious smile tugged at his lips, only for him to wince as the injury at the corner of his mouth throbbed painfully. Reflexively, he raised his hand, but the bandages constricted him, and any movement sent sharp pangs through his wrist. The human nervous system is peculiar when one part of the body aches. It seems as though every inch is pricked by needles. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn Tian! How dare you inflict such wounds upon me? Killing you would be too merciful. I shall repay you with every torment you have never seen or heard of. I will make you wish for death. Woman, what's wrong with you? Su Yue asked anxiously. Though the bandages nearly enveloped Su Siwen's entire face, she could see the fierce, unusual intensity in his eyes, starkly contrasting with his former innocence. Oh, it's nothing, just some pain in my body. Su Siwen felt as though speaking drained all her strength, her voice trembling slightly. It was all Tian's fault. Wen, do not worry. Father has already prepared to send him to a mental institution. We shall visit that wretched boy then. Su Yue seethed through gritted teeth. Fifth sister, Su Siwen said softly, it is all Wenwen's fault. Perhaps Tian Gij hates me too much, which is why he refuses to heed our parents' words. But it is only me he should strike. He should not lay his hands on eldest sister or you. Sighing, Su Yue looked at her with a mixture of affection and concern. Wen, you are simply too kind. That wretched boy has harmed you so severely, yet you still speak on his behalf. Our parents should never have brought him back home. Fifth sister, Tian Gij is, after all, our parents' biological son. I am merely an adopted child. I understand I have taken too much of what rightfully belongs to Tian Gij, but I truly love our parents and my sisters. Fifth sister, I have made up my mind. After the college entrance examination, I will leave and return everything to Tian Gij. For the remaining months, I only wish to spend time with my family. Upon hearing this, Su Yue's eyes welled with tears. Wen, you must not say such things. You're my only brother. Su Siwen blinked. Fifth sister, could you do me a favor? Wen, just say the word, and if it is within my power, I will help, Su Yue replied eagerly. There's a Sanqing temple on Beishan outside Linjiang city, where a dragon-patterned jade pendant is said to have been passed down for 1,000 years. I have heard it possesses certain miraculous properties that can nurture the body. Could you go to Sanqing temple and help me acquire the pendant? I cannot prepare for the exam in my current state. If buying it is not possible, perhaps borrowing it for a while would suffice. Suzui Pauset, Supit, the college entrance exam? Oh, One, you are injured so badly. Why concern yourself with such matters? Father can arrange for you to study abroad at a prestigious university instead. Su Siwen's expression darkened. I wish to participate in the college entrance exam to prove my academic capabilities to our parents, to bring them joy. Thus, I must take the exam. Fifth sister, please help me. Tears finally fell from Su Yue's eyes. She marveled at how considerate Wen was, even in such dire circumstances, still thinking of their parents' feelings. Rest assured, Wen, I will find a way to procure that dragon-pattern jade pendant for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yue pondered for a moment and furrowed her brow. However, who told you that it can nurture the body? Can a pendant truly have such an effect? It cannot be a ploy to inflate the price, can it? Su Siwen hurriedly replied, I am merely grasping at straws in desperation, hoping for a chance to try it. And even if it does not work, it is still a 1,000-year-old antique. Purchasing it would not be in vain. That is true, Su Yue nodded. I will inform Mother shortly and go to Sanqing Temple tomorrow. Fifth sister, please do not mention anything else. Simply say you have an interest in antiques and wish to acquire the jade pendant for your collection, Su Siwen urged. Su Yue chuckled. I won't give them the chance to raise the price. After all, I am your sister, and it seems you are the one teaching me now. Indeed, fifth sister is truly remarkable. Su Siwen feigned a coy demeanor, internally rolling her eyes in exasperation. Were it not for his immobility, who would willingly allow you to go? However, in comparison to her other sisters, with the exception of Su Feifei, it was indeed Su Yue who was tasked with procuring the dragon-patterned jade pendant from Sanqing Temple. The remaining sisters, each cold and proud, were hardly the type to engage in the mundane negotiations of purchasing. Once he acquires the jade pendant, he can experiment with the peculiar methods of attracting spiritual energy commonly utilized in the bizarre apocalypse. It is said that prior to the full outbreak of the anomalies, some had already infiltrated the world, bringing with them a modicum of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Tian, seated in quiet meditation at the Su residence, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 19. Is it truly difficult to rise early? Once a formidable cultivator during the tribulation phase, Tian was presently immersed in the enigmatic and energy-sensitive art of the vast swallowing heaven sutra. With eyes closed, he effortlessly sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy with a mere flicker of his cultivation technique. The concentration had increased slightly compared to yesterday, an imperceptible degree. Were it not for his heightened sensitivity, an ordinary cultivator might have failed to detect such subtle changes. However, this spiritual energy bore an unsettling chill. Furrowing his brow, Tian rose and approached the window. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery sheen upon the villa district outside, illuminated by both moonlight and street lamps. It was mid-April, and the city of Linjiang was already beginning to embrace the warmth of summer. Even at night, the air carried a hint of heat. Yet, within Tian's perception, a distinct coldness mingled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But how could it possess such an eerie chill? Ordinarily, the spiritual energy of the world is devoid of attributes. This was his first encounter with such a cold and direct essence. How peculiar. Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. If one were to absorb this energy for cultivation, over time, it could accumulate a frigid essence within the body, necessitating the use of yang energy to harmonize it. Ironically, this would be advantageous for ghostly cultivators. It seems the future of Earthstar will indeed be intriguing. Ah, whatever. Tian smiled wryly. The vast swallowing heaven sutra is capable of transforming any form of energy. The additional energy within the spiritual essence was a boon for him. He returned to his meditation mat, adopting his cultivation technique to begin devouring the spiritual energy. A night passed in silence. As the first rays of sunlight graced his skin, Tian gradually opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he had just barely touched the threshold of the second layer of qi refining. With the presence of spiritual energy, his progress was markedly different. He was now fully aware that the concentration of spiritual energy was steadily increasing. Though the rate of enhancement was slow and the concentration still paled in comparison to that of the cultivation realm, the continuous increase was a positive sign. Perhaps one day, the concentration could rival that of the cultivation world. Armed with the wisdom of his past life and having resolved his inner conflicts, he was determined that this time, with the modified vast swallowing heaven sutra, he would not suffer the regrets of failing to ascend due to tribulation. Descending the stairs, he found the Su family gathered for breakfast. The eldest daughters, Su Ryun, Su Siwen, and Su Yuwei, were still at the hospital, while Su Feifei was seldom home. Only 4 individuals sat at the dining table. A prestigious family naturally adhered to its own set of rules. Except in special circumstances, self-discipline was unquestionable. The Su family, having been established for 3 to 4 generations, had barely reached the threshold of the Linjiang aristocracy. Therefore, their educational pursuits for their children remained rigorous. In truth, aside from harboring significant prejudice and malice toward Tian, the 5 daughters of the Su family excelled in their respective fields. Even Su Yuwei gained admission to a renowned domestic university through her own merit. The 4 members of the Su family glanced at Tian, their eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions which he could not decipher. He cast a dispassionate glance at them before gracefully taking a seat at the end of the table and called out, "Luma, please bring me my breakfast." "Absolutely not," Qin Ruping admonished sternly. Tian chuckled lightly. "What do you mean by that? Do you still have the audacity to sit at the same table and dine with us?" Chuckled one. "You heartless beasts, how can you eat with me? What choice do I have but to grant you some semblance of respect? You little wretches." Ms. Qin, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "One moment you exhibit the fury of hyperthyroidism, and the next you appear as fragile as a wilting flower. I genuinely suspect you may be suffering from a severe case of schizophrenia. I sincerely advise you to consult a neurologist." Have you even ceased to call your mother?" Qin Ruoping nearly gasped in disbelief. Nearby, Su Qingya hastily moved to Qin Ruoping's side, soothing her chest to help her regain composure. Tian reached beneath the dining table, stating, "Give me another chance. Bring my breakfast, or else no one shall eat." Su Donghai noticed Tian's actions, but merely smirked inwardly. The Su family's dining table, measuring 5 meters in length and 1.2 meters in width, was entirely crafted from precious mahogany. Indeed, Tian had displayed considerable strength the other day, yet overturning such a hefty table was patently impossible. Inexperienced individuals often mistake reality for the flimsy tables of a cinematic scene, thinking they could simply flip them. Tian slowly rose, saying, "Is it truly so difficult to serve a simple breakfast?" Su Donghai, upon hearing this, wore a mocking smile. Was the next line to be, "If it's troublesome, then don't bother"? Did he fancy himself clever by attempting to upend the table? Would it not be embarrassing if the table remained steadfast? Youthful impulsiveness was evident. Noticing the Su family's lack of response, Tian nodded approvingly. He then raised his hand and gave a swift tug, while the table remained unmoved. Every item atop it, be it milk, coffee, fruit salad, or pastries, was sent soaring into the air along with their dishes. Naturally, what ascends must eventually descend. Amidst a chorus of startled exclamations, the Su family was doused in various liquids and foods. Thankfully, they managed to shield their heads, avoiding any unfortunate collisions with the porcelain plates. Indeed, Tian had merely tugged on the tablecloth. He was not incapable of lifting the table. Rather, he chose to play coy before the Su family. He was also wary of the nearly 1,000-pound table inadvertently crushing someone. In truth, from a certain perspective, yanking the tablecloth to send dishes flying several meters into the air was far more challenging than merely flipping the table. However, the Su family likely could not grasp this nuance. "Look at that." Tian clapped his hands. "One could have enjoyed a delightful breakfast, embracing a new day with cheer. But if you insist on causing a ruckus, so be it. I wonder how you feel now. As for me, I feel rather splendid. Farewell." He waved his hand and exited the villa without a backward glance, disregarding the frantic howls behind him. Adding vexation to others undeniably brought him an invigorating sense of relief. Inside the villa, Su Donghai brushed off the leafy remnants from his head, his expression a thunderous shade of anger. The three women emitted sharp cries, desperately trying to pat the sauces off themselves. Get someone to clean this up. Is everyone dead? Su Donghai bellowed. Several maids hurried into the dining room to begin the cleanup. The Su family cursed as they ascended the stairs, each retreating to their respective rooms to shower, apply makeup, and change clothes. An hour later, the four reconvened in Su Donghai's study. Donghai, Qin Rupiang exclaimed with bitterness. When will the person you sought arrive? I cannot wait another moment. I wish to send this wretched creature to the psychiatric hospital immediately. Indeed, father. Su Qingning added, I too can no longer endure this. This despicable wretch has been utterly unruly these past few days. I truly believe he has lost his sanity. Su Qingyao remarked, initially, when he spoke of those matters the day before yesterday, I thought he was merely attempting to negotiate some advantage. However, his inexplicable madness today compels me to conclude that for the peace of our household, it would be prudent to send him away as soon as possible. This ungrateful son. Su Donghai gritted his teeth. I have already contacted Lord Long. I shall personally visit him shortly. If all goes well, we shall have this ungrateful son confined by tonight. A glimmer of joy appeared on the faces of Qin Rupiang and the others. Finally, they could achieve a peace untroubled by his presence. Chapter 20. Is Qi Tian a love child? As Qi Tian entered the school, he was met with countless gazes of attention. He had undoubtedly become a figure of prominence at elite high school, ranking first in his grade. He had even received an apology from a teacher in front of the entire faculty and student body. Now, with luxury cars to escort him, he had transformed from a once impoverished youth into a top-tier scion of wealth. Many speculated whether he had suddenly been acknowledged by some affluent benefactor. However, no prominent families with the surname Qi had been heard of in Linjiang City. Qi Tian remained unfazed by the scrutiny, but he was astonished by the rich spiritual energy surrounding the school. It was even more potent than that of the villa district where the Su family resided, and the oppressive atmosphere was notably diminished. Upon reaching the third floor, he glanced back at the throngs of students making their way to the teaching building. The school was suffused with abundant yang energy, naturally weakening any lingering yin energy. Could it be that the spiritual energy manifesting on Earth was indeed intended for the cultivation of ghostly practitioners? The chilling spiritual energy, aside from being artificially induced, left him pondering other possibilities. If it were man-made, then that individual's cultivation level must be formidable. Although Earth seemed small to him now, to activate the entire planet's spiritual energy and infuse it with specific attributes would require at least the prowess of a transformation god. It was also plausible that someone had discovered the resurgence of Earth's spiritual energy and sought to infuse it with yin attributes, something that could be achieved by someone at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Regardless, if such activity were linked to ghostly practitioners, then that individual or faction likely harbored ambitions to transform Earth into a haven for their kind. Consequently, the spiritual energy available for the living would likely be tainted with ghostly essence. Ultimately, this could lead to practitioners becoming ghost-like, existing in a liminal state between human and spirit. If that were the case, humanity on Earth might soon face an unprecedented catastrophe. Upon entering the classroom, the tumultuous chatter fell silent. Ignoring the eyes upon him, Qi Tian made his way to his seat. The mornings for classes passed swiftly. After ascending to a higher realm, his reading efficiency soared, enabling him to genuinely prove his capabilities through examination. Shortly after the teacher departed, Lu Rian and Wang Zue burst into the classroom, heading straight for Qi Tian's desk. Some students who had already left hurriedly returned to the classroom. With a resounding clap, Lu Rian stormed to Qi Tian's side and slammed her hand on the desk. Qi Tian, she yelled, are you even human anymore? Leaning back against the wall, Qi Tian tilted his head, gazing at Lu Rian with a perplexed expression as they faced each other. The onlookers were rife with speculation. To question someone's humanity in such a manner, especially from a woman to a man, opened the floodgates for myriad interpretations. Let us get to the point. Qi Tian frowned. You've already hit Siwen, but now you've laid hands on your elder sister? She is your own sister. You've put her in the hospital. Do you still consider yourself human? Lu Ruyan shouted, clearly aiming for maximum audience engagement. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Typically, when a younger brother hospitalized his sister, he would be subjected to widespread condemnation, not only for familial betrayal, but also for the societal outrage surrounding a man striking a woman. It was surprising. The previously meek individual had revealed such a violent side. A dog that bites does not bark, and given his close association with a muscular man like Luo Yingxiong, such violent behavior seems quite ordinary. Was he merely pretending all along? Certainly, now that the situation has escalated to the hospital, he can no longer maintain his facade, so he chooses to abandon it altogether. No wonder he appears transformed. How foolish of me to consider writing him a love letter. Bah, a domestic abuser. I believe that even if Tian were a domestic abuser, he would still be worthy of you. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of righteous indignation. She glared at Tian and forcefully struck the desk once more. Now, come with me to the hospital and apologize to my sister and Siwen. Wait a moment, Tian interjected. Lu Ruoyan coldly retorted. What more do you have to say? It is true that I struck Su Siwen, but who is my sister? Lu Ruoyan widened her eyes in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by Tian's audacity to directly deny his actions. Your sister is Su Ruoyan. Su Ruoyan? Tian's face expressed confusion. Which Su Ruoyan? The Su Ruoyan from the Su group. Lu Ruoyan exclaimed angrily. Tian, is it amusing to feign ignorance? Is it really so difficult to admit your mistakes? As a family closely connected to the Su clan, the Lu family is well aware of the matters concerning them. Moreover, Lu Ruoyan has always felt a sense of responsibility for bringing back Tian, the orphan raised in a children's home. After the passing of Elder Su, had it not been for Elder Lu's unwavering insistence that the marriage alliance must involve Elder Su's biological grandson, the Su family would likely have given up searching for him. In the future, she would have been wed to Su Siwen. Compared to Tian, Su Siwen, who has been meticulously groomed by the Su family since childhood, is far superior. He is courteous, humble, kind-hearted, and excels academically, with notable accomplishments in piano, Go, calligraphy, and traditional Chinese painting. He truly embodies the essence of refinement and elegance. Were he in ancient times, he would be akin to a gentleman of noble birth, and if his gender were reversed, he would resemble a distinguished lady. Apart from being somewhat shorter, he possesses virtually no flaws. Yet height is not a concern, as history is replete with renowned figures who were of diminutive stature. Together, they might even create something splendid. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Tian appeared to have an epiphany, nodding his head in realization. Su Ryun from the Su group? Oh, she is my biological sister? Lu Ruoyan, exasperated, shouted, Tian, do not think you can evade responsibility. Others may be unaware, but I am not. For years ago, when you were brought back by the Su family, Su Ryun was indeed your biological sister. To beat your own sister into the hospital, what a heartless beast you are. During the lunch break, the corridor was already bustling with students, and the ensuing argument quickly drew a crowd. The protagonists of this dispute were two prominent figures from the elite school, the three-time reigning school belle, Lu Ruoyan and Tian, who had suddenly gained notoriety after 3 years of adoration for the belle. Their past was often recounted as gossip during social gatherings. Thus, when Lu Ruoyan stormed into Tian's classroom, the news spread rapidly, and the corridor soon teemed with onlookers. Hearing the dialogue between the two, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Did I hear correctly? Tian is the young master of the Su family? Su Ruoyun is Tian's elder sister? If that is the case, then the rumors regarding Lu Ruoyan's engagement with Tian must indeed hold some truth. But what is Su Siwen? I recall that Tian and Su Siwen are of the same age, albeit with different birthdays. Even the most illustrious of families wouldn't be capable of birthing 2 children in a single year, would they? What nonsense are you speaking? It's quite evident that one of them must be an illegitimate child. Just the other day, Lu Ruoyan mentioned that Tian was retrieved by the Su family 4 years ago. Yet for these past few years, Tian's life has hardly resembled that of a young master from a wealthy family. Only recently has there been a notable change. I boldly speculate that Tian is indeed an illegitimate son of the Su family, who has only just recently gained their recognition. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Lu Ruoyan's ears, leaving her utterly flustered. Chapter 21. The Flower Protector's arrival. The Su family had reclaimed Tian for over 4 years. Yet the so-called upper echelons of Linjiang remained largely oblivious. The reason for this ignorance stemmed from the Su family's deliberate concealment of the truth. However, this matter had now been exposed. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced. Regardless of whether Tian was regarded as an illegitimate child or the true heir, there were undoubtedly many who would covet the Su family secrets. It was her interference that had inadvertently unveiled this situation. Consequently, not only could she not provide an explanation to the Su family, but she also felt a heavy sense of guilt towards Siwon. As news spread that Su Siwon was merely an adopted son, it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon. After all, who could believe that Su Donghai would entrust the Su family to an adopted child with a biological son present? One couldn't help but wonder if the kind-hearted and innocent Siwon would be able to withstand the pressure. Lu Ruoyan suddenly realized and inwardly chastised herself. The Su family was precisely worried that Siwon would overthink or be belittled by others, which was why they had delayed announcing Tian's true identity. Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Tian, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" "What do you mean?" Tian replied. "You." Lu Ruoyan was about to accuse him of deliberately leading her to reveal the Su family's connection, but fortunately, she caught herself in time. With a resentful glare at Tian, she turned and fled the scene. After being humiliated before Tian for 2 consecutive days and now embroiled in a debacle, Lu Ruoyan dared not pursue the matter further. She decided to communicate with the Su family first to avoid catching them off guard. Wang Ziyu glanced around, let out a cold snort at Tian, and hurried after Lu Ruoyan. As the 2 troublemakers departed, speculations about Tian's background continued unabated. Classmates who had been privy to the unfolding drama eagerly engaged in fervent discussions, while simultaneously sharing first-hand news in various group chats. Countless curious and mocking gazes were cast upon Tian. However, he remained unfazed, leisurely stowing his books into his desk. As the excitement waned, the onlookers began to disperse gradually. Just as Tian stood up after tidying his desk, he noticed a group of 5 or 6 boys with flamboyant hairstyles swaggering into the classroom, making a beeline for him. The remaining crowd, sensing new entertainment, turned back to witness the unfolding event. "Tian, you certainly have some guts," the leader of the group remarked with a mocking grin. Tian responded with a smile of his own. Tang Jibo, the 3rd young master of the Tang family in Linjiang, with his striking red hair. Tang Jibo was reasonably presentable in terms of looks and stature. The Tang family ranked among the more prominent families in Linjiang. Yet perhaps due to having 2 exceptionally accomplished older brothers, he was notorious for his debauchery within the wealthy elite circles. Since Tian's arrival at elite high school, Tang Jibo had taken to bullying him with his lackeys, and the rationale was simple. Tang Jibo was a devoted sycophant of Lu Ruoyan, the campus belle. Given her status, it was quite normal to have several admirers. Later, with Luo Yingxiong's protection, Tian experienced fewer beatings, but they were not entirely absent, as Luo Yingxiong could not always be by his side. "What's on your mind?" Tian asked nonchalantly. Tang Jibo paused, slightly taken aback. It has been said that Tian has undergone a remarkable transformation. Today, upon seeing him, one cannot help but notice not only his enhanced physique, but also his newfound audacity, as he now dares to converse with a bold demeanor. "Tang Guba, are you feeling a bit frisky?" resounded a thunderous voice at the classroom entrance. Everyone turned in unison to behold Luo Yingxiong, who ducked under the doorframe and strode into the classroom. Tang Jibo's expression immediately shifted. He turned to Tian and declared, "If you're a man, come up to the rooftop yourself. What skill is it to always let others take the lead?" "Very well." Tian nodded affirmatively. Tang Jibo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You said it. Follow me." He pivoted, rolled his eyes at Luo Yingxiong, and led the group away. Due to his height, Luo Yingxiong had completely missed Tang Jibo's eye roll and confidently walked up to Tian. "Pay them no mind. I'm curious to see what they can do," Luo Yingxiong stated with a stern expression. "That won't do. I have some scores to settle with him as well, Tian replied with a smile. Luo Yingxiong was taken aback. There are many of them, and you've never been in a fight. Even if you've bulked up, it won't matter. Have you never heard that one must learn to endure before learning to strike? After enduring so much, one naturally learns to retaliate. Those 4 years of being bullied have become my foundation and accumulation. Luo Yingxiong stared in disbelief. Could someone truly rationalize being bullied in such a manner? Rest assured, Tian added, stepping closer and lowering his voice, I'm not foolish enough to offer myself up without a fight. Just follow me and record a video on your phone. Remember to capture everything, but do not intervene. Luo Yingxiong nodded, still in a daze. As he observed Tian's seemingly noble silhouette navigating through the crowd, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps Tian intended to document evidence of the bullying to present to the school or the police later, instead of resorting to violence. He would wield the weapon of law, a concept Tian often urged him to consider. Understanding the plan, Luo Yingxiong swiftly retrieved his phone, ensuring it had sufficient battery before trailing behind Tian. They made their way out of the classroom, traversed the corridor, and ascended the staircase. He had not been misleading Luo Yingxiong regarding the impact of those 4 years of humiliation and bullying. They had indeed become an integral part of his foundation. Enduring humiliation, learning flexibility, and seeking vengeance. Whether it takes a decade or even a century, it is never too late. Each experience in life holds the potential to become one's wealth. It is merely a matter of perspective. As long as one remains alive, there is hope. Naturally, it is best to avoid suffering whenever possible. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found approximately 100 individuals already gathered. The group, led by Tang Jibwa, formed a cluster in the center, while others maintained a distance of 7 to 8 meters in a semicircle, an archetypal scene of a brawl. Many who had followed Tian also formed a circle, subtly synchronizing with the onlookers. Yet only Tian approached Tang Jibwa and his entourage. Feeling bold, are we now? Tang Jibwa mukdi aseski Tian, raising his hand to accept a baseball bat handed to him by a companion behind. Within the school, various cliques abound, and the adolescent boys, in their second year, often bestow upon their groups names they perceive as impressively cool. For instance, there is Tang Jibwa and his self-styled cold-blooded 13 Eagles, alongside others like the 13 Guardians, 13 Sisters, 7-Star Sword, and 8 Great Diamonds. Those who manage to establish their stature often find themselves affiliated with multiple factions. Tian, with his hands tucked in his pockets, cast a sweeping gaze over the 13 faces before him. Although he now found it akin to an adult striking an infant to engage with Tang Jibwa and his cohort, it felt somewhat unfair. It was undeniably a long-awaited thrill. He sincerely hoped that his future adversaries would continue to be this feeble. Thus, he smiled with delight and queried, "What do you wish to do?" Tang Jibwa, with a menacing grin, retorted, "Humph, it seems you have grown quite audacious in my absence. I shall tell you, Tian, do not feign indifference before me. If you bow 3 times before everyone here and crawl through my legs, I might spare you. Otherwise, I shall claim your legs today." Chapter 22. They bully me. Upon hearing Tang Jibwa's words, the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. Instances of fighting within elite high school were not uncommon. Yet an act as severe as breaking someone's legs had truly not occurred before. Within the school, one was either an academic prodigy or possessed some form of influence. Offending someone could lead to dire consequences. The current era is no longer akin to the reckless days of 2 or 3 decades ago. With surveillance cameras everywhere and bystanders ready to capture events on their phones, many have faced the wrath of public outrage, leading to their downfall. Tang Jibwa's audacity to declare such a threat publicly suggested he was confident in his ability to confront Tian without fear of repercussions. Was it merely bravado? Did he truly possess the audacity? It seemed more likely he aimed to intimidate. After all, just yesterday, a teacher publicly apologized to Tian, who had ranked first in the recent mock examinations. If Tian were to retaliate by exposing this incident online, the Tang family's influence might not be sufficient to suppress the fallout. Certainly, it would be inadequate. Let us not forget what Lu Ruyan had mentioned earlier to Tian. Tian was the son of the Su family, although he had previously seemed overlooked. His recent academic success had likely garnered the Su family's recognition. Regardless of the Su family's involvement, should this situation gain traction, the paparazzi trailing Su Feifei would certainly find it to their advantage. Indeed, if such a scandal erupted, it would not only be the Tang family that could not contain the trending topic. A young master from a prestigious family embroiled in a bloody conflict over the school beauty, the goddess's younger brother suffering bullying resulting in broken legs. How shocking. The focus must not be lost. Consider the gravity of the situation. The younger brother of the national goddess, Su Feifei, was subjected to campus bullying and had his legs broken. We must highlight the most prominent figures to ensure clarity. The surrounding murmurs caused Tang Jibua's smile to falter. What? The Su family? Su Feifei's younger brother? Who? Tian? Tang Jibua's expression shifted from amusement to confusion, his brow furrowing deeply. Was his information outdated? It was no surprise he was unaware. Having heard only yesterday of Tian forcing Lu Ruyan to apologize, he had been preparing to teach Tian an unforgettable lesson. Having arranged his plans for the midday break to confront Tian, he had rushed over in fury upon hearing that Lu Ruyan had been scolded again by Tian, entirely neglecting to inquire about their previous conversation. In light of this revelation, breaking Tian's legs seemed increasingly untenable. Yet, having made such a declaration, to refrain from acting would surely be a loss of face. Tang Jibua furrowed his brow, fixated on Tian. Perhaps years of fear would compel Tian to bow in trepidation. After a moment of deliberation among the crowd, Tian finally spoke in a low voice. What do you want with my legs? Don't you have your own? Are you foolish? Can't you comprehend human speech? Shouted Huang Mao, standing beside Tang Jibua. What bro is implying is that he intends to break your legs. Oh, Tian realized. So you all intend to break my legs. How dare Tian exhibit such audacity? Tang Jibua was instantly consumed with rage. The demeanor of his opponent was unmistakably mocking to anyone with eyes. Get him! Tang Jibua Baodao. 12 youths wielding baseball bats sprang into action at the sound. The two opposing parties were separated by a distance of 6 or 7 meters. The assailants varied in height and speed, yet they all bore youthful faces, appearing several years younger than the others present, formed by middle schoolers under the age of 14. The cold-blooded 13 Eagles was an initiative that Tang Jibua prided himself on as a clever endeavor. These brash youngsters fought recklessly. Although their strength paled in comparison to that of the high schoolers, their ferocity was unmatched, for they were educated enough to be aware of the law that exempts those under 14 from criminal prosecution. Whenever any of the 12 surpassed the age limit, Tang Jibua would expel them and recruit new members. It must be said that Tang Jibua's orchestration resembled that of a true character. Nowadays, some 12 or 13-year-olds had already reached heights of 1.80 meters, charging forth with their bats, unrelenting. Even seasoned fighters would find it challenging to withstand their onslaught. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Tian, who should not have been there. He stepped forward, swiftly snatching the baseball bat from the hands of the foremost attacker, one hand in his pocket while the other wielded the bat to parry. The sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the scene. The remaining 11 gradually formed a circle, raising their bats to strike Tian from all angles. Yet he adeptly blocked each blow, evading any hits. Moreover, he advanced as he defended, forcing those in front of him to retreat, while those behind and to either side scrambled to keep pace with him. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Before long, Tian had maneuvered the 11 attackers to stand before Tang Jibua. Before Tang could react, a bat came crashing down upon him. Instinctively, he raised his own bat to defend, finding himself inexplicably embroiled in the fray. Only one bewildered member of the 13 Eagles remained, having lost his bat, standing in shock as he watched the brawl unfold just a few meters away. Moments later, the fervor of the battle subsided, and the frequency of bat swings from Tang Jibua and his group diminished. They wielded aluminum bats, nearly obsolete in professional competitions, while more durable than wooden ones for striking. They were not designed for brawling. Despite their fierce appearance, their front-heavy design made swinging cumbersome, requiring both hands for effective use and proving less efficient than a simple wooden bat. As Tian continued to defend, he needed not to retaliate. Tang Jibwa and his companions would tire themselves out before long. However, the preliminary theatrics had reached their conclusion. They could not afford to refrain from striking, especially not in front of Luo Yingxiong, who was diligently recording the chaos from the periphery. With a flick of his wrist, Tian swung his bat, eliciting a cry of anguish. Amidst the flurry of swinging bats, it was evident to the spectators how his bat found its mark on an opponent's leg. In mere seconds, a circle of fallen figures surrounded Tian. Casting aside his bat, he shook his head and sighed. It seems your intent is not merely to break my legs, but to take my life. Alas, I must do my utmost to put an end to this. Tian, Tang Jibwa, lying on the ground, cried out hoarsely, "You've broken my legs. I will make you pay. I will have your life. Classmate Tang, do not speak frivolously. I was merely putting an end to your criminal activities. Once I ascertained your capacity to cease such actions, I too halted my assault." In a moment of speechlessness, Tang Jibwa quickly retorted, "Just wait, I will call my father right now. The principal is coming." Before Tian could respond, a loud cry echoed from the stairway leading to the rooftop. Shortly thereafter, 5 or 6 teachers ascended to the rooftop. "What is going on here?" bellowed the portly principal. Without hesitation, Tian turned around, raised his hand high, and declared, "Report, teacher. They are bullying me." Chapter 23. The guardian is the Welfare Institute. The principal and others were taken aback. "Who is bullying you?" inquired the director of the political education office. "They are," Tian declared, pointing at Tang Jibwa and his companions. "This situation," the director remarked, "seems more akin to you bullying them." Tian shrugged. "Surely. The director has heard the saying, 'Boasting leads to a fall.' I was merely acting in self-defense." The director was at a loss for words. "Are you implying that a dozen of them were about to assault you, yet you single-handedly defeated them?" "Indeed. All present here are witnesses." The director exchanged glances with the principal. They were seasoned in dealing with student altercations. The students encircled by onlookers were indeed those involved in the brawl. However, only 2 remained standing, with Tian among them, while the others lay on the ground, clutching their legs and crying out in despair. This scenario could only suggest one of 2 possibilities. Either Tian's account was true, or the aggressors held a significantly higher status than their counterparts, rendering them too fearful to resist and opting instead to endure the beating. "You all come with me to the political education office," the director commanded. A student nearby whispered Tang Jibwa and his friends might be unable to go. "Why can't they go?" the director queried, puzzled. "Their legs are likely broken. They should go to the hospital first." "Broken legs?" The director was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the principal before turning his gaze back to Tang Jibwa and the others. Seeing them still clutching their legs and wailing, a sense of dread crept into his heart. If it were merely superficial injuries, the pain would have subsided by now. However, if bones were involved, the agony would only intensify. To break the legs of 12 students in one fell swoop, Tian's actions were indeed ruthless. "What are you all waiting for? Call the school hospital," the principal barked, then turned to whisper instructions to the director before descending from the rooftop. The school hospital of Elite High School boasted standards that rivaled those of a top-tier hospital. After Tian had consumed 2 cups of tea in the political education office, the preliminary examination results for Tang Jibwa and his companions had arrived. Tang Jibwa had fractured both of his lower legs, while the remaining 11 each suffered a fracture in one leg. Upon hearing the definitive news, the school leaders felt a wave of darkness wash over them. What did the school require? Beyond the quality of education, it was safety and stability. In fact, the importance of safety and stability surpassed that of educational quality. There were few instances of schools facing penalties due to poor teaching quality and even fewer cases of teachers being dismissed for inadequate instructional skills. However, if safety were compromised, it could nullify all achievements. If today's incident were mishandled, even the emergence of a provincial or national top scorer in the upcoming college entrance examination would not suffice to mitigate the repercussions. Particularly the director of the political education office, responsible for the moral education of students, felt that his tenure was nearing its end. He cast a resentful glance at Tian. This little troublemaker had certainly stirred up a significant mess in recent days. Notify both sets of parents, the principal's side. The sheer number of injured parties clearly indicated that the political education office could no longer manage the situation alone. The venue for mediation was moved to the mid-level conference room, with nearly all relevant school leaders in attendance. The principal, vice principal, members from the academic affairs and political education offices, and the security department. Tian sat quietly on the side, extracting his phone and casually scrolling through short videos with his legs crossed. It must be said, nothing compares to the allure of silk paired with high heels. During his years in the realm of cultivation, he had encountered many beauties, and the charm of female cultivators, nourished by spiritual energy, transcended that of ordinary individuals. However, novelty played a crucial role. The cultivation world leaned towards an ancient lifestyle, with entertainment far inferior to that of Earth. The deputy director of the political education office hurriedly rushed into the conference room, approaching the principal and whispering, "Principal, we have notified the parents of Tang Jibua." But as for Tian, he hesitated. The principal furrowed his brow slightly. "What is it?" Tian's guardian was the Welfare Institute of Linjiang City. But when I contacted them, they informed me that Tian had been adopted 4 years ago. The principal paused, turning to the seemingly engrossed Tian, and said, "Why don't you reach out to your parents?" Tian looked up and replied, "It would be better for the school to contact them. It would facilitate communication. I can provide the phone number." The deputy director hurried to Tian's side, seizing the opportunity to remove the prefix of his title and appearing more diligent. The director of the political education office leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. When the deputy director learned from Tian that his guardians were Su Donghai and his wife, he was taken aback. He had heard of Su Donghai's name before. In his recollection, families of such prominence typically had their household affairs managed by the matriarch. He immediately dialed Qin Rupiang. "Hello, who is this?" After 2 rings, Qin Rupiang's voice emerged. "Greetings, this is Jingying High School. May I ask if you're the parent of Tian from Class 3 of Senior Year 3? The deputy director politely inquired. "The situation is as follows. Tian is involved in an incident of school violence, please." Before he could finish, an explosive voice erupted from the other end. "What? That little rascal has gotten into trouble again? I knew he would always stir up trouble. Miss Qin, the matter. We'll be there shortly." The phone was abruptly disconnected. The deputy director glanced at Tian. This student had previously been somewhat inconspicuous, only recently catching the attention of the school leadership by ranking first in the mock exams. He hardly fit the mold of troublemaker. With all notifications dispatched, the remaining task was to wait. The parents of Tang Jibua arrived one after another. Instead of visiting their child first, they were led directly to the conference room, fearing that witnessing their child's condition might provoke an emotional outburst, especially with over 10 school leaders present, demonstrating the school's grave concern regarding the incident. The nearly 20 parents exchanged glances, hesitant to speak loudly. After all, they outnumbered the single student present. They had a rough idea of their children's conduct. In their hearts, they understood they were not in the right. After a stifling half-hour, a thunderous voice resonated from outside the conference room. "Where is that ungrateful child?" It was Su Donghai's voice. Moments later, the door to the conference room swung open, and Su Donghai and his wife entered simultaneously with the parents of Tang Jibua. Su Donghai quickly surveyed the room's atmosphere. A lengthy conference table occupies the room. At the far end, distant from the entrance, sit the school leaders, while to their left are a dozen middle-aged men and women, and to their right is Tian alone. It resembles a tribunal. "Unfilial son," Su Donghai bellowed once more, rushing forward and delivering a resounding slap to Tian's face. This strike could have easily been blocked, yet Tian chose not to defend himself, allowing Su Donghai's full force to land upon him. However, he was fortunate enough to protect his face, turning his head slightly and letting a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Su, please do not act impulsively," the vice director of the political education office exclaimed, hastening to intervene. "This ungrateful wretch is driving me to madness. Director, do not stop me. Today, I shall teach him a lesson he will not forget." Su Donghai shouted, his fury palpable. Chapter 24. I want to endure my sentence in prison." Seeing that Tian offered no resistance, Su Donghai was overjoyed. He surmised that with so many people present, particularly the school leaders, Tian would not dare to bear the shame of confronting his father in front of others, thus allowing him to vent all the pent-up frustration from the past few days. "Mr. Su," Principal Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. "I'm the principal of elite high school. Please remain calm and clarify the situation first." Upon hearing this, Su Donghai immediately regained his composure. The position of the principal of elite high school was not insignificant. Although it was a private institution and the principal held no administrative rank, the reputation of elite high school was immense. Even small business owners would not typically have the privilege to converse with the principal. Furthermore, Su Donghai, being a shareholder of the school, was aware that Luo Yuan also served as a board member. He had never encountered him before and had assumed he was an elderly gentleman, only to find him appearing to be in his 40s. With Su Donghai's anger, Qin Rupiying refrained from shouting in front of others. She approached Tian with a luxurious handbag, glaring at him fiercely, embodying a sentiment of disdain for his perceived shortcomings. "Ahem," Principal Luo Yuan cleared his throat. "The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss an incident of campus violence." Su Donghai was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Tian and then at the nearly 20 parents seated across from him. Involving violence. Such a clear division of seating suggested that Tian had faced off against more than a dozen individuals. Was it to imply that Tian was the victim? Yet, he bore no visible injuries. He vaguely recalled that when he charged at Tian, the sound emanating from Tian's phone was strangely familiar, as if it was something relating to guessing or divination. Qin Rupiying, on the other hand, glared at Tian with utmost disdain. In her mind, she believed this situation was entirely of Tian's making. As the principal and the parents engaged in hushed discussions, he discreetly signaled to the vice director of the political education department. The vice director promptly understood and cleared his throat, stating, "According to the preliminary information gathered by the school, Tang Jibwa and 12 other students engaged in a physical altercation with Tian on the rooftop, resulting in 12 of them, including Tang Jibwa, suffering from leg fractures. Tang Jibwa has bilateral calf fractures, while the remaining 11 sustained fractures in one calf." "What? How outrageous! You dare to harm my son!" The parents across from Tian erupted in anger, pointing accusatorily at him. "You little beast!" Qin Rupiying stood up, shouting in fury, "With the Su family's connections, is this how you conduct yourself at elite high school?" Having gathered her wits, she instinctively raised her hand to strike Tian. However, this time, Tian raised his hand to block it. After having endured one slap, he certainly would not allow another. Qin Rupiying paused, incredulous. "Why did you not block when Su Donghai hit you? Is it a double standard for your father and mother?" "Everyone," the vice director interjected loudly, "please do not be agitated. The school takes this matter very seriously and has brought you here specifically to mediate the situation." "Mediate?" Tang Jibwa's father retorted angrily. "No wonder we have yet to see our son. It appears you merely wish to placate us." Principal Luo, although the Tang family may not be considered a prestigious household, I shall not let this matter rest. Indeed, my son is merely 13 years old. Should he suffer any lingering consequences, it would jeopardize his entire future. Principal Luo, the act of breaking legs is not something that can be swept under the rug by the school, especially when 12 students have been injured. A parent spoke sternly. "What are we still discussing? Let's call the police." "Precisely, we must report this." Breaking the legs of 12 students, 11 of whom are minors under the age of 14, surely constitutes a grave criminal offense? I demand that Tian be imprisoned for life. Imprisoned? Such a vicious criminal deserves the death penalty. The parents across the room expressed their outrage passionately. Fortunately, these parents exhibited a degree of decorum, even in their agitation. Foul language was absent from the conference room. Luo Yuan rapped his knuckles on the table, urging the crowd to lower their voices before he spoke. "As the principal of elite high school, I cannot condone acts of violence on campus. I understand the sentiments of all the parents present. However, this matter is not as straightforward as you believe." "Principal Luo," Mr. Tang interjected, "is certainly not so simple. We will not accept any mediation from the school. Tian must face the law. Yes, he must be imprisoned. He must be imprisoned. Luo Yuan cast an odd glance at Mr. Tang. Can you not perceive the discrepancy? What do you mean? Mr. Tang asked, perplexed. One person against 13. Who is truly the bully here? Mr. Tang paused. But our son's leg is broken. Is it possible? Luo Yuan hesitated, choosing his words carefully, that it was 13 against 1, and yet he was able to turn the tables? Tian turned his head, regarding Luo Yuan with surprise. He had never encountered the principal of elite high school before, and now found him rather intriguing. Mr. Tang and the others exchanged glances. After several interruptions from Luo Yuan, they had begun to regain their composure. Upon reflection, one person attacking 13 in a school setting suggests that unless this individual holds an exceptional status, the 13 would not simply stand by and allow the assault. Even if they were outmatched, they would surely scatter and not allow themselves to be caught and harmed one by one. Is it truly the case that the 13 could not overpower Tian? Principal Luo, Mr. Tang hesitated. Tian must have had accomplices, right? Otherwise, whether he retaliated or initiated the conflict, it would be impossible for him to take on 13 alone. Luo Yuan's expression grew even more peculiar. What if, just perhaps, he possesses innate strength? Innate strength? Such a statement from the principal of a prestigious high school seems rather incongruous. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Principal Luo is inclined to protect Tian. Mr. Tang harbored doubts in his heart, casting a cold glance across the room. Could this be due to Su Donghai? It seems unlikely. Although the Su family wields considerable power, the Tang family would not easily succumb to bullying, especially with a dozen other families standing alongside them, forming a force not to be underestimated. Given Luo Yuan's stature, he should not feel compelled to show undue deference to Su Donghai. Moreover, judging by the recent interaction between Su Donghai and Tian, it is evident that, as his son has mentioned, Tian holds little standing within the Su family. But why is that? Tian, aside from his handsome appearance, one struggles to discern any qualities worthy of consideration from Luo. How insufferable! Observing the silence among the gathered parents, Qin Ruping finally interjected, urging, quickly, apologize to your Uncle Tang. Yet, Tian responded with a smile. In truth, it is they who ought to apologize to me. This remark further incensed the assembled parents. Their son had suffered a broken leg, and now they were expected to offer an apology? What kind of logic is that? Mr. Su, one parent remarked icily, though we may be humble compared to the Su family, does Tian's demeanor not suggest he holds us in contempt? Unruly child, Su Donghai reprimanded immediately. Do not you dare fail to bow and apologize. Perhaps we should simply involve the authorities, Tian retorted. Chapter 25. Demanding an apology and compensation from the Tang family call the police? The expressions of those present varied upon hearing Tian's words. The previously boisterous Tang father and his companions now appeared uncertain. Clearly, the principal's demeanor suggested there was more to the story. What if, after calling the police, it turned out they were in the wrong? Would they not offend both the school and the Su family, while also losing face? The school officials felt a pang of anxiety. What purpose would calling the police serve? Their intention in inviting both parties to the conference room was to de-escalate the situation. It was fortunate that Tian, who should have been bullied, emerged unscathed, while the culpable Tang Jibo and his associates were injured, a fitting consequence for their misdeeds. Ideally, both sides would reach a reconciliation. Tian would return to class as usual, and the Tang family's medical expenses would be resolved independently, resulting in a harmonious outcome for all. However, Qin Ruping gave no thought to this and sharply rebuked, "Call the police? Do you not find this humiliating enough? Are you intent on bringing shame upon the Su family? How can your heart be so cruel? What shame could the Su family possibly endure?" Tian queried, perplexed. "With a criminal like you at large, is that not disgraceful? You little wretch, hurry and heed your father's advice. Apologize to your Uncle Tang and beg for mercy on behalf of the Su family." Qin Ruping spat venomously. As Tian observed the disdain and contempt in Qin Ruping's expression, a sudden clarity washed over him. This confrontation with outsiders was a first since his arrival at the Su family. And it was equally the first time the Su family had come to the school regarding his matters. Yet, whether with the Su family or outsiders, the blame was invariably placed upon him. Even the parents, who were understandably incensed over their son's injury, sensed the underlying oddities of the situation. Despite this, Qin Ruping clung to her biases with an almost obsessive fervor. As for Su Donghai, his stern and forbidding countenance revealed his understanding of Luo Yuan's intentions. Yet he persisted in coercing Qi Tian into admitting fault. Qi Tian frowned slightly. It seemed his suspicions were well-founded. Su Donghai indeed harbored ulterior motives regarding his return. Principal, Qi Tian stated coolly, I had originally intended to comply with the school's arrangements, but as you can see, Su Donghai and his wife do not consent. Thus, it will be prudent to call the police. I believe a fair resolution will ensue. Qi Tian, Qin Ruping retorted angrily. When did we ever oppose the school's mediation or demand police intervention? If you choose to accept it, then be silent. Listen to the principal, rather than showcasing your nearly non-existent intellect. You, little wretch, how dare you speak to me like that? You must truly be mentally unwell. Enough. Su Donghai suddenly interjected. Sit down. Qin Ruping opened her mouth to argue, but, thanks to her refined upbringing, she regained control of herself and refrained from embarrassing Su Donghai in public. Reluctantly taking her seat beside him, Luo Yuan nodded slightly at Su Donghai and spoke up. There are over 100 witnesses to the events that transpired. It was indeed Tang Jibo who led a group to Class 3 of senior year, demanding Qi Tian accompany them to the rooftop. Once there, it was Tang Jibo who incited Zhang Zhuang and others to assault Qi Tian, employing baseball bats as weapons. As Luo Yuan's words unfolded, the expressions of Tang's father and the others grew increasingly grim. In the school, it is often the case that a group of 13 confronts a single individual, with a larger faction initiating the conflict, and wherever this transpires, they are seldom in the right. Recently, at a certain high school, 7 individuals assaulted one, and in a moment of desperation, the assailant drew a fruit knife from his pocket and fatally wounded one of his attackers, ultimately receiving a mere 3-year sentence, with 2 years suspended. Their sons had merely sustained fractures, and it is worth noting that the Su family is not one to be trifled with. They might indeed have to offer an apology. Thus, Luo Yuan continued, the school's suggestion is that classmate Qi Tian bears no fault in this matter, and that Tang Jibwa and others should bear their own medical expenses. What say you, Principal Luo? Qin Ruping appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Qi Tian truly bore no blame. Luo Yuan inquired curiously, what is it? Does Mrs. Su insist on assigning him culpability? Not at all, she replied. I merely thought before she could finish. Su Donghai interjected, stating that since the situation was as such, they would acquiesce to the school's arrangement. Luo Yuan nodded and turned his gaze toward Tang's father and the other parents. Tang's father exchanged glances with several other parents before rising to declare, we have no objections either. In response, Luo Yuan smiled. Then suddenly, Qi Tian interjected, drawing the collective attention of the room. I disagree, he stated, his expression impassive. What is the meaning of this, classmate Qi Tian? Questioned the vice director of the political education office, perplexed. Qi Tian rose, his calm gaze sweeping over Su Donghai and his wife, Tang's father, the various parents, and finally locking eyes with Luo Yuan. He declared with conviction, Tang Jibwa and his cohort stormed into Class 3 of the senior year, coercing me onto the rooftop and assaulted me, causing me significant psychological trauma. It is utterly shocking that at such a prestigious school, known as the pinnacle of excellence in Linjiang, there exist students who act with such reckless abandon, maliciously bullying their peers. In light of the incontrovertible facts, their parents show no remorse or intention to amend, while the school is prepared to overlook the matter entirely. I find it exceedingly difficult to acquiesce. Luo Yuan displayed an intrigued smile. And what is your stance, classmate Qi? Qi Tian reciprocated the smile, turning to Tang's father and the others. I demand that Tang Jibwa and his associates apologize to me and compensate for my personal emotional distress. 12 of them are minors, so their parents will apologize and provide compensation on their behalf. Is that acceptable? The parents were instantly incensed. What? My son has a broken leg, And you expect me to apologize to you? Preposterous. You must be out of your mind. Su, what is Tian to you? Is he a sponsored impoverished student or something? Have you lost your senses? Did you not hear Su call him a rebellious son? Clearly, he is Su's child. But isn't his son, Su Siwen? I heard that several years ago, the Su family adopted a child. It must be Tian. How can one have a biological son and an adopted son? Isn't that madness? Is the Su family not satisfied with the chaos at home? The common trait of humanity seems to be an insatiable curiosity. As the conversation unfolded, the topic veered inexplicably. Su Donghai's brow twitched in agitation. The school had already handled this matter appropriately. What more did this rebellious child wish to achieve? If he demanded apologies from these dozen parents, would he not offend them all? Especially the Tang family, who are hardly inferior to the Su family. Now, matters concerning parentage and adoption have emerged. Could this truly be Tian's intention? He cast a dark glance toward Tian while massaging his temples. Since 2 days ago, this rebellious child has become utterly inscrutable. Could he have discovered something? You little wretch. Qin Rupiang admonished angrily. What gives you the right to speak here? Your Uncle Tang has overlooked your violent act against Ji boxing. Instead of expressing gratitude, you audaciously demand an apology from them. Do you truly believe that the Su family will condone and protect you for such behavior? Look, Tian replied with an outstretched hand. It is not just me. The Su Donghai couple also disapproves of the school's mediation. In that case, let's report this to the authorities. Rest assured, Principal Luo. Even if the school's surveillance happens to malfunction and witnesses suddenly experience amnesia, I possess ample evidence to support your earlier statements. Chapter 26. The speed of earning money rivals that of committing crimes. While the smile on Luo Yuan's face remained, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. He had not anticipated that a high school student would prove to be so troublesome. If he were to take more drastic measures at this moment, he could have someone restrain Tian and compel him to yield. Observing the indifference of Su Donghai and his wife towards Tian, Luo Yuan was torn. On one hand, as the principal of elite high school, he was reluctant to resort to violence against the student. On the other hand, after reviewing the rooftop surveillance footage, he had little faith in the school security's ability to subdue Tian. If a commotion were to ensue and the incident became public, it would escalate beyond mere schoolyard violence. With his thoughts racing, Luo Yuan remarked, "Rest assured, Student Shi, I have already reviewed the school's surveillance footage. Everything from Tang Jibua leading a group into Class 3 of the senior year to the events on the rooftop has been clearly recorded. The recent outcome was indeed a mismanagement on the school's part. Rest assured, the institution will not tolerate acts of violence on campus." Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Principal Luo." However, Luo Yuan continued, this matter pertains to the reputation of elite high school. If Tang Jibua's side is willing to apologize and offer compensation, could we resolve this within the school? He added, as a representative of elite high school, I must consider the institution's reputation. Tang Jibua, as the instigator, would be required to compensate 2 million, with the remaining 12 individuals each contributing 500,000. What do you think? A smile spread across Tian's face. For the sake of Principal Luo's standing, I shall reluctantly agree. Luo Yuan chose to ignore Tian's response and turned his attention to Tang's father. Tang Jibua not only engaged in violence himself, but also incited multiple minors to commit acts of aggression. If one were to pursue this matter seriously, even without any physical harm inflicted, it could still be deemed a serious offense. Mr. Tang, it would be wise for you to reflect on this and ensure that your son understands what is acceptable behavior. Tang's father and mother broke into a cold sweat at once. From Luo Yuan's insinuation, it was clear that he intended to protect Tian. Although they were unsure of the exact legal ramifications, it was evident that if Luo Yuan pursued the matter, Tang Jibua could very well face imprisonment. As for the other 12 students, Luo Yuan continued. Although they are under 14 and have not caused significant harm, it is imperative that their guardians enforce strict supervision. In due course, elite high school will not wish for such students to continue their education here. It is crucial that you deliberate on your options. Tang's father and the other parents exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. With the principal's words weighing heavily, further dissent seemed futile. Should they refuse, they risked not only the consequences outlined by Luo Yuan, but also incurring his ire. Presenting a monetary solution now could mitigate the fallout. After all, for their underperforming son, the opportunity at elite high school was worth far more than 500,000, making it a worthwhile investment. By employing a mental calculus of victory, the prospect of parting with 500,000 appeared less daunting. Principal Luo, we agree to apologize and compensate, Tang's father declared on behalf of the group. Then let us commence, Luo Yuan replied. After a brief, hushed discussion among the parents, they rose in unison. They bowed to Tian, and Tang Fu spoke. On behalf of Tang Jibo, I, Tang Shunping, extend my sincerest apologies to you for the incident that occurred on the school's rooftop. We too, the other parents chimed in hastily. We will certainly discipline Tang Jibo rigorously to ensure that such an occurrence never transpires again. Tang Shunping reiterated. We too, echoed the other parents in unison. Well, Tian replied, seeing your sincerity, I shall consider this matter resolved. Tang, allow me to offer you a word of advice. When disciplining your child, it is imperative to impart reason, lest he be merely used as a pawn. Tang Shunping's gaze turned cold as he nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, classmate Chi. Tian then produced a bank card from his pocket and tossed it onto Tang Shunping's table. The compensation could be directly transferred to this card. Tang Shunping ceased speaking and began the transfer on his phone, the incessant ping of text notifications ringing from Tian's device. 8 million earned from a single altercation. This speed rivals that of the underworld. The faces of Su Donghai and his wife shifted from crimson to pale. The resolution was executed so swiftly by Luo Yuan that they scarcely had a chance to interject, finding themselves amidst the apologies and transactions of Tang Shunping's group. Throughout their entrance, they had berated Tian, demanding he admit fault and bow an apology, only to discover in the end that Tian was indeed blameless, rendering them quite foolish. After Tang Shunping's group completed the transaction and departed, Luo Yuan took a moment to remind Su Donghai once more. He approached Su Donghai and earnestly said, Mr. Su, Tian not only topped the simulated exam for the entire year, but also ranked first in Linjiang City. If he maintains this trajectory, he could very well contend for the title of top scholar in the province, or even the nation. You have a remarkable son. Yes. Indeed, it is a testament to the school's excellent education, Su Donghai replied with an awkward smile. As they exited the conference room and stepped outside the teaching building, Su Donghai su lihat an epifani. He turned abruptly to Tian and asked, Was your slap in front of the school officials intentional? Why would I intentionally subject myself to a slap? Tian replied with a smile. To demonstrate to the school authorities and Tang Shunping that our relationship is strained, leading them to believe that the Su family would not intervene, thus compelling you to settle the matter quietly while I escalate it further. Upon hearing this, Tian regarded Su Donghai with a deep gaze. So, you possess a modicum of intelligence. You, Su Donghai began, but Tian interrupted. Enough. Our relationship has reached this point, and there is no need for further discussion. I must attend class now. Until we meet again. Xiao Tian. Qin Ruping called out with a quavering voice. Stop. Tian raised his hand. Do not attempt this with me. Your maternal theatrics are better suited for Su Siwen. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. The slap he received, beyond what Su Donghai articulated, was primarily intended to gauge whether Su Donghai would speculate as he did earlier. Should Su Donghai possess insight, it would indicate that upon bringing him back, he would resort to either reprimanding or scolding him, not due to a loss of reason, but as a consequence of his own actions. This consequence, Su Donghai would have to bear. As for the others, should they refrain from provoking him in the future, he might exhibit a modicum of mercy and allow them to retain their physical integrity. Gazing at the receding figure of Tian, Su Donghai's expression grew ever colder. He had indeed struck Tian with a resounding slap, yet it felt akin to hitting a solid iron plate. He had suppressed his cry to avoid humiliation before the crowd, and even now, his hand tingled with residual numbness. Fortunately, this evening he would have the opportunity to consign this rebellious child to a mental institution. When Tian returned to class unscathed, The students were astounded. He had shattered the legs of 12 individuals, yet suffered no repercussions. Had Tian truly ascended to the status of a wealthy scion? Moreover, his martial prowess was astonishing. He had single-handedly confronted 13 adversaries without so much as a scratch. Throughout the afternoon, Tian navigated the myriad gazes of astonishment, curiosity, envy, and admiration with remarkable composure. After school, as he settled into the car, Tian scrolled through short videos. Suddenly, he looked up and remarked, "Zhang Taizhu, it seems we are on the wrong route. Don't you think?" Chapter 27. Su Siwen's fortuitous encounter. The Bentley glided along a secluded country road. Zhang Taizhu glanced up at the rearview mirror. "Young master, this is an order from the master. I have no choice but to earn a living at the Su family, do I?" "Indeed," Tian nodded. "But could you elaborate on what the master instructed you to do?" "The master merely instructed me to take you 5 miles north of the city outskirts. Beyond that, I am unaware of other matters." "Young master, I am simply following orders. Please do not direct your ire towards me for the celestial conflict between you. That is understandable." Tian replied with a smile. "However, let this be a reminder for you. Next time, choose wisely whom to heed, Su Donghai or myself." Zhang Taizhu trembled slightly. Although the young master's smile was charming, an unsettling chill enveloped him. The vehicle came to a halt. Suddenly, a dozen individuals emerged from the fields flanking the road, swiftly surrounding the car. Tian patted Zhang Taizhu on the shoulder. "Stay in the car and wait. I will need you to drive me back shortly." Young master. If I am captured, you can simply drive away. But if I am unharmed and you leave prematurely upon my return, your fate will mirror that of Su Siwen." "Understood, young master. I will remain in the car," Zhang Taizhu hurriedly assured him, just in case. He lacked the funds to purchase dragonbone grass. Tian opened the car door and gracefully stepped out. Su Siwen's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dragon-patterned jade pendant that Su Yue had produced. He had not anticipated that Su Yue would acquire it within a single day. "Wen, you mentioned that this pendant can nourish the body. How should it be used?" Su Yue inquired, scrutinizing the pendant with curiosity. "Place it in my mouth," Su Siwen replied hastily. Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, this is precisely how the pendant is utilized. It is meant to be held in the mouth to absorb its essence." Su Yue paused, perplexed. "Shouldn't it be washed and sanitized first?" "No, its patina is precisely what is desired." Su Yue's expression mirrored that of an incredulous elder on the subway. "Rest assured, fifth sister, once you place it in my mouth, you may retire outside. I shall be fine. Do not forget to close the door." Su Yue nodded, suppressing her disgust as she placed the pendant in Su Siwen's mouth, allowing him to hold it, before shaking her hand and stepping into the outer room. Once the door was securely shut, Su Siwen, filled with excitement, examined the pendant nestled within his mouth. Unfortunately, his face was almost entirely swathed in bandages, rendering it invisible. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly there, firmly grasped between his lips. This was one of the premier magical artifacts from his past life, the dragon-patterned jade pendant. He had not expected it to come into his possession so effortlessly. Truly, Rebirth had granted him a significant advantage. In his previous life, the Taoist priest from the Three Clear Views, Song Song, had swiftly ascended to the ranks of the top-tier powers within mere months of acquiring the dragon-patterned jade pendant, earning accolades as one of humanity's 10 greatest masters. He was undoubtedly stronger than all the Su family sisters combined, save for Su Fei. Of course, the Su sisters' slow progression was partly due to his occasional usurpation of their abilities. Reflecting on the Su sisters, Su Siwen suddenly felt a shiver. One must concede, the genetic lineage of the Su family was indeed remarkable. The 5 sisters have awakened formidable abilities, becoming renowned figures throughout the Jiangnan province and even the entire nation in their previous lives, collectively known as the Su family's 5 fairies. If one were to draw parallels, might Tian also manifest some extraordinary power during the ominous arrival of anomalies? At times, sheer effort pales in comparison to the whims of chance. For instance, throughout 2 lifetimes, he had appropriated the learning capacity from his Su sisters, Yet he could never surpass Tian, who had grown up in an orphanage. Now, if his deductions are correct, both of them have been reborn. However, given the timing of Tian's rebirth, he remains oblivious to the impending transformation of the world into a bizarre apocalypse, which would serve as Su Siwen's leverage to overpower him. Su Siwen narrowed his eyes slightly. Strangely, even though Tian had not existed in the latter half of his previous life, an obsession lingered in his heart. Upon encountering Tian again, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him on the spot. Perhaps, even then, he sensed an inevitable reunion with Tian in the cosmic design. The grievances of 2 lifetimes must find resolution. In this life, Tian's fate shall be resolved by Su Siwen's own hands. With a flicker of thought, Su Siwen invoked the technique of absorbing spiritual energy that he had mastered in his past life. After persisting for over half an hour, a gentle warmth emanated from the dragon-patterned jade pendant in his mouth, flowing into his body. Success. Indeed, spiritual energy exists in the world, and it can be harnessed through certain artifacts. In this present day, only he comprehends the means to absorb and cultivate spiritual energy. Others will have to wait 3 months until the bizarre apocalypse fully erupts, enduring countless life-threatening explorations to acquire techniques. The dragon-patterned jade pendant, being one of the premier artifacts, upon activation, not only possesses an exceptionally strong automatic defensive barrier, but can also unleash dragon-shaped energy attacks against malevolent entities. Additionally, it boasts formidable healing capabilities, capable of treating both internal and external injuries, including the malevolent energy wounds inflicted by ghostly beings. It is said to conceal a powerful technique within. The venerable old Taoist, Sansong, ascended rapidly through the use of this technique. Su Siwen's heart raced with excitement. The advantages bestowed by his rebirth were becoming evident. He could not help but begin to contemplate his next course of action. With the assistance of the dragon-patterned jade pendant, his injuries would likely heal within 10 days. Should he prioritize stockpiling supplies, seek out other top-tier artifacts, or recruit renowned powerful figures from his past life as subordinates? Alas, the abundance of opportunities was indeed a source of minor vexation. 5 miles outside the northern outskirts of Linjiang city, Tian stood calmly in the middle of the road, hands in pockets, while more than 10 men lay sprawled on the ground around him, motionless as if lifeless. Zhang Taizhu, inside a Bentley, looked on with eyes nearly bulging out his head. A dozen or so burly men, clad in black vests and exuding muscular prowess, had failed to withstand even 20 seconds against the young master. It was a clean sweep, one after another. No wonder that day, at the Su family, when the lady called in the bodyguards, they could not manage to subdue the young master. Yet, after being brought back to the Su family, the life he led was well observed by the drivers and servants. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Clapping sounds echoed crisply from the roadside. A man and a woman emerged from behind the trees, about 10 meters away. The one applauding was a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure. She wore a white bandeau top that exposed her navel and sported exceedingly short denim shorts, complemented by a pair of approximately 5-centimeter black high heels. As for the man, it suffices to say he was a robust figure. As the pair approached, the woman scrutinized Tian and said with a playful smile, "I didn't expect someone so young to be not only handsome, but also remarkably skilled. I can hardly bring myself to challenge you. Then you may return. I shall consider this encounter as though it never happened." Tian replied nonchalantly. Well, the little brother is rather audacious," the man retorted coldly. "Your moves are a bit too sharp. I shall have to inform Mr. Su upon our return that an increase in compensation is warranted." Chapter 28. Follow me from now on. Tian was taken aback. It turned out that the external aid had been summoned by Su Donghai. No wonder those 10 or so individuals earlier were somewhat more formidable than the bodyguards of the Su family. "What does Mr. Su want you to do to me? Kill me?" Tian inquired. The woman chuckled softly. "Such a handsome young man. What a pity it would be to kill you. Don't worry. We'll simply send you to a mental hospital, and I shall visit you often, dear brother." "Should I thank you for that?" Tian replied. "No need. You'll have plenty of opportunities to express your gratitude to your sister. she said, her words vague enough that they could easily be misconstrued. Tian was no innocent boy. He could readily discern the almost blatant flirtation. However, at this moment, he was more curious about the prowess of his adversaries. In the martial arts novels he had perused in the orphanage, it was often advised to exercise caution around certain types of individuals, particularly women. In the realm of cultivation, the existence of spiritual energy nearly equalized the power disparity between genders. Yet in today's Earth, the scant spiritual energy was insufficient for the average person to perceive the nuances of cultivation, placing women at a natural disadvantage in terms of strength. It could be said that even a woman trained in martial arts for over a decade would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat a burly man in hand-to-hand combat. Given the confidence displayed by the woman before him, and her apparent leadership among the group, it was likely she possessed her own unique capabilities. Although Tian was self-assured in his current cultivation level of the second layer of Qi, coupled with centuries of combat experience, he had cultivated a prudent habit throughout his years in the cultivation world to exert full effort even against the weakest of opponents, never underestimating anyone. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to his demise. "Not speaking, are we?" the woman teased. "It seems you've resigned yourself to your fate. Then let us be on our way, to spare us any further exertion." "Where to? Straight to the mental hospital?" Tian retorted. "Just walk when you're told. No need for so much chatter." The burly man barked. Tian nodded in compliance. The woman laughed softly, swaying her hips as she approached the driver's side door of the Bentley, tapping on the window. "Handsome, would you give us a ride?" Zhang Taizhu, wearing a mournful expression, nodded his head. "I said I wanted to go back first, but the young master wouldn't allow it. Now look where I've ended up." The three of them entered the vehicle, with a burly man in the front passenger seat and the woman snugly pressed against Tian in the back. Her hand wandered across his chest and abdomen. "Indeed, your physique is quite tantalizing, little brother. How about you indulge your sister a little after we meet the master?" Tian responded with a smile. "That won't reflect my true abilities." The woman teased, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a little rogue." Upon close contact, Tian realized that the woman's combat abilities were significantly inferior to his, yet still far superior to those of the 10 or so he had just defeated. He estimated that she could easily dispatch them within mere seconds. No wonder they remained so confident after witnessing his display. About 10 minutes into their journey, the car turned off the rural road onto a side path and traveled another 100 meters, arriving in front of a villa. The term villa was merely a label. In reality, it resembled more of an estate. The estate is surrounded by vast fields and trees. In March, the weather is mild, and the trees have already begun to sprout new buds. Moreover, the riverside city is not one that experiences autumnal leaf fall. The vista is a vibrant tapestry of lush greenery and vitality. Through the sparse fence, one can observe a middle-aged man strolling in the garden with a watering can, occasionally bending down to pluck away withered leaves and, at times, watering the plants. Scattered about are several robust men clad in black, numbering at least in the dozens upon a cursory glance. This display renders the three-story building somewhat austere in comparison. A burly man in the passenger seat leans out of the car window to greet the two gatekeepers, prompting the imposing iron gate to slowly swing open. Following the man's directions, the vehicle turns right once inside and comes to a halt. The woman opens the car door and says, "Little brother, please step out." The handsome driver is waiting in the car. Tian obeys and steps out, following the two men to within several meters of the middle-aged man tending the flowers. Along the way, Tian observes his surroundings. The estate occupies a vast expanse, its construction seemingly harmonious with the principles of feng shui. The stone bricks underfoot and the pavilions and columns are crafted from exquisite materials, and the flowers in the garden appear to be rare varieties. While the land on the outskirts of the riverside city may not be exorbitantly priced, creating such a solitary estate necessitates the resolution of water, electricity, and gas issues. It is not merely a matter of wealth. Master Long, the person has been brought, the woman bows slightly. Her demeanor is exceedingly respectful, a stark contrast to her previous self. The man addressed as Master Long appears oblivious, continuing to tend to the branches and water the plants at an angle. Silence pervades the atmosphere, The woman remains bent at the waist, and Tian watches quietly. After a moment, Master Long finishes arranging the flowers before extending the watering can aside. Immediately, two of his sturdy men step forward, one taking the watering can while the other offers a handkerchief. Master Long wipes his hands and turns to Tian, asking, "Are you Tian?" Tian replies, "I am Tian, though I am unsure if I am the one you seek." Master Long returns the handkerchief and strides over to a nearby chair, where he retrieves a glass of water to rinse his mouth before leisurely preparing a cigar. Someone nearby is ready to light it for him. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Master Long chuckles. "You seem quite composed, young man. Truth be told, I have grown somewhat impatient. I merely wish to see how long you could maintain this facade." "Impudent," the woman interjects sharply. Master Long's laughter booms even louder indeed. A hero emerges from the youth. "It is a first for me to encounter a high schooler who can speak so boldly in my presence." "Well, today may bring you many firsts," Tian responds. "Oh." Master Long exhales another cloud of smoke, his interest piqued. Tian inquires, "So, was it Su Donghai who sent you to apprehend me? What is Su Donghai to discuss matters of obligation?" Master Long retorts, "Then what is this about?" Tian asks, "I once owed the elder Su a favor, and now Su Donghai seeks to collect, wanting me to repay the Su family." Tian nods. "What is the purpose of bringing me here?" "To await Su Donghai, who will escort you to the psychiatric hospital," Master Long replies. "Have you informed Su Donghai?" "Not yet," Long Yi replied with a smile. "In truth, you should have notified him when you headed this way. But I was eager to meet the person Su Donghai is willing to exhaust his connections for. I heard you are, in fact, his biological son?" "Biologically speaking, yes." Long Yi surveyed Tian with a half-smile, noting his composure. "The Su family is quite intriguing. Look at you, maintaining your poise in unfamiliar surroundings, with such a descendant. One would expect earnest cultivation rather than sending him off to a mental institution. Surely, there must be some undisclosed secrets at play. That is of no concern to you. But I have something I wish to discuss with you," Tian stated. "Oh," Long Yi inquired with keen interest, "what is it?" "Join me in my endeavors henceforth." Chapter 29, I am truly capable reckless. "Bold." A man and a woman behind Tian shouted sternly. Long Yi narrowed his eyes. More than a dozen robust men in black swiftly surrounded them. People further away turned to pay attention. The brawny man who had brought Tian shouted and then directly kicked out, aiming for Tian's leg pit, intending to force him to kneel before Long Yi. Tian slightly shifted his body, raised his foot to strike the brawny man's ankle, while his other leg soared to connect with the man's head. This series of movements was straightforward, merely a double kick, yet astonishingly swift. Those encircling them could barely register what happened before the brawny man was sent flying, blood spraying, landing on the ground and remaining still. Hiss! The onlookers' expressions changed in unison. Long Yi abruptly stood, his face dark as he fixed his gaze on Tian. "It seems you came here with intent?" Tian had already retracted his foot and turned his back, as if he had never moved. "What do you think of my suggestion?" "Defeating Wang Ming. I concede you possess some skill, but you, a mere child. Think you can have me follow you based on your prowess?" "Incorrect. First, it was a swift defeat. Second, I am not just capable. Compared to you, I am exceedingly formidable." He, Long Yi chuckled twice, took a puff of his cigar, and exhaled smoke. "In this territory of Linjiang for nearly 2 decades, you are the first to dare to speak such words to me. Exceedingly formidable, is it? Very well, let us see you survive first," implying that one could kill here. Tian replied nonchalantly. "This place is remote." Long Yi retorted casually, "Attack." Instantly, one by one, the men in black charged toward Tian. One after another, they were sent flying. In a daze, Long Yi felt as though he were in the climactic battle scene of a Hong Kong film, with a protagonist faced off against the Axe Gang. Individuals continuously rushed forward, while others were sent sprawling backward. The number of those advancing dwindled, while those who fell and remained motionless increased, until, standing tall, aside from Tian, only Long Yi and the alluring woman remained. When the first assailant charged, Long Yi leisurely raised his hand to place the cigar in his mouth, not lowering it thereafter. The cigar was nearly extinguished. Tian revealed a friendly smile. So, what do you think? Am I not exceedingly formidable? Long Yi struggled to swallow, visibly showing the movement of his Adam's apple. He stiffly turned his head to look around. The fallen black-clad bodyguards lay motionless, as though lifeless. A man of great stature in Linjiang. Long Yi should not have lost his composure in such a manner, yet today's events were unprecedented in his life. He had encountered many capable individuals. His subordinates, Wang Meng and the enchanting woman, were experts who, given sufficient time, could eliminate dozens of strong men without injury. However, as Tian pointed out, there is a significant distinction between being capable and being exceedingly formidable. The bodyguards within the estate were the cream of the crop, yet one after another fell. Even Wang Meng, who was quite formidable, was taken down in a single blow. After a moment of stunned silence, the alluring woman stepped forward, adopting a defensive stance before Long Yi. You go first, I'll hold him off. Long Yi glanced at Tian, regaining his composure. He sat back in his chair with a stern expression, reigniting the cigar in his hand. After a slight cough, he remarked, Scarlet Scorpion. Had he intended to strike me earlier, I might very well have found myself lying on the ground. Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, acknowledging, indeed, it is still Lord Long, cast a peculiar glance at Tian. The other party's martial prowess was undeniably formidable, and his demeanor was extraordinary, far from that of a mere high school student. However, dressed in a school uniform with his hands behind his back, he appeared rather out of place. Had he known better, he would have refrained from overstepping and simply instructed them to bring guns. I hear firearms are prohibited in Huagua? Tian inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. There are always ways around it, he continued with a smile. Unless you are accompanied by armed guards at all times to ensure your safety. I have ample opportunities to deal with you at my discretion. Lord Long remained silent for a moment before responding. So, you intend to wield this threat to persuade me to join your ranks? At your level, one would presume you fear for your life. Indeed, I fear death. Yet I have fought my way to this point. To back down merely at your intimidation seems rather simplistic, does it not? Beyond brute force, one must possess other attributes, such as power, wealth, or perhaps you could even offer me a stunning beauty. Tian, surprised, retorted, You have seen the world. Is your demand truly so modest? Oh, Lord Long chuckled. Then enlighten me as to what more sophisticated offerings you propose. I can grant you immortality. Observing the incredulous expressions on Lord Long and Scarlet Scorpion's faces, Tian recognized their skepticism. He had no means to substantiate his claim at that moment. However, aside from his combat abilities, he possessed one more asset that could momentarily compel Lord Long to acquiesce. Have you sensed an eerie atmosphere around here lately? Tian shifted the conversation. Lord Long paused, then laughed. Young brother, your performance today has sufficiently impressed me. I am willing to regard you as an equal. From now on, I shall keep my subordinates in check. Should you require assistance, I will do my utmost to help. There is no need for further elaboration. Tian cast a glance at the ominous house behind him, then scrutinized Lord Long before stepping forward to the wooden tea table, where he inscribed a series of numbers with his finger. This is my phone number. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to call me. Lord Long gazed down, perplexed, at the phone number etched onto the table. The tea table was crafted from Hainan Wangwali wood. In recent years, the production of Wangwali had sharply declined, often replaced with inferior imitations or outright fakes. This particular table was a rare treasure he had painstakingly acquired, now marred by a series of numbers. The hardness of Wangwali was remarkable, and to inscribe it with merely a finger was far easier than carving with a knife. The strength of this individual was utterly astonishing. He had heard of some extraordinary figures in the martial world with the ability to split stones, yet many were mere charlatans. Furthermore, he understood that writing on a Wangwali table with a finger was a feat far more challenging than breaking bricks. Realizing this, Lord Long abruptly looked up, only to find Tian already at the front of the Su family's vehicle. Zhang Taizhu, peering through the car window, was nearly at the brink of disbelief. The young master displayed such martial prowess, akin to a cinematic martial arts master, and not in slow motion, but with remarkable swiftness. Will the Su family still be able to bully the young master as they once did? He must tread carefully and choose his allies wisely. Should he inadvertently provoke the young master, a kick or a punch could result in dire consequences. What are you staring at? Open the door. Tian tapped on the roof of the car. Oh, yes, yes. Ouch. Zhang Taizhu sprang up, striking his head against the car's ceiling. Rubbing his head, he hurriedly opened the car door and swiftly ran to unlock the rear seat. Tian settled into the car, leaning back to rest his eyes. As for Long Yi, eliminating him outright would be the simplest solution. However, in this society governed by law, he cannot recklessly take lives. With such support, he need not involve himself directly in future matters. Upon returning to the Su residence, as he stepped into the living room, he was met with a multitude of astonished and puzzled gazes. Chapter 30. A call from Su Feifei. Su Donghai wore a perplexed expression. Tian certainly possessed considerable strength. Yet, given Long Ye's stature in Linjiang, how could he possibly be unable to handle him? Was it possible that Long Yi had not intervened? How dare you return? Su Qingning exclaimed as she rose. Tian, taken aback, replied, Am I not allowed to return to the Su family? This question left Su Qingning momentarily speechless. Internally, Tian scoffed, maintaining a fa of composure as he strolled to the dining room. He boldly seated himself and proclaimed, Is dinner ready? I'm famished after a day of classes. Moments later, the servants emerged with the meal, placing it on the dining table. They were paid to serve, and as long as Su Donghai and Qin Ruping did not object, they would naturally heed Tian's requests. Although the Su family's dynamics were rather peculiar, one never knew when Tian might regain favor. Rumor had it that those who had long endured humiliation often harbored a distorted psyche. Observing Tian eat leisurely, the Su family members huddled together in hushed whispers. Donghai, what's going on? Qin Ruping murmured with discontent. Weren't we supposed to have Long Yi intervene? Why has this little wretch returned home? Su Donghai's brows knitted tightly. Could it be that Long Yi did not act? That shouldn't be the case. I had called in a favor from my father. Perhaps he was simply unable to intervene today. Su Qingya speculated. That could very well be. I wondered why we hadn't received a call from Long Yi. Su Donghai acknowledged. I shall pay him another visit tomorrow. Indeed, Qin Ruping asserted vehemently. We must ensure he undergoes proper reform in a mental institution, ridding him of his vile habits. He knows nothing but violence. His upbringing is utterly lacking. Rest assured, I shall see to it that this ungrateful child is confined, Su Donghai replied. Their voices were low, seated on the sofa in the living room, a good distance from the dining area, yet Tian heard every word distinctly. Nevertheless, he did not pause in his eating. Upon finishing his meal, Tian ascended to the second floor, casting not a glance towards Su Donghai and the others. On the day he returned, the sight of the Su family had ignited an urge within him to tear them apart, particularly Su Siwen. Yet constrained by the law, he had forced himself to restrain those impulses. Now his mindset had shifted somewhat. The disdain expressed by Su Feifei resonated with his current thoughts. The Su family regarded him as a thorn in their side, yet he was determined to flaunt his presence before them, reveling in their impotent rage. After all, besides Su Donghai and Su Feifei, the rest of the Su family wished to expel him, and he was resolute in thwarting their desires. As for forcibly ejecting him, that was ultimately at the discretion of the family patriarch, Su Donghai. In the past, Tian was inconsequential, but upon his return, and through his observations over the past couple of days, it became evident that Su Donghai would not easily cast him out. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out and brought him back under such distasteful circumstances. In this world, all are driven by self-interest. The fact that someone like Su Donghai could harbor disdain for his own son, yet refrain from expelling him, choosing instead to bring him back, was likely tied to the Su family's wealth. This likely traces back to the venerable Mr. Su, whom he has never met. For instance, before his passing, Mr. Su bequeathed a portion of the Su family's shares to him, stipulating that if he remained untraceable within a specified time frame, these shares would be donated to the state. Thus, after more than a decade of disappearance, Su Donghai is fervently seeking to locate him again. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance are indeed suspicious. Although the Su family cannot be deemed as ruling over Linjiang, they're certainly a prominent family in the region. Furthermore, considering he has 5 older sisters, he was the long-awaited son. How could such a family possibly lose track of their sole heir? Tian sat cross-legged in his room, gradually clarifying his thoughts. If Mr. Su truly left him shares or assets, he must reclaim them. With this wealth, his quest for resources suitable for cultivation would not be so constrained. Lost in contemplation, the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted him. Upon checking, he saw it was Su Feifei calling. He answered, and a bright voice greeted him. "Hello, my dear brother. What are you up to?" Tian couldn't help but smirk. "Your attitude has changed rather swiftly, hasn't it?" "I've always been like this," she replied, "but previously, Mom and Yue mentioned that you dislike interacting with others, and Dad insisted we keep your identity under wraps for the time being. I was worried that too much contact might attract the attention of paparazzi, and you have no idea how formidable they can be." Indeed, Su Donghai had previously stated that they would not publicly announce the discovery of the true Su family heir, citing concerns that Su Siwen might struggle to cope. Later, Yue claimed that you were morally corrupt, engaging in unscrupulous actions, stealing your sister's intimate garments, and associating with delinquents both on and off campus, often bullying other students. I consulted with Mom and my second sister, and they echoed the same sentiments. Hence, I thought it prudent to ensure that the paparazzi do not uncover your whereabouts, lest they incite online harassment against you, Su Feifei continued. Tian chuckled. "That is indeed true. Your influence is quite significant. Are you not busy filming in the production team? Why the sudden call?" "Ah, do not mention it. There's been an incident on set." "An incident?" Tian was taken aback. "Yes, you haven't seen the news? The police have arrived. Earlier today, our third female lead was strangled in the lounge by a necktie. But after their investigation, the police have tentatively ruled it as suicide." "How could one possibly strangle themselves with a necktie? Isn't that quite bizarre?" "That is indeed peculiar." Tian nodded to himself. If one were to strangle themselves, as the brain near suffocation, their hands would naturally lose strength and release. At most, they would faint. To die by one's own hand with a necktie is not something easily accomplished. The police must have their reasons for concluding it was suicide, right? Indeed. Su Feifei Apfim. To prevent extreme fans from barging in, our production team has installed surveillance cameras throughout the filming base, while there are none in the lounge. The footage reveals that during that time, no one else entered her room. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "Where are you filming? I might come visit this weekend." "What? Are you worried I might get into trouble?" "My dear brother, you're still a high school student. Focus on your studies. I have 7 or 8 bodyguards, along with my manager and assistant, so safety is definitely not an issue." "No, it is rare to discover that I have a sister who cares for me. I simply wish to witness how she creates her films. Unfortunately, your luck seems to have turned. With such a significant incident occurring on set, filming is undoubtedly halted. We are all here, waiting for the police to conduct further inquiries." "It's all right," Tian remarked cheerfully. "Let us agree on this. Dear sister, please send me your location. I shall take advantage of your fame to acquire a few autographs from the stars, which I can flaunt at school. That certainly poses no issue. Well then, I anticipate that everything will be resolved by the weekend." After ending the call, Tian searched for news and indeed found that the top trending topic was about the national goddess Su Feifei's film shoot, where a tragic incident had occurred. Chapter 31, Su Siwen and the Chosen Savior. The headlines are quite sensational. The national goddess Su Feifei's new film No Regrets in the Game has taken a dark turn with the mysterious death of actress Wang Wenjiao, who played the third female lead, in her dressing room during filming. The comments predominantly express concern for Su Feifei, with little mention of the deceased Wang Wenjiao. It takes considerable scrolling to find a few references to her. As Tian revisits Weibo, the overwhelming concern for Su Feifei practically spills off the screen. Some more extreme fans have begun to lash out at the authorities, demanding a swift resolution to the case and constant assurance of Su Feifei's safety. Fortunately, shortly after the incident, Su Feifei publicly urged her fans to remain calm and not act impulsively, which helped prevent the situation from escalating further. Tian set his phone aside. There was a reason the Su family urged Su Feifei to limit her visits home. Within half a day, the incident had surged to the top of trending topics, garnering nearly 10 million comments. Such fervor brings immense benefits when positive, yet can also unleash endless troubles when negative. He suspected that, given Su Donghai's character, should anything happen to Su Feifei, the Su family would be the first to sever ties with her. Ding dong. A WeChat notification. Su Feifei had sent her location from the film crew. She was in a neighboring city to Linjiang. There lies the largest film base in Huagua. A night passed without incident. The following day, after texting the principal for leave, Tian had Zhang Taiju drive directly to Hengchang City. It was Thursday, with 2 days remaining until the weekend. However, after reviewing several news reports, he concluded that the situation was far from simple. At long, yes, he sensed a chilling aura reminiscent of the malevolent spirits encountered in the realm of cultivation. Coupled with the increasingly sinister spiritual energy, he had reason to suspect that the encroachment from another dimension was accelerating. Furthermore, certain entities not belonging to this realm had already slipped through the interdimensional cracks into this world. The car sped along the highway. Tian gazed out the window at the fields and trees flanking the road and the gently undulating hills in the distance. If he were to apply the theory of parallel worlds he had studied during his school days, he wondered if the world he left behind had also continued in a similar manner after his demise. He was now acutely aware of the overlapping dimensions. In the realm of cultivation, he had experienced such phenomena on multiple occasions. Many ambitious individuals greatly favor the act of harnessing one dimension to consume another. Though he did not fully grasp the intricacies of time and space, perhaps at the moment of his fall in the cultivation world, some mysterious force had reversed time and reset this world. At Linjiang First Hospital, Su Siwen had just listened to Su Yue read the news. He immediately understood that malevolent entities had begun to infiltrate. This was not a minor occurrence. Spirits had already appeared in the bustling film city. The next 2 months would be crucial for him to seize the initiative and lay a strong foundation. After obtaining the dragon pattern jade pendant and successfully activating it, Su Siwen's recovery from his injuries was gradually accelerating, though it was nowhere near the intensity spoken of in his previous life. Perhaps this was due to the strange phenomena not yet fully erupting. In general, he had not encountered the bizarre in his previous life very often. Thus, he lacked a profound understanding of its specifics. Most of the time, he was under the protection of his 4 sisters, excluding Su Feifei. He had heard of renowned artifacts like the dragon pattern jade pendant from Su Riyun and others, but he was less familiar with treasures of lesser power. Although he ultimately rose to prominence as one of the top practitioners in Huagua by seizing the abilities of his sisters, humanity had already reached a desperate state by then. Even if he had not faced that nearly insurmountable powerful demon, his lifespan would have been severely limited. In this life, equipped with ample preparation, his development was undoubtedly advanced. At the very least, he had already cultivated ghostly power within him. After the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, humanity could cultivate ghostly power through techniques they stumbled upon, and also acquire it directly through bizarre missions. Of course, such missions could also yield techniques and various items. Indeed, techniques could be found. Su Siwen had heard multiple accounts of individuals discovering cultivable techniques within caves. When the bizarre emerged, humanity discovered that their once prided firearms were utterly ineffective against the supernatural entities. While ghostly power became one of the 2 forces capable of inflicting harm upon them, the other was the rare ability known as divine power, which only a handful could awaken. Coincidentally, all 5 of his sisters were awakened bearers of divine power. Humans endowed with divine power were unable to cultivate ghostly power. However, exceptions existed, and Su Siwen was that exception. With a system by his side, he perfectly resolved the incompatibility between ghostly and divine power, granting him a second chance at life. As the dragon pattern jade pendant activated and his injuries healed rapidly, Su Siwen could not help but feel a swell of pride. First, he would cultivate ghostly power, and once his sisters awakened their divine abilities, he would seize their powers, ultimately overpowering all bizarre phenomena. He would then utilize the bizarre to cultivate even stronger ghostly power. When he next confronted that immensely powerful entity, the outcome remained uncertain. Perhaps his rebirth was destined to save humanity. He was the savior. He was the chosen one. Indeed, there was also Tian, whose immense power was incomprehensible. He would allow him to revel in his triumph for a time, and soon enough, he would find himself unable to escape the consequences. Brother Wenwen, what are you thinking? Su Yue suddenly interjected beside the hospital bed. Nothing much. I was just contemplating whether brother is still angry with me for telling our parents about his exam cheating. He truly felt he had offended his brother deeply this time, which explained his fury. However, he merely wished for his brother to understand that only through diligent study could he earn their acceptance. Upon articulating this, Su Siwen felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Yet at this moment, such words had become instinctive, escaping his lips almost unconsciously. Sai, you're just too kind. Su Jui lamented. That scoundrel has beaten you to this state, and you are still speaking on his behalf. But after all, brother is our parents' own son. Clarifying matters is essential. Family should never harbor grudges overnight. I have always been cherished by my sisters, and I genuinely desire to have an elder brother. Su Siwen's tone shifted from a slight excitement to a hint of hope, only to transform in a sorrowful lamentation. But it seems that brother Tian harbors a bias against me. He does not favor me. I am aware that over the years, I have usurped his rightful place. By the time I have recovered from my injuries, I will be nearly 18, and I shall depart from the Su family, returning his position to him. How absurd! Su Jiwi et Galim. How could that orphan wretch possibly be worthy of being the eldest son of the Su family? I recognize only you as my brother. Do not worry. By the time you are discharged from the hospital, it is likely that you will no longer encounter Chi Tian. What? Why? Father has already resolved to send that wretched creature to a psychiatric hospital. He may have been taken there by now. What? No. Su Siwen exclaimed anxiously. The psychiatric hospital in Linjiang is a nexus of formidable individuals. During the outbreak of the bazaar, dozens of powerful beings emerged from within. Subsequent research has indicated that mental illness is, in fact, a potent weapon against the uncanny. What if Chi Tian truly becomes afflicted after being admitted? Wouldn't he that inadvertently ate him? Chapter 32. The peculiarities of the lounge. Su Yue furrowed her brow, her expression laden with suspicion. What is the matter? Why is it not feasible? Oh, Su Siwen replied. I merely meant that family matters should be resolved within the confines of our home. There is no need to air our grievances publicly. If we were to send my brother to a psychiatric hospital and the outside world discovered it, what would they think of the Su family? I believe that as long as we treat him with genuine kindness, he will eventually come to understand. With a pained look, Su Yue gazed at her younger brother. Wenwen, if that wretched creature possessed even a fraction of your benevolence, we would not be in this predicament. Sister, please speak to father. We must not send our brother to a mental institution. We are family. If that were to happen, I would not know how to remain in this house. Su Yue, resigned, nodded. Very well, I shall speak to father at once. As Su Yue rose to make a phone call in the outer room, Su Siwen let out a silent sigh of relief. In his previous life, he would have relished the idea of the Su family casting Chi Tian out, ideally to the point of eliminating him entirely. Yet now, he felt entirely in control. Once he was healed and discharged, the power of the supernatural would be his advantage. Though Chi Tian was tall and possessed a measure of brute strength, how could he possibly contend with the might of the supernatural? The thought of keeping him close and witnessing the expressions of shock, despair, and helplessness on his face each day was an exhilarating prospect. Upon arriving at the film studio in Hengchang City, it was nearly noon. The entire facility had come to a standstill. Not only was the crew of No Regrets and Chess on break, but all other productions were also resting. Along the way, he observed both major stars and extras alike, listless and either seated or reclined. After casually inquiring with a passerby, he learned that a murder had occurred earlier that morning in the production where Su Feifei was involved, resulting in a cessation of activities at the studio. The film studio was populated with articulate individuals, weaving tales of the hanging as though they were present at the scene, indulging in the most horrific and suspenseful narratives. After listening for a while, Chi Tian distilled the essential points. The victim was the actor portraying the third male lead, who had also met his demise by hanging himself with a tie in his dressing room. He promptly interrupted the loquacious passerby, inquiring about the path to the No Regrets in Chess set, and waved goodbye. Su Feifei was participating in a historical romantic drama, and the crew was located deep within the ancient street. As he approached the ancient street, he spotted the cordoned-off area and the patrolling officers. He dialed Su Feifei's number. Shortly thereafter, Su Feifei emerged hastily with a beautiful companion. As they reached the roadside, an officer extended a hand to stop them, saying, "Ladies, please refrain from leaving this area for the time being." "They are not leaving. They are here to pick me up," Tian interjected with a smile from the side. The officer turned, eyeing Tian with suspicion. "Are you going inside?" "Indeed, she is my sister. I heard there was an incident and my sister is frightened. I came to keep her company. Here, I understand that the area is under lockdown, but I am merely a high school student wishing to accompany my sister. Besides, I am going in, not coming out." "Surely that poses no issue, right, sir?" "Yes," Su Feifei added, slightly furrowing her brow. "Uncle, my brother has traveled a long way. We cannot simply exchange a few words and send him away." At the time of the incident, he was still in Linjiang City, completely without suspicion. The officers had lingered here for 2 days and were certainly aware of who Su Feifei was. A superstar of her caliber was often a source of annoyance within the law enforcement system. Even trivial matters could easily trend on social media, potentially exposing him to online harassment. Nevertheless, the two had not spoken in error. The ancient street was quite expansive, and as long as one steered clear of the crime scene, there would be little impact. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Please wait a moment. I shall report this." The police responded swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, Tian received permission to enter the ancient street. Walking along the quaint, historical thoroughfare, he continually glanced around. The pavilions and towers, along with the juxtaposition of earth and stone paths, were constructed quite elegantly. Were it not for the two modernly dressed beauties accompanying him, he might have felt as though he had returned to the realm of cultivation. Most of his life, as he recalled, was spent in the cultivation world, rendering him more familiar with such an archaic lifestyle. During this time, he found himself puzzled. The recorded history of certain realms within the cultivation world often spanned tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, while the lore that had been passed down throughout the cultivation domain was so ancient it could be measured in millions of years. Logically, one would expect technological advancement to surpass that of Earth, yet the lifestyle of the common populace remained strikingly similar to that of ancient Earth. While one might argue that the powerful suppressed the lower classes to prevent their advancement, it was not entirely convincing. Tasks such as mining were evidently more efficient when mechanized. Unable to comprehend this contradiction, he could only deduce that his experiences were too limited. Perhaps there existed realms with technology far more advanced that he had yet to encounter. After all, he had been struck by lightning and reborn 500 years prior before even reaching the advanced stage of cultivation. Su Feifei was the most prominent actor in the production, yet her dressing room was not much different from those of the other leading actors. It was a suite with a living room, furnished with simple decor. Outside was traditional architecture, while the interior arrangements were decidedly modern. Just as they settled in, one of the beauties accompanying Su Feifei eagerly spoke up. "So, you're Feifei's younger brother? Have you ever considered becoming a star?" "Sisterly, Xiao Tian hasn't even graduated high school yet," Su Feifei retorted playfully. "Oh, come now," Sisterly laughed. "In our industry, educational qualifications aren't of much importance. Being able to read is sufficient. Many who are quite successful can't even read all the characters. With your looks and physique, Xiao Tian is naturally destined to be a star. Leave it to Sisterly, and within a year, I guarantee you'll be famous across the land." Tian appraised Sisterly, then replied with a smile, "I believe Sisterly's looks and physique are not inferior to my sister's. Why not become a star yourself?" "Not a chance. I can't even shop in peace. I have to dress so discreetly just to go out for a meal. Engaging in a romantic interaction feels like committing a crime. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable." Sisterly shuddered, her expression one of disdain. "Becoming a star is not as simple as you think. If you were to debut, who knows, you might still be a low-tier star after several years," Su Feifei scoffed. "Uft, someone as scatterbrained as you can become famous. If I truly debuted, I'd easily become an award-winning actress in no time," Tian remarked with a grin, enjoying the playful banter between the two. It is evident that Su Feifei shares a strong rapport with her agent. However, one can never be entirely certain. As someone once remarked, when you're in good spirits, those around you tend to reciprocate that positivity. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Tian inquired, "What is the situation regarding the murder case in the production crew? Has there been any progress in the police investigation?" "What investigation?" Sisterly scoffed. "In my opinion, those two must have encountered something sinister. Who could possibly take their own life in such a manner? The most pressing concern is to leave this place quickly, lest we attract the attention of malevolent forces. Yet, the police have imposed a lockdown, preventing our departure, and we cannot oppose the government." "Malevolent forces?" Tian asked, perplexed. "Indeed," Sisterly replied matter-of-factly. "Having been part of numerous productions, one inevitably encounters such occurrences. However, this time the situation has escalated significantly, resulting in a tragic loss of life." Chapter 33. In spirit, Tian nodded slightly. Since his arrival in the ancient street, he had sensed a chilling aura, far more sinister than the outside world. Unsurprisingly, it was the In spirit that had taken the lives of the third female and third male. In spirits, much like ghosts, do exist within the realm of cultivation, yet they are fundamentally distinct. In essence, they are the product of excessive and prolonged accumulation of In energy that has developed a certain sentience. Unlike the ghosts from his childhood tales, which often retained memories of their former lives, returning to bid farewell to loved ones or seeking vengeance against their killers, the In spirit bears no relation to its past existence. It is an entirely different form of life. For the In spirit, the act of killing humans is purely instinctual. The more humans it slays, the stronger it becomes. For it can siphon the essence that dissipates upon a person's death, which is left unclaimed. The saying that a person's death is akin to a lamp extinguishing holds considerable truth. Otherwise, how could one fear retribution? A vengeful spirit could simply don a red dress and shoes, harboring immense hatred, and seek to annihilate their enemies. But what if those enemies, too, transformed into vengeful spirits to exact their own revenge? Who would ultimately endure the greater suffering? There are numerous life forms akin to the In spirit, such as the Sha spirit, which arises from an overabundance of malevolent energy accumulated over time, all of which belong to the category of earthly beings. Sufaifi involutia shuddha. Sisterly, please stop. Just hearing about this makes me feel cold. It is indeed cold, she replied. From the moment I arrived here, I sensed an eerie chill. I went out and returned just to seek a talisman from Master Zhishan at Wuxing Mountain for peace of mind. I only wished for a sense of security, but who would have thought this malevolent entity would be so formidable? Fortuitously, I had the foresight, Sisterly said with a proud smile. Oh, Tian's interest was piqued. What kind of talisman is it? Upon hearing this, Su Feifei lifted her hand to grasp the slender red cord around her neck, retrieving a jade talisman. Tian glanced at it briefly. It was inferior jade, poorly polished, devoid of any spiritual energy. Indeed, it could only serve to provide a semblance of comfort. How much does this cost? He inquired. 100,000, Sisterly replied nonchalantly. What? Tian's lips twitched. Wealthy individuals truly have an easy time earning money in this regard. It is not much different from outright robbery. By the way, Su Feifei suddenly recalled, isn't today only Thursday? Didn't you say you would come over on the weekend? Well, I was worried about my sister, she explained. I thought arriving early might allow me to assist in some way. Little brother, Sisterly chuckled, covering her mouth. What assistance can a high school student like you offer? It would be a blessing if you didn't create chaos. Just stay here with Feifei and keep us company to pass the time. Pass the time? Isn't it better to use a mobile phone? Tian replied with a smile. Not necessarily. Want to hear the latest gossip from the entertainment industry? I have plenty to share, Sisterly said, her enthusiasm evident. Did you know why a certain well-known host has never married or been linked to anyone? Tian shook his head. That's because he simply does not like women. Sisterly continued, her words flowing effortlessly. As a renowned gold medal agent within the industry, she possesses an abundance of gossip that could fill days. Tian listened with half-hearted attention, most of his focus devoted to sensing the flow of spiritual energy. Currently, he had only reached the second level of qi cultivation, lacking the ability to scan with divine perception making his efforts to sense the environment quite taxing, requiring considerable experience for judgment. Fortunately, he was well versed in such matters. Tian had come to the film base with the intention of rescuing Su Feifei, a primary objective. Despite enduring hellish trials and having stained his hands with countless bloodshed, he still considered himself a tender-hearted and kind individual at his core. Another motive, of course, was the potential presence of malevolent spirits. The earth had begun to manifest spiritual energy, albeit in a sparse form. For his cultivation of the vast and profound Swallowing Heaven Sutra, malevolent spirits would serve as an exceptional boon. After an afternoon of discussion, it was during dinner that Tian learned the agent's full name, Yu Lily. Perhaps due to the tedium of being confined for over a day, that evening, Sister Li remained exuberant as she and Su Feifei regaled Tian with tales from the entertainment industry. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the two, yawning, retreated to the inner room to sleep, leaving the living room for Tian. However, he had no intention of resting. Once the rhythmic sounds of slumber filled the inner room, Tian quietly rose and stepped outside. As he leaped onto the rooftop, he noted that the building was 3 stories high, each level containing 3 suites designed for the main actors, complete with living rooms. While the accommodations were uniform, Su Feifei enjoyed slightly better treatment. The 3rd floor housed her room along with accommodations for her team, including an assistant and 4 bodyguards. The architectural style of the building was distinctly traditional. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Tian leaned over to glimpse the staircase leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, as well as the corridor in front of the room doors. He felt fortunate to have arrived today because, after a brief wait, he observed a malevolent spirit slowly drifting from the shadows. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although it was merely a low-level spirit, encountering one in the current environment of Earth felt akin to discovering a precious spirit stone upon first arriving in the realm of cultivation. The presence of the spirit in this building was not coincidental. He glanced distantly at the police officers stationed around the 2 buildings where incidents had occurred. Notably, there were no officers in front of this building. It was likely due to the presence of prominent actors within, each accompanied by bodyguards. Reluctant to be surveilled by the police, which might imply they were under suspicion, the lowest-grade malevolent spirits pose no threat to humans imbued with righteous or malevolent energy. They will be harmed upon approaching. Ironically, individuals in the entertainment industry often make perfect prey. As the saying goes, those who commit no wrongdoing have no fear of the ghost knocking at their door. This spirit lacked the capacity to directly kill humans and seize their essence, relying instead on an extraordinary mental energy to create an illusion-like effect. Few ordinary individuals could resist the spirit's illusion, and even fewer could be driven to self-harm by it. Such a state of mind required extreme inner turmoil and fear. Clearly, the spirit had chosen an opportune location, as the film base was rife with such individuals. Knock, knock, knock. The malevolent spirit raised its hand and rapped on the door. In Tian's perspective, the act of knocking on the door is quite ordinary. Yet to the surveillance cameras and others, it appears as though the door is mysteriously knocking by itself. This is due to the fact that ordinary individuals are unable to perceive the presence of a spectral entity unless it chooses to manifest itself. Knock, knock. The spirit raises its hand once more to strike the door. Logically, in the stillness of the deep night, the sound of knocking should resonate far and wide, reaching even the distant officers. However, this phenomenon is one of the unique abilities possessed by spirits as creatures of the universe, endowed with a subtle form of barrier-like power. The sound of knocking can only be heard by those within the confines of the door it strikes. In other words, under normal circumstances, it can choose who is allowed to hear its presence. Naturally, Tian, being a former prominent figure from the realm of cultivation, is anything but ordinary. Chapter 34. Save us. Tian leapt down from the side of the building, slipping into the shadows of the corner. The malevolent spirit persistently rapped at the door. Knock, knock, knock. In the stillness of the night, the incessant knocking would evoke a sense of dread in anyone inside, and Tian, reflecting on his own self from 5 centuries past, imagined he would be thoroughly unnerved. Naturally, those within would refrain from opening the door. especially given the recent occurrences of violent deaths. However, the act of knocking was merely one of the many methods employed by the spirit to instill fear. Regardless of whether the occupants chose to respond, the outcome was already predetermined for anyone who could not contend with the spirit. Soon, piercing screams echoed from within the house. Tian swiftly maneuvered to the back of the building, deftly creating an opening in the glass pane with his bare hands, reaching inside to unlock the rear window, and leaped into the room. The rear window led directly to the bathroom. He pressed himself against the wall, shrouded in darkness, while the interior was devoid of light. The living room's illumination flickered ominously, and the faucet in the bathroom dripped with bright crimson blood. Indeed, a tactic commonly employed by the spirit. Listening to the ongoing shrieks emanating from the bedroom, Tian cautiously pulled the bathroom door ajar to peer outside. The furnishings in the room were reminiscent of those in Su Feifei's abode. The bedroom lights blazed brightly, and in addition to the ceiling fixture and bedside lamp, Tian noticed the flickering beam of a mobile phone flashlight. It was evident that the occupants had activated every available source of light. Yet, even the phone's light pulsated erratically. In truth, he could engage the spirit from outside, but with only the second level of Qi cultivation. He felt uncertain when faced with such a formidable entity, despite being confident against an ordinary individual. It wasn't so much a fear of being unable to defeat a lowly spirit, but rather a concern about resolving the matter without attracting police attention. Inside the room, however, the circumstances would be more manageable. He had willingly entered the illusion crafted by the spirit, thereby avoiding any scrutiny from the outside. After a moment of flickering, the lights suddenly stabilized. Moments later, a female voice emerged from the bedroom, trembling slightly. "Is it over? It must be gone now. The lights have stopped flickering." Another voice, steadier in tone, responded, "Phew! Thank goodness you're here. I would have been terrified alone." A third voice, soft and frail, chimed in. "I told you there was something sinister here, yet the police insisted it was merely a homicide case, refusing to let us leave. How ridiculous!" The trembling voice lamented. "Well, they are the police. Naturally, they wouldn't believe in the supernatural," the steady voice replied. "What should we do now? Should we seek help outside?" The soft voice inquired. The steady voice responded, "Let us wait a moment. What if that thing hasn't left?" "True, the lights are on. We should be safe hiding under the covers," the frail voice added. Yes, I heard my mother say that ghosts can't enter the covers." At this, Tian couldn't help but smile softly. The notion that spirits cannot breach the sanctity of one's bedding was a tale he had heard since childhood, even growing up in an orphanage. Unfortunately, what had come tonight was not a rare apparition, but rather a commonplace, malevolent spirit. Suddenly, a chair in the living room toppled over with a loud crash. A faint light flickered, and the television abruptly sprang to life. The bedroom was instantly enveloped in silence. This was, of course, an illusion. The so-called phantasm merely transformed one's perception of terror into a semblance of reality. It was likely that the three individuals within the room envisioned this very scenario upon the appearance of a malevolent spirit. A wisp of ethereal essence seeped through the crack beneath the door, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form in the corner of the living room. It was the specter lurking outside. Tian understood that it would not strike immediately. The spirit's preferred tactic was to incessantly wear down a person's mental fortitude with illusions, only to claim their life when they succumb to despair. Such illusions were the spirit's innate ability, requiring minimal effort, whereas attempting to directly extinguish a human life before there was thoroughly eroded would demand considerable energy from it. Should tonight fail to shatter the spirits of these three women, the specter might continue this torment for several nights before making its move. Ironically, the moment it chose to act would also be the time when Tian could most easily and conveniently vanquish it. Within the realm of illusions, the spirit was invisible to its victims, and yet was as fragile as a piece of paper when it came to controlling them. The spirit exhibited remarkable patience in its pursuit of human lives. Coincidentally, Tian's patience was equally commendable. He stood in the bathroom, observing the spirit's performance throughout the night. It was only at the break of dawn, after the spirit departed, that he slipped away through the back window. By 10 o'clock the following morning, Su Feifei and Yu Lily had just emerged from the bedroom when Yu Lily let out a piercing scream. "Don't look!" After her exclamation, she turned and dashed back into the bedroom. "What on earth?" Tian inquired, bewildered. Su Feifei stifled a laugh. "Didn't you notice she came out in just her underwear?" Tian, at a loss for words, replied, "I'm still a student. I don't understand these things." It must be said, however, that Yu Lily was clad in a camisole nightgown that barely reached 15 centimeters above her knees, leaving little to the imagination. Her fair skin truly radiant. Moments later, Yu Lily reappeared in long sleeves and trousers. Tian's lips twitched as he remarked, "There was no need for such haste." Yu Lily rolled her eyes. "You little lecher. Good thing I threw on a dress before stepping out." With that, she flipped her hair and rushed into the bathroom to freshen up. Su Feifei nudged Tian playfully. "Lily is rather impressive." "Isn't she? What do you mean?" Tian replied, perplexed. Su Feifei took a couple of steps closer, draping her arm across Tian's shoulder and whispering in his ear. "She's a Master student in business management at Tsinghua University, a bona fide academic prodigy, possessing both beauty and brains. Standing at 172 centimeters with long legs, 34D bust, 68-centimeter waist, and 94-centimeter hips, her figure is nothing short of perfect. What do you think? Are you interested in giving it a try?" Tian displayed an innocent smile. "I've already said, I'm still in high school." Su Feifei raised an eyebrow. "But Lily has been looking out for me since university. I've never heard of her dating anyone over the years. She might not have even experienced love. Don't you want to try? It's not like it's a promise of marriage or anything. Ultimately, it would just be you benefiting from the situation." Who's benefiting remains uncertain, Tian thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment in front of Su Feifei. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Su Feifei was taken aback, pondering why, with the entire production halted, someone would come knocking at such an early hour. Yu Lily, brushing her teeth, peeked out from the bathroom. "Knock, knock, knock." After a few urgent raps at the door, a voice called out from outside, "Sister Feifei, are you awake? Could you please open the door? We need to speak with you." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the trembling tone from the previous night. Furrowing her brow, Su Feifei approached and opened the door. Standing outside were 3 young women, each strikingly beautiful in her own right. "Sister Feifei, we are truly sorry to disturb you, but we find ourselves in a desperate situation and have come to seek your assistance." The woman in the middle, whose voice quivered, implored. "What is it?" Su Feifei inquired, intrigued. "Please, you must help us." The woman then suddenly knelt before the door with a thud. Chapter 35. Seeking a priest for the unclean. Upon witnessing the woman kneel before her, Su Feifei was so startled that she instinctively stepped back twice, hastily retreating to the side while exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Yu Lily, peering from the restroom doorway, widened her eyes in surprise and hurriedly rinsed her mouth before emerging. Her voice sharp and commanding, "Linjiang, what do you think you are doing?" The 2 women beside Linjiang appeared equally taken aback by her sudden act of submission, momentarily a loss for words. It was only when Yu Lily burst forth that they seemed to awaken from their stupor, each grasping one of Linjiang's arms and forcefully pulling her to her feet before they all rushed into the room, shutting the door behind them. Standing firmly before Su Feifei, Yu Lily glared at the 3 women, demanding, "What are your intentions? Are you trying to divert public scrutiny onto Feifei?" In light of the recent rumors surrounding a murder incident within the production team, if anyone were to witness the earlier scene, it could lead to unfounded speculation and gossip. At Yu Lily's pointed inquiry, Linjiang's face paled in shock, her hands waving frantically as she stammered, "Sister Feifei, Sister Lily, I didn't mean it that way. I was just so frightened that I came to find Sister Feifei. I had no such intentions. I truly did not. Indeed, Sister Feifei, Linjiang did not mean it that way. Sister Lily, please do not be angry. We genuinely did not intend any harm." The other 2 hastily chimed in. Tian observed the 3 young women from the sidelines. Though they appeared youthful, actors typically maintained a good appearance. To his discerning eye, these 3 women were no younger than Su Feifei. The illustrious national goddess and triple award-winning actress Su Feifei had only recently turned 25. As she had mentioned the previous day, her rise to fame was astonishing, After debuting through a talent show, she landed a role in a period drama that, at the time, was struggling to find success. Contrary to expectations, this production, which many actors and even newcomers had scorned, turned into a phenomenal hit, breathing new life into the once fading genre. As the leading lady, Su Feifei ascended to stardom almost overnight, subsequently achieving one success after another, earning 3 prestigious awards for Best Actress. Her transition into the film industry was equally triumphant, with her debut leading role becoming a box office sensation and securing her the title of Best Actress, establishing her as a guarantee of both box office success and critical acclaim. She had now reached the pinnacle of stardom. In the entertainment industry, status was undoubtedly contingent upon popularity. These 3 actresses, seemingly of similar age to Su Feifei, would have to consider whether she was inclined to accept their address as sister. "What is your purpose here today?" Yu Lily pressed further. "Sister Lily, Sister Feifei," Linjiang said, her face contorted in distress and her voice laced with tears. "Last night, something unclean entered our room and disturbed us throughout the night. We truly cannot bear to stay here any longer." Su Feifei furrowed her brow. "Something unclean?" "Yes." Liang Bing was terrified, so Wang Yuqing and I stayed in her room to keep her company. All 3 of us were in the bedroom when we suddenly heard a knocking at the door in the early hours. Linjiang recounted the events of the previous night, with Liang Bing and Wang Yuqing occasionally providing additional details. After listening to their account, Su Feifei felt even more bewildered. "If there truly is something unclean at your doorstep, why seek me? You should consult a priest. This is simply unmanageable," she remarked. Linjiang replied, her expression filled with grievance. Upon realizing the situation, Yu Lily chuckled softly and remarked, "Are you suggesting that Feifei should contact the police?" "Sister Li, we are but insignificant individuals. Our presence would surely be futile. Yet, our fear is overwhelming, and we could think of no other recourse but to seek your assistance and that of Sister Feifei," the 3 young women replied in unison, their brows furrowed in concern. Truth be told, they harbored no desire to linger in this predicament. "Moreover, Sister Li," Wang Yuqing added, "we reside in the same building. That individual visited the 1st floor last night. Who is to say they won't ascend today? Besides, the surveillance has already exonerated us from suspicion. Yet we are still being detained, which seems quite unreasonable." Yu Lily nodded in acknowledgement. "You should return for now. Feifei and I will deliberate on this matter." "Very well. Thank you, Sister Li." "Thank you, Sister Feifei." Linjiang and the others fervently expressed their gratitude, nodding vigorously. "And one more thing," Yu Lily continued. "Concerning what transpired at the entrance, be prepared to provide an explanation. Should anyone witness it and it tarnishes Feifei's reputation, do not expect my kindness." Of course," they replied. After bidding farewell to the 3 young women, Su Feifei proceeded to freshen up. Yu Lily brewed a pot of coffee, and when Su Feifei emerged from the bathroom, the 3 took their seats on the sofa. After a brief silence, Yu Lily gently stirred her coffee and stated, "They are correct. We can no longer remain here. Since we have been cleared of suspicion, we ought to be allowed to leave. I believe it is imperative to communicate with the police." Su Feifei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, after lunch, we shall go." In situations like this within a film crew, are individuals without suspicion typically permitted to leave? Tian suddenly inquired. Having only reached the age of 18 on Earth, his life had primarily revolved around school and home. His understanding of legal matters, even as a high school student, was rather superficial, and he recognized that human factors greatly influenced the process. The intricacies of police investigations at crime scenes were beyond his comprehension. "Yes, it is possible to leave," Yu Lily responded. "Such incidents have occurred before within film crews. And once the police arrive and ascertain there is no suspicion, individuals may depart on the spot. Under normal circumstances, we would have returned home the day before yesterday afternoon." Who could have anticipated the current turn of events? "Exactly," Su Feifei interjected, "had they allowed people to leave the day before yesterday afternoon, another incident would not have transpired yesterday morning." Tian nodded, silently sipping his coffee. If the usual protocol were to be followed, then the decision to keep everyone in the ancient street might not solely originate from the police, but rather from external influences. In a 2-story building adjacent to the ancient street, A police official sat in the second-floor break room, facing a pair of young individuals, a man and a woman. The man exuded an air of coldness, while the woman appeared as frigid as ice. "Ladies and gentlemen," the police official began, "the public sentiment is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. How much longer do you intend to detain the members of the film crew?" "We will inform you when the time is right," the man replied coolly. The police official frowned. "The individuals inside are not ordinary. Several of the artists have substantial fan bases, particularly Su Feifei. Our actions have deviated from the established protocol, and now the call for the police to provide an explanation have become increasingly fervent. If we fail to address this matter promptly, the consequences may not bode well." "It is merely a performer," the woman remarked with indifference. The police chief felt an urge to express his frustration. "Another performer? They are the ones who bear the brunt of the work and the criticism. Should any further incident arise, it is they who will be held accountable before the public. These two have been strutting about as if they were of great importance. Having already endured the ire of their superiors and the public, he must now contend with their frigid demeanor. It won't be long," the man, glancing at the police chief's displeased expression, spoke up. "Last night we identified our target, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can proceed to release them tonight." The police chief, maintaining his stern countenance, nodded without uttering a word and stood up. When he reached the door, he paused slightly and said, "Let me be clear. Tonight is the final deadline. Regardless of the circumstances, by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will ensure that the people of the ancient street are informed to leave. You." The woman raised her eyebrows, ready to reprimand him, but the man raised a hand to stop her. The police chief paid no mind to their exchange. After finishing his statement, he opened the door and departed without a backward glance. Once outside the small building, he cast a disdainful glance back at the second floor and spat. "What nonsense!" Chapter 36. The one who reincarnated before the Celestial Emperor upon witnessing the demeanor of their superior. The two officers stationed at the entrance were momentarily taken aback. The officer on the right inquired, "Director Liu, what is the situation?" "Ah, don't even mention it," Director Liu replied with a dismissive gesture. "What else could it be? It must be that the two esteemed gentlemen from above have ruffled our feathers again," remarked the officer on the left. "Enough of this chatter. Let us get back to our duties and abandon this post," Director Liu commanded with a wave of his hand. "Indeed, Director Liu, I've long maintained that with such extraordinary capabilities, those two esteemed gentlemen hardly require our protection," the officer added. "Stop your prattle and be off with you," Liu ordered. "Understood." The two officers snapped to attention, saluted briskly, and then scampered away with smiles on their faces. As Liu walked away, he retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, lit one, and stood outside the ancient street, squinting at it, lost in thought. In the tea break room upstairs, a man pulled out his phone, accessed WeChat, and initiated a video call. After 2 beeps, the video connected. At the moment of connection, a man and a woman sat up straight. A striking woman clad in a blue-black suit appeared on the screen. "Director Ian," the man said respectfully, "the events concerning the ancient street at the Hongchong City film base have been confirmed to be of a supernatural nature, just as you predicted. The world has indeed begun to experience paranormal infiltration." The striking woman nodded slightly. "How have you prepared?" "We've preliminarily identified the location of the supernatural occurrences last night, and we are set to execute an arrest tonight," the man reported. Director Ian remarked, "If we must eliminate, let it be one at a time, or allow the victim to take their own life. This should be the most rudimentary of supernatural phenomena. However, do not let your guard down." "Yes, Director Ian," the man affirmed. "Li Qingxue," Director Ian said sternly. The woman was taken aback, quickly responding, "Director Ian, your talents are commendable, but remember, there are always those more capable. Exercise restraint with your temperament. In this matter regarding the ancient street, follow Huang Yuba's lead and act according to orders. Do not take independent action to avoid complicating matters," she instructed. "Understood, Director Ian," Li Qingxue replied, slightly bowing her head. "The phenomena we have encountered thus far are primarily the most basic forms. We must strive to capture and cultivate them for future encounters. Yet safety must always be our priority. We cannot act recklessly," she added. "Affirmative." Both Huang Yuba and Li Qingxue echoed in unison. After concluding the video call, The two exchanged glances, both exhaling a sigh of relief. The pressure from director Ian is truly overwhelming. Even through the video, I felt as though I could scarcely breathe. Huang Yubao lamented. Li Qingshue's gaze lowered slightly. I wonder how director Ian has come to know so much about these supernatural matters, Huang Yubao continued. Li Qingxue remained silent, her eyes cast down. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base far away in the capital, director Ian, who had just been in video communication with Huang Yubao and Li Qingxue, sat across from a middle-aged man in an office. Each had a cup of tea before them. As director Ian put away her phone, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and asked, how many cases of supernatural phenomena have been reported nationwide? This should be the 8th incident we've discovered, director Ian replied. What you have stated is gradually being corroborated. Does this imply that the day of a full-scale supernatural outbreak is indeed upon us? Director Ian chuckled softly. Director Zhang, do you still harbor doubts about me at this juncture? Not necessarily, Zhang replied, even if I had my reservations at first. The myriad events of the past year have amply substantiated your claims. I merely find myself somewhat helpless in the face of a knowledge of impending calamities that we are powerless to avert. The emergence of the bizarre cannot be thwarted by human effort. We can only strive to prepare as best we can beforehand, cultivating as many exceptional warriors as possible to withstand the anomalies. Zhang lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip before gazing at director Ian. I can't shake the feeling that you are withholding something from me. Some matters are best left unelaborated, Ian replied. Detailing them serves no purpose and only heightens anxiety. Furthermore, it may inadvertently cause those destined to rise after the arrival of the bizarre to miss their rightful opportunities, thereby altering the course of their lives. In truth, Zhang continued, since the moment you were reborn, many things have begun to shift. You should be aware of the butterfly effect. Indeed, Ian responded, which is why I have refrained from engaging with the renowned powers of my past life this year, opting instead to nurture newcomers in an effort to minimize impact. Additionally, I have preemptively struck against those from my previous life who possessed great strength but lacked character. Perhaps this time, the opportunities that should have been theirs will instead be seized by those of better virtue, or perhaps by even worse individuals. Zhang shrugged. Sometimes it is merely a matter of opportunity. When power expands, certain inherent flaws in individuals may magnify. Let us do our part and leave the rest to fate. Zhang mused, falling into silence for a moment before saying, I have read some post-apocalyptic novels where the reborn tend to quietly amass wealth, utilizing their foresight to claim what rightfully belongs to others, gathering those who thrived in their past lives under their banner. What are your thoughts? Are you pursuing the state directly? Ian smiled wryly. If the forthcoming threat were a horde of zombies, I would handle it myself. However, the bizarre operates on an entirely irrational plane, with abilities that are utterly unpredictable. Encountering a countermeasure could spell disaster for me. I have no confidence in transforming myself into a perfect being devoid of weaknesses. When confronting the bizarre, a formidable team is paramount. I thought you would say it is for the nation and its people. That is indeed a primary motive, Ian said with a smile. I am of untainted lineage. Zhang chuckled in response, convinced of Yin's earnestness. It takes immense courage to approach the state and disclose the truth of one's rebirth. Given the potential consequences of being subjected to dissection and experimentation should one be discovered, a fate that is all too common. He took another sip of tea, then fixed his gaze on Ian with a serious expression. Do we stand a chance? Ian lowered her gaze, evading Zhang's penetrating eyes. A chance? She had witnessed the formidable power of the bizarre upon her arrival on Earth. It was a strength that seemed insurmountable, instilling despair. At the onset of a full-scale outbreak, individuals would be randomly drawn into bizarre task scenarios, akin to traversing realms, with rewards for task completion. Within these scenarios, there seemed to be certain restrictions. As long as the established rules were followed, the bizarre could not freely take human lives. Though the principle remains elusive, many once believed this to be a harbinger of human evolution, a divine gift bestowed upon humanity. What was deemed an apocalypse was, in reality, a sign of auspiciousness. However, as time passed, the rules grew increasingly ambiguous, to the point where even perfect adherence to them could lead to a bizarre demise. In the tangible world of Earth, the number of anomalies surged, with territories, both grand and humble, falling prey to these strange entities, manifesting peculiar tasks within our reality. Countless human lives were extinguished every moment, illuminating the true essence of an apocalypse. Her demise was the result of an immensely powerful anomaly that had seized the capital. By that time, humanity on Earth was teetering on the brink of extinction. A figure that had danced with this anomaly for an extended period flashed through her mind. Perhaps, safeguarding him would facilitate his growth, increasing the odds of survival, if only slightly. Chapter 37. Is someone attempting to intervene? Su Feifei's request to leave was denied by the police, reportedly due to directives from higher authorities. Consequently, Tian became increasingly convinced that the restriction on the inhabitants of the ancient street was not merely a decision made by the police. Upon hearing this news, Linjiang and the other two women were on the verge of collapse. Furthermore, due to the uproar caused by numerous individuals, the police confiscated everyone's mobile phones in the afternoon. Many threatened to file complaints and exert various connections to pressure the police, but to no avail. After the police apprehended two prominent stars on the spot, everyone else fell silent. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. While the artists in the ancient street could steer the narrative to criticize the police's procedures, being detained could inadvertently label them as prima donnas opposing the law enforcement system, potentially leading to a backlash that could tarnish their reputations. The more astute individuals had already realized the gravity of the situation and obediently returned to the rooms designated by the police. Tian and his companions also returned to their room, having done so promptly when the police began to adopt a more assertive stance. This speaks to the keen awareness of Yu Lily, a graduate of a prestigious university. While other artists and their managers continued to argue, she promptly pulled Su Feifei away and turned to leave. Something was amiss. Sitting on the sofa in their room, Yu Lily furrowed her brow. Although a murder occurring within the crew sounded grave, the refusal to allow those proven innocent to leave the scene was indeed unprecedented. Tian poured himself some water from the kettle, dismissing the matter with indifference. Whatever, if they want to let us leave, we might as well stay put. At least we have food and drink without spending a dime. However, the food provided is truly unappetizing, Su Feifei grumbled. Let's not be picky about the food. The police cannot possibly arrange gourmet meals from fancy hotels for you, can they? I could pay for my own meal, Su Feifei replied. Oh, and while we're at it, we can't even play games or scroll through Douyin now that our phones have been confiscated. How are we supposed to spend this day? Yu Lily lamented, her face glum. Leaning back against the sofa, Su Feifei glanced at Yu Lily and then at Tian, and with a playful sparkle in her eyes, suggested, why not take advantage of this idle time? You two are a pair of lonely souls. Perhaps you could deepen your bond? Feifei, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Lily hurled a cushion at her. One is my dearest friend, and the other is my younger brother, regardless of whom you choose to date. It feels like watching my own cabbage being devoured by a pig. Yet, you two do seem quite compatible. I'm still in high school, Tian interjected. Precisely. That makes you a novice, Su Feifei exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. And our Lily has been single since birth. Hurry, make it happen. I want to witness this. Su Feifei, I believe you're asking for trouble, Yu Lily exclaimed, leaping up and lunging at Su Feifei. Instantly, the sofa transformed into a battlefield as the two engaged in a playful bout of tickling. Tian swiftly sidestepped, keeping his distance. Truly, the boredom of being confined had inspired such whimsical antics. However, with him present and both women dressed in long sleeves and trousers, there was little to behold in terms of entertainment. Even during the most tedious of times, when the hours crawl by, darkness will inevitably descend. As Su Feifei and her companions lay upon their beds, adorned with facial masks, Tian volunteered to massage them, successfully lulling them into a deep slumber. This time, donning a mask, he stealthily slipped through the rear window. After Linjiang and her two companions found themselves unable to leave, they sought police assistance for protection in front of the building, only to be rebuffed, informed that the entire area was under surveillance, ensuring that no further incidents could occur. As for the events of the previous night, the officers dismissed them as mere jokes, advising the women not to indulge in wild fantasies. Thus, no officers remained stationed around the building. At this point, Tian understood that the individuals behind the local police were undoubtedly targeting that malevolent spirit. By utilizing the police to prevent the residents of the ancient street from departing, they were essentially using them as bait to lure out the spirit. The building housed only actresses, and the absence of police presence suggested it was a trap set by the hunters. With others also monitoring this spirit, Tian resolved that he must act tonight, albeit with the added effort of first incapacitating Linjiang and her companions. However, to ensure his safety, he decided to wear a mask to conceal his identity, navigating the familiar path to the rear window of the three women's room. He deftly opened the window through the gap he had created the previous night. Perhaps the fear exhibited by Linjiang and her companions earlier that morning stemmed from witnessing the bathroom window ajar. It was unclear how the police had explained this to them. Learning from the previous night's experience, the lights in the living room, bedroom, and bathroom were all brightly illuminated that evening. The three women remained huddled together in the bedroom, likely resolving their necessities within. Too frightened to traverse the living room to reach the bathroom, Tian boldly climbed through the window. It wasn't long before a series of knocks echoed through the air. The sound of near despair erupted from the bedroom. Is anyone even listening? Linjiang screamed. Wang Yuqing's voice trembled. I heard of something called ghost walls. When the ghost comes, it pulls us into its realm, and others cannot hear the knocking. What do we do? I don't want to die. Liang Bing sobbed. Thud, thud, thud. The spirit continued its methodical approach, first knocking on the door, then on the window, emitting a series of mournful cries, while the lights flickered ominously, and the television sprang to life. Water from the bathroom faucet flowed like blood, indifferent to the presence of anyone within. Tian shook his head in resignation. The most rudimentary of spirits indeed possessed limited intellect. He glanced around and retrieved 3 cotton swabs from the box atop the sink, holding them firmly in his hand. Then, he gently opened the bathroom door, swiftly stepping out and moving along the wall toward the bedroom door. In truth, Linjiang and her companions were so terrified that they were shrieking, and even if he were to stride boldly from the bathroom, they would not hear his footsteps. They were holding their breath, fearful of disturbing the spirit. Tian twisted the doorknob and, as anticipated, found it locked. This action elevated the cries from within the bedroom to a whole new level. He discerned the positions of the 3 women by their cries, gripping the doorknob and using his internal energy to silently and gradually unlock the door. In the fleeting moment when their screams subsided, he abruptly pushed the door open a fraction and reached inside to toss out 3 cotton swabs. The women's cries ceased abruptly. Tian leaned to the side, peering inside. Although it had been a considerable time since he employed such tactics, he was fortunate not to falter. The 3 women lay neatly unconscious on the bed. Regrettably, they were clad in heavy attire out of fear. Now, he merely awaited the malevolent spirit to enter the room and make its move. Tian stealthily maneuvered along the wall until he reached the doorframe. He was confident that the spirit would not detect him. When the spirit eventually entered the room to instigate chaos, he would swiftly engulf it. Just as he was anticipating this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Outside, 2 sets of footsteps approached rapidly from afar, drawing near with urgency. Damn! It seems someone intended to intercept. Chapter 38. Consumed by the Yin spirit, the flickering lights within the room ceased, and the television displayed nothing but static. Tian pressed himself against the wall, his hand gripping the doorknob, listening intently to the sounds beyond the door. Judging by the footsteps, it seemed that a man and a woman approached. Indeed, they were the most rudimentary of apparitions. According to Director Yin's classification, they could be termed as Yin spirits, correct? A chill, male voice echoed. Their forms were ethereal, resembling humanoids, capable only of ensnaring humans with illusions. There was no doubt they were Yin spirits. A more frigid female voice responded. What now? Director Yin stated that you would take the lead. Proceed, as discussed. Then let us act. Upon hearing their intent to strike, Tian could no longer afford to wait. He was confident in his ability to seize the Yin spirit before them. Yet if the spirit expended too much of its ethereal energy due to their efforts, he would be at a significant loss. Without hesitation, Tian twisted the doorknob and darted outside. The two figures, Yin's spirit, were caught completely off guard by the sudden emergence from within the room. In that moment of astonishment, Tian swiftly raised his hand to grasp the spirit's head. The Yin spirit, unable to resist, instantaneously transformed into a sphere the size of a fist within Tian's grip. He promptly dispatched the sphere into his mouth, causing it to vanish without a trace. Having completed this, the man and woman remained momentarily stunned. They were, of course, Huang Yuba and Li Qingxue. As they witnessed the disappearance of the Yin spirit, the surrounding illusion shattered, revealing the true visage of the ancient street. Huang and Li finally regained their composure. Who are you? Huang Yuba exclaimed in disbelief. Tian silently thanked his luck for not wearing his school uniform at that moment. Moreover, he felt a sense of gratitude towards these two individuals for diverting the Yin spirit's complete attention, allowing him to execute a surprise attack with ease. Although dispatching a low-level Yin spirit was not particularly challenging given his current prowess, it was certainly preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. An Yin spirit? Li Qingxue demanded sharply. I consumed it, Tian replied candidly. Consumed it? Li Qingxue's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean by consumed? Can one actually eat a Yin spirit? Furthermore, how did you manage to do so while still wearing your mask? Ah, thank you. Tian nodded, his form flickering momentarily. Huang and Li found themselves bewildered. When they blinked, Tian had vanished entirely from their sight. Hiss! Huang Yuba inhaled sharply. Who precisely is this person? He effortlessly annihilated the Yin spirit and moved with such swiftness that we could scarcely discern his movements. Li Qingxue's expression grew even more austere. The pressing issue is that he has captured the Yin spirit. How shall we report this to Director Yin? Huang Yuba replied. What else can we do but tell the truth? Given the circumstances, it seems unlikely we could overcome him. Director Yin would surely comprehend. Do you believe Director Yin will accept that? Li Qingxue questioned. Huang Yuba shrugged. What else can we say? Alas, Director Yin is far-sighted and has never erred in his predictions. Perhaps this time, our presence was merely a means to draw out that formidable individual. True experts often dwell among the populace. Let us depart. With that, he turned and strode away. Li Qingxue, furrowing her brow and surveying the surroundings, reluctantly followed suit. Once the two had distanced themselves, Tian, concealed in the corridor on the second floor, cautiously lifted his head. Director Yin? Although he could not discern the exact two characters, he surmised that the latter was likely a title of authority, possibly that of a bureau chief. Coupled with the fact that they could command the police, it was presumably an official agency. He understood. In such a vast nation, it was implausible for there to be an absence of such organizations. With a population exceeding 1 billion in Huagua, talents abound as if they were fish crossing a river. The two individuals he had encountered earlier were indeed rather weak, yet it was prudent to assume that their organization might harbor formidable experts. It appeared that until he reached the golden core stage, he must proceed with discretion in the outside world. His actions must be meticulous and without flaw. A lesson learned from centuries of bloodshed in the realm of cultivation. Upon returning to Su Feifei's room, he found both Su Feifei and Yu Lily still in slumber. Tian's massage techniques were undoubtedly potent enough to render them lifeless until morning. He settled in the center of the living room, entering a meditative state. The presence of Yin spirits in the ancient street was undoubtedly due to the significantly heavier Yin energy compared to other locales. However, most individuals would merely perceive a sudden chill upon entering the ancient street. For Tian, these elements were resources at his disposal. When he compressed the Yin spirit into a sphere, it had already relinquished its life. What he had ingested merely served as a mass of Yin energy, now pressing down in his dantian, and as the expansive Tantian Jing technique was activated, it began to transform into true qi within his being. Cultivating qi, naturally, involved refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's own true qi. When a strand of true qi manifested in his dantian and began to circulate without dispersing, it signified his official entry into the qi refining stage, marking him as a cultivator. As someone who had once traversed the tribulation stage, Tian was experiencing a fresh understanding as he retraced his path of cultivation, especially since this time he utilized his original body. Upon returning to Earthstar and entering the Qi refining stage for the first time, he had hastily forced open his dantian using purchased medicinal herbs, nearly squandering them. Now, with safety largely assured, he could better appreciate the process. The spiritual energy of the Yin spirits was far purer than that contained in those herbs, and as strands of spiritual energy transformed within a single night. Qi Tian's cultivation rapidly ascended to the fourth layer of Qi refining. His original body proved to be significantly stronger than the one he had in the cultivation realm. Vital blood surged, his physique was robust, and his meridians were wide and resilient. Reflecting on the cataclysmic tribulation lightning, he was confident that this time he would surely pass through unscathed. The fourth layer of Qi refining was already considered mid-stage, allowing him to perform some basic spells. While the dawn had yet to break, Qi Tian took the opportunity to review the techniques he had mastered during his previous Qi refining phase. As the sunlight streamed through the window, Qi Tian exhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Just then, Lily, who had opened the bedroom door, happened upon this scene. Bathed in the morning light, the youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly tilting his head to embrace the rays of sunlight, radiating an ethereal glow. Whether it was Su Feifei's words from the previous night that resonated within her, or the sudden shock of his striking appearance, Lily felt her heart race uncontrollably. Qi Tian turned around, revealing a gentle smile. "Sisterly, you're up quite early." "Oh, it's nothing at all." Lily hurriedly waved her hand in a fluster and dashed into the bathroom, completely forgetting that her urgent need was to relieve herself. After the three had finished their breakfast, someone came to inform them that they could depart. Su Feifei and Lily spent a considerable amount of time packing their belongings before descending the stairs, accompanied by bodyguards carrying their numerous bags. As they reached the ground floor, Linjiang and the other two women approached them. "Sister Feifei, sisterly, I truly appreciate your help. If there is ever anything I can assist you with in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Linjiang stated directly. "We haven't really been of much assistance, have we? We told them yesterday that everything was rejected." Su Feifei replied with an awkward smile. "There must be a connection. Otherwise, given their aggressive attitude yesterday, how could they so readily allow us to leave after just one night? They must have convened to discuss it," Linjiang remarked. "Indeed, Sister Feifei, you have no idea. That vile creature returned last night, even tampering with the doorknob of our bedroom, which left us utterly terrified. We had the police come to inspect today, and guess what? Just like with our bathroom window, there were absolutely no fingerprints left behind. What else could this be but the work of a foul entity?" Qi Tian's lips twitched slightly. He had shielded his hands with spiritual energy, ensuring no fingerprints would be left. Su Feifei, however, merely nodded with a perfunctory smile. "Fingerprints? Simply wearing gloves would suffice." "Miss Su, who is this person?" A cold, stern female voice suddenly interjected from the side. Chapter 39. A long reminder for Su Yue. Qi Tian had long noticed a man and a woman standing not far away amidst a group of police officers. He also observed that when Linjiang and her companion spoke with Su Feifei, the pair approached. Individuals from such specialized departments could undoubtedly discern the resemblance between last night's figures and his own form. However, the attire worn last night had already been utilized in his practice of fire techniques, to the extent that even his shoes were incinerated. Indeed, to mitigate any potential issues, he had brought 2 sets of clothing and shoes, fearing that he might be seen in the act. As he had learned in the cultivation world, one must proceed with utmost discretion. In truth, had those 2 not unexpectedly appeared last night, he could have discreetly dealt with the Yin spirit without a trace. "Who are you?" Su Feifei turned to glance at Li Qingxue, her displeasure evident. The inquiry posed was not particularly impolite, coming alongside the police. They did seem to possess the right to ask questions. Yet, some individuals, upon opening their mouths, can evoke a sense of aversion in strangers. It must be said, this too is a peculiar form of ability. "I am Li Qingxue, an agent of the Special Affairs Bureau from the esteemed Li family of Kyoto," Li Qingxue declared with haughtiness. The Special Affairs Bureau? Su Feifei momentarily paused, the title sounding quite formidable, as it was listed before the Li family during her application. Instinctively, she stepped a pace forward, partially shielding Tian behind her. This is my younger brother. Is there something you need? Some events transpired last night, and your brother's silhouette appeared somewhat familiar to me, Li Qingxue replied. My brother is still a high school student, Su Feifei interjected, frowning. A high school student? Li Qingxue was taken aback. Yes, he is in his final year, preparing for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing of the incident here, he specifically came to accompany me, Su Feifei explained. I see. Huang Yuba interjected with a light-hearted chuckle. It's nothing serious. We were merely inquiring. Miss Su, please carry on. Very well. Su Feifei nodded and departed with Tian. Li Qingxue's gaze remained cold as she observed Tian's retreating figure. It was not until the trio turned a corner that she remarked icily, This person feels oddly familiar. That cannot be. He is merely a high school student. Huang Yuba countered. Li Qingxue fell silent. Upon returning to report to Director Yin, he had insisted that they must locate the individual, stating he would personally arrive in Jiangnan province soon. It was evident that Director Yin took this matter seriously, should she manage to resolve the situation before his arrival. Winning his favor would undoubtedly elevate her status within both the Special Affairs Bureau and the Li family. After leaving the ancient street, Tian and Su Feifei each entered their respective vehicles. While the police had established a presence inside, the outside world was markedly different. Leaning back in the car's rear seat, Tian gazed pensively out the window, reflecting on Su Feifei's protective gesture. He never anticipated a day would come when he would be shielded by a member of the Su family. People often find themselves paying for the experiences of their youth throughout their lives. Even though Tian's existence spanned far longer than that of an average individual, filled with twists and turns beyond imagination, he should have remained resolute. Yet, he was still moved by Su Feifei's concern. Perhaps this was the very reason he had faltered before the final thunderbolt of tribulation. In the realm of cultivation, one truly seeks to cultivate their authentic self. He was, at heart, a person deeply anchored in emotions. Abandoning certain emotions for the sake of others who deserve attention is a natural course. Upon returning to Linjiang, as Tian stepped into the Su family villa, his keen sense of hearing detected the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the main hall long before he entered. Clearly, during his brief absence, the Su family had been enjoying themselves quite thoroughly. With a forceful kick, he swung open the main door, abruptly silencing the lively chatter within. The Su family, seated on the sofa, turned in unison towards the entrance. Upon catching sight of Tian, who sauntered into the hall with a leisurely gait, Su Donghai felt the words ungrateful wretch rise to his lips, yet before he could utter them, Su Yue sprang up, exclaiming, You little wretch! How dare you return? Tian chuckled. You must be quite ill. This Su family is no longer a perilous den for me. What is there to fear in returning? However, have you forgotten the events of a few days past? Truly, you have a short memory. He continued his approach, and, as he spoke, he closed the distance between them until he stood just a few steps away from Su Yue. Startled, she recalled the incident when he had knocked her unconscious with a single kick and the moment he had shattered Su Siwen's limbs beneath his feet. As Tian advanced another step, Su Yue instinctively retreated 3 steps, only to find herself halted by the sofa, falling into the side of Qin Rupiing. Tian looked down at her, stating, I've already warned you before. If you continue to treat me as you did in the past, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. For those who lack memory, as you once said, it is essential to teach them a lasting lesson. What do you intend to do? Su Yue asked, her voice trembling. Tian smiled brightly, his hand shooting out like lightning. Su Donghai and the others saw his movement, but were too late to intervene by the time they shouted for him to stop. Su Yue had already been yanked into the center of the hall. Ah, you dare, little wretch! Su Yue screamed in a mix of fear and rage, losing her rationality. Tian, let go of Yue. Su Qingya stood up and shouted angrily. Without paying any heed to Su Qingya, Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Su Yue. Tian, stop! Came the collective outcry from all present. Su Donghai, Qin Rupiing, Su Qingya. and Su Qingning. But Tian remained impervious to their pleas, delivering another sharp slap. Tian, Su Qingya's voice pierced the air, sharp enough to rupture eardrums. The sound of slaps echoed, Tian's hand moving with such speed that it seemed to leave afterimages. Su Yue's hair fell in disarray, and her cheeks visibly swelled from the blows. This was a testament to Tian's precise control over his strength. She could no longer articulate words, only emitting soft whimpers. Her expression was a blend of fear and fury. Had the Su family not witnessed her being struck, they might not have recognized her at all. Releasing his grip, Tian allowed Su Yue to slump helplessly to the floor. With a casual flick of his hand, he remarked, "No wonder television dramas love to depict slapping scenes. It is indeed somewhat satisfying and exhilarating." Tian, you are utterly lawless. Su Qingya seethed through clenched teeth. Oh, is this what you deem lawlessness? Tian turned his head, his smile unwavering. How can I not recall that you used to treat me this way? Why don't you acknowledge your lawlessness? Moreover, it was Su Yue who insulted me first, after I had already warned and tolerated her once. It seems you remain accustomed to your previous position, disregarding my words. Thus, I shall deepen your impression. Tian, leave the Su family at once. Su Qingya Goman Faisali. Tian cast a casual glance her way. I shall not depart. What can you do to me? I will ensure you regret your actions of the past few days. Seeing your frantic expressions brings me immense satisfaction. Iarbo no regrets whatsoever. If you wish to avoid my presence, it is quite simple. Just vacate this house. However, the monthly payments must remain intact. Otherwise, your precious son and brother, Su Siwen, may find themselves spending much of their time in a hospital bed. After all, Su Qingning should understand that fractures can easily become a recurrent issue. Tian, I will kill you. Su Qingya's eyes suddenly blazed with fury as she charged at Tian like a madwoman. Chapter 40. Instant recovery. Tian raised an eyebrow. Watching Su Qingya rush toward him, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This is bad. My second sister is having an episode. Su Qingding et Gulim, her face ashen. No need, Tian replied with a sneer. I can cure her. As he spoke, Su Qingya was almost upon him. You're fully aware that my second sister suffers from severe bipolar disorder. When she spirals out of control, even 2 or 3 bodyguards. Su Qingning's voice faltered. Tian had seized Su Qingya by the throat, as if he were simultaneously choking Su Qingning into silence. With a gentle upward motion, he lifted Su Qingya off the ground and then slammed her back down. The sound echoed, and Su Qingning felt an unsettling tremor beneath her feet. Bipolar disorder? Ha ha ha. Tian grinned wickedly, bending down to deliver a punch squarely to Su Qingya's face. He had witnessed her episodes before, a few times at the insistence of her family, who always sought his assistance. In those moments, he had refrained from exerting his full strength, and his frail form was no match for the frenzied Su Qingya, who had left him battered and bruised until her energy was spent. Now, however, he could easily extricate her from such a state and effortlessly cure her affliction. Yet, when it came to bipolar disorder, there were myriad ways to subdue her. In the past, even with all his might, he would have struggled to contain her ferocity, but now it was a simple matter. With one hand locked around her neck and a foot pinning her legs, Su Qingya's initially mobile arms fell limp after Tian struck her shoulders. Surely, the laws of physiology would not permit her to fight back indefinitely. Rendered immobile, only her mouth remained to scream and curse, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Tian. Yet, this display only heightened Tian's satisfaction, prompting him to apply a little more force. The Su family members, initially terrified by Su Qingya's sudden outburst, soon found themselves horrified by Tian's brutality, their wide eyes trembling in fear. The 4 bodyguards summoned by Su Qingning exchanged glances, uncertain whether to follow their original orders to restrain Su Qingya or to rescue her. In the brief moment of hesitation, Su Qingya's body had been thoroughly battered. Her screams devolved into whimpers, then into unconscious moans. Her once fiery eyes now appeared vacant and devoid of aggression. After delivering another punch, Tian straightened up, rolling his neck from side to side. slumped on the ground like a broken doll. Su Qingya had completely lost consciousness. Look, Tian gestured, instant recovery. You. Su Qingning could no longer articulate her thoughts. Ungrateful wretch. It falls to the head of the family, Su Donghai barked, pointing an accusatory finger. What are you all waiting for? Seize Tian at once. The four bodyguards exchanged glances before rushing forward in unison. Following the recent upheaval instigated by Tian, who assaulted Su Riyun and others, there has been no response from Long Yi despite repeated phone calls and visits. In light of this, Su Donghai has taken the precaution of replacing the bodyguards in his villa with a new batch, selecting only the most skilled from the security industry in Linjiang. Alas, even these elite guardians prove insufficient in the face of Tian, who has now reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. With a swift leap and a spinning kick, he effortlessly knocks down 4 bodyguards. As he lands gracefully, Tian flashes a grin at Su Donghai, inquiring if he should summon more challengers. Su Donghai's face reddens with frustration. He never anticipated that Tian possessed such formidable strength. The previous bodyguards have been dismissed, but these hand-picked elites are unable to withstand even a single blow from Tian. A sense of bewilderment envelopes Su Donghai as he grapples with the transformation of Tian, the once meek and submissive son who had never defied them over the past 4 years. While a dramatic change in personality can often be attributed to trauma, the enhancement of one's martial prowess is not something that can simply manifest in a fit of rage. Tian had always been slender and frail. It was inconceivable that he could best 4 bodyguards when even a single one could have easily subdued him. The miraculous outburst days prior could be seen as an anomaly, as individuals sometimes unlock hidden potential under duress. But such occurrences cannot be expected to repeat consistently. Could it be that he has undergone a transformation that triples his strength? Yet, even that would not suffice to achieve such a feat, as Tian observes the confusion in Su Donghai's gaze. He cannot help but smirk internally. Fortunately, they are in a modern world. Had this transpired in the realm of cultivation, one might suspect that his body had been usurped. Tell me, Su Zong, Tian continues. If there are no further matters at hand, I intend to dine. You still wish to eat? Qin Rupiing shrieks. I have already decreed that from now on, the Su family will no longer provide you with sustenance, nor will you have a place to stay. Oh, Tian raises an eyebrow. Are you certain? Absolutely. You wretched creature. After all the despicable acts you've committed, mingling with unsavory characters outside of school, and bullying one, it was tolerable before. But now you have crossed the line again. Do you truly expect to receive the same treatment in the Su household as one? Dream on. Indeed, Su Qingming chimes in. Not only do you dare to bully one, but you also lay hands on eldest and second sister. You are nothing short of a violent maniac. Father, since Tian's lineage has never been publicly acknowledged, we should sever ties with him and expel him from the Su family. Woo, expel. Su Qingya is rendered speechless, while Su Yue, still clinging to some semblance of consciousness, struggles to voice a protest. Tian refrains from retorting, instead turning his gaze towards Su Donghai. The latter's forehead and neck are bulging with veins, his face flushed as if he might burst with anger at any moment. Despite his fury, Su Donghai refrains from consenting to Tian's expulsion. The reason, of course, cannot be attributed to paternal affection. Father, what are you waiting for? Su Qingming implores again. Enough nonsense. Su Donghai finally speaks. Tian possesses Su blood. Expelling him would only serve to make the families of Linjiang laugh at the Su clan. Father, when Tian arrived at the Su family, he entered merely as an adopted son. Who would have known that he was the biological offspring of the Su family? I believe that retaining him within the Su household will inevitably lead to trouble, which will ultimately provide others with a source of amusement. Indeed, Donghai, at this juncture, you still cling to this minimal bloodline connection? Just observe how he violently strikes Qingya and Yue. Where is the semblance of a brother in his actions? Qin Rupiing interjected. This cannot stand. Su Donghai's complexion shifted from red to pale. No matter what, Tian must not leave the Su family. Why not, father? Su Qingming's eyes brimmed with confusion. She was perplexed, as just days prior, There were plans to send Tian to a psychiatric hospital through Lord Long. Wasn't that tantamount to expelling him from the Su family? Qin Ruping took a deep breath. Su Donghai, I see you have become entranced. This relationship you may persist in, but I shall sever. Qingning, prepare a letter of severance. Chapter 41. I am a sacrificial knife. Upon hearing the words, Su Qingning immediately rushed to fetch paper and pen. In no time, she returned to the living room and began to write fervently in front of Tian. Despite Su Donghai's furious protests, Qin Ruping firmly restrained him. Tian glanced around and chose to sit on the sofa, crossing his legs and watching them toil away. Su Yue and Su Qingya, who lay on the floor, were soon attended to by servants who carried them away to the hospital. In just a few days, the number of patients from the Su family had reached 4. Su Qingning quickly finished her writing and approached Tian, holding up the severance agreement, declaring, "Sign here, from this moment forth. You shall have no ties with the Su family. You relinquish all claims to the Su family fortune." Suddenly, Su Donghai, who had been vociferously objecting, fell silent, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. Tian did not extend his hand to accept the document, but merely glanced at it. It stated that the Su family from Linjiang had severed all familial ties with Tian, and he held no rights to inherit anything from the Su family. Su Qingning even produced the household registration book, inscribing the identification numbers of Su Donghai and Qin Ruping to ensure the identities of the parties involved were confirmed. Tian chuckled and shook his head. How shall I put it? Although Su Qingya, the lawyer, is absent, you are all educated individuals. And Su Qingning is even a distinguished graduate from a prestigious medical university. Do you not realize that severing natural blood ties bears no legal validity? We shall not speak of it. Who would know you are our blood relative? Su Qingning retorted coldly. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. You are correct. Indeed, few are aware of our true relationship. So why not sign and leave? Since few know of this, why then should I sign? Is this not a futile endeavor? Su Qingning replied. Given your despicable character, I fear you might come back to extort the Su family. Tian's gaze sharpened. Not knowing the pain until it strikes you, are you still bold enough to speak to me this way? Su Qingning hesitated, instinctively retreating 2 steps under the intensity of Tian's penetrating glare. Seizing the moment, Tian rose, surveying the still, furious Qin Ruping and the brooding Su Donghai. Before reaching for the severance document, he lowered his head to examine it, chuckling, what Dr. Su proposed is not without merit. Now, here lies the crux of the matter. If I refuse to sign and have no intention of leaving the Su family, what will you do? What can you do? Su Qingning opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier, when Qin Ruping instructed her to prepare the severance agreement, she had acted impulsively. However, now, confronted by Tian's probing questions, she began to regain her composure, realizing that they seemed to have no real leverage over him. If he were a weakling, they could simply have the bodyguards throw him out. The crux lay in the fact that he was not. Call the police? That was even more out of the question. Not only would the police ascertain that Tian was Su Donghai's biological son, but Tian had also previously claimed to possess evidence of abuse against him by the Su family. The prestigious Su family of Linjiang, accused of mistreating their legitimate heir. Furthermore, considering Su Feifei's profession, it was inevitable that the media would uncover every detail about the Su family. Unable to confront him and reluctant to involve the authorities, what can one do regarding Tian? Should one simply lock the door to prevent his entry? Observe how he kicked the door upon his return today. It would merely require him to expend a bit more effort. Enough of this. Tian casually discarded the severance document. Such a meaningless endeavor should be avoided in the future to prevent misconceptions about your intellect. Furthermore, in circumstances where you lack confidence, should I be the one at their mercy, or remain prudent? You insolent wretch, Qin Ruping exclaimed. Tian regarded her with a sudden grin. So, there is no dinner tonight, is there? Indeed, even if you refuse to sign, you will hold no position in the Su family henceforth. Not just tonight, but from now on, there will be no meals for you. Very well, I shall head to the hospital now. Surely your kind-hearted son Su Siwen will procure some takeout to appease my hunger. With a smile, Tian turned to leave. Qin Ruping, momentarily stunned, widened her eyes in disbelief. She hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Tian with outstretched arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and cried out, "What do you intend to do? Have your son Su Siwen buy me some food. You often praise his kindness, right? Even after I struck him last time, knowing I haven't eaten, he should still be willing to provide for me. Shouldn't he? Since the Su family will no longer have meals for me, I shall go to the hospital daily after school. I trust that your precious son Siwen won't mind feeding me." "No," Qin Ruping shouted, "there is food at home." "Oh, is there now?" "Yes, yes, yes. Luma, prepare dinner." "Certainly, madam." Luma, who had been eavesdropping in the kitchen, promptly responded. It seems that this round has once again been won by the eldest young master. Wealthy families are not to be trifled with. Within just a few days, the second young master and 3 young ladies have found themselves hospitalized due to the eldest young master's actions. However, one can understand the eldest young master's resistance. After all, he had been subjected to beatings regularly in the past few years, often to the point of unconsciousness. Truth be told, the servants have observed the eldest young master's character throughout the years. He is quite amiable in his dealings with others. Perhaps he does not fit the mold cultivated by wealthy families. After all, the other young masters and young ladies of the Su family, with the exception of Su Feifei, are rather arrogant and would never deign to converse amiably with the servants. The Su family's dinners are typically modest and light, emphasizing a late and sparse meal. However, since Tian has risen, the quantity and caloric content of the dinners have significantly increased. Dish after dish is served to the table by the maids. Tian indulges himself, relishing every bite with grease dripping from his mouth. Meanwhile, the Su family sits in the living room, seething with anger, having already filled themselves with rage. Their frustration grows as they find themselves powerless against Tian. The more incensed they become, the more delicious Tian's meal appears to him, as though their burning glares were the most exquisite seasoning. After dinner, he glanced at the Su family and slowly ascended the stairs to continue his training. Although Qin Ruping claimed there was no room for Tian, it seems she has yet to remove his belongings. It seems that after today, she will refrain from entertaining such notions in the near future. At least until a viable strategy to contend with Tian is devised, such thoughts are unlikely to arise. While Tian is diligently engaged in his cultivation, the atmosphere downstairs is fraught with tension. In the past, when their spirits were low, they could vent their frustrations by scolding and insulting Tian. Yet now their very breath is intertwined with his presence, leaving them in a state of exasperation without an outlet. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingning finally spoke. "Father, what is the situation with Lord Long? I can no longer endure this kind of life." Su Donghai sighed and replied, "Let's wait a little longer. Could there be unforeseen complications?" Su Qingning inquired with suspicion. She had never truly recognized Tian's formidable prowess before. Could it be that Lord Long has already taken action, but his men were unable to overcome Tian? Chapter 42. The reason for retrieving Tian. Su Donghai remained silent, genuinely at a loss for how to respond to Su Qingning's inquiry. To admit that for the past few days, Lord Long had disregarded his calls, and that his personal visit had also met with futility, would be to sully the dignity of the Su family, of which he was the esteemed patriarch. Indeed, ever since the passing of the elder, the Su family had somewhat declined. "Indeed, Donghai," Qin Ruping lamented, "how long must we wait? We should confront Lord Long directly. Does he not regard the dignity of the Su family?" "Yes, father," Su Qingning interjected, "this wretch has the audacity to use Wanwan as leverage against us. I genuinely fear that one day he may resort to physical violence against you and mother." Su Donghai's gaze sharpened as he responded, "Surely it cannot come to that. After all, I am still his biological father. And has he treated you as such in recent days? That day, before you and mother, he hospitalized eldest sister and Wanwan. Today, he repeated that with second sister and fifth sister. And when you attempted to intervene, did he heed your words?" Su Donghai gritted his teeth. The fact that his son, now in high school, disregarded his authority was indeed a source of shame for the head of the Su family. Strangely enough, Qin Ruping mused, though this rascal was never particularly robust, How has he suddenly acquired such strength? Oomph. Su Qingning scoffed. It is not merely strength. Our bodyguards are no slouches. Yet they cannot subdue him. He must have concealed his true abilities, and now, emboldened, he reveals his true nature before us. But why has this young scoundrel become so formidable? Qin Rupiying remained perplexed. When one has often mentioned that Tian bullies him at school and associates with local delinquents. It stands to reason that constant fighting has honed his skills, Su Qingning explained. Is that so? Initially, I thought there was some grievance against him that had driven him mad. I had not perceived the malice lurking within this young rascal. Qin Rupiying remarked with a bitter expression. As Su Donghai listened to their exchange, he too was puzzled. How had Tian suddenly transformed into such a powerhouse? A drastic change in temperament was understandable. He had witnessed individuals driven to madness from trauma. However, he had never encountered someone whose spirit, once stimulated, resulted in such a meteoric rise in physical prowess. Could it be, as in the martial arts novels of his youth, that they had unwittingly opened Tian's meridians through their relentless torment? This thought led him to recall a fantasy novel he had recently perused to pass the time, one featuring themes of reincarnation and possession. A chill ran down Su Donghai's spine. Could it be? Had he truly become a different person, even without delving into contemporary fantasy literature? Folklore abounds with tales of souls returning through other bodies, and even strange tales from a Chinese studio contain such narratives. Yet, he had never considered this possibility. With this notion, Su Donghai suddenly found that all the peculiar occurrences surrounding Tian began to make perfect sense. In the presence of numerous parents, including Tang Jiabua and Tang Shunping, as well as school officials, Tian remained remarkably composed. Not only did he exude confidence, but he also deftly controlled the rhythm of the event, ultimately achieving resounding success. Following an investigation by Su Donghai, it was confirmed that Tang Jiabua had instigated the provocation unexpectedly. The crux of the matter lies here. If this had been a premeditated scheme, even a child could manage it, let alone an 18-year-old high school student. However, when confronted with an unexpected provocation, the ability to respond effectively and to gauge the reactions of the parents and school officials, guiding them to align with his own tempo, speaks not only of intelligence, but also of considerable experience. Could it be that within Tian resides the spirit of an adult, or perhaps the essence of an old soul? Dad, what are you thinking? Su Qingding inquit, noticing Su Donghai's prolonged silence. Su Donghai cast a glance towards the stairway and instinctively lowered his voice. I suddenly recalled something, though it requires further verification. From today onward, do not provoke Tian. It would be wise to occasionally display some remorse for his past actions. Upon accepting this premise, he felt a sudden clarity. Mysterious as it may seem, it is not entirely implausible, for otherwise, there would be no explanation for Tian's sudden and extraordinary prowess. Remorse? Why should I feel remorse? Qin Rupiying exclaimed. Given his past misdeeds, associating with unsavory characters and frequently bullying Siwen, I should have cast him out long ago to fend for himself. Indeed, he even stole from us. How utterly disgusting. Frankly, Dad, you should never have brought that wretch back. Ever since he came into our home, we have known no peace. Su Qingning expressed with evident disdain. Su Donghai retorted sharply. Do you think I desire to bring him back? It was for your grandfather's sake. Grandfather? What about him? Su Donghai's voice dropped even further. Years ago, your grandfather established a will stipulating that 36 of the Su Group's shares would be inherited by his biological grandson. If the grandson could not be located, those shares would be donated to charity upon his 18th birthday. What? Qin Rupiying sprang to her feet, while Su Qingning gasped and covered her mouth. At the same moment, Tian, in the practice room on the second floor, abruptly opened his eyes. Keep your voices down. Su Donghai at monits guieli. Oh! Qin Rupiying resumed her seat on the sofa, instinctively glancing toward the stairs, and whispered, Did all the old man's shares go to Tian? What else could it be? Would I have gone to such lengths to find him otherwise? Su Donghai's expression darkened. With the continuous growth of the Su Group, various investments flowed in, leading to a dilution of shares. As the current chairman of the Su Group, Su Donghai possessed only 15 of his shares. Meanwhile, the late patriarch had tightly controlled his equity. On one hand, this was to ensure that he and his son collectively held more than 51 of the shares. On the other, given the significant contributions of the elder Su to the group's development, any dilution would inevitably affect others. Previously, he had not given it much thought, believing that upon the elder's passing, the shares would naturally revert to him. To his astonishment, the elderly gentleman orchestrated a grand surprise at the last moment. Without any awareness of his grandson's current intellect or character, he bypassed his own son and bequeathed the shares to the child. Although it is possible to reclaim them after donating to a charitable organization, the complexities involved are not to be underestimated, and the company is bound to suffer significant repercussions. It is far simpler to manipulate a mere child. No wonder my father once exhausted all resources to locate that scoundrel, Su Qingming bitterly reflected. Su Donghai sighed, saying enough. Today's discussion was merely a matter of exchanging words. Let us not revisit this issue again. You must remember to stabilize Tian and avoid provoking him to escalate matters. Qin Rupiying and Su Qingming nodded in silence, their deep gazes betraying their thoughts. Ah, this is rather intriguing. Tian mused to himself with a light chuckle in the practice room on the second floor. Chapter 43. Investigation. Su Donghai and his companions spoke in hushed tones, their words inaudible even to those concealed at the stairwell, where they quietly occupied the sofa in the living room. The villa's soundproofing was remarkably effective. They believed that Tian, situated on the second floor, could not possibly overhear them. Yet unexpectedly, Tian did hear them. He had not anticipated that the reasons behind his long-held suspicions would be revealed so effortlessly. This indicated that Su Donghai had no choice but to retrieve him all those years ago. Earlier, Su Donghai had instructed Qin Rupiying and the others to display remorse, highlighting that he was aware of the Su family's actions toward him over the years. Additionally, the mention of the age of 18 suggested that there might be other stipulations in the old master's will. Matters concerning wills typically require notarization, and for a conglomerate of Su's stature, it would likely necessitate the presence of several attorneys. At Long Ye's estate, Long Ye had mentioned that he was obliged to the old master for a favor, which led him to acquiesce to Su Donghai's request for trouble. If Long Ye had a rapport with the old master, could he possibly know which attorneys were summoned at the time of the old master's passing? Or, given Long Ye's standing in Linjiang, could he facilitate an inquiry? While lost in contemplation, the phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Tian swiped to answer, and a familiar voice resonated. Xiaoyu, I apologize for the intrusion this evening. Indeed, it was as though the mention of the devil summoned him. If you truly felt it was an intrusion, you would not have called, Tian replied coolly. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu, your humor remains ever so delightful. Came a response. Let's get straight to the point. After a brief silence, the voice continued, I genuinely have a matter that requires your assistance. Coincidentally, I, too, require your aid, Tian remarked with a smile. Oh, ha ha ha, how fortuitous. Shall I send someone to collect you? Very well. After terminating the call, another rang in approximately half an hour later. Upon answering, Tian recognized the voice of Xie. Mr. Qi, I am at the Su residence. Understood. Tian promptly hung up, rising to exit the training room. As he descended the stairs, Su Donghai and his companions fell silent. Su Donghai managed to mask his expression well, while Qin Rupiying and Su Qingming wore looks of wariness. Tian stifled a chuckle, strolling past them unperturbed. The Su family offered no inquiries about his destination, merely observing him with respectful gazes as he departed. Upon encountering Xie again, she stood straight, awaiting him by the rear door of the vehicle. As Tian approached, she bowed slightly and opened the door for him, her demeanor a blend of respect and slight awkwardness. Did you come personally to fetch me? Tian inquired with a smile. Xie appeared momentarily taken aback, quickly lowering her gaze. You yist, emerchi. Tian bent to enter the car, and Xie exhaled softly, closing the door before stepping forward to open the front passenger door. After Tian's departure, she had attempted to etch on the coffee table with a sharp blade. While it left some marks, they were nowhere near as smooth and fluid as the lines Tian had drawn with his hand, reminiscent of a brush gliding across paper. Effortlessly defeating Wang Meng and several bodyguards has made Qi Xie realize that she is no match for Qi Tian. The phone number etched into the Wang Wali coffee table further underscores her understanding that she is far from being Qi Tian's equal. It is likely that Qi Tian's victory over her would be no more challenging than his triumph over Wang Meng. As the car sped away, Su Donghai and the others, who had been concealed near the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Su family's living room, emerged with puzzled expressions. Who was it that came to collect Qi Tian? Su Donghai's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed that Qi Tian had completely slipped from his grasp. Previously, the disturbances had been contained within their home, and even disruptions at school had minimal impact. However, if Qi Tian were to become entangled with outside individuals, the 36 stake he held in the Su family business could inflict immeasurable damage on the Su corporation. The only fortunate aspect was that Qi Tian remained oblivious to the matter of the shares. Who knows, Su Qingning scoffed. This only serves to validate Wenwen's words about Qi Tian frequently associating with dubious characters from the outside. Indeed, this little wretch. Had I known he would end up like this, I ought not to have given him life. Qin Ruping spat venomously. Su Donghai's lips twitched. Can you not see that this is a luxury car worth millions? Which ne'er-do-well could possibly drive such a vehicle? It seems so. Su Qingning finally responded. Does driving a nice car automatically make one a good person? Qin Ruping retorted. Precisely. A luxury car could very well be stolen or acquired through nefarious means. Furthermore, many second-generation wealthy individuals are nothing but ruffians, engaging in debauchery, bullying, and violence. Who says that driving an expensive car absolves one of their misdeeds? Those who associate with Qi Tian, that wretched child, surely cannot be anything but unsavory. Initially hesitant, Su Qingning's tone grew increasingly assured, as if she had personally witnessed Qi Tian's misdeeds akin to those of the rich brat she described. Su Donghai Yinan deeply glanced at the two women and retreated to his study. Once he closed the door, he retrieved his phone and began dialing. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Mr. Su, came a soft, sultry voice. Please investigate Qi Tian's recent whereabouts, Su Donghai instructed. Certainly, Mr. Su. Su Donghai furrowed his brow in contemplation before continuing. Look into the interactions between Su Suwen, my daughters, and Qin Ruping. I sense something amiss. Oh, Mr. Su, you live under the same roof as them. If you cannot discern anything, where should I begin my inquiry? My company affairs keep me occupied, often away from home. Besides, you shouldn't be asking me how to investigate. Understood, Mr. Su. After ending the call, Su Donghai sat in his chair, rubbing his temples. Indeed, his unfriendly demeanor towards Qi Tian had been subtly established. Each time Su Riyun and the others tormented Qi Tian, he would inconspicuously commend them, knowing that his daughters were astute enough to comprehend the underlying reason for such praise. As the actions continued, they inevitably transformed into a habit. The tasteless distinction of mineral water leads one to remain loyal to a single brand, often preferring to venture further afield to procure it from another store. Within less than a year, the bullying of Qi Tian has indeed become a daily occurrence for the Su family. Furthermore, the family harbors an adopted son who fears the possibility of being cast aside. However, having temporarily accepted the absurd notion of Qi Tian's resurrection, there is merit in daring to explore further. Although the habit of maligning Qi Tian has become ingrained, it does not extend to matters concerning him. It renders Qin Ruping and Su Qingning foolish, failing to recognize that the woman arriving to collect Qi Tian is anything but ordinary, treating him with utmost deference. This evokes thoughts of the woman who spoke with him on the phone. Could it be that Su Siwen harbors secrets of his own? Perhaps a means of subtly manipulating the will of others? Su Donghai scoffed softly. The dim light of the study illuminated his brooding countenance. Truly, the Su family is a sanctuary of hidden talents and formidable individuals. Chapter 44. Master Songhe, upon his second visit to Lord Long's estate. Master Songhe was met with a stark contrast in treatment. Outside the brilliantly illuminated manor, a neatly arranged line of approximately 100 people awaited. Lord Long, leaning on his cane, personally stood at the forefront to greet him. As the vehicle came to a gradual halt, Chixie swiftly opened the door and then pulled back the rear door, resting one hand upon its edge, allowing Tian to experience a taste of modern VIP treatment. Young friend Tian, please do come in. Lord Long chuckled as he approached. A formidable character indeed. He exhibited none of the hostility he had previously shown towards Tian. The young man found it perplexing that laughter could flow so freely. He had always believed that unless one were tickled or struck in a humorous spot, it was rare for a sane individual to laugh so openly in the presence of others. Following Lord Long and his entourage into the manor, Tian had merely caught a fleeting glimpse during his last visit. This time, with the estate's owner beside him offering intermittent introductions, he was able to appreciate the grandeur more fully. The entire estate was constructed in the style of traditional gardens, complete with pavilions, towers, rockeries, and lakes, a veritable treasure trove. Not only was an architect employed, but a renowned feng shui master from Jiangnan province was also enlisted to meticulously arrange the layout. The final result was a breathtaking and imposing masterpiece. After a brief tour, Lord Long led Tian to the main building of the estate. The living room was 3 times the size of that of the Su family. In one corner stood a maid, her beauty and physique capable of eclipsing that of typical club hostesses. "What do you think?" Lord Long inquired, a hint of pride in his voice. "What do you mean?" Tian replied, puzzled. "How is my estate?" "It's all right," Tian responded nonchalantly. "Just all right." Lord Long was taken aback. He had poured considerable effort into this estate, personally overseeing many aspects under the guidance of the feng shui master. The design was exquisite, the scale grand, and the objects rare and precious. He would dare claim it unrivaled throughout Jiangnan province. Even some influential figures from Beijing and Hong Kong had praised it after their visits. Yet, from the mouth of a mere high school student, it was reduced to just all right. Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "Well, it's quite nice." Does young friend Tian find any issues?" "Not really. It's merely a residence. No need to be overly particular." "Oh, I see," Lord Long responded with a chuckle, secretly chastising himself. He had become somewhat obsessed. It was rare for an individual to excel in one area. Tian's martial prowess was indeed exceptional. Yet it was not to be expected that he would have an appreciation for garden architecture or feng shui principles. Moreover, practitioners of martial arts like Tian often did not place much value on material possessions. As the maid served tea, the two engaged in casual conversation, exchanging compliments about Tian's youthful heroism and Lord Long's enduring vitality. However, after half an hour of idle chatter, neither party expressed any intention of seeking assistance from the other. Lord Long assumed that given Tian's straightforward demeanor, he would inevitably voice his request first. To his surprise, Tian was even more adept at diverting the conversation, veering into discussions about domestic and international affairs, topics that were indeed customary among men. Lord Long, as the conversation between the two men paused momentarily, Tian stepped forward from the doorway, announcing, "Master Songhe has arrived." "Oh." Long Yi raised an eyebrow and stood up, saying, "Qi Xiaoyu, this Master Songhe is the one who has arranged the feng shui for my estate. He is a prominent figure in the realm of feng shui throughout Jiangnan province. Shall I accompany you to welcome him?" Tian nodded in agreement and rose to his feet. The invitation extended to him, along with the feng shui master, clearly indicated that Long Yi was facing some form of trouble. Observing the layout of the estate, it was evident that this master Songhe possessed considerable expertise. "I am curious to see how the feng shui masters of the Earth Star resolve such matters." The reception afforded to Master Songhe was slightly less formal than that for Tian. Long Yi merely stood outside the main building, waiting. Before long, an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, clad in a blue robe, gracefully approached, guided by the estate's servants. As he walked towards the main building, Master Songhe carried himself with an air of elegance, his steps measured and steady. "Master Songhe, it is a pleasure to see you." Long Yi greeted as he clasped his fists in respect. "Good to see you as well. However, it seems that Long Glacier carries some worries." Master Songhe replied with a smile. Long Yi's expression turned serious. "Indeed, you are a master. Please come inside for a detailed discussion." Master Songhe nodded in acknowledgement and then glanced at Tian, asking, "And who might this young gentleman be?" Long Yi hurriedly introduced, "Oh, this is my young friend, Tian. Tian. This esteemed individual is the renowned Master Han Songhe of Jiangnan." Han Songhe stroked his white beard, saying, "A mere reputation, not worth mentioning. However, young Tian possesses the demeanor of a dragon and tiger, embodying a magnificent spirit, truly worthy of the name Tian." Tian smiled, responding, "Indeed, that is so." Han Songhe paused in his grooming of his beard, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth. Young people ought to be carefree and unrestrained. Please, allow us to enter and sit." Long Yi chuckled awkwardly. The three men entered the sitting room, with Qi Xie trailing behind Long Yi. Following Han Songhe was a middle-aged Taoist, carrying a large bundle on his back, presumably his disciple. Once seated on the sofa, and after the tea was served, Long Yi waved away the attendants. With only the five of them remaining in the sitting room, Long Yi pondered before speaking. "The purpose of inviting Master Songhe today is to seek your assistance. Feel free to speak," Han Songhe encouraged with a smile. "Recently, I have often felt a chilling presence in the garden, and now it is already April. Such feelings should not occur." "Indeed, they should not," Han Songhe agreed with a nod. "The other evening, while I was tending to the flowers, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a bizarre figure clad in colorful clothing, shouting at me from among the blossoms. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. Though I may not be particularly gifted, I have encountered countless incidents in my life, and it is impossible for me to be mistaken. That night, as I lay down to sleep, I heard the window glass rattling intermittently, accompanied by strange howls from outside, disturbing my peace of mind." As he spoke, Long Ye's brow furrowed deeper. He took a sip of tea and continued, "All the individuals in the garden are my subordinates. It is inconceivable that anyone would dare to act in such a manner outside my window. I recalled that a few days ago, when Qi Xiaoyu visited, he mentioned feeling an eerie atmosphere here, expressing concern about encountering something ominous, which is why I invited both of you to investigate." Han Songhe looked at Qi Tian with curiosity. Did the young gentleman also perceive some eeriness in this place? Indeed, the grandeur of this garden's design is remarkable, showcasing a masterful arrangement. However, such an elevated landscape typically necessitates the presence of mountains and water, yet here there are neither. While a lake might serve as a temporary substitute for water, no artificial mountain can truly replace the essence of a natural one. The absence of a mountainous foundation renders this place akin to a land without a master, making it perfectly normal for visitors to feel a sense of desolation. In the beginning, Lord Long and his companions listened with an air of satisfaction. However, the subsequent introduction of the word but caused a jolt of apprehension in Lord Long's heart. As the speaker continued, the expressions of the four individuals across from him grew increasingly grim. When he uttered the phrase "like a land without a master," it was evident that all four of them had been profoundly affected. "Presumptuous!" the middle-aged Taoist exclaimed in anger. "The feng shui of this place has been meticulously arranged by my master. How dare you, a mere child, speak so recklessly?" Chapter 45. The willows in the backyard. Qi Tian gazed at the middle-aged Taoist with a cheerful demeanor, unperturbed by the situation. In the realm of ordinary mortals, it is quite common for individuals who appear youthful to provoke disdain when they utter challenging words against authority. Naturally, when confronted by the embodiment of that authority, those in attendance are expected to display indignation. Qing Feng silence. Han Songhe declared sternly. "But master," the middle-aged Taoist protested, still dissatisfied. In a calm yet firm tone, Han Songhe responded, "What Qi Zushi has stated holds merit. I was so preoccupied with the construction within the garden that I overlooked the forces of nature. I initially believed that merely creating a lake and planting some trees would suffice. Yet recently the environment has drastically shifted, with dark energies rising. What was once a site for residence has now transformed into a place that nurtures." All prior titles of respect had been removed. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian paused in surprise. He had not anticipated that Master Songhe possessed such discernment, capable of sensing the changes in the natural world. It seemed that practitioners of cultivation were not entirely absent from the terrestrial realm. As Han Songhe spoke, Long Yi regarded Qi Tian with increasing astonishment. "He truly understands?" He mused, Realizing that when the master had previously commented on the layout of the courtyard being satisfactory, he genuinely believed it to be so. Chi Zushi, Han Songha continued. What do you propose as a solution? With a smile, Chi Tian replied, since Master Songha has been invited here today, he must already have a plan. Given that the layout was established by you, why not take the lead? Consider it a form of after-sales service. If a resolution is reached, then long you shall owe me no favor. Han Songha paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That seems appropriate. With that, he rose and began to survey the living room. Long Yi cast a furtive glance at Chi Tian, feeling a sense of suspicion. Could it be that their previous conversation, which had strayed from the main issue, was a prelude to inviting others to assist? Or was it a deliberate ploy to compel him to be the first to request assistance? How could an 18-year-old novice behave with such traditional formality? Han Songha, observing the living space, beckoned Qing Feng to accompany him as they stepped outside. Long Yi and the others hurriedly followed. The fear of supernatural entities is a sentiment shared by most ordinary individuals. Even Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was said to have been haunted nightly by vengeful spirits, necessitating the presence of Qin Xiong and Wei Qigong to guard his door. Legend has it that spirits are averse to light. Thus, upon the emergence of supernatural occurrences in the estate, Long Yi had installed hundreds of lamps, illuminating the grounds as if it were daylight. As Han Songha traversed the estate, he held a compass in his left hand, retrieved from Qing Feng's package, while wielding a peach-wood sword in his right, murmuring incantations. The specifics of his chant were lost on Chi Tian, whose keen hearing could barely decipher the words. After completing a circuit, Han Songha halted before a small grove in the backyard. He scrutinized the area and remarked, "The other day, I instructed them to plant bamboo and elm trees here. How is it that so many willows have emerged?" Long Yi was taken aback and followed suit in examining the grove. Indeed, amidst the dense bamboo and towering elm trees, numerous willows had taken root. Perhaps overshadowed by the elms, these willows grew neither tall nor robust, embodying the delicate demeanor of a feeble willow swaying in the wind. "What is the meaning of this?" Long Yi exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. The nearby Chi Xie and others shuddered in unison. Even if one is not a geomancer, one has likely heard the old adages, "Do not plant mulberries in front, nor willows behind. Do not plant ghosts that clap their hands in the courtyard." With so many willows emerging in the backyard, irrespective of whether they truly affect the household, it is inevitable that those under Dragon Lord's command will face repercussions. Han Songha gazed at the compass in astonishment. "Master Long, do not be anxious. It should not be the fault of my subordinates. These willows have just sprouted." "Just sprouted?" Dragon Lord inquired with curiosity. Indeed, in the record of 100 ghosts, there exists a type of spirit that often roams forests and wilderness. This location is remote, surrounded by fields with dense foliage, making it an ideal habitat for such entities. When it appears, willows tend to grow rapidly, known as willow ghosts. Dragon Lord appeared momentarily dazed, his expression one of confusion. Chi Tian interjected, "In legendary tales, there is a famous willow ghost that Master Long must have heard of. It is the Xuan Feng'er from Investiture of the Gods." "Ah, so formidable?" Dragon Lord exclaimed in surprise. Han Songha replied, "This willow ghost, however, is not that powerful. My original intention was to plant bamboo and elms to create a protective barrier, which should have sufficed, but alas, the fluctuations of cosmic energy have rendered these insufficient to suppress the Yin energy." He then turned to Chi Tian and remarked, "Master Chi, with your vast knowledge and experience at this age, I truly feel humbled. All mere anecdotes from miscellaneous texts. I cannot claim certainty about their authenticity." Chi Tian chuckled lightly. "Upon returning to Earthstar, I naturally delved into its mysteries. With the elevation of my realm, my mental acuity has multiplied. I have completed my studies on the college entrance examination, having perused numerous disordered texts and videos. Master Songha, how shall we deal with this willow ghost?" Dragon Lord inquired. "Please, Master Long, bring a table here. I shall hold a ceremony and exorcise it today," Han Songha stated. "Quickly prepare it," Dragon Lord commanded, turning his head. "Qing Feng, accompany them," Han Songha added. Taoist Qing Feng led several servants from the estate to prepare. Soon, the servants began setting up a simple altar in front of the grove, some lifting tables while others brought yellow paper, all following Qingfeng's guidance. While they waited, the servants arranged several chairs for Dragon Lord and his companions to sit. Tian looked on with great interest as Qingfeng busied himself with the preparations. His current spiritual intensity did not allow him to accurately gauge the strengths of others from a distance. Those who practiced physical techniques were somewhat easier to assess. But individuals like Han Songhe, who evidently practiced the path of cultivation, required observation of their actions. Nevertheless, he could still make a general judgment. The aura emanating from Han Songhe was reminiscent of martial artists he encountered when he first entered the realm of cultivation, albeit not entirely the same. Martial practitioners initially cultivate internal strength, and at the highest levels, they can refine true energy, establishing a foundation in martial arts and condensing their martial essence. Once true energy is cultivated, it converges with the path of cultivation, though the transition from internal strength to true energy is quite arduous. In contrast, the aura within Han Songhe was more tranquil compared to martial internal strength. Consequently, his explosive power in combat was naturally less fierce, yet he exuded a certain elemental essence. "Ha!" Han Songhe exclaimed sharply, thrusting his sword forward to accurately pierce a talisman paper on the altar. With a flick of his wrist, the sword's tip lifted, sending the talisman soaring into the air, igniting spontaneously without the aid of wind. A gentle breeze nearby scattered a handful of copper coins into the air. In an instant, the once bright estate was plunged into darkness. Han Songhe then wielded his peachwood sword, slicing through the air as if inscribing a talisman in the void. With a thrust of his sword, he commanded, "If you do not reveal yourself now, then when?" The surrounding light dimmed further, settling into a hue reminiscent of ordinary street lamps. The woods ahead were even more foreboding, shrouded in a pitch blackness that seemed to absorb all light. Yet one could eerily discern a willow tree swaying and growing within. The leaves rustled ominously, and in the blink of an eye, the willow reached a height of 3 meters. This uncanny spectacle unnerved Lord Long and his entourage, causing them to retreat in trepidation. While they were accustomed to taking lives, this unforeseen circumstance rendered them inexplicably anxious. Han Songhe's expression was equally tense. His grip on the sword trembled slightly. He had initially thought it was merely a common spirit causing mischief, but the palpable malevolence emanating from the atmosphere suggested something far more sinister. Chapter 46. Let me handle this. The willow tree continued to grow visibly, reaching a height of 4 meters in just a few seconds. Its drooping branches swayed incessantly, yet there was no sense of wind in the atmosphere. Tian silently rose to his feet, recognizing that the intensity of this spectral entity had surpassed Han Songhe's capabilities. In the realm of cultivation, the classification of spectral entities mirrors that of practitioners: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core stages. Indeed, spectral entities can also cultivate to the golden core level, and they find it even easier to communicate with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth than their human counterparts. Moreover, unburdened by a physical form, they can transcend realms with greater ease than flesh-bound cultivators. However, their initial training is largely instinctual, and their cognitive faculties are somewhat dulled, leading them to unconsciously kill any intruding creatures that encroach upon their territory. Thus, in comparison to human practitioners, they remain considerably inferior in many aspects. Additionally, when it comes to the tribulation phase, the absence of a physical body renders them far more vulnerable to heavenly tribulations. Tian had never encountered a spectral entity that successfully navigated such trials. Before the onlookers, a sudden flicker occurred. The towering willow tree vanished, replaced by a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, entirely cloaked in green, with indistinct facial features. Upon witnessing this humanoid form, Long Ye's subordinates abruptly halted their retreat. As the saying goes, the greatest terror lies in the unknown. These bodyguards were seasoned individuals accustomed to danger. Upon finally discerning the nature of the entity, especially in human form, their fear diminished significantly. A few even brandished their weapons, eager to engage. Han Songha brandished his long sword and proclaimed, "5 stars converge. Illumination of the profound nether. Thousands of deities and saints protect my true spirit. Mighty beasts of heaven, subdue the 5 weapons. Fiends of the heavens, annihilate body and form. Wherever I stand, all gods shall heed my command." Swiftly, as the law dictates, his words were articulated with remarkable clarity. A brilliant white light enveloped Han Songha, rendering him akin to a human lamp. The radiance dispelled some of the darkness in the rear garden, providing a sense of reassurance to Long Yi and his companions. Today, they bore witness to what ordinary people would deem supernatural phenomena, or perhaps it was merely a facet of nature itself. Long Yi, Qi Xie murmured, "I had assumed Master Songha was solely an expert in feng shui. I never anticipated he possessed such prowess." "Those renowned figures often wield considerable abilities," Long Yi replied slowly. As they conversed, Han Songha shouted a sharp command, thrusting his sword forward once more. A beam of white light shot from the sword's tip towards the willow spectre. Upon the utterance of the incantation, the willow spectre began to emit low, anguished howls. As the white light approached, the spectre's cries grew increasingly harrowing. All the white light emanating from Han Songha converged through the sword, illuminating the forest in a dazzling brilliance that compelled onlookers to squint. Moments passed, and the white light gradually dissipated. The formidable willow spectre had vanished without a trace. Han Songha exhaled deeply, his form slightly swaying as he planted his sword into the ground for support. The oppressive darkness had lifted, and the onlookers could now see beads of sweat adorning Han Songha's forehead, his complexion noticeably pale. Evidently, despite the appearance of merely reciting a spell and swinging a sword, the effort to confront the willow spectre had exacted a considerable toll on him. "Master Songha," Lord Long took a couple of steps forward, inquiring about the situation. "Has that willow spectre been dealt with?" Han Songha placed down his compass and peachwood sword, taking the towel offered by Qing Feng to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be resolved." He continued, "Tomorrow, I shall devise a plan to adjust the layout of the garden. I trust that today's events will not recur." "That would be much appreciated, Master," Lord Long replied with a smile, signaling to a few servants who approached. Some carried a chair for Han Songha to rest upon, while others bore a tray stacked neatly with gold bars, atop which lay a bank card. As for the handling of these golden and silver items, Qing Feng would take care of that. Once seated, Han Songha took a breath before asking Kijiushi, "Does this suffice as atonement?" Before Tian could respond, Lord Long interjected, "As Master has just stated, prior arrangements were made, but the sudden shift in the heavens cannot be attributed to his shortcomings. It was my lack of cultivation that led to my failure to perceive the celestial changes. Fortunately, the situation has not escalated beyond recovery." Han Songha sighed. Although his demeanor still bore traces of trepidation, there was also a hint of pride. The tale of confronting and vanquishing the willow spectre would surely spread, elevating his reputation beyond Jiangnan province and into the wider Chinese community. "Do you truly believe you have vanquished the willow spectre?" Tian suddenly interjected. Han Songha was taken aback, as were Lord Long and the others. "Kijiushi," he hesitated. "Have you perhaps sensed something?" Tian smiled. "I have recently perused numerous texts and come to understand that the spirits of this world are remarkably diverse. Yet they remain fundamentally the same. Regardless of whether they are attached to a willow tree or not, they ultimately belong to the realm of Yin spirits. Coincidentally, I possess considerable insight into dealing with such entities." Han Songha was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he surmised that Tian's extensive reading must stem from his school's teachings. He mused privately that this young man, not only knowledgeable about feng shui, but also composed in the presence of manifest spirits, might indeed be a disciple of a significant figure. Yet, in truth, Tian had merely read works like Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, and Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. Qing Feng scoffed, "You are still young. What insights could you possibly have? This matter also depends on talent." With a smile, Tian replied, "Master's expulsion of the willow spectre was witnessed by all of us present. Do you still wish to spread alarm?" Qing Feng retorted coldly. "Young friend Tian," Lord Long added, displeased, Just now, Master Song had displayed great prowess, personally eliminating the Willow Spectre. In my many years of life, tonight has indeed opened my eyes. Before he could finish, the entire rear garden suddenly darkened once more, even more so than before, reducing visibility to a mere 10 meters. Lord Long froze, his sentence cut short. What is happening? Ching Feng called out. Han Songha sprang from his chair, his brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings. Lord Long's subordinates quickly formed a protective circle around him. A wind began to rise, gradually howling, causing Han Songha's robe to flutter violently, the trees in the garden to sway wildly, and a chill to creep over everyone, raising goosebumps on their skin. At this moment, it was evident to all that Tian's words were not mere rhetoric. Han Songha hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the compass and peachwood sword. But before he could make any move, an unexpected force surged towards him. The power was swift as the wind. Han Songha barely managed to raise the peachwood sword in front of him before being struck and sent flying. It was only then that the onlookers realized that the force behind this blow came from a long willow branch. In the dim light, the end of the branch was gripped by a 2-meter-tall man, entirely clad in green, who appeared completely unharmed. Han Songha spat out blood, struggling to rise. His face ashen. How is this possible? Master Long, with a grim expression, inquired, Songha, do you have any other plans? Han Songha forced a bitter smile. This Willow Spectre is astonishingly powerful. I am no match for him. Then allow me. Tian replied calmly, stepping forward with determination. Chapter 47. Is that all there is to it? An 18-year-old youth stood resolutely before a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, a being regarded by many as a supernatural entity. Gazing at the upright silhouette of Tian, Long Yu was suddenly reminded of the day when the latter calmly proclaimed that he could grant him immortality. Could it be? Was he not jesting? A sudden whoosh pierced the air, as if the assailant had sensed that Tian was not to be underestimated. An abundance of willow branches, numbering in the dozens, surged toward him. Han Songha observed in a cold sweat. Had merely 2 branches been directed at him moments earlier, he would have surely met his demise. Yet, Tian remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. As the branches approached, a flash of silver erupted from his form, severing the willow branches in unison. The colossal man let out a wretched cry, his already distorted visage contorting further. Remarkably, he had effortlessly thwarted the attack. Is that what you call blocking? Ching Feng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. It is evident that in this initial exchange, the willow demon has suffered greatly, Qi Xie remarked with a scoff. Tian lowered his hands and leaped gracefully, soaring over several meters to land effortlessly before the giant. He reached out to seize the man. Though Tian stood at a mere height of 1.80 meters, convention dictated he could only grasp the giant's chest. Strangely, however, Long Yi and the others watched in astonishment as Tian's hand ascended to rest upon the giant's head. In the blink of an eye, the towering figure collapsed, shrinking into a luminous orb the size of an ordinary human head. With a slight pressure from his fingers, Tian further diminished the orb to the size of an infant's fist before raising it to his mouth. As the orb vanished, the brightness in the rear garden returned to normalcy. The verdant woods ahead, with their towering bamboos and stately pines, no longer bore an eerie aura under the illumination. Qi, Master Qi, is it truly resolved? The overwhelming surprise rendered Han Songha somewhat flustered, his words stumbling. Tian turned to Long Yi and commanded, prepare a room for me. Long Yi nodded vigorously. Qi Xie, quickly arrange this. Yes, Qi Xie replied. Mr. Qi, please follow me. Tian departed with Qi Xie in tow. Long Yi leaned closer to Han Songha, whispering, Master Songha, has the willow demon truly been vanquished? Han Songha hastily retrieved the compass he had dropped, muttering incantations under his breath. After a moment, he lifted his head and declared, from my calculations, there is indeed no trace of the willow demon remaining. Master, Ching Feng interjected, might it be that he has merely inflicted severe damage upon the willow demon through your hand and then seized the opportunity? Silence. Han Songha admonished his head sharply. causing him to cough several times due to his injuries. Once he regained his composure, he continued, "This willow demon possesses immense strength. I am no match for him." Fortunately, Master Qi was present today. Otherwise, all of us here would likely have perished. Qingfeng's expression still bore a hint of discontent. Yet, given his master's words, he refrained from further protest and assisted Han Songha to a chair. Long Yi, Han Songha added, "I have been of little assistance today. You may as well take those items back." Long Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, what are you saying? Such trifling possessions are hardly worthy of mention. The visit from Master Songha is indeed a rare occasion, and in the future, we shall rely more upon his wisdom." Setting aside the formalities exchanged between the two, Qi Tian followed Qi Xie to a bedroom in the main building, closing the door and settling onto the floor in a meditative posture. In contrast to the spectral entities encountered at the Hengchang film and television base, the spiritual essence contained within this willow ghost was evidently far more abundant. He had initially intended to refine it at home, but upon consuming the willow ghost, his dantian immediately began to surge with energy. It is worth noting that the ghostly beings on Earth possess significant differences from the spectral entities he encountered in the realm of cultivation. For instance, in terms of intelligence, this so-called willow ghost was clearly superior to its counterparts of the same rank in the cultivation world. Although its physical prowess was only at the second level of Qi training, it could likely vanquish a similarly ranked spectral entity with ease. This is probably attributable to the rules governing different planes of existence. In the cultivation realm, where spiritual energy is abundant, growth in strength occurs rapidly. Yet the development of intelligence is notably slow. Conversely, on Earth, the situation is quite the opposite. Even for him, while it may have appeared effortless to subdue the willow ghost, it required all his effort to execute a leap and a grasp. Qi Tian then began to circulate the vast devouring technique. The essence of the consumed willow ghost was swiftly broken down, transforming into his own true energy that flowed into his dantian. His cultivation steadily ascended. Unexpectedly, in the spirit-poor environment of Earth, his progress was swifter than it had been in the cultivation realm. This was undoubtedly due to various factors. Firstly, he possessed 5 centuries of cultivation experience and had nearly reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, granting him profound understanding of rapid cultivation techniques and the selection of methods. When he had first traversed into the cultivation realm, he was utterly ignorant of the practices, relying solely on the techniques issued by the small sect of his original body, taking an entire month to barely reach the first level of Qi training. Secondly, while the spiritual energy on Earth is indeed sparse, the emergence of spectral entities greatly assists him. It is anticipated that upon fully refining the willow ghost, he would reach the 6th level of Qi training. As the planes continue to overlap, the presence of spectral entities will increase, providing him with a veritable paradise for cultivation. Indeed, one must express gratitude to the initiator of this plane convergence. He now feels immense relief for having ventured to that ancient relic, where he obtained the vast devouring technique from the lair of a long-deceased demon lord. Qi Tian's estimation was accurate. After 2 hours, he completely refined the essence of the willow ghost, and with the residual spiritual energy in the estate, he officially advanced to the 6th level of Qi training. With a long sigh, he rose to his feet. It seems prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with Han Songha. With a few more encounters involving ghostly entities, he might well establish his foundation. Descending the stairs, upon seeing the individuals in the living room, Qi Tian was momentarily taken aback. In addition to Lord Long and Han Songha on the sofa, there were 3 others present. Among them were Li Qingxue and Huang Yuba, whom he had encountered at the Hengchang film and television base, and another individual clad in a striking yellow women's suit, whose appearance was quite radiant. Observing the seating arrangement and the demeanor of Li Qingxue and her companion, it appeared that they regarded this woman as their leader. Qi Xiaoyu, Qi Jiushi, Lord Long, and Han Songha rose immediately upon seeing Qi Tian. The host also stood, prompting Li Qingxue and her companions to follow suit. Lord Long hastily stepped forward, arriving at Qi Tian's side, yet hesitated to speak casting a discreet glance downward after a brief pause. The glance exchanged was subtle, yet Tian had already encountered Li Qingxue and Huang Yuba before. Promptly discerning that the trio had inquired about Lu Guwei and the identity of the one who had resolved the matter. Observing Long Ye's furtive gestures directed at him, it became evident that he had refrained from revealing Tian's involvement. Unfortunately, the dubious gaze cast upon Tian by Li Qingxue indicated her suspicions. After all, Tian had been present during both incidents. Encountering his own sister in such scenarios could be deemed a coincidence, but the recurrence could hardly be brushed aside as mere happenstance. Su Feifei's brother? What are you doing here? Li Qingxue queried directly. Tian replied, perplexed. What concern is it of yours where I am? Li Qingxue frowned slightly, stating, I believe we have already introduced ourselves. We are from the National Special Affairs Bureau, authorized to interrogate citizens. Oh, I see. Tian nodded. My grandfather has some connections with Long Yi, and I came to consult him about something. I happened to doze off upstairs. The striking woman inquired, Su Feifei? The renowned star, Su Feifei? Indeed, Director Yin, Li Qingxue affirmed. Instantly, Yin Yuxia's gaze towards Tian sharpened. Chapter 48. I thought you were going to be my mentor in the realm of humanity's most formidable experts in the previous life. Su Feifei stood as the most illustrious figure. Apart from her divine power, which was extraordinarily effective against the bizarre, she also boasted a substantial fan base from her days as a national goddess before the apocalypse. With her striking beauty and formidable strength, transitioning from being adored as an artist to being revered as a powerful entity posed no challenge. Yin Yuxia was once among Su Feifei's admirers. However, as a reincarnator, she understood that these top-tier experts from her past life were wholly inadequate to contend with the otherworldly forces. Only by guiding them onto the right path and hastening their strength could there be a glimmer of hope for victory. The crux of this endeavor hinged on one particular individual, which was precisely why she had personally journeyed to Linjiang. Master Long chuckled and remarked, Indeed, this pertains to the interests of Brother Qi, but I shall refrain from elaborating further with you all. Yin Yuxia nodded slightly. It is merely a matter of money. In due time, it will all become worthless. With that, she declared, since Master Long has guests, I shall take my leave, addressing Tian. Hold on, Yin Yuxia interjected. Since we have crossed paths, why not stay a while? I have some inquiries to make. Tian hesitated briefly, but then followed Master Long to the sofa. At present, his strength was indeed insufficient to defy the national authorities, and under ordinary circumstances, he had no intention of doing so. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Yin Yuxia stated once everyone was seated. I am Yin Yuxia, the Deputy Director of the National Special Affairs Bureau. May I inquire how to address this young brother? Li Qingxue and Huang Yuba exchanged glances. Previously, Yin Yuxia had already introduced herself. This additional introduction for Tian marked a sign of her regard for him. Yet they were aware that he was merely a high school student. Could it be that Director Yin had sensed something? Tian of the Great Sage. He replied. Yin Yuxia nodded. Did you just mention that you are Su Feifei's brother? Indeed. How many brothers does Su Feifei have? There should be 2, I suppose. Oh, Yin Yuxia chuckled. Is there a should be about having brothers? Of course, different individuals may have varying answers. You bear a different surname from Su Feifei. Did you take your mother's surname? Not at all. My name was bestowed by the director of the orphanage. Yin Yuxia was taken aback, exclaiming, So you were adopted by the Su family? They publicly claim that to be the case. Yin Yuxia was momentarily stunned. This response was indeed intriguing. Li Qingxue leaned in closer and whispered a few words into Yin Yuxia's ear. It was known that Su Feifei was quite protective of Tian at the Hengchang film base. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuxia asked, Did you witness anything unusual here tonight? Not at all. I arrived for a short while before going to sleep. I have a tendency to sleep quite soundly. A smile graced Yin Yuxia's face. Very well, Master Long. I apologize for the intrusion today. We shall take our leave. Master Long responded cheerfully, Director Yin, you flatter me. Should any matters arise, we are more than willing to cooperate. Yin Yuxia nodded with a smile and departed with Li Qingxue and Huang Yuba. As Li Qingxue stepped out through the grand entrance of the main building, she turned her head to appraise Qi Tian before crossing the threshold. Qi Tian remained unfazed. Moments later, upon returning with Long Yi after escorting Yin Yuxia and her companions, he whispered, "Brother Qi, they mentioned a formidable spirit had appeared here, which is why they came, but they were surprised to find the spirit already vanquished. I thought you might prefer not to reveal this to others, so I placed the blame on Master Songha." Qi Tian intended to interject, but Long Yi spoke too swiftly. Before he could advise him to refrain from discussing the events of the day, Long Yi had already concluded his account. However, it mattered little. Judging from Yin Yuxia's demeanor this evening, it was evident that she and her companions would not readily accept Long Ye's words. This inexplicably puzzled him. He had never met Yin Yuxia. He was merely a high school student, and given Yin Yuxia's stature, the Linjiang Su clan likely seemed inconsequential. The only aspect of his identity that might capture her attention was being the younger brother of the illustrious star Su Feifei. In the current entertainment landscape of Huagua, the influence of a top-tier celebrity should not be underestimated. Although it is often said that in the eyes of true magnates, celebrities are merely high-class courtesans. When it comes to shaping public opinion, their power is formidable, and most top-tier stars no longer operate alone. Yet, he sensed that while Yin Yuxia was indeed interested in Su Feifei, her greater focus lay upon him, or rather, upon the person who is Su Feifei's brother. Qi Tian's brow gradually furrowed. He suddenly felt that Yin Yuxia's presence could lead to certain matters spiraling out of control. Noticing Qi Tian's prolonged silence, Long Yi and Han Songha remained quiet, sipping their tea in contemplation. The scene that had unfolded in the backyard had made it abundantly clear to them just how formidable Qi Tian truly was. After a while, Qi Tian said, "I shall take my leave for now. I will visit again another day. By the way, Long Yi, please locate that lawyer before your next visit. Call me Xiao Tianlong. I am a few years older than Brother Qi, so you may address me as Long Ge." Referring to me as Long Yi feels overly formal, Long Yi chuckled. Qi Tian rose and replied, "Referring to you as Long, you is merely due to a lack of knowledge regarding your name. Now that I know, calling you Tianlong will suffice. Well then, farewell." Qi Tian nodded in acknowledgement and began to walk away. Xiao Tianlong hurriedly followed suit, accompanied by Chixi. Upon exiting the main building, Qi Tian suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and looked up towards the sky. It was mid-March, and a full moon hung high above. They often say the moon resembles a silver plate, but tonight, it appeared not only larger than usual, but also deeper in hue. Xiao Tianlong approached Qi Tian's side, gazing at the sky as well, but after a long while he discerned nothing and, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Qi, what is it?" "Have Chixi prepare the car," Qi Tian instructed. "I lack the inclination for anything today. I shall call you another day to address the feng shui of the estate. Additionally, try to stay within the estate and refrain from wandering about. The world will soon become tumultuous." "Tumultuous?" Xiao Tianlong echoed, bewildered. "In this Linjiang territory, who could possibly threaten me, Xiao Tianlong, like something akin to a ghost? Well then, I shall remain at home obediently. Moreover, upon your return, please conduct a thorough inspection of the estate." "What does that imply?" Qi Tian chuckled softly, saying, "Some matters, when utilized privately, may be deemed illegal. Yet for the National Special Affairs Bureau, they represent a routine investigation and evidence collection." Xiao Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly comprehended Qi Tian's implication. "Very well, Brother Qi, I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate." Just as Qi Tian was about to take his leave, Han Songha hurried a few steps to intercept him. "Sir Qi, might I be fortunate enough to add you on WeChat?" Han Songha inquired with a grin. "Huh? Just add a WeChat?" Qi Tian responded with curiosity. Then what does Sir Qi mean? I had thought that witnessing my extraordinary performance would inspire you to take me as your disciple." Chapter 49. Su Feifei's Inquisition. Upon returning to the Su residence, Qi Tian found it devoid of its inhabitants. It seemed the entire family had collectively gone to the hospital, given that there were currently 4 members of the Su family hospitalized. He seated himself in the practice room, attuning to the more vibrant celestial energies that surrounded him. Compared to the previous day, the convergence of the realms had accelerated dramatically. Based on Qi Tian's experience, Such a comprehensive onslaught from another realm would typically take at least 3 months to manifest. Now it appeared it might occur in less than a month. A sudden sense of urgency enveloped him. To wield control over a realm, one must possess at least the strength of the divine transformation stage. Yet he currently stood at merely the 6th layer of chi refinement. Had he been a novice in the world of cultivation, he might have merely contemplated a step-by-step approach, believing survival would grant him the opportunity to catch up. However, having ascended to greater heights, his perspective had transformed. He was now acutely aware of the peril posed by high-level cultivators, who could easily extinguish his life. The thought of having numerous paths to the zenith only to falter mid-journey was a bitter prospect. Such a rebirth would feel like a grievous loss. Tian retrieved his phone and gazed at Han Songha's contact number. The most expedient way to enhance his abilities would be to accompany Han Songha on his ghost-hunting ventures across various locales. With the acceleration of the realm convergence, it was likely that Han Songha's business would also increase. Thus, the initial plan to retake the college entrance examination to amend his past regrets seemed destined to fail. Perhaps he was truly fated to be disconnected from such endeavors. Resolute in his decision, Tian pressed the call button. At the first hospital of Linjiang City, Su Donghai and Qin Ruping sat in the VIP ward, their faces etched with concern. The room contained 3 beds, occupied by Su Riyun, Su Qingya, and Su Yue. Originally, there had been but 1 bed, but the Su family had deemed it prudent to house the 3 together for better care, thus spending extra to arrange their accommodations. Meanwhile, their precious son, Su Siwen, continued to enjoy the solitude of a private suite. Among the 3 women, Su Qingya bore the most severe injuries and remained in a state of unconsciousness. Fortunately, the doctors had assured that her life was not in jeopardy. Su Riyun and Su Yue were bandaged like mummies, suffering only from superficial wounds. Click, click. The sound of high heels approached, growing steadily louder. The door swung open to reveal Su Feifei, adorned with a hat, mask, and sunglasses. Su Donghai and Qin Ruping lifted their heads. Upon seeing Su Feifei, Su Donghai's expression darkened further, and he averted his gaze. However, Qin Ruping stood to greet her, saying, "Feifei, you finally made it." "Mother," Su Feifei replied, removing her sunglasses and mask, "my presence here does little to help and may even attract the attention of paparazzi. You needn't have insisted I come." "What sort of talk is that?" Qin Ruping frowned. "Your 2nd sister and 5th sister are hospitalized. Shouldn't you come to pay your respects?" "Indeed, I should, but—" Su Feifei began. "She has a point," Su Donghai interjected, raising his head. "Her current status is unique. It would be prudent for her to avoid such places. If the circumstances of the Su family were to be disclosed, it would be a disgrace." Qin Ruping scoffed. "With so many people in a hospital, is anyone truly oblivious to the Su family? It is quite normal for us to visit. If the doctors and nurses were to breach our privacy, we could hold them accountable. I doubt they would dare. However, the paparazzi trailing Feifei are quite different. They might unearth all the hidden truths." Qin Ruping parted her lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally uttered, "It's all that wretched creature's fault." Su Feifei cast a glance at Qin Ruping and strode toward the hospital bed. Feifei, Su Riyun, who was half reclining against the headboard, called out, "Sister, how are you feeling now?" Su Feifei inquired. "Much better. In a few days I should be fine, though my face is still quite swollen." Su Feifei glanced at the unconscious Su Qingya and then turned to Su Yue, asking, "What about Yue?" "4th sister." Su Yue's voice broke into a sob. "That despicable Tian is truly ruthless. The 2nd sister hasn't woken up yet. He wants to kill us. That's an exaggeration. After all, blood is thicker than water. Just avoid provoking him in the future." Su Feifei replied casually. "Well, have I ever provoked him? That scoundrel is nothing but a violent maniac." Su Feifei's gaze turned icy. "Su Yue, would you be upset if I kept calling you a scoundrel?" Su Yue was momentarily taken aback. The eyes of Su Donghai, Qin Ruping, and Su Riyun swiftly shifted to Su Feifei. "How long have you been calling him that?" Su Feifei continued. Su Yue's mind momentarily stalled, unsure how to respond. Referring to Tian as a scoundrel had become a habit. She had never considered it wrong and had never thought anyone would question her. especially a member of the Su family. Su Feifei casually pulled a chair and sat beside Su Riyun's bed. She met Qin Ruping's gaze and said, "I rarely return home. Whenever I do, I seldom encounter Tian. Most of what I know about him comes from Mother and Yue. The last family incident was when I first learned some details." "What are you trying to say?" Qin Ruping frowned. "I find it hard to imagine that the Su family, reputed to be a prestigious family in Linjiang, has no decent room for Tian, relegating him to a storage room in the basement without providing him with living expenses. It's quite reminiscent of the treatment received by protagonists in some melodramatic stories. However, those protagonists either die young or go insane." Qin Ruping scoffed. "Are you implying we have mistreated him?" Su Feifei did not respond directly but continued. "You say Tian often steals. Yet I personally witnessed the birthday gift I gave him in Su Siwen's drawer. You claim he is unruly and mingles with unsavory characters. But from my investigations these past few days, Tian has excelled in his high school entrance examination, ranking among the top in the city. Once he entered high school, he's been practically living between home and school, and his social circle is exceedingly simple. Apart from that Lu Ruyan, his only friend is Luo Ingxiong." Su Ruiyun hesitated. "You investigated?" Su Feifei turned back to her elder sister, her expression unyielding. "The examination results are verifiable. As for Tian's performance at school, I have managed to achieve some accomplishments myself. If I wish to investigate, it would not be difficult." "Su Feifei," Qin Ruping suddenly rose and exclaimed, "What do you mean?" "What I mean has already been stated by Mother. You are mistreating him. You." "Certainly." Su Feifei lowered her gaze slightly, acknowledging that her years of silence bore significant responsibility. Qin Ruping took a deep breath and said, "Feifei, it is indeed rare for you to return and be unaware of the situation. That little wretch, Tian, has frequently bullied one at school and at home since his return. The evidence of his thefts of money and jewelry is irrefutable." Su Yue, regaining her composure, added, "It would be one thing if he merely stole money and belongings, but he has also taken our intimate garments, which is why I refer to him as a scoundrel." Su Feifei glanced at Su Yue and then at Su Riyun, finally turning to Qin Ruping with a smile. "I recall that you all have quite the penchant for palace intrigue dramas." Qin Ruping was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "As far as I know, Su Siwen has many sycophants at school. I used to think that Tian bullied Su Siwen simply because of his status as the favored son, but now, seeing how Tian is so little esteemed in the Su household, what gives him the audacity to torment Su Siwen?" Chapter 50. Which brother of Su Feifei could it be? Qin Ruping felt somewhat bewildered. Su Feifei's words indeed held merit. Reflecting upon the mention of palace intrigue, she couldn't help but think, could it be? No, it was impossible. Just as a fleeting thought crossed her mind, a resolute voice echoed within her. One had always been gentle and adorable. How could she possibly be that insidious? "I have often pondered," Su Feifei continued, "whether you believe that the bonds of blood cannot be severed, and that even if you subject Tian to harsh treatment, a mere apology can mend a relationship, thus habitually inflicting harm." "Fourth sister," Su Riyun murmured, "am I truly being excessively unreasonable?" Su Feifei replied, "Since entering the entertainment industry, I have sailed smoothly and seldom encountered the tribulations of life. Yet I have witnessed many in the dramas I've filmed. They say art derives from life. And the instances of relatives taking each other to court over a trifling sum of money or brandishing knives over a mere house are countless, especially considering how you have tormented him for 4 long years." Moreover, Su Feifei turned to Su Donghai, her gaze inscrutable, no matter what. "Tian is your and Mother's biological son. Are you truly willing to entrust the Su Corporation to an adopted son devoid of blood ties?" The hospital room fell into a profound silence. Su Riyun and Su Yue stood there, lost in their thoughts. Qin Ruping's expression shifted dramatically. Prior to their arrival at the hospital, she had already been aware of Su Donghai's motive for summoning Tian. Yet, listening to Su Feifei's words now ignited a peculiar feeling within her. Indeed, regardless of the reasons, Tian was unquestionably their biological son. Would they only seek him out if it did not involve shares? An adopted son could also suffice. After a prolonged silence, Su Donghai's face darkened as he spoke. Given Tian's current state, can he truly take over the Su Corporation? If he were to inherit, the company would surely meet its demise under his stewardship. A hint of sarcasm curled at the corners of Su Feifei's lips. What if Qi Siwen's biological parents came to find him? Would the Su Corporation then change its surname? After another moment of silence, Su Donghai replied, Siwen has been raised by us since childhood. We are well aware of his character. Many enterprises do not necessarily pass management to their offspring. When a business reaches a certain scale, the familial model is bound to be disrupted. The old man diluted the shares years ago to prepare for the healthy development of the Su Corporation. Su Feifei cast a deep glance at Su Donghai, saying, the current power holder of the Su family is my father. As for the company's decisions, it is entirely up to him. However, I recall that after Qi Tian's loss, my mother was inconsolable, yet now that he has returned, it seems no one cares. Qin Rupiang was at a loss for words. Su Feifei's remarks had subtly alluded to Su Siwen. Normally, she would have retorted or even scolded. Yet, the subsequent words from Su Feifei indeed left her feeling unsettled. She reminisced about the 10 months of pregnancy, discussing with Su Donghai the name Su Tianzi for their son, signifying that after 5 daughters, heaven had finally blessed them with a son. A prestigious family naturally required an heir. She recalled the joy on Su Laoyizi's face, leaping in excitement at the delivery room door when Tianzi was born. In the early days, she and Su Donghai regarded Tianzi as a treasure. She vividly recalls the moment Tianzi was taken from her, leaving her in a haze of despair. The exhilaration she felt upon learning of Tianzi's recovery kept her awake throughout the night. How could things have deteriorated to such a state? Su Feifei glanced at Qin Rupiang, acknowledging the current stalemate with Qi Tian, which seemed insurmountable in the short term. It would be prudent to consider ways to ease the tension. The time is nearly upon me. I have an engagement in the bustling metropolis, she declared, rising to her feet and donning her mask, sunglasses, and hat. In the silence of the Su family, she exited the hospital room. The ward fell into a profound stillness, the sound of her heels echoing faintly as she distanced herself. Su Ruoyun sighed inwardly. Reflecting on Su Feifei's words, she began to grasp that Qi Tian might not be as feeble as she had presumed. His existence within the Su household was indeed fraught with challenges. Yet, it is worth noting that even had she been aware of this sooner, such sentiments could only be voiced by Su Feifei in the presence of their parents. After all, in a certain sense, Su Feifei had nearly reached a parity with the entire Su family. This notion further corroborated the implications hidden within Su Feifei's recent remarks. The dynamics between individuals require multifaceted maintenance. They cannot be cemented solely by the bond of blood. Su Siwen sensed his injuries were nearing full recovery. Over the past few days, he had devised numerous plans, only to discard them incessantly. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that most of his former life's prowess stemmed from the system's appropriation of his sister's abilities, akin to a laid-back cultivation style. His focus had primarily been on his sisters, leaving him largely oblivious to how other formidable figures achieve their greatness, save for a few renowned items and distinguished masters. Now, armed with one of the top-tier artifacts, the dragon-patterned jade pendant, and having commenced his practice of ghostly energy, his mind felt rather vacant regarding the subsequent steps. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Given that the ability to appropriate another's skills required a certain threshold of affinity, why not first cultivate the goodwill of the top masters from his previous life? For instance, the legendary lone wanderer, Feng Wanli. He had heard that prior to the cataclysm, Feng Wanli's mother had fallen gravely ill and lacked the funds for treatment. If he were to assist in covering the medical expenses, would it not be a straightforward path to garnering the favor of a future top-tier master? Once Feng Wanli awakened his abilities, he could then proceed to appropriate them. As he reminisced about the formidable strength of those elite figures from his past, his eyes sparkled with ambition. If he could visit each one to build rapport beforehand, when the apocalypse arrived, he would undoubtedly be able to acquire a plethora of abilities with ease. And let us not forget Su Feifei. She represented a significant opportunity. With this thought, Su Siwen felt an exhilarating rush. In a few days, once he was fully healed, he would seek out Feng Wanli followed by the strongest individuals in succession, endeavoring to win their favor. 3 months would suffice for his plans to unfold. In the hospital's monitoring room, Yin Yuxia, Li Qingxue, and Huang Yuba observed the screen intently. The display revealed Su Siwen's hospital room, where he was swathed in bandages, leaving only his expressive eyes visible. Those eyes were particularly animated. They flickered with contemplation and excitement, betraying a rich inner world. His psychological activity is quite vivid, Huang Yuba remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Motionless, one can only indulge in contemplation, Li Qingxue remarked. Huang Yuba chuckled. Indeed, it is said that a person, when awake, is perpetually engaged in a multitude of thoughts. Yet, Director Yin, your directive to investigate the Su family and to bring us here to meet Su Siwen. Does the Su family possess some formidable secret? Yin Yuxia replied slowly. Some matters will become clear to you in due course. For now, our task is to closely monitor the Su family. You two shall remain in Linjiang. As there is no special affairs bureau here, I will arrange for additional personnel to join you. Understood, Director Yin, Huang Yuba responded, his smile fading. Yin Yuxia gazed intently at Su Siwen on the screen, pondering, which one is he, the brother of Su Feifei? And what could have caused the rift between them? Chapter 51. Liu Beichun. The following afternoon, Tian boarded a flight to the magical city. He had initially intended to accomplish several tasks that morning: activating his mobile banking at the bank, withdrawing from school, informing Luo Yingxiong, and visiting the Su family to unsettle them. However, he found himself queuing at the bank for over 2 hours. Fortunately, upon seeing the balance in his account, the bank upgraded him to VIP status and even provided a ticket booking service. Otherwise, he would have missed his flight that afternoon. It was clear that he had been out of touch with modern society for too long, having visited a bank only a handful of times in his previous life, rendering him unfamiliar with such procedures. As for the school matters, it hardly mattered, since this world would soon undergo a profound transformation, making this education and the upcoming college entrance examination utterly inconsequential. Additionally, he needed to convert all his financial resources tied to the Su family shares into materials for cultivation before the realms converged. Time was indeed pressing, with only a month left instead of 3. Upon landing, Han Songhe and Qing Feng awaited him. When he contacted Han Songhe the previous night, the latter was already en route to the magical city, citing a client there who urgently required his presence. Such an urgent matter was undoubtedly linked to the supernatural. Their reunion saw Qing Feng exhibiting an exceptionally respectful demeanor, evidently having been chastised by Han Songhe. What is the situation? Tian inquired once they were in the car. The Han family in the magical city reports that there are supernatural disturbances within their hospital, Han Songhe explained. The Han family? Han Songhe appeared slightly embarrassed. That would be my family. I am of the collateral line of the Han clan. I have always had an affinity for feng shui in metaphysics, prompting me to leave home to seek further knowledge. Then this is a return to your roots, Tian remarked. Emer, Qi, you yist. My abilities are merely sufficient to manage minor situations, Han Songhe replied, offering a faint smile. It must be said that Han Songhe possessed considerable skill. Had it not been for the convergence of the other realm, one could indeed classify his performance against the ghost last night as masterful within the Earth realm. However, circumstances had shifted. Moreover, judging by Han Songhe's demeanor, it was clear that there were individuals on Earth far more formidable than he. The convergence of realms was no trivial matter. The governing forces of the Earth realm would suppress and bind entities from the other realm, leading to a reciprocal adjustment of rules until both realms harmonized and redefined their regulations. In the face of a more potent realm, the inhabitants of the Earth realm could only strive to adapt and grow stronger during this transitional period. You went there last night? Tian asked. Indeed, but upon my arrival, I did not sense any ghostly presence. Hearing of Mr. Qi's arrival today, it is a fortuitous opportunity for further enlightenment, Han Songhe responded. You shall gain considerable insight, Tian remarked. Han Songhe's lips twitched slightly. In society, humility and politeness were valued, yet Tian seemed entirely oblivious to such courtesies. It was likely the arrogance characteristic of a capable young man. To paraphrase a common sentiment found in certain critiques, had I possessed such skills at his age, I would have been even less courteous. They traveled onward to the Han family hospital. The sign atop the building, bearing the name Han, evoked the impression of a cosmetic surgery clinic. At the entrance stood two women and a man, who approached eagerly upon spotting Han Songha. The woman in the middle appeared to be in her early 30s, yet Tian discerned at a glance that she was indeed over 40. The other woman, however, was genuinely in her 20s, while the man appeared even younger than the youthful woman. All three possessed rather ordinary features, neither strikingly beautiful nor unattractive, but their attire and demeanor exuded an air of nobility, enhancing their appearances by a few degrees. As they approached, the middle-aged woman smiled and inquired, "Master Songha, has the person you were expecting arrived?" "Yes," Han Songha replied, gesturing with his right hand. "This is Mr. Qi." The trio paused momentarily at the sight of Tian's youthful visage, but the middle-aged woman quickly regained her composure and nodded in greeting, saying, "Hello, Mr. Qi. I am Han Yu, the director of Han Hospital. This is my nephew, Han Yonglin, and my niece, Han Yuqing." "Hello, Ms. Han, and to both of you as well." Tian acknowledged with a slight nod. "It's almost mealtime. Mr. Qi, do you prefer to eat first, or?" Han Yu proposed. Tian regarded Han Yu with a touch of surprise. From his Su family, he had only witnessed the arrogance of the wealthy in the realm of cultivation. He had encountered numerous descendants of powerful families who regarded human lives as insignificant. He did not expect that a woman from the esteemed Han family of the Magic City would speak so amiably. "Please, I beg you, save my mother." Before Tian could respond, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Suddenly, several burly security guards forcefully ushered a young man out of the outpatient building. Two men, resembling doctors in white coats, followed behind, their expressions troubled. One sighed and remarked, "Alas, we can manage other matters, but a kidney source must be purchased with money. If you create a scene, we are powerless." The young man's face was one of despair, tears streaming down his cheeks as he could not absorb the doctor's words, repeatedly pleading, "Please, I beg you," while constantly kneeling. The security guards, of course, would not allow him to kneel, with two holding his shoulders and another gripping his waist from behind. Han Yu cast a quick glance at Tian, only to find him merely glancing briefly, his expression unchanged. She couldn't help but exhale in relief, fearing that the impassioned youth might react to the suffering of others, blaming the hospital and implicating the Han family. After all, Han Songha's reputation was well known. Those he esteemed undoubtedly possessed genuine ability. Even if they did not provide support, they certainly could not afford to offend him. "Mr. Qi," Han Yu carefully rephrased, "this individual is Liu Beichen. His mother has been suffering from kidney failure and was transferred to our hospital half a month ago. We have already alleviated some medical expenses and utilized our connections to find a kidney source. However, the required 50,000 for the kidney source remains unraised after several days. And if this continues, the opportunity for the kidney source may be lost." Tian nodded. In truth, the hospital had limited options in such circumstances. The ability to reduce some medical fees and leverage connections for a kidney source was already a display of great compassion. Han Hospital was still a private institution. It was likely that this individual transferred his mother here, due to the Han family's connections that could expedite the search for a kidney source. Can the hospital cover the medical expenses and the cost of the kidney source? Of course. Yet, should that happen, it would not be long before Han Hospital found itself besieged by patients unable to pay their medical bills. The quest for swifter, superior, and more economical medical care is a societal dilemma, one that cannot be resolved by merely a handful of hospitals. Moreover, in circumstances where productivity falters, claims of free services often conceal significant pitfalls. Han Yuqing remarked, "Mr. Qi may have limited exposure. Such occurrences are all too common in hospitals. During my 2.5 years here, I have witnessed numerous tragic farewells. Initially, I felt a pang of compassion, but now I find myself somewhat desensitized. Perhaps in a few more years, I shall become even more indifferent." Sister, Mr. Qi, having been invited by Master Songha to address supernatural matters, is certainly aware of these phenomena. Among those restless spirits, there are undoubtedly more tales of misfortune. Han Yonglin added, Tian chuckled. Indeed, I have encountered many such instances. However, I find myself intrigued by his name, Liu Beichun, which evokes an absurd sense of familiarity. Chapter 52. A fortuitous turn of events. Han Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. What did this absurd familiarity imply? Tian gazed at Liu Beichun, who was still entangled with the security personnel, and remarked, I have recently come across some intriguing novels, and the name Beichun appears quite frequently. The surname Liu is also prevalent, often associated with domineering characters. Could it be that this Liu Beichun is a young master from some prominent family, lost to the outside world? Han Yu and the others were rendered speechless. Undeniably, the name Beichun possessed a certain grandeur. In ancient times, it might have even warranted a death sentence. Yet, surely it cannot be so. Was it conceivable that Liu Beichun would be sought out by a great family and return years later to seek retribution from the Han clan? A master, engrossed in trivial novels. Mr. Qi, perhaps we should find another place to converse? Han Yu tentatively suggested. Tian replied, let us proceed directly to the hospital office. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be more convenient for me to take action. Very well, this way please. The group entered the hospital, with Han Yu deliberately guiding them far from Liu Beichun. Unexpectedly, the two doctors spotted Han Yu from a distance and immediately called out, Director, to Liu Beichun. This call was like a celestial melody. He abruptly turned his head, following the gaze of the two physicians, and upon seeing Tian and the others, a surge of hope ignited within his eyes. Director, Liu Beichun exclaimed with all his might, I implore you, save my mother. The security personnel beside him exerted all their strength to restrain him. Han Yu halted, casting an apologetic glance at Tian before gesturing towards the security guards. Finally freed from constraint, Liu Beichun scrambled to Han Yu's side and knelt before him, though he did not fully descend to the ground. Halfway down, he was seized by Han Yonglin. Liu Beichun was not particularly short, and although Han Yonglin was not tall, he effortlessly grasped him with one hand. Tian regarded Han Yonglin with surprise. He had not anticipated that the Han family practiced martial arts. Speak your mind. There is no need to kneel before so many onlookers, Han Yonglin admonished with a furrowed brow. Liu Beichun winced from the grip on his arm. Fuming, he glared at Han Yonglin and turned to Han Yu, pleading, You are the director, are you not? I beseech you, save my mother. I will dedicate my life to you. I will do anything, even toil like a beast. Han Yu replied, How do you expect me to save your mother? Should I lend you money to purchase a kidney? You know me? Liu Beichun inquired, astonished. Indeed, Han Yu nodded. Your mother is suffering from kidney failure and was transferred here from the first hospital in Modu a fortnight ago. Hope swelled even more in Liu Beichun's expression. Director, since you are aware, I implore you to assist me. If you grant me time for the funds, I promise to repay you. Onlookers had already gathered, and soon nearly 100 people surrounded them. Han Yu glanced at the crowd behind Liu Beichun and raised his voice, I have done what I can. The kidney source was procured through my connections. As the hospital director, I will do my utmost, but I cannot assist you with the funds for the kidney source. Why? Liu Beichun asked, bewildered. The hospital has its regulations. Since you are willing to ask a stranger like me for a loan, it would be wiser to seek assistance from others. The hospital cannot help. Liu Beichun clenched his jaw tightly, sensing an underlying insult in the other party's words. He discerned that the bag Han Yu was carrying was worth at least several tens of thousands. For the director of a private hospital, 500,000 is hardly a substantial amount, and he had heard that the principal administrator of the hospital was a direct descendant of the Han family. The Han family in Magic City is indeed a formidable entity. Could they not extend a helping hand? The surrounding crowd began to murmur. How unfortunate. Can't the hospital reduce some fees? What you say implies that if he receives a reduction, what about everyone else? Should they all receive discounts? Would the hospital even remain operational? Indeed, how many people across the nation cannot afford such major surgeries as kidney transplants? If it were known that one could receive treatment here for free, wouldn't everyone flock here? The ropes of fate tend to fray at their weakest points, alas. This scenario is all too common in hospitals. Isn't this just stating the obvious? Why do they tend to fray at their weakest points? Because they are fragile. They break. If they were robust, they would not break. Young man, rather than seeking the hospital. It would be better to consider fundraising or similar avenues to see if there might be any opportunities. Precisely. You might just encounter a philanthropist willing to donate the necessary funds. In this age of information overload, various forms of misguided advice abound, and many people are no longer simply mindless followers. Those who spoke out were often of the opinion that the hospital was indeed powerless. Tian observed Liu Beichun's resentful expression, realizing that the latter was becoming obstinate, attributing his misfortune to Hanyu. People often subconsciously evade addressing their own issues. Mr. Chi, Hanyu said softly, slightly bowing, I apologize for the disruption. Please, this way. Tian nodded and stepped forward. After taking a couple of strides, he suddenly halted. Upon noticing Han Yu's impending departure, Liu Beichun began to struggle desperately. Although he could not shake off Han Yonglin's restraint, he managed to reveal the pendant hanging from his chest. It resembled a safety talisman, strung on a red cord, about the size of an ordinary matchbox. Its luster somewhat dull. If sold, it would likely fetch a meager sum due to its poor condition. Yet, Tian recognized it at once as a small piece of spirit stone. Spirit stones exist on Earth. However, it seemed that, due to being cut, its spiritual energy had nearly dissipated. I will cover the cost, Tian suddenly declared. Hanyu was taken aback. Mr. Chi, what do you mean? I mean I will pay for the kidney source for his mother, including the subsequent surgical fees. Really? Liu Beichun exclaimed. Indeed, Tian turned around. But I have one condition. What is it? Liu Beichun quickly replied. I will do anything. In his moment of despair, someone was suddenly willing to provide financial support. It felt like a blessing from above. Sell me the pendant around your neck, and in addition, I have a few questions to ask you. No problem. Liu Beichun immediately raised his hand to remove the pendant and handed it over. Tian reached out to accept it. It felt smooth in his hand. Undoubtedly a spirit stone. He rubbed it between his fingers and said, Follow me. Liu Beichun hurriedly trailed behind Tian, while the onlookers expressed their admiration. If that piece of jewelry were truly valuable, given Liu Beichun's circumstances, he would have surely sold it long ago. It is evident that Tian's claim of assisting others is merely a pretext, although they may not possess the means to casually donate hundreds of thousands. They still hold admiration for individuals like him. Tian and his companions made their way to the office of the hospital director on the top floor. After taking their seats, Tian addressed Director Han, stating, I will cover all expenses for his mother. Please arrange for the surgery at your earliest convenience. As he spoke, he placed his bank card on the table. Hanyu hastily gestured, replying, We have other matters to discuss. Since Mr. Chi has offered, we shall make the arrangements immediately. Tian nodded and turned to Liu Beichun, inquiring, Where did you acquire this pendant? Do you possess any others similar to it? Liu Beichun was taken aback. He had assumed the pendant was merely a pretext for Tian's assistance and was surprised to learn that he was genuinely interested in the pendant. My father, misled by some dubious advice, used all our savings and even mortgaged our home to purchase a piece of stone, claiming it was a gamble. Who could have known it would yield a jade of such poor quality, rendering it unsellable? Chapter 53. Almost like a cheat the corner of Tian's eye twitched. If what Liu Beichun claimed was true, could it be that there existed a substantial piece of spirit stone? But that cannot be right. Spirit stones gleamed with opulence and felt smooth to the touch, even if one were unaware of their usage. They would certainly fetch the highest prices on Earth due to their exquisite appearance. The small fragment in his possession was indeed lacking in quality, but that was merely because it had lost much of its spiritual energy. Are you implying that you possess more of such jade at home? Tian inquired. Liu Beichun nodded. There is a larger piece, but unfortunately it cannot be sold. Otherwise, I would not be fretting over 500,000. Did your father acquire it? Yes. My father purchased the stone for 6 million. Before the purchase, everyone claimed that it would yield jadeite, yet it only produced this inferior quality of jade. Some connoisseurs said it was Malaysian jade, fabricated by human hands. It appears vibrant at first, but over time it will turn pale and lose its luster. One could not entirely dismiss this. Once the spiritual energy of a spirit stone dissipated, its sheen would indeed fade. However, that was not the primary concern. The essence of the spirit stone lay in its spiritual energy, which, when kept close, brought a sense of tranquility. How could one fail to notice that? Liu Beichen's gaze fell sorrowfully upon the pendant in Tian's hand. Initially, my father was skeptical. He cut a small piece right then and there, and to his dismay, the fading luster was painfully evident over time. He realized he had been deceived, and in his anguish, he bled and passed away shortly after returning home. Consequently, this stone has come to be regarded as an ill omen. What might have been a valuable asset is now unwanted. Could you take me to see that stone? Tian requested earnestly. Of course. You saved my mother's life. If you desire that stone, I shall give it to you without hesitation, Liu Beichen replied. Despite Liu Beichen's youth, Tian did not underestimate him. The attitudes of Han Yu and others revealed that this young man was no ordinary individual. Very well, let's depart at once, Tian declared, rising to his feet. Han Yu was taken aback. Huh, Mr. Qi? What about here? Director Han, I have already assessed the situation while walking over. There is no immediate concern. I shall return 3 nights from now at 8 o'clock. All right, Mr. Qi. Han Yu acquiesced. Han Sungha also stood up and reassured. Director Han, rest assured, if Mr. Qi deems it safe, then it is certainly safe. If necessary, I can remain in the hospital to keep watch. A smile finally broke on Han Yu's face. Then I shall trouble you both. Tian nodded slightly and departed with Liu Beichen. Compared to the elusive specters, the allure of the spirit stone was undeniably greater for him. Should he acquire sufficient spirit stones, with his capabilities, he might complete the foundational cultivation within mere days. Following Liu Beichen, they arrived at a rented accommodation not far from the hospital. This establishment catered specifically to those accompanying patients. The prices were reasonable, yet the rooms were decidedly small. Upon entering Liu Beichen's room, one could immediately spot a stone nearly a meter high, just large enough for an individual to embrace. The remainder of the space contained only a bed, with clothing stored in a suitcase placed on the floor. Tian was taken aback. You have been carrying such a heavy stone with you? Liu Beichen responded with a melancholic tone. It is currently the most valuable possession in my home, and I thought perhaps I might get lucky and sell it. Tian nodded and stepped closer. Strangely, upon entering the room, he sensed no aura. However, Liu Beichen asserted that the pendant was carved from this very stone. Approaching the rock, Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath a thin layer of stone skin lay an abundance of golden yellow jade. No wonder it was mistaken for Malaysian stone. Its hue was undeniably vibrant, reminiscent of artificial dyeing. It was no wonder he had failed to perceive any aura. It turned out to be a rare piece of Jin Yu spirit stone, seldom seen even in the realm of cultivation. The aura contained within this stone was exceedingly restrained and difficult to extract. Yet its texture was notably softer than that of ordinary spirit stones, making it easy to cut and consequently prone to damage, resulting in the dissipation of its aura. Nevertheless, the aura within was even richer than that of typical top-grade spirit stones. Encountering a Jin Yu spirit stone was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for lower-tier cultivators. Such a substantial piece of Jin Yu spirit stone was, for Tian at that moment, not merely a stroke of luck, but rather an existence akin to a cheat code. Suppressing his excitement, he turned and declared, I shall take this stone. Name your price. Mr. Qi, Liu Beichen replied, you jest. You have saved my mother's life. Please take the stone without hesitation. Very well, but there is another matter. Speak on. May I stay here for 3 days? I will arrange a hotel room for you. No need, Liu Beichen hastily responded. It is no trouble at all. I will go directly to the hospital to be with my mother. There's a bed nearby. In fact, had it not been for this stone, I would not have rented this place at all. All right, then go to the hospital. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Beichen suddenly knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Qi, for your immense kindness. Tian accepted the gesture with calm composure. To him, the value of the Jin Yu spirit stone might eclipse the lives of others. Yet to Liu Beichen, it was nothing more than an unsellable useless rock, far less significant than the life of his mother. Once Liu Beichen departed, Tian placed a hand upon the spirit stone. Typically, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage would find it impossible to draw pure aura from a Jin Yu spirit stone. as any hasty attempt to break it open could lead to a significant loss of aura. Thus, most would seek to sell it, all the while fearing the burden of possessing such a treasure. Fortunately, he possessed a method, having meticulously studied the vast and profound techniques of the Tsangmang, devouring Heaven's Sutra in his past life. Tian caressed the resplendent spirit stone, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated that such a large Jinyu spirit stone could exist on the aura-scarce Earth star. It was simply unfathomable. Without further ado, he meticulously followed the patterns to break off a small piece of the spirit stone, subsequently dividing it into even smaller fragments. Inscribing simple array patterns to establish warning and defensive formations within the room. While the probability of intrusion was slim, it was better to be safe than sorry. Once prepared, he began to cultivate, placing his hand upon the Jinyu spirit stone. Pure aura surged forth like a tidal wave, and after a prolonged absence from such a vast and refined source of energy, Tian felt a delightful tremor within his very soul, nearly succumbing to the urge to moan in ecstasy. Meanwhile, at Han's hospital, anxiety permeated the air. That very night, the sound of muffled sobs echoed through nearly every patient room. Patients and their accompanying family members incessantly pressed the call button, while the night shift doctors and nurses tirelessly rushed about. The most alarming aspect was that even the medical staff felt a sense of dread. In the past month, numerous individuals have been whispering about unclean entities within Han's hospital. However, as diligent workers, they ponder whether they might genuinely encounter malevolent forces, neglecting their duties in response to calls from the wards that could lead to penalties or even termination. Thus, they must bravely persevere, hoping that their white coats will shield them from any evil. Despite employing scientific methods, the source of the cries remains elusive, and Han Songha, having exhausted his knowledge, cannot locate the apparitions. He can only trust Tian's reassurances that all is presently well, anxiously awaiting further developments. Day after day passes, 1, 2, 3. On the afternoon of the third day, Tian's absence persists, and his phone remains unanswered. In the office, Han Yu and his colleagues were expressions of uncertainty. Outside the hospital, a taxi pulls up, and a young man, slightly over 7 meters tall, with striking features, steps out. It is Su Siwen. Chapter 54. Do you know who the troublemaker is? Su Siwen stepped aside, revealing a beautifully smooth leg that emerged from the car, instantly captivating the attention of many onlookers. The owner of this exquisite leg was Su Qingning. Upon hearing that Su Siwen insisted on coming to the bustling metropolis, Qin Rupiying was filled with worry, but, unable to dissuade him, had no choice but to let Su Qingning take leave to accompany him. Considering that she was a doctor, it would be beneficial in case of any unforeseen circumstances. During his days in the hospital, Su Siwen felt as though time dragged on interminably. In truth, he was not yet fully recovered. However, his impatience grew unbearable. Seizing the opportunity to walk reasonably well, he hurried to the city. Finding Feng Wanli was a crucial component of his plan. Should he have the chance to acquire Feng Wanli's abilities, even if he were to face that formidable enigma again, he would at least have a better chance of escape. Moreover, there was the need to seek out the Wolf King, Lu Ou, in the northwest. Time was of the essence. The primary reason for locating Feng Wanli was that he felt he could manage the situation best with him. Providing for Feng Wanli's mother's medical expenses should suffice. Upon entering the hospital, Su Siwen made a beeline for the inpatient department. At the reception desk, on the first floor, he queued and inquired with the nurse, "Excuse me, is there a patient here whose son is named Feng Wanli?" The nurse looked somewhat perplexed. "Hello, do you know the patient's name? We do not register the names of patients' family members." Su Siwen hesitated, realizing he had been so caught up in his excitement that he had forgotten this detail. In his previous life, Feng Wanli had sought revenge against the Han family in the city, and sources had indicated it was due to the Han hospital's failure to treat Feng Wanli's gravely ill mother. However, the name of Feng Wanli's mother had not been disclosed. "Brother Wenwen, did you come to the Han hospital in the city for this matter?" Su Qingning asked curiously. Su Siwen replied despondently, "Yes. I heard someone mention an incident at Han hospital, where a person's mother was gravely ill but unable to afford treatment. It troubled me deeply." so I thought I might come and see if I could offer any assistance. Who did you hear this from? I overheard it while dining one afternoon. Several of us were lamenting the unpredictability of life. I committed it to heart, always intending to come to the city. I never expected that, Brother Tian. Su Siwen paused, lowering his head slightly, not blaming Brother Tian, but rather himself for provoking his anger. Su Qingning gently ruffled Su Siwen's hair. How can you blame yourself? Why not call that friend and ask for the patient's name? I only heard it mentioned at a nearby table during lunch. I don't know them personally. One is truly kind-hearted, rushing to save someone based on a stranger's words. If that scoundrel Qi Tian had even an ounce of your goodness, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Just then, a nurse timidly interjected, "Excuse me, ladies, if you don't have any other matters to attend to. Could you please step aside? There are others waiting in line." Su Siwen quickly responded, I apologize. Su Qingning gazed at Su Siwen with admiration. His kindness, enthusiasm, and humility were evident. He was indeed the distinguished young gentleman raised in the affluent Su family, far removed from the wild upbringing of Qi Tian. Little did they know, Su Siwen was burning with anxiety. This was a disaster. Uncertain of what to make of the name Feng Wanli, the two nurses at the consultation desk exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. Once Su Siwen and Su Qingning had distanced themselves, one of the nurses leaned in and whispered, "Are these two perhaps actors? The way that man speaks is reminiscent of a theatrical performance." "Indeed," the other nurse replied with a chuckle. "It seems more like a melodrama than a play." Standing at the entrance of the inpatient department, Su Siwen scrutinized the passing crowd, his mind racing. Given that Feng Wanli had subsequently retaliated against the Han family in the metropolis, it was plausible that he had experienced a conflict with them, or perhaps with the Han hospital prior to the onset of this peculiar apocalypse. Could there have been an argument or even a physical altercation? For an ordinary individual faced with such a predicament, it was not uncommon to escalate matters publicly, creating a scene to attract attention and leverage societal pressure against the hospital. While one might question the morality of such actions, it was often the only recourse available to those unaccustomed to navigating such complexities. With this in mind, perhaps it would be prudent to inquire whether any similar incidents had recently occurred within the hospital. Wenwen, what do you intend to do next? Su Qingming inquired after a prolonged silence, noticing Su Siwen's hesitation. Su Siwen began to respond when he caught sight of a young man exiting the inpatient department. The previous individuals he had encountered were either attending to elderly patients in wheelchairs or assisting the sick, making them unsuitable for inquiry. This young man, however, appeared to be of a similar age and might be more approachable. He quickly stepped forward, blocking the young man's path with a friendly demeanor, and asked, "Hey, could you help me with something?" Liu Beichen paused, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the youth, and replied, "What is it? Has anything significant happened at Han Hospital recently?" Su Siwen in Guit. Significant? Liu Beichen furrowed his brow. What do you mean by significant? Well, for instance, Su Siwen carefully chose his words. Has there been any commotion regarding the doctor-patient relationship? Have any patients caused a disturbance in the hospital? Liu Beichen's expression darkened. Was this person mocking him? He regarded Su Siwen coldly and replied, yes. Without a moment's pause, Su Siwen's spirit soared. Do you know the name of the person who caused the disturbance? What was the reason for it? Liu Beichen's demeanor grew even more frigid. He had indeed made a scene, but was a last resort. Otherwise, how could a young man like him prostrate himself before a stranger in such a public setting? I know, Liu Beichen nodded. Who is it? Su Siwen pressed eagerly. It's me. Su Siwen's expression froze momentarily. He had used the term disturbance in his inquiry. Although kneeling for his ailing mother was not shameful and could even be seen as a demonstration of filial piety by traditional standards, encountering the individual involved was undeniably awkward. Is there anything else? Liu Beichen asked tersely. Yes, Su Siwen quickly responded. May I ask your name? Liu Beichen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What is it to you? Are you a reporter or a police officer? Not quite. I merely heard of such matters, and, seeing your filial piety towards your mother, wish to offer assistance, Liu Beichen remarked, momentarily taken aback. Had fortune finally smiled upon him? Not long ago, he encountered Mr. Qi, and now another individual was eager to extend a helping hand. I am Liu Beichen, He introduced himself. Su Siwen's expression visibly shifted from hope to disappointment. After all this time, it was not Feng Wanli. Indeed, with the multitude of patients at Han's hospital, it was likely that many were unable to seek treatment, leaving the possibility open for others besides Feng Wanli. In his past life, Liu Beichun was hardly renowned. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require assistance. Someone is already helping me, he stated sincerely. Having endured experiences of despair, he held a deep respect for those with good intentions. Oh, I see, Su Siwen responded perfunctorily. Suddenly, Liu Beichun's eyes brightened. He gazed past Su Siwen and raised his voice, calling out, Mr. Qi. Su Siwen and Su Qingning turned in surprise. Before them, Qi Tian approached leisurely, mere meters away. Chapter 55, A great event is imminent. Qi Tian. Su Qingning exclaimed in astonishment. She was indeed taken aback, not expecting Qi Tian to have arrived in Modu, particularly at Han's hospital. Could it be that he had followed them upon hearing of their arrival? The thought ignited a spark in her eyes. This was neither Linjiang nor the Su family. If Qi Tian dared to act recklessly, she would not hesitate to alert the authorities and have him apprehended. As for the matter of the will that her father had mentioned, it was merely a product of his excessive caution. Surely, it would be far simpler to devise a strategy at the police station to have Qi Tian sign a share transfer agreement. Liu Beichun was equally astonished. He glanced between Su Qingning and Qi Tian before stepping forward and inquiring, Mr. Qi, do you know them? Qi Tian nodded, Efferman, Ida. He cast a glance at Su Siwen and added, quite well. Liu Beichun, with a smile, remarked, indeed, Mr. Qi's friends are truly benevolent. He just mentioned wanting to assist me with my medical expenses. Oh, Qi Tian scrutinized Su Siwen with suspicion. He found it hard to believe that Su Siwen would feel compassion for a stranger. But how to explain it? Surely, he wouldn't attempt to overshadow him, even in this matter. Tiangu, Su Siwen spoke softly. You've been in Modu for some time, haven't you? I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you lately. You should have informed Mom and Dad before leaving. They would certainly worry. It could only be said that some talents are innate. Having lived for over a decade in a bizarre, post-apocalyptic world, Su Siwen had risen to the pinnacle of humanity on Earth. Yet upon being reborn and encountering Qi Tian and the former members of the Su family, he unconsciously reverted to this state. Listening to Su Siwen, Su Qingning shot a disdainful glare at Qi Tian, secretly hoping he would be provoked into a fit of rage. She was even prepared to retrieve her phone from her bag at any moment. However, Qi Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Siwen before turning his gaze forward and walking straight toward the hospital's administrative building. Both Su Siwen's subtle jabs and Su Qingning's anticipations fell flat. As he observed Qi Tian's retreating figure, doubt clouded Su Siwen's expression. Compared to his previous furious outburst, Qi Tian now seemed drastically transformed. If the last time was marked by disdain for him and the Su family, this time it felt as if he regarded him as an insignificant insect, a wretched being abused to death. On what grounds? Even if his temperament had shifted due to rebirth, he had been a failure in his previous life. Did he truly believe that a single reincarnation would elevate him? Furthermore, what was his purpose at Han's hospital? What was he doing here? Su Qingning directly inquired. Su Siwen shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen him since that day. However, Tiangu is well connected. He must have friends here. No doubt they're dubious acquaintances. Liu Beichun finally discerned the underlying tension. It was evident that these two were at odds with Qi Tian. Given their animosity towards his benefactor, he felt no obligation to be cordial. With a scoff, he turned and departed. Su Siwen paid no heed to Liu Beichun, still gazing at Qi Tian's figure while pondering how to locate Feng Wanli. How could he possibly find Feng Wanli? Su Qingning stood beside Su Siwen, sensing something and looking toward the side. Suddenly, two graceful women donned in hats, masks, and sunglasses stealthily made their way along the wall towards the office building. At a glance, Su Qingning recognized one of them as Su Feifei, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She noticed Qi Tian's presence. It seemed that the fourth one had also arrived. A peculiar sense of foreboding enveloped the Han hospital today. In the office of Han Yu, A mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursed through him and his companions as they finally managed to contact Tian, allowing a sigh of relief to escape their lips. Upon meeting Tian, the tension that had gripped their hearts dissipated entirely. Despite knowing Tian was merely 18 years of age, they inexplicably placed their trust in him after their last encounter. Furthermore, seeing Tian again, Hanyu sensed that he had ascended to a higher plane of existence, exuding an aura of detachment from the mundane world. "Mr. Qi," Hanyu respectfully addressed him, "you seem to have undergone some transformation." If their previous courtesy towards Tian stemmed from Han Song's admiration, now it was genuinely heartfelt. Tian smiled faintly, acknowledging Han Yu's keen perception. Utilizing the precious golden jade spirit stone, he had advanced from his 6th to the 12th level of Qi refinement and achieved foundation establishment in merely 3 days. His profound cultivation experience, the improved Kangmang Tunshin Sutra, and the almost otherworldly energy provided by the golden jade spirit stone combined to facilitate such rapid progress. If the Qi refinement stage represented dreamers striving to open the door to cultivation, then the foundation establishment stage marked the true entry into the path of a cultivator. Unblocking meridians, refining one's essence, and beginning to condense spiritual consciousness. Each of these milestones set him apart from ordinary mortals. This was a leap in the hierarchy of existence. Even though he tempered his aura, those with acute sensitivity could still perceive something extraordinary. In the realm of cultivation, ordinary people referred to foundation establishment practitioners as immortal seniors, who could wield considerable influence even in remote areas. However, Tian had lived in modern society for 18 years, possessing limited social experience but extensive knowledge gleaned from books. Particularly during his recent leisure hours. Given his current cultivation level, he likely would not withstand high-precision firearms. Indeed, standing before you evokes a sense of awe. Han Songha remarked hesitantly. "It seems fortunate that I have made some progress over these past 3 days." Tian did not conceal his achievements. "Congratulations, Mr. Qi," Han Songha exclaimed promptly. Tian accepted the praise with grace and moved to sit on the sofa, inquiring, "What has transpired in these past 2 days?" Han Songha took a seat beside him and spoke gravely. Around 9 o'clock each night, cries can be heard from various patient rooms, sometimes the voice of a woman, sometimes the wails of an infant, or the lamentations of a man, continuing until 5 in the morning. I have searched extensively but found no trace of any supernatural beings. There are no clues in the surveillance footage either, Hanyu added. Tian chuckled lightly. "No need to worry. This is merely the spirit testing us. As I mentioned previously, there is no immediate danger, as it is not yet time for it to act." Hanyu's expression shifted slightly. "Are you suggesting, Mr. Qi, that it will strike tonight?" She exchanged glances with Han Yonglin and Han Yuqing. Their recent experiences had indeed shattered their previously steadfast belief in the absence of ghosts. If all goes as anticipated, Qi Tian Dao, the malevolent energy here, is poised to reach a critical juncture. Whether it transpires tonight or tomorrow evening, it is certain that he will make his move. With Mr. Qi present, there is no cause for concern. Qi Tian cast a glance out the window, muttering, "It seems their fate is unfortunate." Outside the hospital, within a tea shop directly facing the entrance, Huang Yuba and Li Qingxue sat across from each other, savoring their milk tea. Once they finished their beverages, they emerged from the shop and stood by the roadside, shoulder to shoulder. Huang Yuba glanced at the hospital entrance and sighed. "The Qi Tian you have been monitoring has arrived at Han's hospital. And the Su Siwen I have been observing is also present today. It appears we must act in concert. Have you reported to Director Yin?" Li Qingxue inquired swiftly. "I have. Director Yin mentioned she was attending to some matters and would arrive shortly," Huang Yuba replied. "Why is Director Yin so focused on the Su family?" "Who can say?" Huang Yuba shrugged. "Director Yin's intentions are beyond our comprehension." Li Qingxue gazed at the setting sun for a moment before suddenly stating, "I have a strong feeling that something significant will transpire here tonight." Chapter 56. Su Feifei at the hospital as night gradually descended. Su Siwen continued to guide the increasingly impatient Su Qingning through the hospital, hoping to gather news about Feng Wanli. Huang Yuba, Li Qingxue. and the soon-to-arrive Yin Yuxia sat quietly on a bench in the hospital garden, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, Tian and his companions engaged in light conversation within the director's office. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the door of the director's office. Han Yonglin rose to open it, revealing a striking woman clad in a blue professional skirt suit standing outside. The hospital, bustling with doctors, nurses, caregivers, and cleaning staff, also housed a considerable number of office personnel. As a private institution, Han's hospital functioned as a for-profit enterprise, with many individuals performing typical corporate roles within the building. "What is it?" Han Yonglin inquired, furrowing his brow. He had previously instructed that he should not be disturbed. The fact that someone sought him out now must indicate something of significance. "Young Master Han, Su Feifei has arrived and is currently in the VIP ward," the secretary informed him. "Su Feifei?" Han Yonglin paused, taken aback. "Which Su Feifei?" "The renowned first-tier star of Huagua, the national goddess, Su Feifei." "Ah, which room is she in? I must go and see her." Tian looked at Han Yonglin in surprise, not expecting the scion of the Han family to be a fan of Su Feifei. "Wang, is this what you meant?" Han Yu interjected lightly. "Do you even have any sense? Is that what Secretary Wang was implying?" "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Han Yonglin inquired, perplexed. Every move Su Feifei makes is under the watchful eyes of countless paparazzi. Tonight, there may be events unfolding at the hospital. If Su Feifei encounters any trouble, we at Han's could face dire repercussions from her fans. Han Yonglin's expression shifted dramatically. As an admirer of Su Feifei, he was well aware of her esteemed status within the entertainment industry of Huagua. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was unparalleled among female stars. He turned back to the secretary. "Do you know why Su Feifei is at the hospital?" "She has come to visit a young star named Sun Yu." The bedside nurse overheard the mention that Su Feifei and Sun Yu seemed to have debuted together through a talent show. "Sun Yu?" Han Yonglin pondered for a moment, recalling that Sun Yu had placed 10th in the talent show that Su Feifei participated in prior to her own debut. However, she had remained largely unnoticed until recently when she landed a role in a television drama. Tian suddenly remarked, "I had no idea that the young master of the Han family was so well-versed in Su Feifei's background. Ha ha ha, I'm not in the medical field, yet I've been assigned to the hospital by my family. As you know, Mr. Chi, a hospital does not require much management. It merely needs to prioritize public welfare. I was quite bored today, so I indulged in some television." "Well, I shall go take a look," Tian announced. "You're going, Mr. Chi?" Han Yonglin asked, bewildered. "I am Su Feifei's brother," Tian replied with a smile. "What? Su Feifei's brother?" Han Yonglin exclaimed in astonishment. "Han Songhe," Tian turned to say, "take some people to the northeastern corner of the hospital wall and set up 20 meters away from the corner." "Yes, Mr. Chi," Han Songhe replied promptly. Tian rose. "I'll head to the ward and then join you shortly." "Understood," Han Songhe affirmed. As Tian stepped out, Han Songhe finally came to his senses. Just moments ago, Tian had issued a command, yet he felt no discomfort, obediently following Tian's lead as if he were one of his subordinates. Tian accompanied Secretary Wang to the 5th floor of the hospital. Coincidentally, the 5th floor housed the nephrology department, where Liu Beichen's mother was also admitted. Secretary Wang explained that since Tian had offered to cover Liu Beichen's medical expenses, his mother had been transferred from a regular ward to a VIP room, conveniently located next to the young star, Sun Yu. After knocking on the hospital room door, Tian heard a commotion from within. A few minutes later, an elderly woman opened the door. Upon seeing Tian and his companion, she appeared momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Tian before asking, "Who are you?" "I am Su Feifei's brother, here to see my sister," Tian replied. "Xiao Tian?" Hearing Tian's voice, the warmly wrapped Su Feifei stepped out in surprise. "Sister, I'm here to take care of some matters. I heard you were here, so I can have a look," Tian smiled. "Guomein, don't just stand at the door," Yu Lily peered from behind Su Feifei. Tian thanked Secretary Wang and entered the room. On the hospital bed lay a young beauty, presumably Sun Yu. He paused for a moment before turning his gaze to Su Feifei. Now that he had entered the foundation building stage, he had access to a broader array of techniques than during the Qi training stage, such as the ability to perceive energy. Living on Earth necessitated adherence to its rules, and after reaching this new phase, he had specifically searched online for methods of cultivation. Having once been a formidable figure during the tribulation stage, mastering the arts of Earth was a simple task. Techniques such as spirit summoning, demon repulsion, and talisman incantations came to him almost instantaneously. It could be said that he was now a true master. With a single glance, Tian discerned the heavy resentment and negative energy surrounding Sun Yu. Previously, during his time at Hengchang Film City, Yu Lily had shared numerous entertainment industry gossip, including rumors of celebrities harboring small spirits. It was likely that Sun Yu was employing such methods. "What brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell?" Su Feifei inquired curiously. Tian chuckled. "Not all. How could I possibly be ill?" Yu Lily scoffed. "That's easy to say, but everyone gets sick from time to time. Are you a deity or something?" "You're not mistaken. I am quite similar to the legendary deities," Tian replied. Yu Lily removed her sunglasses and rolled her eyes dramatically at Tian. "Feifei, your brother is rather full of himself, claiming to be a deity. Why don't you ask him to catch a ghost for us to see?" "A ghost? You can't just catch one at will. There must be a ghost present first. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Sun?" Tian turned his head to look at Sun Yu. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted to her. She forced a smile and said, "Indeed." Tian reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden peace talisman, presenting it to Su Feifei. "Sister, this is a peace talisman I acquired yesterday. I gift it to you. It's best to keep it on you and never take it off." Su Feifei's fingers trembled slightly as she reached out to accept it, feeling its warmth. She lifted it for a closer inspection and noticed that the talisman was entirely golden, tied with a golden thread, adorned in the center with peculiar runes that resembled a character, yet also appeared to be an intricate design. Turning the talisman over, the lines on the back were easily recognizable, depicting a golden dragon. "Talisman?" Yu Lily leaned closer to Su Feifei, craning her neck. "Aren't talismans supposed to be pristine? I've heard that a lack of embellishment signifies peace, hence the term safe and sound. Why does your talisman look so ostentatiously carved?" "Well, it looks somewhat like a talisman, so I'll call it that. The specifics are inconsequential. Indeed, it is of no importance." "I quite like it," Su Feifei exclaimed joyfully, immediately putting it around her neck. As they were conversing, an eerie wail suddenly echoed through the ward, clear yet distant, as if it were both near and far. Chapter 57. Learning fortune-telling. "What sound is that?" "Su Feifei et Golim." "It sounds as though someone is weeping," Yu Lily observed with suspicion. Sun Yu propped herself up, her voice trembling slightly. "Feifei, I've heard that this cry has been going on for quite some time. They say there are malevolent entities in Han's hospital, and even after the management performed rituals, there has been little effect." "Huh?" Su Feifei was taken aback. "Then why are you still hospitalized here?" "Well, I only found out about it after I arrived," Sun Yu replied. "Recently, it has become even more exaggerated. They say the crying can be heard from every ward. It used to be that only some wards could hear it, while others were silent." "You really are carefree," Su Feifei rolled her eyes. "It's been days. You should hurry and have Sister Lu arrange a transfer for you. I mentioned it to Xiao Yu, but she refuses to listen. She insists that a master told her that she can only recover if she stays here." A middle-aged woman who had just entered the room interjected. Su Feifei asked curiously, "Isn't it just nephritis? This illness can be treated anywhere, right? Not to mention, there are several public hospitals in the capital and Magic City that are superior to Han's. I consulted a master, and he said that only Han's hospital can cure it." Sun Yu weakly stated. "A master? When did you become so superstitious?" "Su Feifei Vito." "That master is quite accurate. He even predicted that I would land a role in a play," Sun Yu replied. "Is he really that miraculous?" Su Feifei inquired. "Yes," Sun Yu affirmed. "So I dare not leave. Let the crying continue. After all, so many people can hear it. It's not specifically targeting me." Tian observed Sun Yu, his mind racing. Nephritis is neither overly serious nor trivial, but it certainly does not require treatment exclusively at Han's hospital. Moreover, Sun Yu's issues extend beyond nephritis. Her frail health is primarily affected by negative energies and resentment. According to the theories of Earth, it appears that malevolent spirits are draining her vitality. In the realm of cultivation, Similar practices exist: divination, fortune-telling, and the like. However, in his past life, he was solely devoted to pursuing immense power, dismissing such matters as trivial distractions. Every day spent honing combat skills felt insufficient. He had no time to delve into these practices. Now, in the comparatively safe environment of Earth, he could take the opportunity to explore them further. It seemed fortuitous, given the impending dimensional convergence. He promptly took out his phone, opened the browser, and began searching for face reading and fortune-telling. Lily, intrigued, leaned closer to see Tian's phone screen, momentarily taken aback. "Brother, what are you doing? Didn't she say she consulted a master?" "I'm just doing some research to provide her with insights," Tian replied while scrolling through his phone. "Learning on the fly?" Lily exclaimed in surprise. "Don't worry, it's not difficult," Tian reassured her. Lily cast a disdainful glance at him, stepping back a bit as she gestured towards Su Feifei, implying, "Is your brother all right?" Su Feifei shot Lily a glare, but before she could retort, the sound of crying outside suddenly transformed into the wailing of an infant. Compared to the previous sobs of a woman, the intermittent cries of a baby were even more unsettling. Su Feifei shivered involuntarily and instinctively moved closer to Tian. The room fell silent, and the four women exchanged glances, their expressions gradually morphing into one of terror. Only Tian remained fixated on his phone screen, occasionally murmuring to himself. The familiar melody resonated through the hospital room, startling the four women. It was Tian's ringtone. He answered the call, and it was Han Songha. "Mr. Chi, we have set everything up, but we haven't discovered anything yet. Moreover, the crying has been echoing for quite some time now. I heard it. Please have Han Yu inform the hospital staff to keep the patients and their families in their rooms and refrain from moving about. Ordinary medical personnel should also remain inside the building and avoid going outside," Tian instructed. "Understood. I will take care of it immediately," Han Yu's voice responded. "All right, I will be there shortly." Tian concluded the call and raised his gaze towards Sun Yu. His fingers twitched slightly, and his expression grew increasingly sharp. Sun Yu felt unnerved under his scrutiny, diverting her gaze to the corner of the bed, feeling quite awkward. "Follow me," Tian suddenly declared. "Huh? Where to?" Lily inquired curiously. "Did you not wish to see me exorcise a ghost? Come and witness for yourself," he replied. Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. Hurry up, and you too, Miss Sun, come along. Perhaps your ailment will be cured," Tian added. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing it pertained to her illness, she quickly sat up and hurriedly got out of bed to put on her shoes. Thus, a man and four women exited the hospital room. Su Feifei and Lily remained bundled up tightly, huddled together in hushed conversation, mostly with Lily expressing her grievances about Tian. Sun Yu and Sister Lu followed closely behind, with Sister Lu persistently advising Sun Yu. As doctors and nurses busily moved through the building to notify patients, they paused to examine Tian and then continued on their way, likely having received word from Han Yu not to impede Tian. They took the elevator down to the ground floor. Upon arriving outside the inpatient department, the cries of infants grew louder. An inexplicable chill washed over Lily, prompting her to step forward. "Brother, do you have any idea what you're doing? Don't leave your sister behind here." "Then why are you following me?" Tian retorted. Lily found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Didn't you ask us to come along? Isn't at your curiosity?" Lily nodded a few times, conceding, "Fine, you win. Rest assured, I won't neglect my sister." With a sidelong glance, Lily remarked, "I've heard that your relationship with your family is quite strained, and who knows if you might inadvertently put Feifei in danger. I am a person of principles and firmly believe in cause and effect," Tian replied coolly, quickening his pace and leaving Lily several meters behind. Lily stood momentarily stunned, and when Su Feifei reached her side, she furrowed her brow and whispered, "I can't shake the feeling that your brother doesn't resemble an 18-year-old at all. He seems more like someone in their 80s. Su Feifei replied, "Ever since I debuted, I've hardly returned home. The last time I visited was when I first laid eyes on Xiao Tian. He is so different from the image I had formed based on what my mother and Rue Wei described. and I finally understood the kind of life he has endured over the past 4 years. In such circumstances, it may prove challenging to maintain a psychological age comparable to that of one's peers. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian is my dear younger brother, Su Feifei. In the past, I was preoccupied with my pursuits, tirelessly striving for recognition, leaving little time to attend to these matters. From now on, they shall manage without my involvement. As for your family, I have had quite enough. Their noses are nearly growing above their eyes. In earlier years, I was indifferent to you, but having observed your recent ascent, they now eagerly seek my attention. I must say, your brother is indeed wise, particularly that Su Ryun. Every time I encounter her, I am tempted to deliver a couple of slaps. The group swiftly arrived at the northeastern corner of the hospital's rear courtyard, not far from the inpatient department. The garden was adorned with an array of flowers, and the trees flourished, typically serving as a leisurely stroll for the hospitalized patients. Dozens of individuals were gathered around, predominantly clad in black suits, while Han Yu and his companions anxiously paced at the periphery. Chapter 58. Is it true? Are you really capable? As Qi Tian approached with swift strides, Han Yu and the others immediately displayed expressions of joy, rushing forward to greet him. Mr. Qi, you have arrived. Han Yu's tone was laced with palpable excitement. The past half hour had felt like an eternity, marked by the incessant, eerie cries that echoed around them. She was not only gripped by fear for her own safety, but also concerned about the potential harm the malevolent entities could inflict on the patients within the hospital. Furthermore, the dread of Qi Tian's possible absence during a critical moment weighed heavily on her mind, creating a tumult of emotions. Su Feifei. Han Yonglin emitted a shrill scream that nearly pierced the eardrums. Startled, Su Feifei instinctively ducked behind Qi Tian. He shook his head. During the past few days of scrolling through his phone, he had come across numerous sensationalized news articles and videos about fervent fans. Yet he had not anticipated witnessing such fervor in person. Fortunately, there were many people present. Otherwise, Han Yonglin might have charged towards Su Feifei. Mr. Qi. Han Songhe bowed slightly. I have arranged everything as per your instructions. Qi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He had already noticed the yellow warning tape that encircled an area approximately 20 meters from the northeast corner. Beneath the tape, there were meticulously drawn lines of glutinous rice, with black-clad bodyguards stationed every 3 meters. In contrast, a table was placed at the apex, adorned with talismans, candles, and other items. Approaching the table, Qi Tian waved his hand. A flash of red light emanated from his palm, and 3 oil lamps ignited instantaneously. Is it true? Are you really capable? Yu Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. Han Songhe's expression mirrored shock. The lamps bore no white phosphorus. How could they possibly ignite with just a touch? Continuing his display of prowess, Qi Tian pointed with his finger, causing the peachwood sword resting on the table to soar into the air, hovering momentarily before landing gracefully in his hand. With seamless fluidity, he used the sword to lift a talisman, casually waving it, causing the talisman to ignite spontaneously in the wind. His every movement resembled that of a master practitioner of the arcane arts. Su Feifei was taken aback. She had long realized that she did not truly understand Qi Tian, yet she was astonished by his abilities, which were beyond her comprehension. Such feats were typically achieved through special effects in films. In the distance, Su Siwen and Su Qingning, hidden in the shadows, were equally astonished. As they witnessed Qi Tian holding the sword upright before his chest, chanting incantations, Su Siwen could no longer contain herself and whispered, "What is Brother Tian doing? Can he really perform magic? Magic my foot. Su Qingding's gulp dits me sin." He must have heard about the happenings at Han's hospital and is trying to come here to deceive people. Oof. Once he is exposed, our Su family will be shamed. But how could Han's hospital believe in Brother Tian? Did he leverage some connections? Su Siwen queried, her skepticism evident. Oof. Su Qingning retorted coldly. Did you not see the 4th brother right behind him? What connections could he possibly have? He is undoubtedly relying on the 4th brother's influence. He may speak sweetly, but in the end, he is still dependent on our Su family. Sister, should I go and stop Brother Tian? If he is truly exposed as a fraud, it will not only tarnish his reputation, but also affect Sister 4. Su Qingning's face hardened. Ignore them. Are you not aware that after the second sister and fifth sister were hospitalized, Su Feifei came to the hospital and scolded eldest sister, fifth sister, and our parents? What? Fourth sister? She scolded even our parents? What did she say? She remarked that the Su family had treated Qi Tian harshly, and it was no wonder that his temperament had changed so drastically. She suggested that they apologize to him to ease the tension between them. Furthermore, there were concerns about the Su family's assets. What if the adopted son were to inherit them? What if Su Siwen's biological parents came knocking? Such thoughts were difficult for Su Qingning to articulate in front of Su Siwen. After all, mentioning the matter of an adopted son felt like a wound inflicted upon Su Siwen. Upon hearing this, Su Siwen's gaze towards Su Feifei turned cold and menacing. In her previous life, Su Feifei's return home had remained unchanged. However, due to Qi Tian being confined in a storage room, they never crossed paths, and Su Feifei left shortly after sitting for a while. The Su family continued to conceal the truth about Qi Tian until the bizarre events unfolded, at which point Su Feifei discovered that Qi Tian had long been dead. In her quest to retrieve the brother she had never met, Su Feifei severed ties with the Su family. Had it not been for Qin Ruping's sudden illness, with her dying wish for Su Feifei to reconcile with the Su family, there might have been a violent confrontation. Even so, Su Feifei remained exceedingly distant towards the Su family and never returned. To her surprise in this life, Su Feifei had transformed so early. He had hoped to find an opportunity to enhance Su Feifei's fondness for him, thereby seizing the potential abilities she would awaken later. Su Siwen clenched his teeth. If he could not obtain her, he would rather see her destroyed. If Su Feifei were to side with Qi Tian, it would complicate matters immensely. In the distance, Yin Yuxia and the others stood watching. With their sharp eyes, they could clearly discern Qi Tian's actions from afar. Oof. I knew he was extraordinary, Li Qingxue scoffed. Huang Yuba nodded in agreement. Your intuition is indeed sharp. So, the person we encountered that night at Hengchang Film City was truly Qi Tian? It must be him. What a coincidence that would be otherwise. Yet, that night he had concealed his presence, but today he was so ostentatious, it felt somewhat. Li Qingxue sneered. He is merely being overly clever, deducing that our identities are not simple, hence he hid away. Today, he is unaware of our presence here, so he chooses to act flamboyantly, attempting to showcase his prowess before these people. This explanation indeed made sense. He must have learned some skills from somewhere, thinking he could keep his trump cards hidden that night. But ultimately, he was still young and naive, unable to conceal his abilities for long. Yin Yuxia remarked calmly. Judging by his level, it is far more than mere skills. That feat of lighting 3 lamps. Could any of you accomplish that? How difficult could it be? Li Qingxue retorted indignantly. If you place white phosphorus on the wick. What if there is no white phosphorus? No? Li Qingxue was taken aback. Suddenly, she turned to look at Qi Tian. If he could ignite an oil lamp barehanded without white phosphorus, what level of skill would that signify? Boundless heavens and earth. The universe lends its law. Suddenly, Qi Tian shouted, raising his peachwood sword and thrusting it forward. A dazzling silver light shot forth like lightning. In an instant, the northeastern corner was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. What? Gasps echoed from every direction, whether it was Han Yu and the others, Su Feifei and her companions, or Su Siwen and Yin Yuxia in the distance. They all stood in astonishment, witnessing the spectacle before them. Others were astonished by the unprecedented scene, while Su Siwen and Yin Yuxia were taken aback by the extraordinary prowess Qi Tian had achieved. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Halt! If not now, then when? Qi Tian called out once more. Beneath the silvery glow, wisps of crimson mist flickered in and out of existence, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure, with cascading long hair, a flowing red dress, and matching high-heeled shoes. Her complexion was as pale as snow, and 2 trails of blood tears ran beneath her eyes, accentuated by her vivid crimson lips. A vengeful spirit in red. Han Songha exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling unmistakably with fear. Chapter 59, I immerse myself in a few days of intense study. The boundless cosmos and the principles of the universe were merely the casual utterances of Qi Tian. However, The silver light emitted was no mere illusion. It was the renowned silver true energy that he had cultivated in the realm of cultivation. Once he forged his flying sword, it would radiate silver brilliance, exuding an exceptionally dazzling aura. In the past, he had been referred to as the Silver Sword True Monarch, but later, feeling the title was somewhat ambiguous, associated with violence and intimidation, he changed it to Tian True Monarch. At this moment, however, the attention of everyone present was not on the silver light. All eyes were drawn to the crimson figure in the corner. Even without the trembling voice of Han Songha, anyone would have heard of the infamous red-clad specter. In various films and novels, it was at least a minor boss. Su Fei and Yu Lily screamed and clung to each other. The most common settings in horror films, hospitals, schools, amusement parks, found them now in a hospital. And seeing such a bizarre phenomenon without fainting was already quite remarkable for their nerves. Mr. Qi, Han Yu stammered, what is this? As you can see, as Han Songha mentioned, it is the red-clad specter, Qi Tian replied with a smile. Observing Qi Tian's ease, Han Yu felt reassured. His light-hearted demeanor suggested he was quite confident in dealing with the specter. Mr. Qi, what I mean is, who is it targeting? I've heard that specters are often driven by deep grievances, and I can assure you that no one has died in Han Hospital. So it shouldn't be here for us, right? Qi Tian turned his gaze toward the red-clad specter, struggling in the silver light, his smile fading. I have been studying intensely these past few days, and I perceive that grievances are quite subjective. Huh? What do you mean? Grievances stem from the individual. Whether one feels aggrieved is determined by them, not by you. Han Yu paused, taking a moment to grasp Qi Tian's meaning. That seems somewhat reasonable. At her age, managing a hospital, she had encountered a myriad of individuals. Some people possess a mindset where they believe all faults lie with others, feeling perpetually persecuted by society. However, today's red-clad specter is indeed here for someone, Qi Tian continued. Ah, someone in the hospital? Han Yu exclaimed. No, many might guess it. I could have come alone, but I happened to invite them here for a reason. As Qi Tian spoke, he turned to fix his gaze on Sun Yu. In an instant, dozens of eyes were locked on his Sun Yu. She trembled involuntarily, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Me? I? Indeed, Qi Tian affirmed, nodding. Observing your hollow eyes and the dark spots on your nose, it seems you are exhibiting signs of dissipating yang energy. Do not be surprised. Women possess yang energy as well, which is essential for the vitality of a living being. And what does that have to do with it? In addition to your appearance. I researched divination a few days ago. Just now, I calculated and discerned that someone has sent you a little spirit to assist you. Given what you mentioned about a master who told you that only at Han Hospital could your ailment be completely cured, it is likely that this master is the one who sent the spirit. Sun Yu's complexion turned ashen, and she staggered a couple of steps, stammering, Why you? Qi Tian, performing a flourish with his sword, sheathed it behind him and said, You wish to know why I am aware? It is quite simple. As I mentioned earlier, I have been diligently studying these past few days, and I too am now a master. Ah, Master Qi, remarked Han Yonglin, approaching with a knowing smile. Yet you still haven't explained why the red-clad specter seeks out Sun Yu. Qi Tian nodded. It is because the little ghost that Sun Yu carries is, in fact, the offspring of this red-clad spirit. What? Huh? Su Fei and the others were left in utter disbelief. Sun Yu trembled all over, exclaiming, How can that be? If you doubt me, release your little ghost and see for yourself, Qi Tian suggested. I don't have a little ghost, Sun Yu denied once more. Qi Tian shook his head and, with a simple gesture of his left hand, pointed a finger. A soft crack echoed through the air as the strap of Sun Yu's bag snapped. As the bag fell, a black bottle, the size of a peach can, flew out and hovered in midair. Sun Yu gasped, attempting to lunge forward to grasp the bottle, but her feet felt rooted to the ground, her hands unable to rise. Terror filled her gaze as she looked at Qi Tian, realizing that not only had he deduced the presence of the little ghost, but he had also immobilized her. She suddenly recalled Qi Tian's claim of being a celestial being in the hospital room. Could it truly be? How else could he have cast such a binding spell? Of course, Qi Tian was not employing a binding spell. Yet, with his current foundational cultivation, it was exceedingly simple to immobilize a mortal. He reached behind him and casually grabbed a talisman from the table, tossing it into the air. The talisman floated gracefully in midair. Tian executed a flourish with his sword, slashing the talisman carelessly, and uttered, "Ha!" The tip of the sword flashed red, igniting the talisman. The hovering black bottle began to shake violently, and with a pop, the cork flew 3 meters skyward, releasing a plume of black mist that gradually coalesced into the shape of an infant. With one ghostly infant emerging, another red-clad specter materialized. One would expect the onlookers to be filled with terror. However, witnessing Tian's calm and leisurely demeanor, they felt a peculiar sense of reassurance. At the instant the infant ghost appeared, the wailing of the red-clad specter pierced the air, and countless red threads emanated from its form. Had it not been for the suppression of silver light, it might have traversed a distance of over 20 meters to confront them. The synchrony between the two spirits convinced everyone present of the veracity of Tian's claim. This infant ghost was indeed the progeny of the red-clad specter. "Xiao Yu, you truly have been nurturing a little ghost?" Su Faifi Inguit. Sun Yu, supported by Sister Lu, wore a dazed expression. With many individuals present that night, even though Han Yu had notified everyone to cover the windows of the northeast corner of the inpatient department, it was inevitable that her secret would be revealed. The promising trajectory of her budding career seemed doomed to an abrupt end. "Sister Lu," Su Feifei continued, "are you aware of Xiao Yu's situation?" Sister Lu stammered, clearly knowing more than she let on. "Sun Yu, you summoned my sister to visit you today for another purpose, did you not?" Tian interjected suddenly. Sun Yu's head jerked upward in surprise. "As I ponder, what could it be?" Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating the absorption of another's fortune. Sun Yu trembled once more, nearly collapsing against Sister Lu. Su Feifei's expression instantly changed, staring blankly at Sun Yu, feeling an unfamiliarity with the person before her. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Xiao Yu, is it true?" Sun Yu glanced at the black infant still suspended in midair and nodded numbly. "Why?" Su Feifei's voice lacked agitation, for she sensed that, despite their simultaneous debut, their standings in the entertainment industry had diverged, leaving Sun Yu with a sense of discontent. "So you're aware, then?" Sun Yu replied with a bitter smile. Su Feifei self-deprecatingly remarked, "Anyone who has achieved a modicum of success in any circle is hardly a fool, especially in the competitive realm of entertainment where intrigue abounds." At that moment, Sun Yu straightened her posture. "I am indeed indignant. The mentors favored me during the talent selection. My appearance and figure are by no means inferior to yours. Why should this be the case?" "Ah, that is not something I wish to hear," Han Yonlin interjected. "Your looks and figure are far from those of the goddess Feifei. There's a distinct lack of recognition. Get lost." Sun Yu snapped, turning away with a fierce glare. Han Songha approached Tian, smiling apologetically. "Master Qi, shall we resolve these two spectral beings first? We can argue later." Chapter 60. The Divine Power of Lightning. Upon hearing Han Songha's words, Han Yu and the others nodded in agreement. There are matters that cannot be addressed until the malevolent entities are dealt with. Patience is key. However, Tian chuckled, remarking that this night, shrouded in darkness and howling winds, is a perfect opportunity for the emergence of magical artifacts. Before arriving at the hospital, he had hastily crafted one in Lou Buchan's rented apartment. Yet, due to the limited materials at his disposal, capturing a ghostly infant posed no issue. But apprehending a malevolent spirit proved far more challenging. It would be prudent to first weaken the strength of the red-clad, malevolent spirit before attempting to capture it, lest he inadvertently damage the freshly forged talisman. Tian gripped his sword, glancing at Sun Yu and then at Su Feifei, when suddenly he froze. Had he not been reborn, how would the current situation be explained? With Han Songha's strength being insufficient to withstand even a single strike from the ghostly Lu, it was unlikely he could contend with the red-clad, malevolent spirit. Could it be that shortly after his demise, Su Feifei met her end in the incident at Han's hospital? Were Su Siwen and Su Qingning, concealed not far away, also lost? Was it truly so simple for the Su family to perish? Could this be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? As Tian pondered, Su Siwen's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. How had he never heard of such a significant occurrence at Han's hospital? While it was common for such events to be suppressed, a red-clad malevolent spirit was no ordinary entity, even in the early days of the apocalypse. Its presence would surely lead to reports of a catastrophic incident at the hospital resulting in numerous fatalities. Could it be that his and Tian's rebirths had altered the progression of events? Furthermore, Tian had merely returned to life. How could he possibly suppress a malevolent spirit? Coupled with Tian's recent transformation and remarkable surge in power, could it be that the current Tian was not the original? Had a powerful entity taken residence in the deceased Tian's body? The ability to subdue a red-clad, malevolent spirit indicated an extraordinary presence. No wonder Tian's demeanor seemed that of two distinct individuals. Previously, he would never have dared to defy Su Donghai and his wife, let alone act against his sisters, speaking even in hushed tones. A cold smile crept onto Su Siwen's lips. The situation had become intriguing. The current Tian likely fancied himself the protagonist, utterly oblivious to the fact that Su Siwen, too, was a reborn individual, one who possessed knowledge of the future's trajectory, armed with a system at his side. A meek Tian was proving to be rather unchallenging to manipulate. As the current Tian brimmed with confidence, Su Siwen anticipated the moment he would crush him beneath his heel, relishing the despair that would surely grace his face. Since he had accepted Tian's memories, he would also embrace Tian's tragic fate. A torrent of thoughts flooded Su Siwen's mind, while Su Qingning stood nearby, paralyzed by shock. Meanwhile, further away, Yin Yuxia and her companions wore expressions of varying astonishment. Li Qingxue struggled to maintain her aloof demeanor, though she suspected Tian possessed some abilities. She never imagined he could effortlessly suppress a malevolent spirit. Watching Tian confront the red-clad spirit left her utterly speechless, while Huang Yuba echoed similar sentiments. As for Yin Yuxia, she was currently engaging in a brainstorming session akin to Su Siwen's. In her previous life, she had never heard of any significant events occurring at Han's hospital, and she began to wonder if her rebirth had altered the course of the world. However, upon recalling that individual and glancing at Tian and the concealed Su Siwen, she found herself in doubt. In her former existence, she only learned of these matters when the bizarre apocalypse fully manifested. Perhaps the Han's hospital of her past had indeed witnessed the incident of the red-clad, malevolent spirit, but it had been thwarted by either Tian or Su Siwen. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed more likely to be Tian. Could it be that person was Tian? Regrettably, in her previous life, her status was too lowly, allowing her only a fleeting glimpse of that figure battling the ghost. And she had only heard others mention that he was the brother of the thunder goddess Su Feifei, a name she had never encountered prior to his rapid rise. Subsequently, that formidable ghost general had annihilated everyone present. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back a year and a half before the onset of the bizarre apocalypse. She believed this was a divine opportunity for humanity. If that individual was indeed Tian, she would employ all her current power to safeguard him, facilitating his swifter growth. Sunyu. Su Feifei's expression turned icy. Even her manner of address had shifted. I have never wronged you, and over the years, every time I received a script offer, I recommended you to the director and producer. Even if I did not participate, I would still advocate for you, including for the drama you recently starred in. Is this how you repay me? Sun Yu sneered. Oh, if you truly cared with your current status in the entertainment industry, wouldn't it be simple to bring along a supporting actress when you participate? Your so-called recommendations were merely a casual mention, weren't they? Yu Lily frowned in disdain. So this is your true character. Do you genuinely believe that a role in a drama can be decided solely by Feifei? Not to mention Feifei's strong recommendation. How many individuals in the entire entertainment circle can even offer you a mere mention? Therefore, I must rise higher. I too wish to select my roles and choose my appearances. Sun Yu's voice turned sharp, her expression exceedingly frightening. Are you planning to change your name to Zhao Gao? Han Yonglin quipped. Get lost. You, a fan of Su Feifei, have no right to speak to me. If you wish to rise higher, you must climb on your own. Don't think of schemes involving my Fei. Ah, you Lily retorted. Who do you think you are? Who belongs to you? As long as I can obtain her fortune, I can ascend. She is merely luckier than I am. Sun Yu declared. Tian chuckled. What a pity, but you no longer possess that luck. Master Qi. Han Yu timidly interjected. Perhaps we should deal with these two first before continuing our discussion? Unfortunately, no one heeded her suggestion. Su Fei exclaimed in anger. Do you truly believe in luck? Sun Yu dismissed her. It is said that great success relies on fate. I'm not the only one in this circle who has nurtured little ghosts. Who knows if your sudden rise to fame is due to some other means? So you intend to use this to harm me? Su Fei, infuriated, raised her hand and pointed at the infant ghost in the air. Strangely enough, as she pointed, a pale blue arc of electricity materialized out of thin air and swiftly struck the infant ghost. Whoa! The infant specter let out a piercing wail, a sound so harrowing that it tugged at the heartstrings and drew forth tears. The dark aura enveloping its form visibly diminished by half, revealing a baby adorned with bizarre runes. Tian's pupils constricted. Lightning affinity, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the irate Su Fei, acutely aware of a formidable power coalescing within her. A transformation? The awakening of superhuman abilities? This realm possesses intriguing possibilities. In the realm of cultivation, human strength is primarily attained through arduous training. Never has one heard of an individual manifesting power from nothing without the aid of heavenly treasures or profound teachings. Could it be that the spiritual energy from the convergence of another realm has been absorbed by individuals of exceptional talent, resulting in the emergence of unique abilities under fortuitous circumstances? If this is the case, then without his reincarnation, Su Fei would have awakened her lightning powers during this incident, thus resolving her predicament and the issues surrounding Han's hospital. Yet, it seems to be more complex than that. The observing Su Siwen and Yin Yuxiao were both taken aback. Indeed, the progression has altered. In his past life, Su Fei awakened her divine power 2 days prior to the onset of the bizarre apocalypse. This time, however, it has occurred significantly earlier. Could it be that the onset of the apocalypse is also being hastened? Su Siwen was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency. There is hardly enough time to seek out the Wolf King, Luo Yu. Huh? Su Fei let out a soft exclamation. She sensed something within her body shooting forth from her fingertips, though it was uncertain. Yet, judging by the infant specter's reaction, it seemed as though she had struck it. Tian's mind stirred, and he opened his mouth to expel a golden speck, which elongated in the wind. The onlookers gazed up in confusion. The object was entirely resplendent in gold, resembling an ancient welcoming banner typically found at tavern entrances. The pole stood nearly 2 meters tall, while the banner itself measured 1.5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, adorned with 6 flowing ribbons at the bottom, akin to a guiding banner used during funerals. One side of the banner proclaimed the words "Human Sovereign" in large characters, while the opposite side boldly announced "Exterminate demons and vanquish evil." Chapter 61. Behold the Imperial Banner. What is this? Han Songhe gazed upward, his expression one of bewilderment. Tian proclaimed loudly, since the dawn of time, malevolent creatures have roamed freely, wild beasts have ravaged the land, and humanity has endured, precariously clinging to life. But with the emergence of an emperor, evil has been vanquished, dragons subdued, and humanity has risen to stand proud in the world. An imperial banner has been passed down to suppress all malevolent forces in future generations. As he spoke, he waved the banner pole, and the banner radiated a resplendent golden light. The onlookers were enveloped in this luminous glow, feeling an immediate sense of relief and comfort, each one captivated by the golden sheen adorning their bodies. After a moment, they all turned their gazes toward the fluttering imperial banner. In an environment shadowed by 2 ghostly figures, the refreshing aura it exuded was indeed remarkable. It was truly a divine artifact. Master Qi, Han Songhe stammered. This imperial banner is indeed extraordinary. Of course, it is the imperial banner. How could it be anything less? Tian replied. And what are these 2 ghostly beings? I could easily dispatch them with such a formidable weapon at my disposal. Stand clear. The crowd swiftly retreated over 10 meters. Even the bodyguards, who had been maintaining a vigilant stance, hurriedly followed suit. Tian strode confidently into the area beyond the safety line. 1-1, brother. Su Qingming stared in disbelief at the banner in Tian's hand. What is that? I do not know, Su Siwen replied. How did he suddenly conjure such a large object? I do not know. Is this some sort of deception? I do not know. Could it be that Tian truly possesses such power? I do not know. Su Siwen was genuinely at a loss. If Tian was indeed borrowing the form of another, he had never heard of any great figure from the past utilizing a banner as a magical artifact. It is important to note that artifacts capable of altering size were exceedingly rare even in previous times. Furthermore, the golden radiance of the banner in Tian's grasp bore no trace of malevolence, ruling out any notion of supernatural possession. Could it be that Tian had not merely borrowed a form, but had been concealing his true abilities all along? Perhaps he had honed his skills during his time at the orphanage before returning to the Su family. Indeed, many formidable individuals had emerged from institutions like mental hospitals and orphanages in the past. But then, how the previous Tian met his demise? Had he inadvertently led himself to ruin? Su Siwen felt a heavy fog clouding his mind, struggling to comprehend the situation. Not long ago, he had been filled with confidence. Yet now anxiety gripped his heart. If Tian had become this powerful, how would they contend with the impending tide of malevolence? No, it was imperative to locate Feng Wanli at once. Su Siwen narrowed his eyes. He would need to consult the Su family members further. If Tian had indeed remained unchanged, there might be a way to acquire the banner from him through the Su family. He did not believe that Tian, if he were still the same, would completely disregard his family. These two instances might simply be expressions of past grievances, a desire for the Su family to focus their attention on him once more. A person who had been wholeheartedly devoted to the Su family could not suddenly undergo a complete transformation. Behold the imperial banner. A sudden bellow resonated throughout the arena. Tian, with one hand, raised a golden banner towering over 2 meters, vigorously shaking it at the crimson-clad ghost before him. To the spectators, the ghost trembled violently under the golden light, desperately resisting the gravitational pull of the Emperor's banner. It was indeed a pitiable sight. Its debut before the masses was marred by an encounter with such a monstrous entity, rendering it utterly defenseless. It could not even frighten a few individuals, let alone take any lives, as it found itself ensnared in place, unable to move an inch. The struggles in life had been arduous, and now, in death, its plight persisted. Cease! A sharp command echoed from beyond the wall. In the next moment, a figure vaulted over the barrier, standing 10 meters away from Tian. Tian regarded the newcomer with an air of indifference. The individual was clad in azure robes, resembling a Taoist priest sporting a topknot, with phoenix-like eyes and a beard that flowed down to his chest, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. Master, Sun Yu exclaimed in delight. Su Feifei immediately furrowed her brows in disbelief. Is this the master who taught you to nurture little ghosts? Master, Sun Yu disregarded Su Feifei's skepticism, calling out, please, assist me. Assist you? Tian tilted his head, chuckling softly. Do you genuinely believe this person has come to aid you? Sun Yu paused, perplexed. What do you mean? The master has helped me with performances, fortunes, and strategies. How could he not be here to help me? Did I not mention that your little ghost is the offspring of this red-clad specter? So what? According to the laws of Earth, the birth of a malevolent spirit necessitates immense resentment. Your little ghost was quite literally extracted from this master's very being, and before her, its soul was forged. The intention, of course, was to acquire a red-clad ghost. I am convinced that this master has engaged in such practices more than once, as the odds of success are not guaranteed in a single attempt. What? Han Yu and the others gasped in horror. In a society governed by law, such actions were utterly appalling. Furthermore, Tian continued, these women are seed sown by this master himself. What? The gaze of Han Yu and the others towards the master was filled with contempt. So, does that mean this little ghost is actually his son? Han Yonglin inquired, astonished. Indeed, that is what I have just calculated, Tian replied with a smile. How could you smile at such a cruel and horrifying matter? Tian turned to the master and remarked, for some individuals, the distinction between being a father or not is of little significance. One's own interests or power are of utmost importance, wouldn't you agree? The master also smiled. I did not expect someone as young as you to possess such discernment. Sun Yu and Su Feifei scoffed. How can you even refer to such a person as a master? What manner of person he is has no bearing on me. All I need to know is that he can assist me, Sun Yu stated expressionlessly. Tian interjected. Initially, I was uncertain, but upon sensing the imminent appearance of the ghost, it became clear that you, Sun Yu, are merely a pawn in his game, with the ultimate goal of having the ghost eliminate my sister. Su Feifei gasped in surprise for my sake. Indeed, what Sun Yu spoke of regarding fortune is not without merit. To ascend as a paragon within an industry, one must possess not only skill, but also an element of serendipity. Among the entertainment industry's superstars, who bask in the adoration of countless fans, there exists a force akin to a fervent belief that bolsters their prominence. Su Feifei nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of the conversation. Furthermore, the realm of entertainment is likely the most accessible domain for him, where opportunities abound. The young friend certainly has some insights. The master retained his smile. There is much to be discerned. Tian, unreserved, remarked that if he was not mistaken, you specifically directed Sun Yu to choose Han's hospital because the ambient energy here is conducive for your malevolent spirit to act. The reason being, you do not have complete control over this spirit. It requires external assistance to be directed. The master's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, young friend, why not cultivate a benevolent connection? Alas, Tian shook his head. What a pity. No matter how far you may go, even resorting to inhumane acts, some matters ultimately hinge upon innate talent. Upon finishing his words, Tian abruptly gestured with his right hand. In a blaze of golden light, the malevolent spirit clad in red suddenly soared into the imperial banner of humanity. Chapter 62. Encountering me is your fate. The master's expression changed dramatically. How could such a formidable red-clad ghost vanish in an instant? He abruptly raised his gaze to the resplendent human emperor banner. Beneath the two characters, human emperor, a faint red silhouette flickered. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. This was no ordinary human emperor banner. It was unmistakably the 10,000 souls banner. The red ghost had clearly been captured within this banner, transformed into a soul. Yu. The master pointed at Tian, astonished and terrified, managing to utter only two words after a long pause. Tian smiled faintly and gestured with the banner, causing the infant ghost to soar over 20 meters before landing within the banner, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Beneath the red, ethereal figure on the banner, a fainter image of an infant began to materialize. In this realm of thin spiritual energy, why not directly consume the malevolent ghost and the infant ghost for refinement? Instead, they were drawn into the human emperor banner, which necessitates a discussion on the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is a unique substance within the universe. Different races and realms refer to it by various names, yet remains fundamentally the same. It does not necessarily exist within the air that sustains human life. Some areas may seem vacuous to ordinary individuals, yet still harbor spiritual energy, while others may appear vibrant and flourishing, but lack any trace of it. Cultivators or practitioners absorb spiritual energy to transform into usable energy for themselves. Through an indeterminate duration of evolution, several major systems have gradually formed. In the realm of Tian's cultivation, the stages are Qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Beginning with Qi training, one guides spiritual energy into the body, transforming it into true Qi, gradually opening the body's acupoints. This process compresses Qi into liquid, establishing the foundation for entering the foundation establishment stage. The true Qi liquid is then continuously condensed until it solidifies into a core, significantly increasing the speed of spiritual energy absorption and the energy transformed. The subsequent nascent soul stage effectively creates a new vessel for absorbing and transforming spiritual energy, allowing one to simultaneously absorb energy through a split form. This culminates in the creation of a comprehensive body capable of absorbing spiritual energy, enabling manipulation of the natural laws governing spiritual energy. Each thunder tribulation serves to forge a stronger body and refine a more potent soul. The purpose of a more robust body and soul is to facilitate swifter and greater absorption of spiritual energy for transformation into energy. In essence, the elevation of one's realm serves this singular purpose. To expedite the absorption of spiritual energy, cultivators have developed a myriad of methods, including various techniques, spirit-gathering formations, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Among these, the soul-type magical artifact stands as a remarkable innovation. Only after reaching the spirit transformation stage and converting the nascent soul into the primordial spirit can a practitioner possess an independent soul capable of absorbing spiritual energy. The emergence of soul-type magical artifacts fills the gap between the foundation establishment and nascent soul stages, where there is no additional soul available for spiritual energy absorption. In simple terms, this involves capturing and refining souls within artifacts, where, through a special formation, the soul constantly absorbs spiritual energy. This energy, when absorbed by the soul, becomes purer, not only enhancing the soul within the artifact, but also allowing for extraction and storage through the formation, or even being drawn out and infused into containers to create spirit stones. Large sects not only seize spiritual stone veins, but also possess numerous substantial soul-based artifacts within their forbidden areas, continuously producing spiritual stones. The soul banner is a classic creation among soul-based artifacts, easily refined by a single individual, boasting excellent efficacy, and allowing for the seamless replacement and upgrading of materials. As for utilizing the souls on the soul banner to assist in attacks, embedding formations that incessantly torment the souls on the banner, such practices are merely derivative uses of soul-based artifacts, trivial and hardly worth mentioning. A red-clad ghost may not absorb spiritual energy as swiftly as Tian, but when multiplied by 10, 100, or even 1,000, the outcome transforms dramatically, generating a steady stream of pure spiritual energy and becoming an immensely powerful treasure for both offense and defense. After all, it has often been said that development should be comprehensive, coordinated, and sustainable. Who are you, really? The master pondered for a long time before finally managing to utter a single phrase. And you? What shall I call you? Tian inquired with a smile. The master fell silent for a moment before responding, I am the Taoist Xuanji. Tian nodded appreciatively. A fine name, but your skills seem lacking. I presume your ability to refine red-clad ghosts is perhaps a mere stroke of fortune due to recent changes in the world. Xuanji lowered his gaze slightly. Had it not been for these changes, I would have thought such things mere legends. To conjure such ruthless manifestations from mere imagination is indeed a remarkable feat. If given the opportunity, perhaps one could achieve great things. Yet alas, fortune has not favored me. Xuanji smiled wryly at this remark. If my fortune were better, I wouldn't have sought to seize others' luck right after my success and refinement. Tian replied, Do you truly believe that you could seize someone's fortune with that ghost? Xuanji was taken aback, looking at Tian in confusion. Is that not possible? Tian chuckled. Fortune is ethereal and elusive. To claim another's luck with your abilities, you must first possess the correct methods, adequate materials, and invest years in careful preparation, all while subtly evading the scrutiny of fate for even a faint chance of success. To think you could so easily seize luck for yourself is a mere dream. Xuanji stood utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that despite his elaborate schemes to befriend Sun Yu and, through her, to recruit Su Feifei, he would still be unable to claim fortune. Even without Tian's intervention, it would have been wiser to pursue resources with the ghost, allowing himself a more carefree existence. Moreover, had he not sought to seize Su Feifei's fortune, he might never have encountered this individual before him. Is it possible that every action and event is preordained? Enough. This matter is settled. As for you, Tian turned to Han Yu. How shall we proceed? All according to Master Chi's instructions. Han Yu replied respectfully. Tian nodded and addressed Xuanji. Everyone has their fate. Those who encountered you did so by destiny, and it is not my concern. Upon hearing this, Su Feifei and the others were astonished, realizing from Tian's words that Xuanji must have harmed many lives. Should he not be dealt with? Xuanji, however, felt a flicker of hope as he looked at Tian. Yet, Tian continued, today, meeting me is also your destiny. Xuanji opened his mouth to speak, but Tian had already pointed a finger. With a swift motion, a sound echoed as Xuanji felt it jolt in his chest. His entire being became powerless, and he collapsed to the ground. Tian retracted his finger and declared, your cultivation is wasted. Huagua is a society governed by the rule of law. The rest shall be entrusted to General Han. Yes, Master Qi, I will notify the police department immediately, Han Yu replied. Tian waved the emperor's banner in his hand, and streams of golden light cascaded down once more, while the banner rapidly shrank, ultimately reducing to the size of a grain of rice, which he then swallowed. With the two specters vanquished, the lingering malevolence in the back garden dissipated, and coupled with the brilliance of the golden light, everyone felt a warm sensation enveloping them. The gaze of the crowd toward Tian was now filled with awe. The events they had just witnessed were truly eye-opening. Yu Lili recalled Tian's words in Sun Yu's hospital room, where he likened himself to a legendary deity. At the time, she thought it was mere boastfulness, but now it seemed far from that. A magical artifact capable of altering size at will, effortlessly dispatching two specters, wounding another malevolent practitioner from afar with a mere finger, and possessing extraordinary deductive abilities. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to a celestial being. How's my brother? Su Feifei nudged Yu Lili with her shoulder and whispered with a mischievous raise of her eyebrows. Yu Lili's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly glanced around. You should be considering what to do about Sun Yu instead. Chapter 63. Brother Tian's curse may be used against me upon hearing this. Su Feifei furrowed her brow and cast an accusatory glance at Sun Yu. To be candid, when she first learned of the situation, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear Sun Yu apart. However, having regained her composure, she realized that aside from leveraging her resources to impose a soft suppression on Sun Yu, she truly had no other recourse. Firstly, murder was out of the question, as that would land her in criminal trouble. Secondly, reporting the matter to the police would yield no viable charges. Would she call the authorities to claim that Sun Yu was harboring a malevolent spirit? Such a clause did not exist within the criminal code. Tian approached, glancing at Su Feifei. She has already received her punishment. That little spirit was nourished by her essence. Although the duration was brief, the backlash from such nurturing is considerable. Backlash? Yu Lili inquired. Indeed, the purpose of nurturing with one's essence is to establish a closer bond with the spirit. Once that connection is severed, the negative energy will rebound upon her. Tian gestured towards Sun Yu. You see, she's about to spit blood. Just as Tian finished speaking, Sun Yu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering back several steps. Yu Lili cast suspicious glances between Tian and Sun Yu, recalling the scene where the mysterious force was vanquished by a mere gesture, leading her to question whether this incident was truly a backlash or a direct consequence of Tian's intervention. Everyone, allow us to take care of this, Sun Yu. A clear female voice suddenly rang out. 3 individuals clad in matching uniforms stepped out from the shadows, swiftly approaching Tian and the others. And you are? Han Yu, the local authority inquired. Huang Yubao flashed a badge. We are from a National Special Affairs Bureau, specifically tasked with addressing such cases. Han Yu's spirits lifted instantly, as he had been at a loss regarding how to handle Sun Yu. Please proceed. Already weakened by the backlash, Sun Yu felt her strength falter upon hearing that she was to be taken away by this so-called Special Bureau, and she slumped to the ground. Mr. Qi, is it? Yin Yusha directed her gaze towards Tian. Tian nodded in affirmation. And Miss Su Feifei, Yin Yusha continued, turning to Su Feifei. Shall we have a conversation? What do you intend to do? Yu Lily exclaimed, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of Tian and Su Feifei, resembling a hen shielding her chicks. You must consider the societal implications. Feifei is a frontline star. Indeed, Han Yonglin chimed in, stepping forward. I will not permit the goddess Feifei to be taken from my family's territory. Yin Yuxia smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, we merely wish to have a discussion. There is no question of taking anyone away. In the future, we may require Mr. Chi's assistance. Yu Lily glanced back at Tian before turning back. Then I shall accompany you. That is perfectly fine. Lead the way, Tian suddenly stated. Yin Yuxia nodded slightly and turned to depart. Tian, Su Feifei, and Yu Lily followed closely behind, while Li Qingxue hoisted Sun Yu up and walked alongside Huang Yuba at the rear. To the unseeing Su Siwen and Su Qingning, it appeared as though Tian and his companions were being taken away. What should we do? Brother Tian seems to be in trouble and is being taken away. Which department is this? I've never seen such uniforms, Su Siwen remarked habitually. Su Qingding skulk. Good riddance. Originally, the father intended to expel this wretched offspring, and now that he has been captured, it could not be more fortuitous. Ideally, he would be incarcerated. In the past, I thought that although he was subservient and engaged in petty misdeeds, he was not excessively so. Little did I realize how deeply he concealed his true nature and how adept he was at employing sorcery. I cannot help but wonder if he has cast some curse upon our family. Surely not, for Brother Tian does not strike me as that sort of person. At worst, he harbors resentment towards me for occupying his life. If I were to depart from the Su family and return my parents and sisters to Brother Tian, then even if he were to employ some curse, it would only affect me and not implicate others. Su Siwen's voice grew ever fainter, his eyes reddening, and the tremor of suppressed sobs became more pronounced, threatening to spill over into tears. It seemed as though a spell had already been cast upon him. Wenwen, my dear brother, Su Qingning lamented, embracing Su Siwen tightly, you are simply too kind-hearted. Do not speak such nonsense. You are my only brother. You cannot leave the Su family. If anyone should depart, it should be that wretched offspring. Su Siwen sniffled a couple of times, nuzzling against Su Qingning's embrace, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The allure of a pristine beauty is indeed more exhilarating when one seeks to mold her. Tian and his companions followed Yin Yuxia out of Han's hospital, splitting into two vehicles. Shortly after they set off, Tian's phone began to incessantly beep. The messages were from Han Songhe, inquiring about their well-being, their whereabouts, and whether assistance was needed. Tian merely replied that all was well. As they traversed the city, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. However, the Magic City, as one of the most vibrant cities in Huagua, was just awakening to its nightlife. Tian gazed out the car window at the pedestrians bustling along the streets. The lifespan of an ordinary person rarely exceeds a century. They exist without knowledge of the reasons for their birth or the timing of their demise, merely hoping to make the most of their time alive. Truth be told, even among cultivators, how many truly know when their end will come? Perhaps one day, in the throes of cultivation, they might succumb to their own power and perish unexpectedly. At times, one cannot help but ponder the very meaning of existence. Ascending to immortality? After 5 centuries in the realm of cultivation, I have yet to hear of anyone who has successfully navigated the 9-fold thunder tribulation to achieve the great ascension and soar to the heavens. Whether on earth or in the realm of cultivation, the notion of ascension remains an elusive fantasy. Perhaps in this lifetime, I shall deepen my foundation, thereby increasing my chances for a greater opportunity in the future. After a journey of over 2 hours, both vehicles came to a halt before a 5-story building on the outskirts of the city. The individuals disembarked in sequence, and Tian looked up at the structure before him. Neither particularly old nor new, its architectural style was exceedingly commonplace, rendering it inconspicuous among the myriad of buildings. Mr. Chi, ladies, this way, please. Yin Yuxia stepped forward, gesturing for them to follow. Tian nodded and proceeded to walk behind her. The individuals he had encountered in recent days were remarkably different from those portrayed in the novels and dramas he had previously consumed. At his age, Characters in those stories often faced ridicule and disdain upon meeting others. Yet those he met, such as Xiao Tianlong and Han Yu, did not treat him in such a manner. Regarding the three individuals from the Special Affairs Bureau, although they concealed themselves in the shadows of the hospital to observe his remarkable abilities for quite some time as members of a national special department, they often held an air of superiority in literary works. Yet in this instance, they exhibited an unexpected humility. Entering through the left door of the building, they arrived at the elevator lobby. Huang Yuba extracted a card and swiped it against the elevator sensor before pressing the button for the B2 level. The elevator began to ascend slowly. Su Feifei suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Having followed the personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau directly, she wondered what might happen if they harbored any ill intentions. Would they not be ensnared altogether? Had she known, she would have advised Yu Lily to leave, perhaps employing public opinion as leverage to deter the Special Affairs Bureau from taking action against them. Fear not, since they are indeed the National Special Affairs Bureau. They need not conceal their intentions, Qi Tian suddenly remarked. Su Feifei was taken aback, realizing that Qi Tian was addressing her. That is true, Huang Yuba replied with a smile. Director Yin merely seeks to discuss a matter with Mr. Qi and Miss Su. I expected you to be a cold and arrogant figure. Yet you seem quite courteous, Qi Tian retorted. Indeed, I had anticipated a more frosty and domineering demeanor, Yu Lily added. Chapter 64. Can I foresee the future? Do you believe it? Throughout the journey, silence enveloped the group, casting a heavy atmosphere, with Yu Lily remaining particularly reticent. At that moment, upon hearing Qi Tian speak, she could no longer contain herself. Just then, the elevator halted, and its doors slowly parted. The scene before her rendered Yu Lily momentarily speechless. It resembled a base often depicted in science fiction films, with ceilings soaring to over 10 meters and an expansive area that, upon her initial glance, seemed to rival the size of a football field. Men and women clad in uniforms bustled about, manipulating various instruments she had never encountered before. Director Yin shouted 4 individuals in camouflage uniforms at the elevator entrance. Yin Yuxia nodded slightly, guiding Qi Tian and the others forward. Upon seeing Yin Yuxia, the men and women they passed halted to bow in respect, addressing her as Director Yin, before hastily resuming their tasks. Most of those operating the instruments barely lifted their heads. They traversed the hall and turned toward a door on the right. With a soft beep, the door automatically slid open, evidently a scanning-type automatic door. Inside lay an office, simply adorned with a desk, a chair, 2 sets of 3-person sofas, 2 single sofas, and 3 file cabinets, with a coat rack standing at the entrance. This is our Special Affairs Bureau office in the Magic City. Mr. Qi, Miss Su, miss you. Please come in and take a seat, Yin Yuxia announced as she entered first. The office was spacious, accommodating the 6 of them without feeling cramped. Huang Yuba busied himself with preparing tea, while the other 5 settled into their seats on either side. Let us formally introduce ourselves. Once the tea is served, Yin Yuxia began. I am Yin Yuxia, Deputy Director of the National Special Affairs Bureau. This is Li Qingxue, and this is Huang Yuba. Didn't we cover this last time? Qi Tian interjected. Yin Yuxia replied. During our previous encounter, it was rather rushed, and I may have been somewhat abrupt. Mr. Qi likely remains unaware of the responsibilities and jurisdiction of our bureau. Taking the name at face value, the Special Affairs Bureau is meant to handle special matters. Qi Tian remarked. Well, that is indeed correct. We primarily manage incidents related to paranormal phenomena, she clarified. Thus, does Director Yin's invitation imply? Qi Tian inquired. Yin Yuxia smiled. It is not an invitation, but a request. Mr. Qi, your remarkable display today left us 3 in profound admiration. Is Director Yin always this articulate? Qi Tian teased. Yin Yuxia paused. What do you mean? It sounds rehearsed, quite formulaic, he responded playfully. Ah, with time, one does grow accustomed to it, she admitted with a chuckle. Ha ha, I understand, she replied, lifting her teacup for a delicate sip. This Qi Tian, whether due to youthful exuberance or a sense of superiority, spoke with a remarkable lack of decorum. Since her rebirth, she had first gained fame in the capital, then accurately located Zhang Chengmin, the official responsible for bizarre incidents in her previous life, convincing him of her extraordinary ability to predict current events with uncanny precision. The skepticism she expressed was understandable, as such incredible events are indeed difficult to believe. Moreover, in the event of an apocalypse, it would be implausible for the truth to be communicated nationwide, as the ensuing panic would likely rival the chaos of the end times itself. However, with China's extensive history spanning thousands of years, marked by wars and suffering, instances of cannibalism are not uncommon, rendering the apocalypse no worse than historical calamities. Various methods of coping could certainly be drawn from history, one of which is the timeless adage of stockpiling grain. In times of crisis, survival is paramount, and the prerequisites for survival are food and water. Acting on her recommendation, a substantial amount of essential supplies was secretly stored in several cities that had recently shown signs of unusual occurrences. Furthermore, the establishment of the Special Affairs Bureau was a proactive measure against the impending anomalies. After more than half a year, it can be stated that the authority of the Bureau now surpasses that of any other department. Whenever a situation involves the Bureau, other departments tend to withdraw. With the expansion of power, even high-ranking officials instinctively feel diminished in the presence of Bureau agents, let alone her, the influential deputy director. Apart from the highest echelons of the nation, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yin Yuxia set down her teacup and slightly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over Tian and Su Feifei. This evening marked the most astonishing moment since her rebirth, as the course of events she had anticipated based on her memories had suddenly altered. In her previous life, Su Feifei awakened her divine powers only as the apocalypse drew near, yet now she had awakened much earlier, retaining her thunderous divine abilities. However, what astonished her even more was Tian. The effortless suppression of the malevolent spirit in red and the swift defeat of the infant ghost, coupled with the ability to annihilate their long-sought adversary with a mere gesture, was a feat no one had achieved even 2 to 3 years after the onset of the anomalies in her past life. Perhaps Su Feifei possessed similar strength in her previous incarnation, but her thunder could only obliterate rather than exhibit such versatility. Moreover, the artifact, known as the Sovereign Banner, capable of changing size, was something she had never heard anyone utilize. Could it be that her rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, leading to Tian's extraordinary encounters that bestowed him with formidable powers ahead of time? With this thought, Yin Yuxiao felt a surge of joy. If the individual from her past life was indeed Su Feifei's brother, Tian, then with his abilities having developed so rapidly in this life, might it be possible to save not only China, but humanity itself? Subsequently, Yin Yuxiao stated, "What I am about to disclose may seem incredible, but it is crucial that you listen carefully, as this is one of our nation's most guarded secrets." Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. A state secret? What merit do I, merely an agent in the entertainment industry, possess? She exclaimed. Wait, I must cover my ears. Please, Director Yin, do not share this with me. I do not wish to know anything. I have not remembered a single detail of tonight's events. Please send someone to escort me away. Ideally, bring me something that can erase my memory in an instant. Yin Yuxiao smiled and replied, "Given your relationship with Miss Su, it seems you cannot remain uninvolved." Su Feifei furrowed her brow slightly. Director Yin, I certainly support the nation's endeavors wholeheartedly, but as an artist, is it truly appropriate for us to be privy to state secrets? Before tonight, you were merely an artist, but after tonight, you shall transcend that identity. Did you not realize your unique abilities when you pointed at that young boy in the hospital? Su Feifei paused, raising her hand to take a glance. Are you suggesting supernatural powers? To be precise, it is divine strength. Before long, the entire world shall descend into an eerie apocalypse, where malevolent spirits roam freely and human lives are as expendable as grass. What? What? Both Su Feifei and Lily exclaimed in shock. The existence of malevolent spirits is secondary. We shall confront them directly. However, what is truly terrifying are the bizarre rules that govern this realm. They are peculiar and multifaceted, and a moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Soon, Only a fraction of humanity on Earth will remain. Yin Yuxia continued, how do you know this? Would you believe me if I said I possess the ability to foresee the future? Chapter 65, Apocalypse? I perceive it as a flourishing age. Foreseeing the future? This time, not only Su Feifei and Yu Lili, but even Tian gazed at Yin Yuxia with a hint of astonishment. The past cannot be altered, and the future remains unpredictable. Even though Tian had cultivated to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, he dared not claim the ability to accurately foresee future events. The intertwining of time and space is exceedingly profound. He still does not comprehend why, upon his demise on Earth, his soul transitioned to the realm of cultivation, nor why, after 500 years in that realm, having evidently failed the tribulation, his soul returned to the very moment of his death on Earth 5 centuries prior. Perhaps only by becoming a legendary immortal could one attain the wisdom to comprehend the past and master the future. Now, Yin Yuxia boldly asserts her ability to foresee the future. Tian hesitated, pondering her implication. Are you suggesting that the so-called apocalypse and its peculiarities are what you have foreseen? Indeed, there are less than 3 months remaining, Yin Yuxia replied. 3 months? Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, to be precise, only 78 days remain. On the very first day of this year's college entrance examination, the bizarre apocalypse will fully descend. At that time, individuals aged 18 to 65, regardless of gender or health, will be randomly transported to a strange realm, where they must complete various tasks in order to return to reality. Complete tasks? Su Feifei inquired, puzzled. Yes, those tasks are exceedingly diverse. Some demand intelligence, others require courage. Some necessitate endurance, and others rely solely on luck. Yet, how many individuals excel in all aspects? Of the first group to enter, fewer than 30% will survive. Su Feifei gasped. So many will perish. Yu Lili's expression also shifted dramatically. Yin Yuxia sighed, stating, if it were merely a selection of individuals to undertake tasks in the strange realm, it would not be deemed an apocalypse. Concurrently, some relatively weaker spirits will manifest in our reality, indiscriminately attacking any humans they encounter. This will be the true calamity for contemporary society. Are they not comparatively weaker spirits? How could they be a disaster? Yu Lili questioned, bewildered. Their weakness is only relative to the anomalies of the strange realm. However, ordinary people stand no chance against them. Furthermore, while tasks in the strange realm initially adhere to certain rules, the spirits in our reality are wholly unbound by any regulations, killing at their whim, unless they are anomalies of a more rule-based nature, which are even more terrifying and difficult to eradicate. Su Feifei and Yu Lili exchanged glances, their understanding still elusive. What happens if one completes a task in the strange realm? Tian suddenly asked. Yin Yuxia, realizing the inquiry had finally reached its crux, promptly responded, you shall receive rewards. The rewards come in many forms, such as longevity, items, abilities, and techniques. This is crucial for humanity's rapid enhancement to combat these anomalies. Yu Lili's eyes lit up. Does that mean if I complete a task and receive a reward, I could potentially become superhuman? In theory, that is indeed possible. Yin Yuxia affirmed with a nod. Su Feifei and Yu Lili shared another glance, this time revealing a glimmer of excitement. Although they were somewhat skeptical of Yin Yuxia's words, the prospect of encountering the unfamiliar filled them with a sense of delight and curiosity. Tian, however, was profoundly shaken. He had come to the firm conclusion that Yin Yuxia was indeed speaking the truth, not only due to her unwavering confidence, but also because of his own perceptions regarding the realms and spiritual energy. Yet, he acknowledged that he had underestimated the significance of this dimensional overlap. Initially, he had assumed it to be merely the scheme of an ambitious individual from a realm steeped in malevolence, intent on enlarging their own power by seizing control of the Earth dimension, estimating this individual to be at least at the nascent soul stage. However, the ability to randomly transport billions of inhabitants of Earth to another world, organize them into tasks, establish rules, and subsequently return them upon task completion was a feat far beyond the capabilities of a mere nascent soul cultivator. Even he who once stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, could not achieve such a remarkable feat at his zenith. The term immortal resurfaced in his mind. Perhaps only an immortal could possess such extraordinary power. If that were indeed the case, then the reasons and outcomes surrounding this dimensional overlap were beyond his comprehension, possibly entailing secrets inaccessible to ordinary mortals, or perhaps merely the result of an immortal's whimsical game. Who could say? Upon contemplating this, Tian suddenly felt a sense of relief. If it were not another realm that held dominion, then even if they were still adversaries, they were not as fearsome. According to Inusha, there were rules governing the tasks, indicating that the one orchestrating this affair might even exhibit some favoritism towards humanity. The universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The mere existence of rules that constrain the opposing party could be seen as a form of partiality. Moreover, if the orchestrator were a powerful cultivator from another realm, he would be preoccupied with finding ways to rapidly enhance his own strength to contend with them, seizing the opportunity to gain dominance as the realms continued to overlap. However, if the orchestrator were an entity beyond their reach, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Living each day to the fullest would suffice. Much like when one faces an enemy, even a formidable one would exhaust every effort to engage in battle, yet when confronted with an unstoppable force, one might simply accept the situation with equanimity. Mr. Qi, what are your thoughts? In Yuxia inquired, noticing Qi Tian's prolonged silence. I was contemplating, Qi Tian replied with a smile, that the anomalies seem rather accommodating. Huh? In Yuxia and the others were momentarily taken aback. Su Fei and Yu Lily were also stunned. They even assign us tasks, grant us rewards, and the entities sent from the Earth realm to engage with us are relatively weak. This situation is reminiscent of the antagonistic forces in the novels I've been reading these past few days, where they assess the protagonist's level and offer rewards, sending slightly stronger adversaries to challenge them, ultimately benefiting the protagonist and enabling their growth. The four individuals, aside from Yin Yuxia, furrowed their brows in deep thought upon hearing this. It seemed to make a certain degree of sense. Having endured the horrors of an anomalous apocalypse, Yin Yuxia felt a pang of unease in her heart. Was this a case of underestimating the threat before even encountering it? After all, who wouldn't be brimming with confidence when endowed with such formidable power at a young age? Perhaps she had failed to adequately convey the true terror of the anomalies. Moreover, Qi Tian remarked that he had observed many individuals engaging in discussions regarding the postponement of retirement age. Some expressed their approval, while others voiced dissent. However, with the impending arrival of the anomalous event, the matter would soon be resolved, rendering any debates about the retirement age moot, as it would be predetermined at 65. In Yuxia's mind nearly succumbed to a state of overload. Is this truly a matter concerning retirement age? Additionally, Qi Tian continued, many lament the inequities in societal distribution, bemoaning the closure of avenues for advancement, and lamenting their unrecognized talents. Yet, with the arrival of the anomaly, this too shall be rectified. Past wealth and power will lose all significance, and a complete reset will occur. Those with capability will thrive, while those lacking it will perish, thereby achieving a genuine system of labor distribution where effort equates to reward. In Yuxia and her companions gradually wore expressions of stupor. Yet, it seemed they could not refute his assertions. In an era where societal contradictions are entirely resolved, how could this be considered an apocalyptic time? To me, it appears to be a golden age. Chapter 66. You are truly brave. Su Siwen and Su Qingning were seated on a bench in the hospital garden. After Qi Tian and the others departed, they continued to wander through the hospital for several hours, inquiring with dozens of individuals. Yet the only news they received was that Liu Beichun had been the sole individual involved in the recent disturbances. Wenwen, are you concealing something from me? Su Qingning suddenly asked. Su Siwen was taken aback and quickly replied, No, third sister. I merely wish to assist that person. Turning slightly, Su Qingning fixed her gaze upon Su Siwen and queried, You would rather risk your own health and come to the bustling metropolis, wandering the hospital for 7 or 8 hours, simply to find someone whose name you do not even know? Third sister, Su Siwen lowered his gaze slightly. If I had not overheard it, I would have let it be. But upon hearing it, I reflected upon myself. Yourself? Yes. I was abandoned by my biological parents. But fortunately, my mother found me. Sometimes, I ponder what my life would be like had I not been so fortunate. Had I ended up in an orphanage or been taken in by an undesirable family. Therefore, when I have the opportunity to help others, I strive to do so as a way to bring blessings to the Su family and to give back to society for my own good fortune. Su Siwen's voice gradually grew softer, and his eyes appropriately glistened with unshed tears. His intention was to express his kindness and empathy while also lauding the Su family, and to convey to Su Qingming that his efforts to find the person in need were, in fact, considerate of the Su family's welfare. However, Su Qingming interpreted his words differently. Su Siwen and Tian, one abandoned and the other snatched from his mother by human traffickers. Su Siwen, fortunate to be adopted by the Su family, while Su Tianxi had ended up in an orphanage. Both had been separated from their biological parents. Yet their life circumstances were drastically different. Su Siwen had grown up in luxury, basking in the limitless affection of a loving family, receiving the finest in food, clothing, education, and resources. It was only natural for a child raised in such an environment to be well-educated and accomplished. Yet, these privileges should have belonged to Su Tianxi, had that trafficker not taken him away from his mother. She had never contemplated such matters before. But why were they surfacing today? Noticing Su Qingming's prolonged silence, Su Siwen felt he had persuaded her. He lifted his gaze to the night sky and rose, saying, "Third sister, it is indeed getting late. Let us return to the hotel to rest. You need not accompany me tomorrow. I will find my way there myself." "Very well, let us return," Su Qingming replied, suddenly feeling a wave of disinterest as she stood and stepped forward. Su Siwen, perceptive as ever, sensed a shift in her demeanor. He glanced at her retreating figure and silently followed. There was no need to rush. The four Su sisters constituted his foundation, one he had cultivated for a long time. It was essential to maintain this foundation before expanding outward. Although he had not encountered Feng Wanli today, it was possible that Feng Wanli had not yet arrived at Han's hospital. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the exact timing. Did he need to linger at Han's hospital until he finally encountered Feng Wanli? Or should he seek out Wolf King Luo Yu first? In the absence of the formidable winds of divine power, the speed of the Wolf King was quite comparable, bolstered by the advantages of transformation that enhanced various aspects of his physical prowess. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the exact location of the Wolf King prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Upon exiting the Special Affairs Bureau's office in the magical metropolis, the trio, led by Tian, returned to the residence of Su Feifei, where she temporarily resided in the bustling city as a top-tier celebrity in Huagua. It was perfectly ordinary for someone of her stature to have such accommodations, which were merely rented, not purchased. Once inside, after closing the door, Lily pressed against it, peering through the peephole for a while. Seeing no sign of movement outside, she turned around and remarked, "Brother, you were truly brave just now." "What is the matter?" Tian asked, settling onto the sofa with a smile. "In front of the national authorities, don't you fear the repercussions of suggesting a complete overhaul? As if we were in a prosperous era rather than an apocalypse?" "Not at all," she replied. If she truly intended to cause us trouble, she would not have adopted such a demeanor tonight. Su Feifei retrieved 3 cans of cola from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. "Xiao Dian, could you open these?" "Open them? What do you mean?" Tian replied, puzzled. "The pull tabs on the cans," Lily interjected. "Our manicured nails make it difficult." As Tian picked up the can, he noticed the long and exquisite nails of both Su Feifei and Lily, making it indeed challenging for them to open the tabs. He sequentially opened all 3 cans, teasingly inquiring, "Knowing your nails are inconvenient, why not opt for bottled drinks?" "We can't twist the caps off those either," Lily blinked innocently. Tian, speechless, took a sip of the cola. The chilled beverage was exceptionally refreshing. It must be said that while individual strength in the cultivation realm was formidable, when it came to indulgence, those struggling at the lower rungs of cultivation, alongside scattered practitioners, often found themselves at a disadvantage compared to ordinary individuals on Earth. Setting aside other factors, The absence of modern technological enhancements meant fewer additives. And without the myriad of extraordinary additives, such delightful flavors would not exist. Speaking of cola, Tian had rarely encountered anything more delectable before advancing to the golden core stage in the cultivation world. High-end elixirs, such as celestial nectar, were certainly not within the financial reach of minor cultivators. Lily took a sip of her cola and chuckled. Brother, you don't quite understand, do you? When there are no men around, I could easily crush someone's skull. But with you here, I transform into a delicate young lady. I see. That is what you call tea, right? I've seen it in dramas, especially when my sister debuted as the second female lead. Her performance was utterly natural, Tian remarked. Su Feifei shot him a fierce glance. Are you looking for trouble? Oh, you know about tea too? Lily laughed. But this isn't tea, just tea. It's a matter of romantic interest between men and women. Acting this way around a man is what truly constitutes tea. Tian chuckled. So is that just now an expression of romantic interest or tea? Lily paused, then, with a mix of annoyance and amusement, replied, Clever boy. You're quick on the uptake. However, Lily should not need such tactics. Why is that? With Lily's beauty and figure, she shouldn't need to rely on charm. Many men would be eager to pursue her regardless. Indeed, Lily tossed her hair back. Natural beauty is an undeniable advantage. A woman who has never been in a relationship, flaunting her attitude, elicited a dismissive roll of the eyes from Su Feifei. As if you have ever been in a relationship, retorted Lily defiantly. I have even portrayed a marriage in my roles more than once. At least I have experienced it vicariously. You haven't even filmed a kissing scene. Lily shot back with an eye roll. The drama I'm currently involved in includes a kissing scene, and my co-star is none other than the rising star, Linjiang. What do you think? Lily gasped in surprise, her eyes widening. Su Feifei, have you lost your senses? You accepted a role without my consent? Who do you think Linjiang is? That you dare to take on a scene opposite him? Tian interjected, frowning. Sisterly, is Linjiang's character truly questionable? The issue of character is secondary. After all these years in the industry, Feifei and I have earned our stripes. He wouldn't dare to mistreat her. The real problem lies with his rabid fans. It seems as though they are compelled to pounce on anyone who crosses their path. Enough, Su Feifei replied. I merely found the script appealing, though it seems rather futile now, considering the impending apocalypse in 2 months. Chapter 67. Who among us crafts techniques using word? The apocalypse? As the topic returned to the apocalypse, a profound silence enveloped the three of them. After a brief moment, Lily hesitantly inquired, Feifei, do you truly believe what Yingyuxia said? I have no choice but to believe, Su Feifei replied, spreading her hands with palms facing upwards. Her fingers curled slightly, and suddenly, a delicate blue arc of electricity flickered into existence in her palm. Heavens! Lily exclaimed, you truly possess superpowers. Tian was equally astonished. Logically, one would require a period of acclimatization after suddenly acquiring such abilities before being able to wield them as adeptly as Su Feifei did. It was akin to an inexperienced cultivator who, upon first advancing to the foundation establishment stage, must spend time solidifying their realm and familiarizing themselves with their newfound strength. Yet, despite having had no time to practice after her initial demonstration in the hospital, Su Feifei now exhibited such ease. Could it be? He fixated on the arc of electricity in Su Feifei's palm, his mind racing. Could it be that Su Feifei is an extraordinary genius? With his current cultivation, to ascertain another's innate talent, one would typically employ a spirit testing stone or personally assess their bones. The spirit testing stone was certainly absent, and as Su Feifei was his own sister, direct assessment was out of the question. Su Feifei clenched her fist, causing the arc to vanish, and slowly remarked, with superpowers now bestowed upon me, as Ian stated, it should be referred to as divine strength. Hence, her talk of the apocalypse may well be grounded in truth. Not necessarily, Lily countered, perhaps she was merely trying to frighten us. Possessing superpowers could also be akin to something from the Avengers. After all, did not the Avengers depict apocalyptic scenarios, such as alien invasions, and that figure with the snapping fingers? Su Feifei retracted her hand, adding, moreover, there must be others who have acquired such extraordinary powers. As these individuals multiply, even if Yin's bizarre apocalypse does not materialize, the world is likely to resemble an apocalypse nonetheless. Eulili pondered this, regarding Su Feifei with newfound astonishment. Feifei, you are quite insightful. Su Feifei chuckled. Having acted in numerous roles, including those depicting apocalyptic superpowers, I have not only seen pigs run, but witnessed the world in its various forms. Yin also mentioned that in the bizarre apocalypse, all conventional firearms would prove ineffective against the strange. At that point, humanity would lose its greatest reliance. Truly, though conventional weapons may be ineffective against the strange, they can still easily take lives. Tian suddenly interjected. Su Feifei and Eulili both froze in surprise. Take lives? Indeed, many apocalyptic narratives have described that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not the external foes, but humanity itself. It is getting late. Let's rest, Tian declared. Whether the apocalypse comes or not, we shall meet any challenge head-on. He rose to his feet. Rest. In any case, I have lived well these past 20 years. Even if the apocalypse were to arrive, I would not regret it. And I need not witness the decay of my own appearance, Eulili yawned. Xiao Tian, you should sleep in the guest room, Su Feifei suggested. All right, Tian replied, making his way into the bedroom. The two ladies, naturally, required some time to freshen up before retiring, making his presence in the living room somewhat awkward. The following day, Su Feifei and Eulili did not awaken until midday. They adhere to a punctual work schedule, and during their free time, they indulge in leisurely slumber until they awaken naturally. Su Feifei nestled in her blankets, extending her hand to retrieve her phone from the nightstand. This appears to be a common habit among contemporary individuals. Upon waking, the first action often involves glancing at one's phone. The screen displayed several messages. Upon opening them, she discovered they were all from Tian. The first message conveyed that Tian had returned to Linjiang and would reach out if necessary. He then mentioned that he had gifted her a cultivation technique, one that would not only enable her to wield her awakened lightning powers more effectively, but also continuously enhance her divine strength. Finally, he attached a Word document titled 9 Heavens Thunder Control Technique. A faint smile graced Su Feifei's lips. It seemed that Tian was rather ruthless towards the other members of the Su family, likely a consequence of their excessive actions. In truth, Tian possessed a kind and gentle heart. If treated sincerely, he reciprocated with genuine kindness. In contrast, Su Siwen had been lavished with affection and care by the family over the years, yet he had not contributed anything tangible to the family, merely engaging in empty words. Su Feifei, during her childhood, often faced scolding from her parents due to her poor academic performance, leaving her with little standing in the household. As she grew more beautiful, she attracted numerous suitors, which in turn drew further reproach from her parents. Although Su Siwen referred to her affectionately as fourth sister, she could sense a distinct difference in his treatment of her compared to the other girls in the Su family. Perhaps her lack of favor in the Su household created this disparity in Su Siwen's perception. Once she gained fame in the entertainment industry and began to amass wealth, she frequently showered her family with gifts, prompting a sudden shift in Su Siwen's demeanor. However, this transformation was merely superficial, despite her generous offerings. She had yet to receive even a single token of appreciation in return. While her academic achievements were lacking, her ability to perceive others' attitudes was exceptionally keen, particularly towards men. This could be attributed to her experiences growing up in the Su family as shadows and later encountering various ill-intentioned men. In relationships, reciprocity is essential. While it may not be necessary to be overly deliberate among family members, prolonged one-sided affection inevitably stirs certain sentiments, especially since Su Siwen was an adopted son. Hey, Feifei, Eulili remarked, also gazing at her phone. What is this your brother sent? Su Feifei leaned over to glance at Eulili's screen. She noticed that Tian had sent several messages to Eulili as well, including a Word document titled Great Evolution Technique. It seems to be a cultivation manual. Su Feifei noted. Cultivation technique, manual? Eulili exclaimed, bewildered. Whose benevolent cultivation technique is written in a Word document? Shouldn't it be an aged parchment book? It's keeping up with the times, Su Feifei replied. All right then, Lily shrugged. Let us see what this technique entails. She opened the document to find the first line stating, "Find a secluded place free from disturbances, preferably a secret chamber, and prepare to focus your mind." Is this really a manual? Lily scoffed in disbelief. Su Feifei was taken aback. Why wouldn't it be? Shouldn't secrets be enigmatic and incomprehensible to the average person? Concepts like cultivating energy in the Dantian and manipulating various acupoints seem obscure. Is it possible that Tian deliberately used plain language to ensure our understanding? If he had written about specific acupoints and meridians, would you be able to locate each one? Lily exclaimed, "It sounds plausible. Let's hasten our practice so we can conquer when the apocalypse arrives. First, let's freshen up, Miss Yu," Su Feifei suggested. The two rose to wash up and prepare for their training, while at that moment, Tian had already arrived at the estate of Tianlong in Linjiang. Accompanied by Xie into the living room, he noticed that aside from Tianlong, there were 3 impeccably dressed elite individuals present, 2 men and 1 woman. "Mr. Qi," Tianlong greeted as he stood. "These 3 are the lawyers witnessing Old Master Su's will." Chapter 68. The will of Old Master Su. The 3 attorneys simultaneously rose, offering a slight bow to Tian. Tian acknowledged them with a nod before settling onto the sofa. "Mr. Qi," the attorney in the center began, "I have heard from Lord Long that you are the biological grandson of the late Mr. Su Zhe and the son of Su Donghai." Tian furrowed his brow and retorted, "If the Old Master has summoned you to notarize the will, I presume you are reputable lawyers in Linjiang. How can your manner of speaking be so lacking in professionalism? Shouldn't you have verified this information yourself?" The 3 lawyers exchanged startled glances, momentarily at a loss. It was the central attorney who spoke again. "You are correct, young Master Qi. Moreover," Tian continued, "as witnesses, shouldn't you have come to me in a timely fashion to announce the will? It has been quite some time since I turned 18. Yet I have heard nothing from you. I'm going to seek you out instead. Do you have other intentions?" No, Mr. Qi, the attorney quickly replied. "Our illustrious law firm is the foremost in Linjiang. You can rest assured about our professional integrity. Then please elucidate my earlier inquiry." "Mr. Qi, within the will established by the late Mr. Su Zhe, there's a clause stating that if you do not proactively seek us out, we must wait until you turn 22 before revealing the will to you. Therefore, upon learning of your return to the Su family, we have been closely monitoring your situation." Tian's frown deepened further. Why did Old Master Su have to complicate matters so? The implication was that by approaching them now, he could finally view the will? "Indeed," the attorney affirmed, "you may do so now." "Then present it," Tian commanded. The attorney turned to the female lawyer beside him, who retrieved a folder from her bag and placed it on the table, sliding it towards Tian. He reached for the folder and opened it. Inside lay a typewritten will, spanning 2 pages and bearing a seal along the binding. Having heard the words of Su Donghai and the attorney earlier, he was already somewhat informed, but he now carefully perused the document to confirm its contents. According to the timeline of the will, Old Master Su had passed away when Tian was merely 12 years old, a time when he had yet to return to the Su family. Indeed, the will stipulated that 36% of the Su group's shares, under the name of Su Zhe, were to be inherited by his biological grandson. With the verification of kinship established through a paternity test with Su Donghai, the entire process supervised by the lawyers of the illustrious law firm. Moreover, it specified that this grandson was the one who had been abducted by human traffickers at the tender age of 1. This particular clause was intriguing. Unless Su Donghai had another biological son, the meticulous Old Master Su would not have included such a detail. Tian closed the folder, pondering the rationale behind the Old Master's decision to draft such a will. During his 4 years back in the Su household, although Su Donghai exhibited a violent temperament and apparent character flaws, the family's enterprises continued to thrive. This indicated that Su Donghai was not merely a fool, but rather possessed commendable business acumen. Thus, it seemed improbable that he would harbor thoughts of passing the family legacy to his grandson due to his own shortcomings. Did Old Master Su suspect that the couple Su Donghai and his wife were overly indulgent towards their adopted son, fearing that the Su group he had painstakingly built would ultimately be handed over to Su Siwen? Or had he uncovered some secret? Perhaps doubting that Su Siwen was Su Donghai's illegitimate child? That seemed unlikely, given old Master Su's meticulous nature. He would have probably arranged for a paternity test between Su Donghai and Su Siwen long ago. Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation for some time. Yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. He decided to relinquish the matter, acknowledging the unpredictability of human intentions. He raised his head to address the three lawyers. So, do I now have the authority to manage these shares? Yes, and if you wish to make a public announcement, we are readily available to attend the Su Group's shareholder meeting, replied the lawyer. Perfect. Boss Xiao, would you be interested in acquiring these shares? Sipping tea leisurely, Xiao Tianlong paused, placing his cup down and pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? Indeed, Qi Tian replied with a smile. You can estimate the market value of the Su Group and provide me with a rough figure, and I'll give you a discount. Mr. Qi, Xiao Tianlong pondered. The Su Group has a solid foundation in Linjiang. Even if I acquire the shares, it may not guarantee favorable outcomes for me. That does not concern me, Qi Tian stated. I am merely selling something at a relatively low price. If you're interested, you may purchase. If not, I shall seek other buyers. You mean, after acquiring them? How do I explain to the Su family? I must come up with a solution myself? Of course, Qi Tian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Is there even an after-sales service for such matters? Xiao Tianlong fell silent, lowering his gaze as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. His journey from obscurity to prominence had been fraught with difficulties. While everyone referred to him as Dragon Lord now, in Huagua, a past grievance could resurface at any moment. Holding shares in the Su Group would change the dynamics, making it more challenging for anyone to deal with him, if not impossible, at least maintaining some semblance of face. Ideally, he sought the largest portion of shares. After a while, Xiao Tianlong lifted his head and said, the actual and hidden assets of the Su Group are roughly worth around 50 billion. Thus, 36% would amount to about 18 billion. I cannot possibly raise that much capital. Of course, I understand that, Qi Tian replied. If you could produce over 100 billion in funds at once, you would have no need to purchase shares in the Su Group. Xiao Tianlong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qi Tian, though young, not only possessed formidable martial prowess and knowledge of feng shui, but was also astute in business matters. Many 18-year-olds, having read a few novels or watched short dramas, naively believed that money came easily, often throwing around figures in the tens or hundreds of billions. He straightened his posture and asked, so what do you propose, Mr. Qi? Qi Tian replied, you can provide me with whatever amount you can manage initially, but you need not transfer the entire sum to me. With that money in your name, acquire aged medicinal herbs and various rare and peculiar items from the market until you exhaust the 18 billion. Is there a time constraint? It would be best to complete this within a month. Xiao Tianlong lowered his head in thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall proceed as you instruct, Mr. Qi. The lawyers were present, so let them draft the agreement. Xiao Tianlong immediately instructed the three lawyers to prepare the equity transfer agreement. After signing the contract, he promptly transferred 10 million to Qi Tian's card, with the remaining funds allocated as per Qi Tian's wishes for the acquisition of medicinal materials. Once the three lawyers departed, Xiao Tianlong, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Qi, what do you intend to do with so many medicinal materials? Are you planning to establish a pharmaceutical company? Qi Tian replied, what I choose to establish is of no concern to you. As long as there is money available, I will acquire as much as I can. After all, the monetary system will soon be dismantled and rebuilt. Converting these obsolete figures into cultivation resources is the rightful path. I must express my gratitude to old Master Su for leaving the equity to me, and also to Su Donghai for not squandering the family fortune, which has allowed the Su family to thrive, thus enabling the equity to be sold for such a substantial amount. Chapter 69. The information from the Special Affairs Bureau of the transfer of equity is far from a straightforward process. Beyond the need for the signing of the transfer agreement in the presence of at least two lawyers, it is also imperative to complete formalities with the relevant authorities. In the case of a non-publicly listed conglomerate like the Su Group, the so-called equity transfer is predominantly a matter of human intervention. However, this does not concern Qi Tian. His sole responsibility is to affix his signature, leaving the remainder of the process to Xiao Tianlong. Moreover, he harbors no fear that Xiao Tianlong might renege on his word. As long as Xiao Tianlong desires to remain alive, having witnessed Qi Tian's methods of dealing with Lu Gui, he undoubtedly lacks the audacity to defy him. Nevertheless, Qi Tian has always acted with discernment. At the very moment they signed, he discreetly infused a trace of his essence into Xiao Tianlong's being, serving no other purpose than to establish a point of reference. The three lawyers rose, and the one in the center remarked, "Mr. Qi, regarding the will of Mr. Su Zhe, our illustrious law firm has completed the necessary proceedings, and all fees have been settled by Mr. Su. We shall take our leave now." "Very well," Qi Tian replied. "Should any future matters arise, please do not hesitate to contact us. Our firm is always at your service. Indeed, we may require your assistance in the future. Then we look forward to your esteemed presence. Farewell." Having swiftly acquired the inherited shares, Qi Tian had suddenly become affluent, a type of client that law firms cherish. Shortly after the lawyers departed, Qi Tian sipped some tea and prepared to take his leave. Observing Qi Tian's expression, Xiao Tianlong tentatively inquired, "Are you planning to return and share this good news with Su Donghai?" Qi Tian's brows slightly lifted as he turned to face Xiao Tianlong. It is reasonable, given Xiao Tianlong's status in Linjiang, but he could indeed uncover some details regarding the Su family. He smiled, of course. How could one not inform the current head of the Su family about such splendid news? "Mr. Qi, I would like to request that you keep this matter under wraps for the time being." "Oh, does Lord Long intend to orchestrate further actions?" "Indeed. The Su family's foundation lies in the construction industry. Coincidentally, I possess considerable knowledge in civil engineering and infrastructure. It seems prudent to seize this opportunity to amalgamate our efforts. I'm not inclined to be constrained in company decision-making. Hence, I understand." Qi Tian nodded. "How long will this take?" "At most 3 days." "Then let it be 3 days." Qi Tian rose. 3 days hence would align perfectly with Su Siwen's 18th birthday. Surely, Su Donghai and his wife, who dote on Su Siwen, would host a grand celebration. The Su family would likely be taken aback by this generous gift. Upon returning to the Su family villa, a maid greeted him as soon as he entered, inquiring if he had eaten and whether he required a bath. It appeared that the servants had come to realize that the most formidable presence in the household was indeed the eldest young master. Offending others might result in mere reprimands or fines, but crossing the eldest young master could jeopardize one's very life. Although the society is governed by law, who could say whether the young master would maintain restraint? For an unintentional misstep could lead to fatal consequences, for which one could not atone. With the Su family absent, Qi Tian returned to his bedroom and powered on his computer, inserting a USB drive. Within it lay the information he had copied from the Special Affairs Bureau's office in Modu. In accordance with his demands, part of the information comprises the latest findings from the Special Affairs Bureau, while another part encompasses the current expressions of cutting-edge technology worldwide. The Bureau was entirely satisfied since he promised to assist whenever supernatural occurrences arose. For the Bureau, it was akin to securing a formidable ally. For him, it provided an official avenue to confront malevolent spirits, resulting in a pure win-win situation. After swiftly perusing the materials, he realized it was already past midnight. The sheer volume of information supplied by the Bureau was overwhelming, including several personal notes from In Yuxia, such as peculiar classifications and rankings, brief outlines of tasks within the eerie world, types of reward items, and the distinctions between ghostly and divine powers. Even with his current foundation-building stage of spiritual cultivation, reading at a rapid pace took several hours. During this time, Su Donghai and his wife returned home, but did not disturb him upon realizing Qi Tian was in his bedroom. Shutting down his computer, Qi Tian moved to the adjacent training room to sit down. By his reckoning, he had lived 18 years on Earth in his previous life. Though as a high school dropout with a rather simplistic life experience, his encounters with earthly matters could only be described as the tip of the iceberg. The books he had read were predominantly textbooks, with an occasional supplement for academic benefit. He understood the destructive power of nuclear weapons, in comparison to the cultivation realm. Their global devastation was roughly equivalent to the full-force efforts of a peak golden core stage practitioner, while the central temperature and force of a nuclear explosion were far greater, comparable to that of an infant spirit practitioner. However, upon reviewing the Bureau's materials, he discovered that it was not solely nuclear arms. Certain missiles could achieve similar levels of devastation, and even some individual weapons matched nuclear weapons in terms of single-target lethality. Realizing this, he felt fortunate for his caution. If he were to commit murder, he would undoubtedly be pursued. Resistance would intensify the manhunt, which he could not evade with his previous cultivation level. However, the situation had changed. The disparity between foundation building and chi training was vast. Should it come to that, making a swift escape toward the borders, with northern Myanmar being a viable option, or even Africa, would be prudent. As for the peculiar classifications and rankings that In Yuxia had specifically provided him, he merely skimmed through them. This information was quite aligned with his expertise, failing to ignite much interest, though he did indulge in observing the tasks within the eerie world from a spectator's perspective. Conversely, he scrutinized the origins of the eerie world and the conjectures regarding time and space extensively. According to the Bureau's materials, the predominant viewpoint suggested that the eerie world existed in an alternate dimension, with a differing flow of time compared to Earth serving as one piece of evidence. Typically, a subjective day spent in the eerie world equated to merely a minute passing in the Earth realm. Yet, why humanity was randomly transported from Earth to the eerie world sparked various theories. Some believed it was orchestrated by deities, which seemed reasonable in light of the supernatural. Others posited that the technology of the eerie world was extraordinarily advanced, capable of instantaneously locating and transporting humanity globally, akin to applications of dimensional space. Without reaching a definitive conclusion, it was clear that even the current technology of Earth could not provide answers, and even someone like Tian, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, could only speculate. The Bureau's conjectures had indeed offered him an additional avenue of thought. The hypothesis of parallel worlds profoundly resonated with him. He had encountered this theory in his past lives, which posits that at least one world exists in parallel to the one inhabited by humanity, potentially an infinite number of universes coexisting. Each parallel world bears both similarities and distinct differences. Tian had experienced his soul traversing between the earthly realm and the realm of cultivation. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. Could it be that his past lives existed in different parallel worlds, that he had indeed perished, and that he now resided in another realm strikingly akin to the earthly world of his previous existence? Perhaps by some fortuitous coincidence, he had acquired the memories of both his preceding lives. Yet, it seemed somewhat amiss. The mysteries of the soul and time and space were equally enigmatic. After hundreds of years of study, he dared not claim to have unraveled them completely. For 3 consecutive days, Tian remained within the training chamber, until he received a message from Xiao Tianlong. Chapter 70. Birthday Banquet. On March 24th, the spring sunshine was radiant. The sun, having cast its light throughout the day, began its descent towards the west, painting the evening sky in hues more vibrant than blood. In the southern city of Linjiang, the climate was exceptionally pleasant at this time of year, with temperatures hovering around 20 degrees, neither cold nor hot. The beautiful women attending the banquet did not need to drape jackets over their elegant dresses. At the Su family villa, countless ladies adorned in various exquisite gowns vied for attention. The high society of Linjiang was already abuzz with the news that the Su family would host a grand birthday celebration and coming-of-age ceremony for their eldest son that evening. Tian sat in a secluded corner of the lawn. A small round table and a chair were his only companions, upon which lay a plate of sunflower seeds and a pot of tea. As he nibbled on seeds and occasionally sipped tea, he found a certain comfort in the tranquility. Despite his cornered position, he was the recipient of many glances. Some individuals are simply born to be in the spotlight. In the realm of cultivation, his previous body was rather unremarkable, a fact that had vexed him for quite some time. However, this body, inherited from Su Donghai and Qin Rupiang, emanated a natural aura of prominence, exuding a striking masculinity, complemented by skin as luminous as jade. It is often said that a buzz cut is the ultimate measure of a man's attractiveness. With his cropped hairstyle, Tian initially appeared sun-kissed and handsome. Yet upon closer inspection, he revealed a rebellious spirit, tempered by a warm and gentle demeanor. Certainly, one reason for the attention he garnered was his striking attire, a resplendent silver modified Zhongshan suit, undeniably flamboyant. All members of the Su family were present that night. Their swift recovery was attributed to Su Siwen's return from a day of whirlwind activities, utilizing a dragon-patterned jade pendant to treat several sisters. Su Siwen's intentions were not entirely altruistic. His motivations included increasing the system's favorability ratings and ensuring that today's birthday celebration was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, Su Siwen stood on the balcony of the villa's second floor, his keen gaze fixed upon Tian on the lawn. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Tian continued to leisurely crack seeds and sip tea. A cold smirk crept across Su Siwen's lips. He remained unaware of the origins of his inexplicable animosity toward Tian. Nevertheless, he was determined to see him perish. Whether or not he was truly Tian, his fate was sealed. He would never be a match for me, the destined protagonist accompanied by a system. Su Siwen perhaps did not even realize why he harbored such deep-seated hatred for Tian, a feeling that compelled him to seek the latter's demise without hesitation. It could simply stem from the unsettling sensation of occupying a position that rightfully belonged to another. Wen, are you ready? It's almost your turn to make an entrance. A cheerful voice called out from behind Su Siwen. It was Su Yue. Turning around, Su Siwen beamed. I'm ready, fifth sister. I'm just a tad too excited. I need to calm down. Oh, what is there to be excited about? Just celebrate your birthday, as you usually do, she replied. I know, fifth sister. Let us go. Mom, Dad, and the sisters are waiting, Su Siwen said, stepping closer to Su Yue. Fourth sister will be a bit late. She has something to attend to. She is quite the busy person, so a little delay is fine, Su Yue remarked with a slight pout. Do not speak so, fifth sister. Fourth sister is now a prominent star, and it is entirely natural for her to be busy. Moreover, father would likely not allow her to appear unreservedly at the event. Su Siwen remarked as she walked back to the room alongside Su Yue. Outside the building, the lawn had already been transformed into a lavish venue, adorned with elegant tablecloths draped over long tables, laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. Men and women, dressed to the nines, mingled and conversed in every corner, while servers gracefully navigated through the crowd, balancing platters. It was evidently a grand outdoor banquet. Fortunately, the weather was splendid today. Had it rained, they would have had to relocate. Su Donghai and his wife, along with Su Riyun, Su Qingya, and Su Qingning, were all attired in formal wear, engaging in lively conversations with familiar friends. A family gathering of this magnitude was not merely about dining and drinking. It also served a social purpose, as many collaborative opportunities were often discussed at such soirees. Ladies and gentlemen, a resonant baritone echoed throughout the estate. The guests turned their attention toward the podium, where a host clad in a striking red suit stood, microphone in hand. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your attendance at the birthday celebration and coming-of-age ceremony of Su Siwen, our esteemed guest of honor. Now, let us welcome the young gentleman of the Su family, Su Siwen, to the stage. With the host announcement, Su Yue gracefully escorted Su Siwen from the main building, traversing toward the podium under the watchful gazes of the attendees. Su Siwen donned a luxurious sky blue suit, while Su Yue complimented him in a gown dominated by shades of blue, their entrance reminiscent of celestial deities. Ah, if only Su Siwen were a tad taller. Upon reaching the podium, Su Yue paused to join the other members of the Su family, while Su Siwen ascended the stage alone. As he approached, the host lifted the microphone once more, continuing, diligent and eager to learn, brimming with talent. This was followed by a series of accolades, extolling Su Siwen's virtues to the heavens above and the earth below. Standing beside him, Su Siwen remained composed, neither arrogant nor awkward, standing tall with a demeanor of grace and a modest smile, garnering nods of approval from the audience. In the distance, Tian stroked his chin, observing Su Siwen on the podium. It must be said, the previous incarnation of Tian had not been defeated in vain. Aside from being slightly shorter, less attractive, and having poorer academic performance. Su Siwen was indeed superior in nearly every aspect compared to his former self, were it not for his soul's journey into the realm of cultivation, fueled by a heart full of resentment, and surviving through countless near-death experiences to eventually ascend to the pinnacle of a cultivator. He might have needed several lifetimes to rival Su Siwen. Moreover, he always felt there were deeper secrets concealed within Su Siwen. After the host concluded his praises, Su Donghai and his wife took the stage. They expressed their gratitude to the attending guests and lavished further praise upon Su Siwen, culminating in Su Donghai's announcement that Su Siwen would inherit the Su Corporation. In an instant, applause erupted, laughter filled the air, and an atmosphere of joy enveloped the gathering. "Little Tian, why are you dressed like that?" A voice chimed in beside him. Turning, Tian saw Su Feifei and Yu Lily, both clad in casual attire, donning masks, sunglasses, and hats, looking nothing like attendees of the evening's gala. This is not merely a matter of presenting a gift to Su Siwen on stage shortly. I contemplated dressing rather splendidly, for the gift I bear is quite substantial, Tian remarked. Su Feifei remained silent for a moment before responding. "Have you truly made your decision?" Tian raised his teacup to his lips and murmured, "This life is not the same as the next. Perhaps after I bestow my gifts tonight, our grievances may find resolution. However, should they persist in their ways, I shall not be held accountable." Su Feifei lifted her gaze toward the Su family members who had all taken to the stage. Soon, they would witness how the present power of the Su family, along with the so-called inheritance of wealth, would dissolve into mere illusions. What thoughts might cross their minds? Would they perceive the announcement of Su Siwen's inheritance in front of Tian as a farcical spectacle? "Mr. Qi, your gift is ready," came the voice of Xiao Tianlong from behind. At that moment, Su Siwen on the gift stage beamed brightly and inquired, "Brother Tian, have you prepared a birthday gift for me?" Chapter 71. Presenting a grand gift, a wave of confusion swept through the guests as they turned to one another, their gazes searching until they ultimately settled upon Tian. He lifted his chin and beheld the radiant Su Siwen on the stage. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. Sometimes, adversaries will offer you a blade themselves. Rising to his feet, he proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, I have prepared a grand gift." Though he held no microphone, his voice resonated throughout the venue. The expressions of the guests varied markedly, with many whispering among themselves, eager to uncover the gossip surrounding the event. Among the elite students from Linjiang High School, like Lu Ruyan, there was a playful mockery as they eagerly shared Tian's identity with those beside them. Tian stepped aside, emerging from behind the table, and strode confidently toward the stage. The crowd gradually parted to clear a path for him. He navigated through the throng, arriving before the stage, with Xiao Tianlong at his side. On the platform stood 7 elegantly dressed members of the Su family, while below, Tian matched their opulence. "Who is this person?" A voice with a mocking tone echoed from the crowd. "Don't you know? I heard he is the adopted son of the Su family, named Tian." "Oh, so he's an adopted son. No wonder he cannot take the limelight." The banter continued, laced with innuendo, yet Tian stood tall, not even turning his head. "Brother Tian, do not take their words to heart. We are all family," Su Siwen said earnestly, her face etched with concern, though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of amusement. "Do not embellish the truth. We are not family," Tian retorted. "Brother Tian, little beast, today is Wenwen's birthday. Must you still cause trouble?" Qin Ruping interjected sharply. Tian cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ruping, observing her unwavering demeanor. He quickly discerned that she believed he would not dare act against her in front of such an audience. "Indeed, you are not part of our family. You bear the surname Qi, while we are Su. You are but a baseborn. Oh, if that is the case, then Qin Ruping does not share the Su surname either. Does that mean she is not part of your family, and is also baseborn?" Tian replied with a smirk. "You, be silent. Unworthy child. How dare you insult your mother?" The members of the Su family exclaimed in unison, their patience wearing thin. Su Qingya and Su Qingning, being twins, echoed each other's words perfectly. "Brother Tian, Su Siwen finally spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow and her expression pained. How can you say such things? Mother has treated you so well. Do you not realize how much you hurt her? Apologize to her at once. Enough with the pretense. You wanted a gift, did you not? Here it is, but this gift is not solely for you. It also includes the entire Su family on stage. Lord Long, please proceed. Tian gestured aside. Tian Long stepped forward, clearing his throat and announcing, I, Tian Long, in my capacity as the largest shareholder of the Su Group, hereby declare the immediate dismissal of Su Donghai from his position as executive president and the removal of Su Riyun as general manager of Su Construction. What? Who is the largest shareholder of the Su Group? Tian Long? Does this imply that the Su family has adopted the surname Xiao? Is this true? By the way, who is Tian Long? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Su Group is one of the prominent enterprises in Linjiang. Suddenly, someone claims to be the largest shareholder of the Su Group, bearing a surname other than Su, and furthermore, intends to oust the current leaders, Su Donghai and Su Riyun, from their positions. This is utterly bewildering. The audience buzzed with excitement, while the 7 members of the Su family on stage stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Out of nowhere, someone declares the Su Group has changed hands? After a moment, Su Donghai furrowed his brow and spoke. Who are you? What brings you to my home? Indeed, this scoundrel seems to have summoned people from nowhere. It is truly laughable. Are people merely dead? Throw them out. Qin Rupiang shouted loudly. A group of 7 or 8 bodyguards in black swiftly approached, clearly preparing to take action. As I previously stated, I am Tian Long. Friends, please address me as Dragon Lord, Tian Long proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back. Dragon Lord? Su Donghai's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, which Dragon Lord? How many Dragon Lords are there in Linjiang? The fierce figure beside him, Qi Xie, demanded. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. In Linjiang, the name of Dragon Lord is well known, yet few have had the honor of seeing his true visage. Who would have imagined that attending the Su family banquet would grant one the chance to meet this legendary figure? Is this a farce? How could that wretched Tian possibly know Dragon Lord? Could he have hired an actor? Su Yue exclaimed in disbelief. Tian nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. No wonder he had seen so many skeptical comments in the short dramas he had watched lately. They indeed stem from real life. Silence. Su Donghai scolded. With so many people present, who would dare impersonate Dragon Lord in Linjiang? It must be Dragon Lord. The figure beside him is none other than Dragon Lord's trusted aide. Qi Xie. I have met her twice, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I simply hadn't thought in that direction. Qi Xie? Su Donghai suddenly recalled that it was indeed this woman who had come to pick up Tian that night. She is Dragon Lord's trusted aide? How did this rebellious child get connected with Dragon Lord? Dragon Lord, Su Donghai hesitated. What do you mean by saying you are the largest shareholder of the Su Group? Did you not understand? I, Tian Long, am now the largest shareholder of the Su Group, possessing 51% of the shares, Tian Long replied nonchalantly. Su Donghai's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? What is impossible about it? Over the past few days, I acquired shares from various individuals, and, I have also invited the remaining shareholders here. We might as well convene a shareholder meeting and complete the formalities tomorrow. As Tian Long spoke, 7 or 8 middle-aged individuals emerged from the crowd and gradually stood behind him. Su Donghai gritted his teeth. Dragon Lord, my late father had some acquaintance with you. Why jest with us in such a manner? Who the hell is joking with you? Tian Long replied impatiently. I am merely here to inform you to cooperate with the formalities promptly tomorrow. Regarding the shares under your name, should you wish to divest, I am willing to acquire them as well. Master Long, Su Donghai, having endured the reprimand, regained his composure and, with a stern countenance, asserted, do not presume that merely acquiring the scattered shares will suffice. Even if you were to procure all the shares held by those present, it would still be impossible for you to possess more than half. While you hold a prestigious position in Linjiang, the Su family is no soft target. What, pray tell, is your true intention in coming here to insult us today? How can you be so certain that it cannot exceed half? Tian Long chuckled. That is a matter for Master Long to concern himself with no further, Su Donghai replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Tian interjected. What if I were to sell all my shares in the Su group to Master Long? Su Donghai was momentarily taken aback, his complexion paling instantly. Chapter 72. Do you still like it? Upon hearing Su Donghai's remarks regarding the will, Qin Rupiying and Su Qingning were utterly astonished. The others, however, remained bewildered, particularly the onlookers, whose faces were painted with confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be an adopted son? How could he possess shares? Just look at Su's expression. I suspect Tian's words hold truth. Could it be that Su favors his adopted son, thereby granting him shares, only to discover that this adopted son has turned against him? This analysis seems plausible, my friend. No wonder Su Xiao publicly called out Tian's gift in front of so many people. I was puzzled about his motives, but it appears he harbored dissatisfaction with Su's favoritism towards his adopted son, which he intended to reveal. One wonders what Su is thinking. If he cannot nurture his own son, why bestow shares upon an adopted son? It's quite perplexing. After all, most adopted children are those cast aside by their biological parents. And what good genes could come from such morally deficient progenitors? Ah, brother, one cannot generalize and condemn all adopted children. There are indeed some who are commendable. Fair enough. They are rare gems in a sea of mediocrity. Yet, which family does not cherish their biological children over adopted ones? It is not a question of right or wrong. At the very least, one should treat them equally. However, judging by the Su family's demeanor, it does not appear they neglect Su Xiao. That is merely a fade. The crucial shares have been allocated to the adopted son. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Su Siwen's face turned ashen, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. On stage, the faces of Su's family fluctuated between crimson and pallor, a truly riveting spectacle. You ungrateful wretch! Su Donghai suddenly pointed at Tian, shouting in fury, You. He could barely articulate his thoughts, rendered speechless in the face of the revelations. Mentioning the origins of Tian's shares would inevitably unearth the truth that Tian is, in fact, Su Donghai's biological son. Among those present were influential figures from Linjiang. Had he concealed this for 4 years, it would have been in vain. Su Ruiyan, perplexed, inquired, Tian, from where did you acquire shares in the Su group? Tian raised an eyebrow. Had Su Donghai not confided in Su Ruiyan about the will? As the general manager of Su Construction Company and the eldest daughter of the Su family, did Su Ruiyan remain unaware that 36 of the shares were held in the name of the late patriarch? You ungrateful child, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Su Donghai finally managed to utter. Tian replied with a smile, I wish to purchase something, but lacked funds. With nothing of value to sell, I considered that the shares of the Su group might still possess worth. Coincidentally, Mr. Xiao Tianlong expressed interest in acquiring them. It seemed fortuitous. You had no money and chose to sell shares instead. Su Donghai exclaimed, Those shares are mine. I may sell them at my discretion. You. Su Donghai gasped for breath. A man's reputation is paramount, just as a tree's bark is vital for its survival. Since the Dragon Lord of Linjiang had publicly declared that he had acquired sufficient shares, it must be true. Otherwise, the Dragon Lord would lose his authority in Linjiang. Yet, how did Tian learn of his father's bequest of shares? Su Donghai believed he had concealed this matter flawlessly. At the outset, when the elder first mentioned the matter of drafting a will, he assumed that the elder merely intended to pressure him into locating Tian. Thus, he searched, but the elder did not wait. He had indeed considered approaching the brilliant law firm in hopes of devising a scheme to destroy the will. However, the elder was exceedingly cautious. Besides the brilliant law firm, he had also left a copy at the municipal notary office. According to the lawyer, there was another copy in the possession of a mysterious individual, and no one dared to disrupt the will's integrity. Consequently, once the will was finalized, his immediate thought was to exert influence over his long-lost son, employing both physical and psychological manipulation to ensure compliance, compelling him to willingly sign a waiver of inheritance agreement. The will stipulated that unless the heir voluntarily renounced their claim, any other circumstance, such as the heir's demise, would result in the shares being donated to charity. Over the past 4 years, he believed he had successfully tamed Tian and was on the verge of securing his signature. only to be taken aback by Qi Tian's sudden and drastic change in demeanor. Su Donghai fixed his gaze intently on Qi Tian, setting aside the absurd notion of borrowing a corpse. Could it be that they had pressed Qi Tian too harshly and achieved the opposite effect? What? I cannot dispose of the shares left to me by the elder? Qi Tian queried. The elder? Su Ruiyan paused. You mean grandfather? Indeed. Who else could possess such a substantial stake? How much did grandfather leave you? 36%, Qi Tian replied candidly. Su Ruiyan clenched her fists, her gaze turning elusive. She recalled that when her grandfather passed away, Qi Tian had not yet been found. Having never met him, how could he possibly bequeath such a significant portion without knowing his character or capabilities? Qi Tian noticed Su Ruiyan's increasingly tight grip and chuckled. Do you feel that the elder favored males over females, and you resent it? Su Ruiyan responded coolly. That is grandfather's sentiment. I dare not speak ill of it. Huh. In the past, I might have felt anxious, thinking it rather frivolous that the elder, having never even seen me, would leave all his shares to me. Yet now, I must admit, I admire that unseen grandfather's discerning eye. If left to you beasts, it would be better off donated. You. Su Ruiyan's expression shifted suddenly. Even if you harbor resentment towards us, you should not sell the shares to others. The Su Group is grandfather's life's work. He entrusted those shares to you. How can you betray his legacy? What am I supposed to do then? Hand over the shares to you on a silver platter? Or fight you for them, striving to seize control of the Su Group? Qi Tian scoffed. Don't be foolish. I have no desire to engage with you. This is far simpler. As for whether I owe anyone, I only need to feel that you force my hand into such a choice. So it is you who have wronged the elder. Su Siwen appeared somewhat dazed. No wonder after Qi Tian's death in the previous life. Su Donghai had been preoccupied for over 2 months. It was evidently to settle matters regarding the will. Presumably, the lawyer had adhered to the will's instructions and donated the shares to charity, while Su Donghai sought a way to reclaim them. Regrettably, Su Donghai scarcely enjoyed a few days of solid power before he and Qin Rupiying met a bizarre demise. The wretched Su Donghai, having schemed intricately, failed to foresee the calamity that befell him. Moreover, Qi Tian, like a jester, believed that selling his shares would incite anger within the Su family, considering it a form of revenge. Yet little did he know that in a short span, all shares and wealth would dissolve into mere illusions. What a gift he presumed to offer. Did he think that Su Zhe would be outraged by the shares bequeathed to Qi Tian? Did he imagine that the transition of the Su family would dismantle him? How laughable! What shall be done? Should one feign delight to further amuse Qi Tian? Su Siwen, do you still cherish this gift? Qi Tian turned and inquired. Chapter 73. Who is the adopted son? Su Siwen's face underwent a rapid succession of expressions, ultimately settling on one of profound sorrow. He lamented, Brother Tian, how could you do this? Not only have you betrayed Grandpa's wishes, but what does this mean for our father? The Su family has developed for so long, only to be handed over so easily. Have you considered how our parents feel? His earnest words drew nods of agreement from those around him. Undoubtedly, he was a product of an esteemed family, exhibiting remarkable composure amidst turmoil. Little beast, Qin Rupiying exclaimed in anger. Look at Wen. Why can't you be as obedient and understanding as he is? I truly regret giving birth to you. In her rage, she spoke impulsively, leaving the guests momentarily stunned. Born? Qi Tian was Qin Rupiying's son? Hadn't it just been said that Qi Tian was an adopted child? The guests present were aware that 4 years prior, the Su family had adopted a child, slightly older than Su Siwen, to fulfill the late patriarch's wishes. Yet today, not only had this adopted son inherited the late patriarch's shares, but Madame Su also claimed Qi Tian was her biological son. Those present, seasoned in the ways of society, began to scrutinize the Su family and Qi Tian, quickly connecting the dots. Qi Tian was only a few days older than Su Siwen, and it was implausible for Qin Rupiying to have given birth to Su Siwen shortly after Qi Tian. Observing Qi Tian's tall and handsome stature, one could discern striking similarities to Su Donghai, combined with the gentler features inherited from Qin Rupiying, forming a perfect amalgamation of their physical traits. In contrast, Su Siwen, while possessing a refined appearance, lacked the robust features typical of the Su lineage, standing at a modest height that barely exceeded 1 meter. Previously, the guests had overlooked these details due to the Su family's affection for Su Siwen, but with the current revelations and the stark comparison to Qi Tian, the truth dawned upon them. Could it be that Qi Tian was, in fact, the biological son of Su Donghai and Qin Rupiying? The guests' gazes toward the Su family grew increasingly peculiar. Over the past 4 years, they had never witnessed the Su family celebrate a birthday for Qi Tian, who was only days older than Su Siwen, while Su Siwen had received annual celebrations. At today's birthday and coming-of-age ceremony, Su Siwen and the Su family stood resplendent on the stage, while Qi Tian remained isolated in a corner of the lawn. The disparity was unmistakable. Some recalled the earlier comments regarding the adopted son and biological son. Though the references had been misattributed, they seemed to strike a chord of truth. No wonder the Su family had appeared so constipated in expression earlier. Suddenly, someone gasped, realizing that the late patriarch must have discovered the excessive favoritism shown to the adopted son, Su Siwen, and wished to prevent the family legacy from falling into the hands of outsiders, hence bequeathing the shares to his biological grandson. That made sense. What do you think Su is after? Neglecting his biological son to hand over the Su group to an adopted one? Could it be, as in a short play, that Su Siwen is the son of his unrequited love, cherished for the sake of that connection? A middle-aged man questioned, his skepticism evident. Perhaps she was the goddess of Su's father during his high school or university days. Who can say for certain? I too find it plausible. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the reasoning behind bequeathing family assets to an adopted son devoid of any blood ties. Indeed, the Su couple had long awaited a son after giving birth to 5 daughters. Whispers of speculation echoed incessantly. Su Donghai's expression turned ashen. Today, the Su family had certainly lost face. Qin Rupiying's demeanor visibly shifted to one of disarray. She had always prided herself on being a matriarch of a distinguished family, exuding grace and nobility, and was quite accomplished in the realm of child-rearing among the elite. The 5 daughters of the Su family were remarkable. The eldest, Su Ryun, a renowned beauty and president of a prominent business in Linjiang. The second, Su Qingya, a Gold Star lawyer known throughout Linjiang and Jiangnan province. The third, Su Qingning, a skilled surgeon and head physician at the first hospital in Linjiang at a tender age. The fourth, Su Feifei, a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, earning an annual income rivaling that of a publicly listed company. As for the still studying Su Yue and Su Siwen, they too excelled academically, embodying the quintessential model children. However, should today's events become public knowledge, people would hardly concern themselves with Qi Tian's misdeeds. After all, many occurrences transpired behind closed doors, unbeknownst to outsiders. They would merely perceive the Su family as favoring the adopted son, driving their biological children to collude with outsiders against the family. Given such preconceived notions, even if the Su family were to unveil Qi Tian's sordid actions, outsiders might still view it as a distortion of truth by the Su family. You're overthinking this. Qi Tian suddenly interjected. I sold my shares merely out of financial necessity, and coincidentally, Lord Long had the means. As for the fate of the Su group, it bears little consequence to me. After all, to this day, you have yet to acknowledge me as a member of the Su family, have you not? I was simply fortunate. Why would you deny being a part of the Su family? Are you not aware of your own situation? Su Qingya retorted coldly. Let us not overlook your tarnished reputation at the orphanage, marred by bad habits. Upon returning home, you've resorted to petty theft and slander, rendering yourself a malignant presence. What face or qualification do you possess to claim kinship with the Su family? Su Qingning chimed in. Since we have reached this juncture, I fear no shame. You have even stolen our intimate garments to engage in vile acts. Truly, you are less than a beast. Indeed, it is only right for father to pass the Su inheritance to Wenwen. Bestowing it upon a wretch like you would bring disgrace to the Su family. Su Jiwi et Golim. Though Su Ryun remained silent, her gaze upon Qi Tian was sharp as a blade. What have I just heard? Stealing your elder sister's intimate garments? Engaging in repugnant acts? Is it as I suspect? It surely is. The 5 daughters of the Su family were all over 7 meters tall, each possessing fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Although they were siblings, the implications were dubious. Ah, you seem rather problematic. After all, having been found only in your teens, you share little affection with the Su family. How many exemplary children can an orphanage nurture? During adolescence, it is challenging to resist the allure of 5 stunning sisters. And speaking of which, Madame Su is still quite captivating. Isn't this a bit excessive? What are you trying to portray? Dare you claim to have never encountered the maternal filial series? Tian cast a fleeting glance at the Su family. The poor reputation of the welfare institution is largely attributable to Su Siwen's machinations. Many assert that children raised in such establishments, despite their meager living conditions, possess a resilient character, exhibiting warmth and integrity, thereby excelling in various aspects of life. However, this notion is merely a manifestation of survivor bias. When an individual of notable social standing reveals their origins from a welfare institution, how many are astounded by their ascension across social strata, yet conveniently overlook the multitude of others with similar backgrounds who remain ensnared within the confines of that institution? At least in Tian's recollection, the bullying and humiliation experienced in the welfare institution were no less prevalent, and perhaps even more severe than in other environments. In other settings, parents might intervene. Setting aside the efficacy of such actions, at least they could attempt to step in. Thus, the camaraderie often depicted in television dramas, where orphans support one another and willingly sacrifice for each other, was a notion he had yet to witness. With but a slight monetary gesture, Su Siwen could render Tian utterly worthless in the eyes of others. Unwanted. Su Donghai finally spoke again. Given this is the territory of the Su family. Now get out. Chapter 74. My life, a thin ice walk. The shares have vanished. Su Donghai no longer needs to keep Tian within the Su family. Yet, his heart bleeds. 36% of Su's shares. What a fortune it represents. Had I known, I should have devised a way for him to sign the voluntary waiver on the very day he turned 18. Foolishly, I thought victory was in my grasp, only to be struck down today. Tian stepped forward, ascending the platform with an air of calmness, while the Su family collectively recoiled. They stepped back, bewildered by their own reaction, attributing it to the trepidation instilled by Tian's previous ferocity. Below the stage, the Red Scorpion felt a chill. She discerned that the Su family was indeed intimidated by Tian's presence. In just a few days apart, Tian's strength had become unfathomable. You may have spoken some truth, Tian began, as I grew up in an orphanage, enduring numerous humiliations and surviving through my own means. Perhaps subconsciously, I always believed I was not abandoned, that one day my biological parents would seek me out. I have longed for that day. With each step he took, the Su family retreated. By the time he reached the center of the platform, he continued. Who could have imagined that my 4 years back in the affluent Su family would be more arduous than my time in the orphanage? Sometimes I ponder, if my biological parents were merely common folk, will my reunion have been less fraught? The guests below exchanged incredulous glances. More difficult than life in an orphanage? Surely not. After all, the Su family is a prominent name in Linjiang. They could not possibly neglect their own son. To say nothing of the fact that the Su family's servants are well compensated in the job market. While the orphanage provided communal living, at least it offered sunlight. Whereas in the Su household, I resided in a dark, cramped basement, humid and stifling in summer, damp and frigid in winter. To be honest, I must thank you for the decent body I possess. Despite living in such conditions, enduring intermittent starvation and frequent humiliation and violence, I somehow managed to survive 4 years. Enough. Su Donghai finally interjected. Do not think that your pitiful tale will evoke sympathy. Have you ever considered why we are this way? If you had not erred, who would punish you? The Su family is certainly capable of supporting a son. Tian lifted his chin slightly, speaking to himself. Throughout my life, I have tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice, a lesson bestowed upon me by more than a decade of experience. I have long pondered why I was brought back, yet not embraced. If there was no affection, why bring me back? Only recently did I discover it was for the sake of the old master's shares. How'd you come to know this? Su Donghai ground his teeth. Since ancient times, wealth has swayed hearts. Upon learning of the shares, I felt a sense of relief. Yet, another question arises. The people of Huagua have always valued bloodline inheritance. Entrusting the Su family to me, their biological son, seems no transgression. Typically, families do not hand over their assets to an adopted child. The older guest below could not help but nod in silent agreement. It is indeed quite normal for Elder Su to bequeath his shares to his own grandson. However, Su Donghai's actions towards his biological son regarding the shares are rather peculiar. While it may be a struggle among the elite, it is not a fight for a throne. Most families of wealth manage to present a united front between fathers and sons, with conflicts typically arising among siblings. It is unfathomable to consider relinquishing one's biological child for the sake of an adopted one. A few days ago, Tian observed Su Donghai and suddenly smiled, proclaiming, "I have learned some divination and fortune-telling techniques. Today, I shall reveal to you a solution to this matter." "What do you mean?" Su Donghai inquired, perplexed. Tian turned to Su Siwen, saying, "My dear brother, I am but a pawn, and you are merely a tool. When the tool becomes obsolete, it inevitably becomes a sacrifice. Did you not foresee this? Su Donghai has another son." Su Siwen was taken aback. "What? I am 18 this year. And Su Donghai's other son is nearly 18 as well. His birthday is just around the corner." Su Donghai's expression shifted dramatically. You. Qin Ruping quickly realized the implication and turned to Su Donghai, demanding, "Explain to me what you mean by having another son." Tian replied with a smile. "It means that Su Donghai has another woman outside, who bore him a son. I suspect his excessive affection for Su Siwen is a subtle manipulation to lead you, his misguided progeny, to turn against me. Once he secures the shares from my possession, he will reserve the Su family legacy for his favored child. Am I right?" Silence. "You ungrateful wretch." Su Donghai Tunda. Su Siwen, Tian continued, "You are consumed with devising ways to incite disdain from Su Donghai and his wife towards me, resorting to slander and self-harm to expel me from the Su family, thereby usurping the position of the young master. Yet, you did not anticipate that Su Donghai's true heir is someone else altogether." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Observing Su Donghai's ashen visage, it appeared that Tian's assertions were indeed accurate. Many older guests, having dealt with Elder Su in the past, wore expressions of dawning comprehension. This revelation elucidated Su Donghai's actions against Tian. He had exploited the dark psychology of his adopted son to suppress and torment his biological son, all to reclaim the shares bequeathed to Tian by Elder Su. In the interim, he needed to assure the shareholders regarding the disposition of the late elder's shares, asserting that Tian lacked the capacity to inherit them, and ensuring their strict confidentiality. Once his plan was executed, he could easily fabricate a reason to expel his adopted son, though this scheme seemed laborious. Many familiar with Elder Su's meticulous nature understood that he had likely crafted a will filled with stipulations to prevent Su Donghai from exploiting any loopholes. Failing to make long-term arrangements could result in significant losses. "I must confess," Tian chuckled, "I have no interest in the shares of the Su family. Had you been a bit kinder, it would have been a simple matter for me, upon turning 18, to sign a document as your son. Alas, Su Donghai, your machinations are overly complex." Absurd. That is over 10 billion in assets. I refuse to believe you would relinquish it. How can you be so certain that I will willingly sign the agreement to relinquish my rights? Su Donghai's gulp. By that point, isn't it customary to sever all ties with us and sign a document affirming that the Su family has no further connection with you before departing alone? Tian was taken aback. "You seem to have indulged in quite a few mindless dramas." Qin Ruping's voice, resonating at a high decibel, nearly pierced the eardrums. Having listened to their exchange, she was almost convinced that Tian was speaking the truth. "Speak. Who is that woman? Where have you concealed her?" Chapter 75. Mutual Suspicions. Su Donghai turned his head, his voice cold as he said, "Ruping, I will explain this to you later." "Explain?" Qin Ruping staggered a couple of steps. "Are you saying that you truly have a woman outside, and a son of that age?" Su Rian hurried forward to support Qin Ruping. "I've already said I will explain later. Let us first resolve the matter at hand," Su Donghai said, somewhat irritated. Su Donghai, I married you at 20, have been with you for 30 years, bearing you 5 daughters and 1 son. And this is how you treat me? Qin Ruping. Su Donghai raised his voice. Must you create a scene at such a critical moment? First, let the guests leave. What? Afraid of being laughed at by others? Su Donghai, after doing such a thing, you still fear ridicule? The Su family has already lost enough face today. Losing a bit more is inconsequential. Su Ruian looked at Su Donghai with disbelief. Dad, how could you do such a thing? The other 3 daughters of the Su family surrounded Qin Ruping, each glaring at Su Donghai. They were his daughters, yet as women. They inherently abhorred the notion of infidelity, especially one that concealed a love child. In the corner, Su Feifei stood with Yu Lily, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. When Xiao Tianlong arrived, she had suspected that Qi Tian would take action that night, but she did not anticipate the scale of the upheaval. The prestigious Su family, ranked among the elite in Linjiang, saw its backbone, the Su Corporation, change hands overnight. Although the Su family, akin to a lean camel being larger than a horse, still possessed considerable real estate and retained significant capital from years of operation, they had ultimately severed a substantial piece of their empire, rendering them not merely wounded, but severely crippled. The business world is merciless, preying on the vulnerable. The guests present had just been praising Su Siwen and flattering the Su family for their promising heirs. And now, they were likely scheming to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Su family's upheaval. Not only did the change in ownership occur swiftly, but Su Donghai's infidelity and the existence of an illegitimate child were also revealed in an instant. Now, the guests were all eagerly consuming the gossip surrounding the Su family. After all, many rumors in the present day are often cloaked in ambiguity, some being mere fabrications or falsehoods, essentially disconnected from reality. To partake in the scandalous tales of the prestigious Su family was far more intriguing. The guests watched with rapt attention, occasionally offering their commentary. Feifei, with your brother's situation escalating to this extent, aren't you going to step forward? Yu Lily suddenly asked. Su Feifei smiled wryly. Do you think it's appropriate for me to show my face now? Well, it's certainly isn't appropriate. So which side do you intend to stand on? Flashes of memories of the Su family danced through Su Feifei's mind. Although her experiences did not compare to Qi Tian's, she had never truly felt the affection of the Su family. In contrast, during the brief moment spent with Qi Tian, she not only sensed admiration, but also finally felt a sense of sisterhood. She spoke slowly. If I had lived the same life as Qi Tian these past few years, I would likely be in the same position. However, the knife has not yet fallen upon my head. If I were to stand with Qi Tian, and if it were to come to light, public opinion would brand me as unfilial towards my parents. In Hua country, such a label could indeed obliterate my artistic career. That is true, Yu Lily nodded. Moreover, Qi Tian holds the advantage. There is no need for me to act rashly. I can simply observe. Ah, Feifei, Yu Lily said in a lowered voice. Do you truly believe what Yin Yuxia said about the impending bizarre apocalypse? With the end of the world approaching, what significance does your career hold? Lily, you usually consider everything thoroughly. Why does it seem you become dim-witted lately? I do believe it, but it hasn't arrived yet. Has it? What if circumstances change and the apocalypse does not come? All right then, how dare you insult me? They exchanged quiet laughter and playful banter. Meanwhile, the stage was in turmoil. The 4 daughters of the Su family, along with Qin Ruping, relentlessly questioned Su Donghai. Naturally, with only one mouth to counter 5, Su Donghai could only shout for silence, attempting to assert his authority as the head of the family. Unfortunately, after the scandal of his infidelity and illegitimate child surfaced, his reputation had suffered immensely. The 4 daughters not only wielded the moral high ground, but also outnumbered him, showing no fear. Su Siwen finally regained his composure. The series of events he had been oblivious to left him momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he was unaware that the old Su had bequeathed shares to Qi Tian, nor did he know that Su Donghai had another biological son of the same age as them. Primarily, in his past life, the bizarre apocalypse had erupted unexpectedly, and before Su Donghai could realize his plans, he was mysteriously killed. That illegitimate son from the Su family had never appeared. presumably having met an early demise at the hands of the bazaar. As Su Siwen pieced these connections together, he suddenly glanced at Tian. Thus, the question arose, how could Su Donghai conceal these two matters so deeply? He had lived 10 years after Tian's death in his previous life without knowledge of these events. How did Tian come to know? Could it truly be, as Tian claimed, that he divined this knowledge through some form of fortune-telling? Tian turned his head, meeting Su Siwen's suspicious gaze. He felt a jolt within. Given the current situation, Su Siwen's demeanor was not as it should be. From the memories of his previous lives, though Su Siwen was young and perceptive, adept at stirring emotions, he was still merely a high school student. Faced with such upheaval, especially upon learning that Su Donghai was nurturing another biological son to inherit the family legacy, he could not possibly remain so composed. Rebirth? A sudden thought illuminated Tian's mind. If he could be reborn, perhaps others could as well. Observing Su Siwen's expression, which bore a hint of detachment towards human life, he noticed a reduction in youthful vigor. Tian tapped his fingers lightly, his expression subtly shifting. Indeed, Su Siwen's countenance suggested the weight of 2 lifetimes' karma. A cold smile crept onto his lips. How intriguing. This adds a layer of fascination. Yet, it remains a mystery when Su Siwen experienced his rebirth. If he lived shortly after Tian's death in his previous life, then Su Siwen would certainly be aware of the impending bizarre apocalypse. At this moment, Su Siwen's calmness likely stemmed from a desire to leverage his past experiences to thrive amid the coming chaos. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment when the time comes. With his current abilities and the pace of his progress, when the bizarre apocalypse descends and societal order descends into chaos, he could easily ensnare the Su family in an instant. At that moment, Su Siwen will be left to dream his perfect dreams, only to awaken to despair. As for the Su family, witnessing their infighting is rather amusing, yet ultimately, they cannot escape their fate. The instant he took the stage, he had already marked each member of the Su family. Wretched breed. Tian stood with arms crossed, when suddenly Su Yue turned sharply to glare at him, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't come into our home, how could such calamity have befallen us? Why did you return? Why were you even born?" Upon hearing Su Yue's scathing remarks, Su Qingao also turned to glare fiercely at Tian. "Indeed, it is you. If you hadn't gone missing in your childhood, how could grandfather have relentlessly pressured our parents, causing my father to err in seeking another son?" Chapter 76. As long as a few sisters are present after Tian's demise at the Su family's residence, he had always harbored the utmost malice towards the members of the Su family. Yet at this moment, the words uttered by Su Yue and Su Qingao left him astounded. The entirety of the Su family was aware that he had been abducted by human traffickers before the eyes of Qin Ruiying when he was merely a year old. How could these two speak such words? Instead of anger, he chuckled. "Are you implying that I am to blame for this? If not me, then who?" Su Jiwei, in a fit of hysteria, retorted, "If it weren't for you, how could Grandpa have bequeathed the shares to you? How could Dad have entertained other thoughts regarding the shares?" Tian shook his head, saying, "At times, I truly question how you managed to gain admission to that prestigious university. Su Donghai's illegitimate son is only a few days younger than I am, which means Qin Ruiying and the mistress were likely pregnant around the same time, back when the old man had yet to draft a will." Su Yue faltered, opening her mouth but at a loss for words. Tian then turned his gaze towards Su Donghai, expressing his suspicion that his abduction was orchestrated by Su Donghai himself, considering that at that time, it was no small feat to abduct the sole male heir of the Su family from Linjiang. It would have required a highly skilled trafficker. Qin Ruiying was struck as if by lightning. The haunting memories of that fateful day resurfaced in her mind. On that day, she had been strolling with a baby carriage mere hundreds of meters away from the Su family's villa, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Just as she was about to head back, 3 vans suddenly sped towards them, halting beside them. More than 10 burly men leapt out, overpowering her and her bodyguards, and snatched the baby Su Tianxi from the carriage, whisking him away. The entire ordeal was executed swiftly and decisively, as though it had been meticulously planned. Initially, She presumed that the assailants had kidnapped the Su family's young master for ransom. After informing the old man and Su Donghai, and subsequently alerting the police, the family awaited a call from the kidnappers demanding money. To their dismay, silence ensued. It was only after over 3 months that she came to accept that Tian had been taken by traffickers. Back then, surveillance was not as prevalent, and despite exhausting all resources, they found no leads. Now, upon hearing Tian's words, she acknowledged the existence of uncertainties surrounding the incident. At the moment Tian was abducted, she had immediately contacted the old man, followed by Su Donghai, and then reported the matter to the authorities. The old man was still alive, and the Su family was at the pinnacle of its power in Linjiang. How could they not secure such a significant target, unless someone from within had sabotaged them? And this person held considerable influence. Why? Qin Ruiying gazed blankly at Su Donghai, her expression reflecting a profound sense of despair. What do you mean, why? Su Donghai replied impatiently. Did you send someone to abduct Tianxi? Was it you? It was not me. What motive would I have for such an act? Su Donghai retorted. Qin Ruiying scoffed bitterly. You already have an illegitimate son, nearly the same age as Tianxi. What more reason do you need? Did you not intend to have Tianxi abducted, so that your illegitimate son could seamlessly inherit everything from the Su family? Then why would I not simply eliminate him? Why allow him to live? Su Donghai coldly huffed. Qin Ruiying was momentarily taken aback. It may sound rather harsh, yet Su Donghai's words hold a semblance of truth. Once one has brazenly abducted another, the notion of being merciful becomes irrelevant. I surmise, Tian, that it is not a matter of your unwillingness to kill, but rather your fear of doing so, is it not? Su Donghai, with a stern countenance, remarked, those human traffickers remain elusive. If I were to orchestrate this, would it not be more advantageous for me to have them eliminate you? Since you believe I am capable of orchestrating such heinous acts, why do you hesitate to take a life? The answer is clear. It is due to the old master. The old master? Su Donghai's gaze narrowed. Allow me to speculate further. Surely the old master has long discerned your extramarital affairs and the pregnancy of your mistress, and he has become aware of your intentions to have your illegitimate child inherit the Su family legacy. Thus, he must have issued you a grave warning. The most effective method of warning you would be to threaten your illegitimate child. If you desire to protect him, you must ensure my survival, correct? Su Donghai's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Tian. In his mind, there was but one thought. The individual before him could not possibly be Tian himself. Tian continued, perhaps you contemplated directly adopting your illegitimate child into the Su family, allowing Qin Ruoping to raise him. Yet, fearing that his appearance might betray his origins, you refrained from such actions, did you not? Ha ha! Qin Ruoping suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, tears cascading down her cheeks. The old master was indeed correct. Your disgraceful, illegitimate child shall never lay claim to the Su family's wealth. Today has brought forth an overwhelming number of encounters. Qin Ruoping's mental state had begun to unravel. Su Donghai retorted with a cold smirk. Humph. I still possess 15% of Su Corporation shares. I could bequeath them to One-er, ensuring his lifelong security. One-o? Su Ruiying inquired with suspicion. His name is Su One. Su Donghai's expression brightened at the mention of his illegitimate child. Su Qingya spat with disdain. That belongs to you and mother as joint marital property. Do not harbor thoughts of easily relinquishing it. Tian glanced at Su Siwen and remarked, his name is Su One, ah. So you adopted a son named Su Siwen out of longing for the Su when raised elsewhere. TSK, Su Donghai, one must ponder your mental state. I suspect there is something gravely amiss with you. Su Siwen clenched his teeth, aware that Tian, while seemingly targeting Su Donghai, was subtly mocking him. The anticipated struggle between a biological son and an adopted son had morphed into a conflict between a biological son and a concealed illegitimate child. He felt somewhat detached from the fray. Amidst the chaos, neither Qin Ruoping nor the others had even mentioned him. The awkwardness of his position was palpable. Upon hearing Tian's words, Qin Ruoping finally recalled her cherished adopted son, who had been neglected on the sidelines. She wiped her tears, her eyes glistening with emotion, and addressed Su Siwen. "Do not fear, my dear, for your mother is here. I still have wealth. Your life will remain unaffected." "Indeed," Su Yue affirmed. "Whether it be Qi Tian or Su Wen, they are of no concern to us. I have only one brother, Su Siwen." "Precisely," Su Qingya concurred, stating that even without the Su family, our lives would continue to thrive. "Focus on your studies, and do not worry about anything else. To bestow all wealth upon an illegitimate child, one must first inquire whether the law of the land would permit such an arrangement." Su Qingning gently caressed Qin Rupiang's back, casting a cold glance at Su Donghai. "Since you are so devoted to your illegitimate child, why not go and be with them?" he remarked. "Shaowen, from now on, you will have no father, only your mother and 5 sisters." Su Siwen felt a sense of relief in his heart. In truth, the presence of his mother was of little consequence. As long as his sisters were by his side, he would be content. "Father," Su Rian interjected, "even now, you refuse to reveal the identity of that woman and the whereabouts of that illegitimate child?" Su Donghai replied, "You are well aware of the situation at hand. What difference does it make whether I speak or remain silent?" At this point, he abruptly raised his voice. "Old Wei, show our guests out. I have family matters to attend to." Chapter 77. Divorce is acceptable. You leave with nothing. As the dramatic scene unfolded, the attendees naturally wished to remain a while longer. However, the host had already spoken. These so-called members of high society could not linger indefinitely. Under the guidance of the Su family's servants, they departed reluctantly, casting glances back as they left. Soon, only the Su family and a few others remained in the villa. Su Donghai, his expression grim, addressed Xiao Tianlong. "Lord Long, this matter pertains to my family. I kindly ask you to take your leave." "Mr. Su," Xiao Tianlong replied with a smile, "I shall take my leave now. But allow me to remind you to promptly visit the administration office to complete the necessary procedures." With that, he turned and exited. He was confident that with Qi Tian's capabilities, there was no cause for concern. The expansive manor was finally left in silence. Su Donghai turned his gaze towards the 2 women still standing in the corner, his tone darkening. "Ladies, do you not comprehend my words?" Su Feifei removed her sunglasses and mask, exasperated. "Father, you cannot even recognize your own daughter?" "Ah, it's just that you are a bit distant," Su Donghai replied, somewhat disgruntled. Su Feifei smiled wryly. It was rare to encounter a father who could not recognize his daughter, even if she was dressed somewhat unusually. Yu Lily timidly remarked, "In such a situation, should I not take my leave?" "Of course you should not stay," Su Feifei asserted decisively. "However, leaving with so many people might risk exposure. It will be safer to depart now." "Indeed," Yu Lily wholeheartedly agreed. Su Feifei then spoke up. "Father, mother, given the events of tonight, I believe it is best for me to step aside to avoid further escalation in public opinion. Please resolve this matter yourselves and inform me of the outcome. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, yes," Yu Lily nodded in agreement. "Well then, uncle and aunt, I shall not intrude any longer. I will visit again another day." As they conversed, the 2 swiftly made their way to the door, their high heels clicking confidently on the floor. By the time Yu Lily finished speaking, they had nearly reached the entrance. Su Donghai and his wife showed no intention of stopping them. After all, family scandals were best kept private. The earlier gathering had merely involved a small group, and without recordings or photographs, the gossip would likely remain contained. However, with Su Feifei present, the situation could easily escalate into a nationwide spectacle. Su Donghai watched as Su Feifei's car sped away, then turned his gaze back to Qi Tian. "Is this your revenge for tonight?" "Revenge?" Qi Tian chuckled. "I merely spoke the truth." Su Donghai's expression darkened further. He turned to observe Qin Rupiang, who was surrounded by their 4 daughters. Looking back, he noticed Su Siwen standing quietly to the side, lost in thought. In a mere hour, he, the once revered leader of the Su family, felt an unexpected sense of alienation and isolation. Su Siwen gazed at the floor, his expression devoid of emotion. He even felt a sense of relief at being reborn in this moment. If he were still 18 and suddenly realized that he was merely a pawn employed by Su Donghai to pave the way for another son, a sacrificial tool capable of being discarded at any moment, it would be an unbearable truth, no matter how profound his thoughts might be. Would that not render him a subject of ridicule for Qi Tian? It is likely that Tian's intention in revealing everything tonight is to witness his utter despair. However, Tian would be sorely disappointed. A faint smile even graced his lips. As long as his sisters still acknowledged him as their brother, Su Donghai, a man destined to perish with the arrival of the bazaar, held no significance. The true source of his future strength lay solely with these four enchanting sisters. And let us not forget Su Feifei. In the remaining time, aside from Feng Wanli and Wolf King Luoyu, Su Feifei is indeed the most crucial. Gaining her favor through Qin Rupiying and the others would grant him the divine power of lightning, making it significantly easier to confront the bizarre entities. Perhaps he could truly possess the strength to contend with that formidable anomaly. Su Donghai, let us divorce. After a prolonged silence, Qin Rupiying finally spoke, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Divorce is acceptable, but you shall leave with nothing, Su Donghai retorted coldly. Qin Rupiying was taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Donghai would utter such words. You want me to leave with nothing? Qin Rupiying laughed in rage. Indeed, have you not yet awakened from your slumber? Infidelity, bearing an illegitimate child. Shouldn't you be the one leaving with nothing? Su Donghai replied with a chuckle. Ask your lawyer daughter. Infidelity and illegitimate children are merely moral issues and hold little weight in divorce proceedings regarding asset division. By the way, an illegitimate child has the same inheritance rights as a legitimate one. Qin Rupiying hesitated, glancing towards Su Qingya. Su Qingya nodded helplessly. Infidelity would not result in a ruling of leaving with nothing. At most, it would be a division of assets. Biting her lip, Qin Rupiying retorted, even so, what gives you the right to demand I leave with nothing? Because of him. Su Donghai pointed at Tian. Is your divorce any of my concern? Tian inquired, bewildered. Because of him? Qin Rupiying scrutinized Tian with suspicion. Su Donghai smiled triumphantly. As a mother, you failed to protect Tian during his childhood, allowing him to be abducted by human traffickers. Had it not been for the old master intervening, I would have ensured you left with nothing back then. Subsequently, I endured great hardships to retrieve Tian, while you, as his biological mother, lavished affection upon an adopted son, relentlessly belittling and even physically abusing your own flesh and blood for 4 years, inciting your daughters to isolate and slander him. I have tolerated your behavior for over a decade. A woman as toxic as you is intolerable. Given your actions towards the Su family's progeny, I seriously suspect you possess a violent psychological disorder. What is wrong with demanding you leave with nothing? This lengthy monologue was explosive. Even Tian couldn't help but admire it. Qin Rupiying, on the other hand, was left utterly stunned. She stared blankly at Su Donghai. Although he spoke the truth, could he truly be unaware of her reasons for undermining Tian after 30 years of sharing a bed? Had it not been for Su Donghai's tacit approval, even his encouragement to suppress Tian, how could they have acted in such a manner? Father, Su Qingya could not restrain herself from speaking, as you mentioned. Infidelity does not affect the division of assets, but neither does the physical abuse of a child. Is that so? Su Donghai retorted with a cold laugh. What about the mistreatment of a minor? What theft and false accusations against others? What do you mean? Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Over the past 4 years, Qin Rupiying and the 4 of you have indiscriminately beaten Tian, who is still a minor, and Su Siwen, who frequently pilfers your belongings and frames Tian, thus inviting further abuse upon him. Su Donghai sighed and continued, I have witnessed all of this. I tried to dissuade you, but I can no longer shield you. For the sake of family ties, either Qin Rupiying must leave with nothing, or I shall initiate legal action to see you all imprisoned. Those present, including the bodyguards nearby, displayed expressions of disbelief. In Tian's eyes, there seemed to be sparks of fury igniting. Chapter 78. The innocence after 500 years. Qin Rupiying and the 4 daughters of the Su family trembled, caught in a turmoil of emotions. Whether it was indignation or sorrow remained unclear. They were either enraged by Su Donghai's mercilessness or saddened by their own failure to see through him. Tian observed Su Donghai with narrowed eyes. He prided himself on having lived for 5 centuries, witnessing numerous intrigues and the myriad facets of human existence. Yet he found few as shameless as Su Donghai. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivation, power reigned supreme. What was the worth of elaborate schemes if one could not even breach the defenses of their adversaries? Thus, cultivators spent most of their time either training or engaging in battles for opportunities. Upon his arrival in the world of cultivation, Tian had initially attributed the Su family's plight to Su Siwen's deceit and instigation. While the Su family was indeed unforgivable, his deepest resentment was reserved for Su Siwen. However, as he matured, he began to understand that Su Siwen's petty tricks might deceive someone like Qin Ruiying, who had been sheltered her entire life, or manipulate Su Yue, who had grown up alongside him. Yet, how could Su Donghai and Su Ruiyun, seasoned in the business world, fail to perceive the truth? He had speculated that Su Ruiyun, who had long managed Su's construction, feared that her biological son might vie for her power, for who would not think that a foster child, no matter how favored, could not ultimately inherit? He had also wondered if there were hidden matters concerning Su Donghai that he was unaware of. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The source lay squarely with Su Donghai. It was Su Donghai's heartlessness that had wrought 18 years of tragedy upon him in his past life. Yet, labeling Su Donghai as merely cold-blooded was a misjudgment. It was a complex evaluation. He could regard Tian, his biological son, as inconsequential, disregarding the 30 years of marital bond with Qin Ruiying and the thoughts of his 5 daughters. Every action Su Donghai took seemed driven by his illegitimate son. From the perspective of that son and his mother, who could argue against their claims of affection and loyalty? Suddenly, Tian felt an overwhelming desire to meet the woman who had ensnared Su Donghai's heart. What could possibly be so enchanting about her that she could compel a man like Su Donghai to forsake his wife of 30 years and abandon his 5 daughters and 1 son? Su Donghai, Qin Ruiying exclaimed, consumed by rage. How can you say these things to me? Have you never struck Tian? I struck him only once, and that was under your deception. Su Siwen claimed Tian had cheated on an exam. Given his historically poor grades, it is understandable that I was misled. But what of you? You resort to insults and violence, punishing a minor with a whip at the slightest provocation. Su Qingya, as a so-called esteemed lawyer, you should be aware of the consequences of my handing over that surveillance footage to the police. What will become of you? Why you? Su Qingya gasped, nearly choking on her indignation. And then there's Su Siwen, your beloved brother. How many times has he pilfered your jewelry and framed Tian? Whether theft or framing. Both are crimes. Choose one. Su Qingning gazed at Su Siwen, her eyes wide with disbelief. One, is what Dad said truly the case? Is it real? Su Donghai scoffed. And what about your personal belongings? Did you genuinely believe they were taken by Tian? Regardless of the circumstances, he is your blood brother, and anyone with a modicum of conscience would never commit such an act. It was your godbrother who engaged in such sordid deeds with your intimate items. Can you fathom what he was thinking in that moment? Silence. Su Siwen exclaimed sharply. The other matters were trivial to address. But if this led to his sisters distancing themselves from him, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. Tian found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He had not anticipated that his long-lost innocence, absent for 5 centuries in the Su family's eyes, would be restored by Su Donghai. Why should I be silent? Are you feeling guilty? Su Donghai retorted with a cold smirk. You are merely afraid that the true heir of the Su family might return to threaten your position. Did you really think your petty schemes could escape my notice? How could I manage such a vast enterprise otherwise? Don't take my word for it. Ask Su Ruiyun if she can see through your facade. Su Siwen turned abruptly to Su Ruiyun, who was gazing down, her expression devoid of emotion, neither sorrowful nor joyful, and strikingly indifferent. Doubts began to swirl in his mind. In his previous life, after the deaths of Su Donghai and his wife, Su Ruiyun had never shown any suspicion towards him, and her favor towards him had never waned. Periodically, he was able to glean strength from Su Ruiyun. Could it be that she was feigning ignorance? Surely not. Any woman would feel revulsion knowing her personal belongings were misused by a man. Could the system truly have deceived him? Or was it possible that Su Ruiyun had affections for him? No. Su Donghai's tone suggested otherwise. Yet, who could truly decipher a woman's heart, especially an old man like himself? Enough, Su Donghai continued. Today has been rather eventful, and I do not wish to prolong this discussion. If you don't want to end up in prison, or if you wish to spare your precious Su Siwen from incarceration, then let Qin Rupiying sign a divorce agreement without any claim. Otherwise, even if you evade prison, Su Qingya, the esteemed lawyer, and Su Qingning, the doctor devoid of ethics, will face utter disgrace. As for me, I merely committed a fault that all men are prone to. It is hardly significant. The gazes of the other Su family members shifted towards Su Qingya. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded. He is not wrong. If there is surveillance footage, it could very well lead to charges of child abuse. Qin Rupiying staggered at the implication. She had not anticipated that the lashes aimed at Tian would be redirected by Su Donghai. Ha ha! Su Donghai lauet hatiti li. You'd best find a place to stay quickly. I need to make space for Xiaoyu and Wenwen. Xiaoyu? Qin Rupiying was struck as if by lightning. Is it Qin Sinyu? Mother, who is Qin Sinyu? Su Qingya inquired. Qin Rupiying revealed a bitter smile. I should have guessed it. All those years, you pursued Qin Sinyu with tender concern. But ultimately, it was I who became the choice for the alliance between the Qin and Su families. Due to Xiao Yu's affiliation with the Qin family's collateral lineage. She was not chosen by them, nor by my father. Su Donghai scoffed, declaring, Then I shall let the old man see that the son born of his chosen one shall never gain my acknowledgement. Thus, when the daughters were disregarded, you finally could not restrain yourself once Tian Ci was born, Qin Rupiying remarked. If it were not for the old man, he would have perished long ago. Su Donghai replied indifferently. Qin Rupiying and the others found themselves at a loss for words, not due to a lack of counterarguments, but rather an overwhelming sense of powerlessness when faced with such a person. Clap, clap, clap. Tian applauded cheerfully 3 times. Shaking his head, he commented, I expected a tale of great intrigue, yet it turned out to be merely a melodramatic glitch. Su Donghai, is this all you have to offer? Su Donghai shot him a cold glance, asking, What do you wish to convey? Nothing of importance, Tian replied, tilting his head. Zhang Taizhu, bring the whip. Chapter 79, What do you call me? Out of nowhere, Zhang Taizhu dashed into the main building, and within mere seconds, he re-emerged, sprinting towards Tian, bowing his head as he presented the Su family's whip. Tian cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Taizhu and accepted the whip with a dismissive wave. The fellow had an honest visage, yet unexpectedly displayed a certain cleverness. Su Donghai observed the whip in Tian's hand, his brow furrowed in suspicion. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Su Donghai, Tian replied with a smile. You've prattled on for so long. Have you forgotten one critical detail? What? Who currently holds authority in the Su family? You. Precisely. Before Su Donghai could utter another word, Tian interjected, Is indeed I? Su Donghai narrowed his eyes, suddenly breaking into a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. You, a little wretch abandoned by both parents, ah. With a crack, accompanied by Su Donghai's anguished scream, the whip sliced through the air. Tian's movements were swift as lightning. With a mere flick of his wrist, blood erupted from Su Donghai's right shoulder. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield himself, only to recoil in pain as his fingers met the warm, wet substance. Clearly, it was blood seeping from the shredded fabric of his shirt. What do you call me? Tian asked coldly. Little wretch, you. Another lash struck, this time across his left shoulder, scattering pieces of fabric and spraying blood anew. What do you call me? Tian's expression remained impassive. Little wretch, how dare you? The whip landed squarely on Su Donghai's right cheek, sending him staggering, his left foot tripping over his right as he fell to the ground. A gruesome gash appearing on his right cheek. Fear finally flickered in Su Donghai's eyes. What do you call me? Tian stepped forward, his demeanor increasingly aloof. Shintu, hiss. Su Donghai shouted, his voice strained, the whip's mark on his cheek inflicting excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and managed to utter, Is everyone dead? Hiss. Bring me that little wretch, Before he could finish his sentence, another lash struck his left cheek, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. The dignified head of the Su family was reduced to a state akin to a lost dog in mere moments. Young master, my apologies. A towering figure over 6 feet tall rushed to Tian's side, accompanied by 3 others of slightly lesser stature. Meanwhile, Other bodyguards within the estate either remained at their posts or observed the unfolding chaos. Shinta reached out towards Tian's left shoulder. After all, Tian was indeed the true young master of the Su family. The complex dynamics of family affairs were difficult to navigate. And who could predict that today's violent clash would transform into tomorrow's reconciliation? Thus, he refrained from launching a direct attack, opting instead to seize Tian. However, as the captain of the Su family's bodyguards, he had heard tales of how his subordinates had been summoned by Qin Rupiying to subdue Tian, only to be effortlessly dispatched. Having witnessed Tian's deft handling of the whip moments ago, Shinto understood that Tian was no ordinary foe. Therefore, as he reached out, he guarded his chest with one hand and adopted a defensive stance, bracing for a counterattack. Alas, his precautions proved utterly futile. Shinto barely registered how Tian struck, only feeling a sharp pain in his chest before being hurled into the air, landing upon the three bodyguards behind him. The four of them tumbled together in a chaotic roll. Indeed, this was a clear indication of the futility of resistance. Even Captain Shinto was dispatched in an instant. In the corner, four bodyguards huddled together, the very same ones summoned by Qin Rupiying when Tian first unleashed his fury. One of them remarked with a hint of relief. Who would have thought? Last time, although we were struck, at least we could see how it happened. This time, we didn't even catch a glimpse. Another chimed in. Not to mention, even the likes of Lord Long treat the young master with utmost respect. The Su family must have lost their minds. Should we seek alternative paths? It appears the Su family is no longer a viable option. What alternative paths? We've crossed paths with the young master. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to align ourselves with him? That makes sense. Aside from them, the remaining bodyguards exchanged apprehensive glances. The three who had been knocked down by Shinto quickly regained their footing, yet Shinto remained sprawled on the ground. The trio cautiously approached, one of them reaching out to check Shinto's breath, only to exhale in relief. It was astonishing that he had been rendered unconscious by a single blow. Get moving. Why are you standing there? Su Donghai continued to shout. The bodyguards remained utterly still. It was no joke. They had just witnessed how even formidable figures like Lord Long showed deference to the young master, indicating that the young master was even more fearsome. Looking at Shinto, a man capable of taking on 10, if he couldn't withstand a single hit, what chance did they have? Sustaining injuries while victorious would have been manageable. Perhaps they could even claim reimbursement for medical expenses and earn a bonus. But if they were to lose, they would not only incur losses, but also be unable to work for months. At worst, they could simply find another place to work as security. They had calculated the risks quite well. Tian took a step forward. Su Donghai's shouts abruptly ceased. His eyes were wide with terror, his face a bloody mess. As he struggled to crawl backward, his hands pressed to the ground. Unfortunately, in his panic, he felt weak all over and his legs barely moved. I'll ask you once more, what do you call me? Tian asked, his head slightly lowered, speaking slowly. Tianer. Su Donghai's voice trembled. Incorrect. With a swift motion, Tian lashed out with a whip in his hand once more. This strike landed squarely on Su Donghai's head. In an instant, hair flew in all directions as Su Donghai's previously thick, lustrous black mane was marred by a deep gash. He felt a resounding thud in his skull, as if a bell were ringing incessantly in his mind. Beside him, Qin Rupiying and Su family's 4 daughters trembled at the sight. It was as though the whip that struck Su Donghai also lashed upon them. Although they had nearly severed ties with Su Donghai, having long been under his intimidating influence, a thread of fear still lingered within them. Even in her fury, Qin Rupiying only dared to voice a few objections. They had not anticipated that the once formidable Su Donghai would be so thoroughly humiliated by Tian, using the very whip that had once been employed against him. What do you think now? What is it like to be struck by a whip? Tian inquired. Su Donghai curled up on the ground, clutching his shoulders, completely at a loss for words. Tian tightened his grip on the riding crop. He had once heard a saying, the more a scholar reads, the harder his heart becomes. The more a martial artist trains, the softer his heart grows. Is there truth in this? Scholars may have encountered tales of murder and arson only in books, unaware of the visceral reality of blades and axes. In contrast, Martial artists possess a keen awareness of the impact their fists can inflict. Take Tian, for instance. Initially vengeful and determined to annihilate his foes, he gradually learned to exercise restraint as his mastery deepened. It seems plausible, yet it lacks absolute truth. Nothing is definitive. Such assertions vary from person to person. As for someone like Su Donghai, one can only say that it is fortunate he is merely the head of the Su family in Linjiang, an ordinary man. Tian raised the whip in his hand. As he struck, only an afterimage remained. Chapter 80. One is also a victim. The sound of the whip echoed incessantly, accompanied by piercing cries of anguish. In but a fleeting moment, Su Donghai found himself stripped of clothing, with only small fragments clinging to his bloodied flesh. His entire body, including his face, bore the marks of the whip, with scarcely any unscathed area. By the time Tian retracted the whip, Su Donghai had been rendered incapable of even uttering a scream. TSK, Tian sighed, shaking his head. The force with which I strike you is no different from what you inflicted upon me in the past. In fact, I've spared you a few lashes. He scoffed. Is it that a robust man in his prime, accustomed to a life of luxury, cannot endure this? Clatter. Su Riyun, upon hearing this, felt her legs weaken and collapse to the ground. Memories of the past 4 years flooded her mind, recalling how she had lashed Tian more frequently than anyone else. Now, seeing Tian daring to strike her father, Su Donghai, she wondered what worth she held as the elder sister who had already endured a beating. Fear manifested as reality. Su Riyun bowed her head, unable to meet Tian's gaze, yet she sensed a piercing look directed at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Tian's feet shifting, the striking silver tips of his shoes aimed squarely at her. Overcome with terror, she abruptly looked up and was met by Tian's mocking eyes. Little Tian, Su Ruoyun stammered, her voice trembling. The response to her plea was the sharp crack of the whip slicing through the air. Tian did not utter a single word to her. Compared to Su Donghai, Su Ruoyun's skin was far more delicate. Her gown was also considerably lighter than Su Donghai's attire, resulting in more vivid whip marks upon her. Particularly, the delicate fabric of her dress, torn by the whip, revealed bloodied stripes across her fragrant shoulders, exquisite back, and slender legs, creating a grotesque yet strangely aesthetic tableau. Su Riyun anticipated that a few lashes would send her into unconsciousness. Yet, much like before, she endured dozens of strikes without fainting, her consciousness keenly aware of the excruciating pain enveloping her. The bodyguards below scanned the scene with wide eyes. The renowned icy-cold female CEO of the Su family was not merely exposed, yet they dared not gaze directly. However, the more distant guards raised their phones, adjusting focus to capture the distressing spectacle. After delivering a barrage of lashes that left Su Riyun in tatters, Tian finally ceased. Standing still, he gazed upward, suddenly feeling an extraordinary aura emanating from within. This essence gradually detached from his body, surveying the entire stage and casting its gaze over the entire Su estate. Memories from past lives flashed rapidly through his mind, ultimately crystallizing in the image of him wielding a silver sword against a tempest of thunder. The past was now but a wisp of smoke. In this life, he was destined to battle the heavens anew. Ruoyun, Ruoyun, Qin Rupiing cried out, rushing over to kneel beside Su Riyun. Having refrained from approaching during the brutal whipping, she now found Su Riyun drenched in blood and hesitated to touch her. Instead, kneeling beside her, lamenting sorrowfully. Su Qingning followed closely behind Qin Rupiing, shouting for a servant to fetch the family's medicine cabinet, as well as some garments to cover Su Riyun. Little Tian, Su Qingya stammered, struggling to utter the name. How could you be so cruel to your elder sister? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even struck you yet, Tian replied. You, little Tian, I've just heeded my father's words and realized that we have misjudged you in the past. We offer our sincerest apologies. However, you should not have resorted to whipping your elder sister. Tian chuckled, though. When Su Riyun struck me with a whip, I distinctly recall you did not utter such words, and instead, you chastised me. Su Qingya clenched her teeth, acknowledging that we indeed harbored many misunderstandings, and we were misled. Very well, Tian pointed at Su Siwen. I now grant you an opportunity. You are already aware that it was Su Siwen who pilfered the jewelry and personal belongings of Qin Rupiang and yourselves, and even committed acts of indecency. Go ahead and give Su Siwen a good beating. Su Qingya hesitated, casting a glance at Su Siwen. Upon meeting Su Qingya's gaze, Su Siwen abruptly knelt down. Second sister, I was in the wrong. I truly admired you all. At that time, I was young and did not know how to express my affections. Yet wrong is wrong. Please strike me. I assure you I will not evade. Admiration? Tian snickered. Uncertain how to express yourself? Why not simply admit it was youthful impulse? Not your true intention? That is precisely what I meant. Su Siwen seized the opportunity. I have always despised myself for my actions. Yet time and again, I found myself powerless, fearing the disdain of my sisters. However, I have truly changed. I swear it, second sister. Su Qingya's uncertain gaze returned to Tian. Little Tian, the sentiments expressed by Wenwen are indeed prevalent among many adolescents, at times. They may even develop into psychological disorders. Now that Wenwen has reformed, you see, then does that mean framing me was also a youthful impulse? Su Siwen interjected, Brother Tian. I never framed you. As you just heard, it was all orchestrated by father. I merely lacked the courage to admit it, fearing the disdain of mother and my sisters. How curious. Did Su Donghai coerce you into thievery? Did he physically assist you in your misdeeds? Su Siwen's mind raced. It was my father who guided me. He indulged my taking of those items and exposed me to such materials. Being so young, I could not resist the temptation. My father's intentions were so profound that I could not foresee his true motives. Yet I now understand that my actions were wrong, and I have completely reformed. Qin Rupiang turned, sobbing, Little Tian, I have acknowledged my mistakes. It was I who erred in the past. All blame lies with Su Donghai. However, Wenwen is innocent. He is, in truth, a victim. I have raised Wenwen for so many years, and I know he is a kind-hearted child. Indeed, just a few days ago, Wenwen rushed to the Han Hospital in Magic City to rescue someone named Feng Wanli. You have encountered us. We spent 2 days at the hospital, Su Qingning interjected. Feng Wanli? Tian furrowed his brow. It seems Su Siwen's visit to Han Hospital was with a specific purpose in mind. Yet, does this name not sound like a pseudonym? Just as someone named Zhang Ergu, after achieving fame, would likely refrain from introducing himself by that name when asked, preferring instead a more illustrious title. Su Qingya suddenly had a revelation, her expression shifting as she hesitated and said, Xiao Tian, those misdeeds were not committed by you, were they? Surely, the calming incense for my elder sister, the creation of the soothing sachets for me, and the preparation of the nourishing porridge for Qingning were indeed your doing? Su Yue, taken aback by her words, responded, during your second year at our home, when I nearly drowned in the lake, could it be that you were the one who saved me? As the misunderstandings surrounding Tian began to unravel, Su Qingya and the others couldn't help but ponder whether what they had attributed to Su Siwen was, in fact, a misconception. Su Siwen felt a jolt of surprise. Yet, he recognized that his sisters had already begun to harbor doubts. At that moment, he found himself as speechless as Tian had been for the past 4 years. You are overthinking it, Tian chuckled. That is not the case. Chapter 81. It's your turn having grown up in an orphanage. Tian could hardly act recklessly without understanding the temperament of others. Moreover, he had no knowledge of concocting tranquilizing incense or nurturing kanji. His upbringing in the orphanage, a place where even basic sustenance and warmth were scarce, was hardly akin to a wholesale market for luxury goods. During his 4 years at the Su family, he had indeed endeavored to please them, but this was merely through obediently following their instructions, appearing well-behaved and diligent, and striving to improve his academic performance. For a 14-year-old Tian, this was already a Herculean effort. Having never experienced familial affection, he was utterly oblivious to how such bonds should be nurtured, believing that blood ties were innate, assuming that his love for his parents and sisters would naturally be reciprocated. Unfortunately, these illusions were shattered by Su Siwen's repeated slanders and fabrications. Tian had contemplated leaving or resisting, yet shortly after entering the Su household, he realized the futility of such thoughts. He was powerless to resist or escape. His frail physique would hardly stand a chance against the bodyguards in the courtyard, let alone against several sisters. Given the Su family status in Linjiang, a discreet departure was out of the question. In truth, had he not transmigrated to the realm of cultivation and spent 500 years honing his skills and techniques? Even a rebirth at 18, after living for many more years, would still leave him at the mercy of the Su family. It was only through the enhancement of his physique with the Celestial Devouring Sutra that he was able to defeat the bodyguards on the day of his rebirth and confront Su Riyun and Su Siwen. Without this rebirth, even the slightest injury would have rendered him vulnerable to Su Yue's slap. Moreover, with Su Donghai's ruthlessness, lacking the strength to resist would render any number of rebirths utterly futile. An ordinary high school dropout attempting to challenge a powerful family was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Isn't that so? Su Qingyao was taken aback. Certainly not, Tian replied. As a child raised in an orphanage, I cannot comprehend such matters. Merely managing to keep up with my studies has been my utmost effort. Su Qingyao's gaze shifted to Su Siwen, realizing that it was indeed their dear brother Wanwan who had perpetrated these acts. Yet Tian continued, however, my lack of involvement does not justify your mistreatment of me. Su Qingyao was momentarily stunned, since Tian revealed that Su Donghai had another son, and Su Donghai, in his arrogance, believed there was no need to hide his plans. She recognized that they had indeed been excessively harsh towards Tian. While they could disguise their punitive actions as discipline, they had unwittingly become accomplices in other schemes. Tian was right. As long as he had not harmed anyone, they had no justification to mistreat him in such a manner. Little Tian, Su Qingyao spoke softly. Elder sister acknowledges that we were wrong in the past. However, we are still your family. You must have vented your frustrations by now. Can you forgive us? From now on, let us live together harmoniously as a family. I promise to make it up to you, treating you at least as equals with Wanwan. Su Riyun, still holding on to a fragment of awareness, murmured, Is that so? But just moments ago, Su Yue had claimed she only recognized Su Siwen as her younger brother. Tian remarked. Su Yue's expression turned icy as she retorted, Listen, Tian. No one is inherently obligated to treat you well. I owe you nothing. Wanwan once saved my life. He is the only brother I acknowledge. As for what the other sisters think, that is none of my concern. Tian nodded. Fair enough. Su Qingming then turned and declared, I'll make my stance clear as well. I, too, only recognize Wanwan as my brother. As for you, Tian, the best I can do from now on is not to despise you. Tian nodded again. Understood. Su Qingyao, with a hint of relief, began. Then let us consider today's matter settled. From now on, we wait. Tian interrupted. Have you all forgotten what I just said? What? Su Qingyao faltered. Su Yue is right. None of you are obliged to treat me well. But that doesn't give you the right to insult, strike, or humiliate me at will, especially when I've done nothing wrong. So, spare me your talk of forgiveness. You have no idea what I've endured. I want to let this go. Keep hating me. The more, the better. Xiao Tian. Su Qingyao's voice trembled with fear as Tian raised the riding crop. The next moment, the ceremonial platform was once again filled with the whistling of the whip and agonized screams. Even Qin Ruping, kneeling beside Su Riyun, couldn't escape. She barely managed a shriek, I'm your mother, before collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. In the past, when the whip had lashed Tian's back, they had only seen him grit his teeth, his skin marked with crimson stripes. They never imagined the pain could be this excruciating. And as women, beautiful women, being stripped of dignity before a crowd of bodyguards and servants, the humiliation burned as fiercely as the pain. If Su Riyun's earlier spectacle had stirred excitement among the onlookers, now, with a still alluring middle-aged woman and 3 stunning young beauties rolling on the ground, their torn garments fluttering, the scene was nothing short of mesmerizing, especially since the bodyguards and servants knew the professions of the Su sisters, lawyer, doctor, university student, adding an inexplicable thrill to the spectacle. The sheer symphony of their anguish cries could have topped any domestic entertainment ranking. The bodyguards' eyes darted greedily, unsure where to look, their minds silently pleading. Strike there. Yes, there. Missed. Some even lamented that Su Feifei had been spared. Tian wielded the whip swiftly. By the time he finished, Qin Rupiying and the Su sisters lay in a tangled heap. 5 figures, pale skin streaked with scarlet welts, a hauntingly shattered beauty. Youth proved resilient. Su Yue was the first to push herself up, her face twisted with venom as she glared at Tian. "You vile bastard! Don't think this will break me. I've already called the police, this time, without Su Donghai interfering. Do you really think you'll escape? Rot in prison forever." As if to validate her threat, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air. Su Yue suddenly let out a triumphant scream. "You little wretch, today's antics, bringing along Lord Long." Seizing control of the Su family, exposing Su Donghai's schemes, and so-called revealing Wenwen's true nature, are merely attempts to make us believe you are impressive now, aiming to instill regret in us. Am I right? Dream on. I refuse to yield. Tian gazed at the frenzied Su Yue, his expression as calm as a still lake. "I am merely attending to my own affairs. Your opinions hold no significance for me. Even at death's door, you remain defiant. What can you accomplish through your strength? Can you stand against the police? Not at the moment, but I do not need to oppose them." Su Yue, hearing the police sirens drawing ever closer, let out a cold laugh, choosing silence thereafter. The outcome was inevitable. Her body ached severely, and she no longer wished to squander her energy. Su Siwen also exhaled deeply, astonished that his often despised fifth sister proved to be the most formidable at this critical juncture. Given the current developments, Tian had successfully angered the Su family, and his several sisters were likely to harbor intense animosity towards him. Henceforth, they would only treat him more favorably, as evidenced by the increasing affection within the system. Just as the police arrived, he managed to evade a beating, simply perfect. The sound of sirens echoed almost to the estate's perimeter. Footsteps from the police rushing toward the Su manor could be heard. The Su family, including Su Donghai, simultaneously sighed in relief, their faces soon contorted with malice. Suddenly, the sirens ceased. The Su family was taken aback. Logically, the siren would continue until the suspect was apprehended. Tian then strode confidently towards Su Siwen, a radiant smile gracing his face. "It is your turn." Chapter 82. Ghostly Cultivation. Su Siwen's legs went weak. Though he possessed the dragon-patterned jade pendant, which could rapidly heal injuries, the pain was inescapable. He could only be grateful that his ghostly power was insufficient to activate the pendant's automatic defense. Otherwise, given Tian's prowess witnessed at Han's hospital, he feared he could not protect this treasure. Su Yue cried out sharply, "Do you dare to strike again?" Tian remained unperturbed. If he had not been thoroughly prepared, he would not have dared to wield the whip against the Su family in plain sight. Having learned that Xiao Tianlong required 3 days to complete the share acquisition, he had scheduled the confrontation for the birthday banquet and duly reported to Yusha. With the current power of the Special Affairs Bureau, obstructing the police of a prefecture-level city was child's play. However, Yusha had her stipulation, no fatalities. In truth, even without her demand, Tian had no intention of taking a life at that moment. He was quite principled. In a society governed by law like Huagua, he naturally adhered to its social norms. Moreover, killing outright seemed somewhat insufficient. The first soul on his talisman was a vengeful spirit clad in red, and the subsequent ones could not be mere placeholders, could they? Grudges and malevolence had to be cultivated gradually. For instance, the resentful expressions on the Su family's faces were quite promising. Su Siwen, trembling, stole a glance at the entrance of the estate, only to find it eerily silent. His complexion darkened instantaneously. A glance at Tian's calm demeanor sent his heart plummeting to despair. He hesitated. Is it the Dragon Lord who is blocking the police? Somewhat astute, Tian replied, but not entirely. How could Xiao Tianlong possibly hold off the police? Su Siwen took a deep breath and straightened his posture. Brother Tian, I realize that words are futile now. However, there are certain things I must express. You heard Dad, no, Su Donghai, claim that he instigated all this. You and I are his sacrifices. We should unite against a common foe. Su Donghai's other son, Su Wen, correct? That makes sense, Tian nodded. Su Siwen glanced at the writhing Su Donghai on the ground. Now, we should locate that woman named Qin Sinyu and Su Wen, lest Su Donghai's scheme succeed. Tian nodded again. I am indeed curious to meet this Qin Sinyu, right? Su Siwen's eyes sparkled with hope. I have lived my life thus far under a veil of deception. And Brother Tian, you were taken from the Su family by Su Donghai since childhood. It is hard to say that Qin Xinyu had no influence in this matter. After being toyed with for over a decade, do you not feel anger? Very much so, Qi Tian replied, but beyond that, I find another matter equally intriguing. Pray tell, Brother Tian, I am mindful of the force I exert. Their injuries should not have healed so swiftly. How is it that they were discharged in just 2 or 3 days, with scarcely a mark upon them? That is rather peculiar. The word peculiar made Su Siwen's heart skip a beat. Was it merely a strange phenomenon, or did it carry a deeper, more enigmatic meaning? I do not know. Su Siwen forced a smile. Qi Tian scrutinized Su Siwen from head to toe. He had long perceived a peculiar strength emanating from the other party. Although faint, it surpassed that of an ordinary individual by a considerable margin. The swift recovery of several members of the Su family who were hospitalized could likely be attributed to Su Siwen's methods. Since ignorance was bliss, he chose to remain silent. With a flick of his wrist, Qi Tian summoned a crack of the whip. Brother Tian, you little wretch, how dare you? Qi Tian, of course, dared. From the moment his soul had entered the realm of cultivation, his thoughts were consumed with the desire to return and exact vengeance upon Su Siwen. Even as he grew older and came to understand that Su Donghai and Su Rian had played more significant roles in his plight, Su Siwen remained his primary target. After all, given his own character, had their positions been reversed, he would undoubtedly feel remorse for having usurped over a decade of the other's life. At the very least, he would refrain from resorting to slander and malicious bullying. In his previous life as 18 years, if Su Donghai and Qin Xinyu were the architects, then Su Siwen was the foremost executor during his 4 years within the Su household. Moreover, he had carried out his intentions without any knowledge of Su Donghai's schemes. The whip, imbued with true qi, struck Su Siwen, dispersing the ghostly power he had painstakingly accumulated with a single blow. Qi Tian paused, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. His current level of cultivation rendered it impossible to discern the specifics of the other's condition from afar. But with true qi in close proximity, the situation was different. He had not anticipated that this younger brother of his would possess some ghostly techniques. However, the spiritual energy of a ghost cultivator was incapable of healing the wounds of the living, indicating that Su Siwen harbored other secrets. You little wretch, I will not let you off easily. Su Yue screamed, her voice raw from the effort. Qi Tian looked at Su Siwen and remarked, sometimes, I find myself admiring you. The familial affection I once yearned for, you acquire with such ease. Even someone with a temperament as typical of a young lady as Su Yue treats you with kindness. Su Siwen touched the whip mark on his chest and replied with a cold smile, if I treat my sisters well, they will naturally reciprocate. Emotions are always mutual. Kinship is a form of sentiment as well. We have shared 14 years together, and you suddenly appear. So it is only natural that there is a difference in our closeness. He then lowered his voice to a whisper, knowing Qi Tian could hear him under normal circumstances. If your biological parents truly loved you, I believe my sisters could have changed in those 4 years. Alas, how unfortunate. What a character you are, Qi Tian praised. Before meeting Su Wan, I thought your nature resembled that of Su Donghai's true son. While speaking, he distinctly sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy, akin to a healing technique emanating from the true qi imprint he had transferred to Su Siwen. Indeed, there was something peculiar. With a flick of his hand, the whip shadow struck like lightning. Compared to others in the Su family, his lashing of Su Siwen could be deemed a VIP service. When striking Su Donghai and the others, his movements were swift. Often, the pain from the first lash had barely registered before he had struck the 10th. Just as those frequently condemned to execution understand, if the executioner is skilled and swift, the severing of the head is not particularly painful, whereas a guillotine could render one in excruciating agony. Thus, the whip struck Su Siwen every 3 seconds, allowing him to fully experience both the agony and exhilaration of the lash against his flesh. Su Yue continued to scream hoarsely, wishing she could endure the pain in his stead. Qin Rupiying and the other 3 women, though silent, had tears welling in their eyes, gazing at Qi Tian with a mixture of hatred, uncertain whether it was for themselves or for Su Siwen. As the strikes continued, Tian suddenly felt an emptiness within, akin to the sense of loss often described in novels following the fulfillment of a long-awaited revenge. Yet he had not yet slain these individuals. Perhaps it was because he had ascended to such heights in his previous life that exacting vengeance upon these insignificant beings held little meaning, serving merely as a diversion on his path of cultivation. Suddenly, a circular jade pendant fell to the ground, and Su Siwen felt darkness enveloping him. Chapter 83. All locked in the storage room? Has the equipment exploded? Tian flicked his wrist, and the whip brought the jade pendant from the ground back to him. He caught it in his hand, feeling its warmth and smoothness. Seeing the dragon-patterned jade pendant fall into Tian's grasp, Su Siwen, though not entirely despondent, felt as if he had lost a loved one. He was unaware of the specific reason behind Tian's sudden surge in strength, but he recognized that he was no match for him now. It was a pity to lose the hard-earned dragon-patterned jade pendant. Tian gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, his expression one of astonishment. This pendant was inscribed with formations for gathering spirit, healing, defense, and attack. Not only were the formations of high caliber, but the material of the pendant was also exquisite, crafted entirely from dragon bloodstone. Just this piece of dragon bloodstone could fetch tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones in the cultivation world. It not only perfectly manifested the effects of the formations, but was also one of the few materials capable of inscribing a maximum number of formations per unit area. Of course, these attributes alone did not justify its high price. The primary benefit of Dragon Bloodstone lay in its ability to continuously enhance the owner's physique, akin to a perpetual cleansing of marrow and blood, enabling those who could not cultivate to potentially do so, and granting greater talent to those who could. Not to mention, the improved physique significantly increased the success rate during ascension, making it highly sought after by cultivators. Earth has such high-grade goods? Tian contemplated the jade pendant, suddenly recalling the saying among the Huagua people that they are descendants of dragons, along with various myths. Could it be? Long ago, Earth was indeed a cultivation world. That belongs to Wenwen's brother. Return it to him quickly, Su Yue exclaimed. Tian chuckled. How do you know it's his? That's the dragon-patterned jade pendant I personally purchased from the Taoist priest at the Sanqing Temple on Beishan and handed directly to Wenwen's brother. How could I not know? Oh, what made you go there to buy it? It was Wenwen's brother who asked me to go, specifically to buy it for him. A thought sparked in Tian's mind. Having Su Yue go to the Sanqing Temple to acquire the dragon-patterned jade pendant and seeking Feng Wanli at the Han Hospital in Modu were both actions with clear intent, further confirming Su Siwen's rebirth. Moreover, it was evident that after his death, Su Siwen had survived for some time, at least aware of the impending apocalyptic anomalies, thus preparing in advance. Come here, Tian commanded softly. Zhang Taiju hurried over in a few swift strides. Young master. Gather a few people. Administer some medicine to them. Then confine them all in the storage room in the basement. Rest assured, no one will hold you accountable later. Yes, young master, Zhang Taiju promptly replied. Should they be locked up in the same storage room or separated? Separate them. Clear out all the storage rooms on the first underground level and arrange them to resemble my previous room, one for each person. Understood, young master. Once you've completed this, come find me in the study, Tian added. Of course, young master. Turning, Tian cast a glance at the distant walls of the estate and proceeded towards the main building. Behind him, the Su family members followed Zhang Taiju as he led several men and women to tidy up. On the courtyard wall, Huang Yuba shrank his head and leaped down. He approached the spot where Yin Yuxia and Li Qingxue stood and remarked, "None of the Su family members have perished." Yin Yuxia smiled and nodded. It appears that Tian is indeed a principled individual. Were I to possess his strength, it would be exceedingly challenging to restrain myself from slaughtering the Su family. At the very least, I would have eliminated Su Siwen. Huang Yuba hesitated, but didn't Director Yin instruct him not to cause any fatalities? What I meant was that it is best to avoid fatalities, not that he is strictly forbidden from causing them. Huang Yuba questioned, is there a difference? Yin Yuxia glanced at the Su family's courtyard wall, based on Tian's abilities observed that day at Han's hospital. Do you believe it would be difficult for him to take a life? Not at all. One could say it is exceedingly simple. After taking a life, would it be difficult for him to conceal it? Not at all. Even I, if I truly wish to discreetly eliminate a few individuals, could devise at least 5 or 6 methods. We all recognize it is not difficult, but does he himself understand this? Director Ian, please express your thoughts directly. It feels like you're speaking in riddles. Ian Yuxia replied, what I mean is, if he truly intended to kill, he would not make a grand spectacle of doing so at Su Siwen's birthday banquet. My implication is merely to suggest that I should prevent the police from interfering with him. I understand. He does not wish to bear the weight of a homicide. Li Qingxue interjected, it is already stated that it is quite simple for him to kill without being discovered. Yin Yuxia chuckled. A person like Tian possesses his own principles. When I say it is best to avoid, it allows him the option to act. However, if I were to declare it forbidden, he might actually demonstrate his capacity by taking a few lives. I rather believe he intends to torment the Su family. Li Qingxue remarca. Indeed, Yin Yuxia nodded. He may still hold some regard for kinship and hesitate to kill. Or he might harbor such deep-seated hatred that he prefers to inflict suffering before any deaths. Nonetheless, such matters are of no concern to us. From his encounters with Xiao Tianlong's subordinates to this moment, it is evident that he is not a bloodthirsty individual, and that is sufficient. There are still unsaid thoughts lingering in Yin Yuxia's mind. Among the Su sisters, aside from Su Feifei, the others could be deemed skilled, but not formidable. Their beauty and stature, along with the awakening of their divine powers, had earned them the title of the 5 fairies of the Su clan. As long as Su Feifei remains unharmed, there is no need to confront Qi Tian over the remaining 4 sisters. The lives of those of the Su sisters' caliber, whether they thrive or perish, bear little significance in this bizarre apocalypse for humanity. Qi Tian entered the study, which had previously been Su Donghai's exclusive chamber. Unless Su Donghai granted permission, even Qin Rupiying could not enter at will. The study bore no distinction from an ordinary one, featuring a spacious executive desk, a comfortable executive chair, and a few bookshelves filled with an array of books behind the chair. To the left upon entering stood a 3-person sofa with a coffee table, while to the right was a set of single sofas and a coffee table against the wall, with a coat rack positioned to the right of the entrance. Simple yet orderly. Qi Tian closed the door and approached the bookshelf, crossing his arms as he surveyed the volumes before him. Indeed, there is nothing particularly special. He settled into the boss's chair, leaning back and swaying slightly. On the desk, alongside a computer and some documents, lay a family portrait of the Su family. Absent from the photograph, the other members of the Su family beamed with joy as they gathered together. Qi Tian gazed at the family portrait for an extended period, a singular question incessantly flickering through his mind. If he were to eliminate all the individuals captured in that image, would he too experience such exuberant delight? Had he been granted such an opportunity in his previous life, just before his demise, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, at present, perhaps not. It is akin to those who, in their childhood, fantasized about indulging in KFC and McDonald's daily, upon entering the workforce and finding themselves consuming such fast food every day. They discover it lacks the joy they once envisioned. When something becomes easily attainable, it seems to lose its allure. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, Zhang Taizhu called from outside. Everything has been arranged. Chapter 84. Life in the storeroom come in, Qi Tian called out. Zhang Taizhu pushed open the door, slightly bowing as he approached the desk. Has everyone been locked in? Qi Tian inquired, looking up. Yes, young master, but... Zhang Taizhu hesitated. But what? Qi Tian prompted. The others can manage. But the madam... Oh, Qin Rupiying is not young anymore. What if? Qi Tian nodded, picking up a pen and paper from the desk, scribbling a few lines before sliding the paper forward. Go fetch the medicine according to this. Prepare and use it as instructed. Yes, young master, Zhang Taizhu replied. You seem quite resolute in your decision to switch allegiances. You agreed so readily after just a brief mention. Yank master, you yist. It is my honor to follow you. Zhang Taizhu responded earnestly. It's been quite satisfactory. For the past 4 years, living in the storeroom, you know what I have eaten and used, correct? Indeed, young master. Zhang Taizhu bowed slightly. We servants have observed everything over the years. Although we drivers do not enter the main building, We often chat with the servants there during our free time. Good. Inform them to adhere to those standards. Let us not be overly specific. Treat Su Donghai and the others as I've been treated, Tian instructed. Yes, young master. I will ensure everything is arranged properly. From now on, you shall be entirely responsible for matters concerning the Su family villa. Thank you, young master. Zhang Tieju's eyes brightened. Now, you may return to your duties. Zhang Taiju bowed once more and added, by the way, young master, Steward Wei and Captain Shinto wish to see you. Let them come up, Tian replied. Understood. Zhang Taiju bowed again and exited. Almost immediately after he left, there was a knock at the door. Enter, Tian called. Steward Wei and Captain Shinto stepped into the study together. Tian reclined in his chair, regarding Shinto with a teasing smile. Captain Shinto, you seem to have recovered quite swiftly. Shinto's face, marked by a rugged appearance, broke into an awkward smile. As bodyguards, we ought not to meddle in the family's affairs. That would place us in a difficult position. Yet, does that not suggest a lack of professional integrity in your role as a bodyguard? Tian queried playfully. Young master, we are not entirely pretending. It is not as if I could compete with your formidable prowess, Shinto admitted with a chuckle. Tian laughed softly. Indeed, there are few foolish individuals. Those bodyguards who charge into certain defeat are truly a rarity. He turned to Steward Wei. And you, what brings you here? Steward Wei bowed respectfully. Young master, I have served the old master for over 30 years. I have long considered the Su family my own. Are you implying that the authority of the Su family is none of your concern? Tian asked pointedly. Wei offered an awkward smile. Young master, I am merely a steward, responsible for my own duties. That is commendable. I have just informed Zhang Taiju that he will have full responsibility for the Su family villa's affairs from now on. You two should manage your respective duties and direct any issues to Zhang Taiju first. Yes, young master. Both Wei and Shinto replied in unison. In the days that followed, Tian lived in comfort. His daily routine consisted of cultivation and checking on the well-being of the Su family. The herbs and various peculiar items procured by Xiao Tianlong were delivered to the Su household from time to time. Tian couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of being on Earth. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator, he could enjoy a life of privilege. Unlike in the realm of cultivation, where he toiled tirelessly in his sect, narrowly escaping death to finally reach foundation establishment, only to find himself perpetually scrambling for resources and teetering on the brink of demise. While Tian reveled in his ease, the members of the Su family, residing in cramped storage rooms, experienced a starkly different reality. The dim and confined spaces, with damp wooden beds covered by only a thin sheet, felt even more uncomfortable in the current weather. They also endured the excruciating pain of whip marks on their bodies. Zhang Taiju had provided the Su family with medicine based on the prescription given by Tian, but it merely sustained their lives without alleviating their suffering. The most distressing aspect was the confiscation of their mobile phones, rendering them unable to scroll through Douyin. It was said that the most terrifying aspect of confinement was the psychological imprisonment of being unable to engage in any activity in the dark. The current plight of the Su family bore no difference to that of being in solitary confinement. At least there was electricity in the storage room. Qin Rupiying and her 4 daughters immediately thought of Tian. They recognized this as his form of retribution, compelling them to experience the life he had endured over the past 4 years. Although they understood the reason behind it and harbored resentment for his harsh treatment, they could hardly withstand the discomfort for even half a day. The wooden bed was so hard that it caused pain to anyone, let alone those already injured. In the damp environment, they felt as if they were beginning to reek. Su Riyun lay sprawled on the bed, her expression one of bewilderment. Was it truly this unbearable to reside in a storage room? No wonder she always detected a hint of mildew when encountering Tian. In light of this, she had always looked down on him. Little did she know that his suffering stemmed from their actions. She recalled that Tian had once mentioned that the living expenses provided by the Su family over the past 4 years amounted to a mere 500 yuan each month. A bitter smile crossed her lips. 500 yuan was hardly enough to afford a single pair of her stockings. Su Donghai had been right. She feared that Tian would return to contest the control of the Su family, which led her to turn a blind eye to Su Siwen's petty schemes. Deep down, She subconsciously believed that Tian, being her biological brother, held more legitimacy than Su Siwen, who was merely a foster son. She never regarded Su Siwen as a serious rival, viewing him instead as a beloved younger brother, especially given their years of shared life. Su Siwen had indeed excelled in ingratiating himself with others. However, it was only now that she realized her aspirations for power were never considered by Su Donghai for the benefit of Qin Rupiang's children. Observing Tian's demeanor towards Su Donghai, she understood that he had never taken the Su family seriously either. She, Su Ryun, the renowned beauty and CEO of Linjiang, had become nothing more than a laughingstock in the eyes of Su Donghai and Tian, reduced to a mere figure of folly for her trivial ambitions and schemes concerning the Su family's power. Not only Su Ryun, Qin Zuping, Su Qingya, Su Qingding, and Su Yue wore expressions of utter bewilderment, gazing either at the floor or the ceiling in contemplation of life. The myriad events that transpired at the birthday banquet had profoundly impacted them. Meanwhile, Su Siwen, while cursing Tian, exerted all his efforts to channel his spiritual energy for cultivation. He did not harbor the illusion of defeating Tian in the short term. Rather, he hoped to recover swiftly and seize the opportunity to escape when Tian was away or distracted. He also needed to rescue his sisters, as they represented his greatest asset in this bizarre and perilous world. Days passed, and after a full 10 days, Su Siwen finally regained his strength. Chapter 85. The absence of the young master as noon approached, a servant pushed open the door, bringing in 2 steamed buns and a cup of water. Su Siwen, languidly sprawled on the wooden bed, weakly inquired, "Could you convey a message to Brother Tian? I wish to see him." "The young master is not here today," the servant replied, placing the buns and water on the table. "Will you let him know upon his return?" Su Siwen asked. "Mind your own business," the servant scoffed, turning to leave. After a brief moment, Su Siwen slowly rose to his feet. Thanks to the support of spiritual energy, his whip wounds had mostly healed. He understood that utilizing ghostly power for healing would gradually lead one toward becoming a spectral being. But who was Su Siwen? A fated protagonist endowed with both divine and ghostly powers, equipped with a system and a rebirth. He stood up, reflecting on the question he had posed to the servant, one he had repeated daily. Each time, the servant responded with a cold grunt or remained entirely silent. Yet, he would inquire again each night. After several consecutive days,